In the early morning, a hint of dawn light streamed through the window, illuminating the room. The young girl, adorned in traditional shiromuku, stood before a bronze mirror, watching as her deep crimson hair was gradually styled into an elegant updo. This was an attire reserved solely for weddings. When the auspicious hour arrived, she would be seated in a flower palanquin, departing from the Uzumaki clan to wed into the Uchiha family. It was a political marriage, stemming from the machinations of one known as Uchiha Hakomo. Uchiha Hakomo truly is extraordinary as the rumor suggests, whispered Uzumaki Kushina to her reflection. Behind her, the maid, with a tone of admiration, recounted Hakomo's numerous achievements. He is the most prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan, having become the vice-captain of the Uchiha Guard at a remarkably young age. Moreover, he is exceptionally disciplined, training diligently each day, and has now attained the rank of elite jonin. The first mission he completed was in Shrank Task, and since his rise to fame, he has never tasted defeat. According to whispers, he is poised to inherit the position of captain of the Uchiha Guard in the next term. In other words, he is virtually designated as the next clan leader of the Uchiha family. Thus, you need not worry once you marry into the Uchiha clan. You shall enjoy a life of comfort. The maid's reverent words echoed in Kushina's ears as she gazed at her own reflection, feeling a measure of silence envelop her. Under different circumstances, she might have found herself enamored with the illustrious youth named Hakomo. Yet, this was, after all, a political arrangement, inherently distinct from ordinary unions. She found herself disliking this feeling. Kushina, a woman, entered, interrupting her thoughts. Turning towards the voice, she noticed a simple-minded young man accompanying the woman. He is Uchiha Abido, the representative of the Uchiha family sent to propose. He is the younger brother of Uchiha Hakomo and has brought a gift for you. Hello, sister-in-law, Abido exclaimed sweetly, addressing Kushina. The unexpected title caused a rush of shyness to wash over her. How could he call her sister-in-law when she had yet to wed? Nevertheless, the fact that her future brother-in-law had come to deliver something suggested it was of considerable significance, but a flicker of anticipation ignited within Kushina as she pondered what this unacquainted youth might bestow upon her. Her gaze fell upon Abido as he retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift box from his ninja pouch, presenting it to her. The woman and maid observed the glimmer of expectation on Kushina's face and quietly withdrew, allowing her the solitude to examine the contents of the box. In the spacious room, only Abido and Kushina remained. She approached the table and opened the gift box, revealing a neatly folded letter lying quietly within. Was this a love letter? In an instant, Kushina's cheeks flushed with warmth. Although it is a political marriage, she still wishes to be treated like a princess, cherished in her husband's embrace. Seeing Kushina Uzumaki remaining silent, her gaze fixed on the envelope, Abido could not help but chuckle. Sister-in-law, you have no idea. My older brother is a training fanatic, yet he is particularly attentive to your matters. This is the first time I've seen him write a letter. Truly, it was a rare moment for his older brother. What a relief it was not to spend a lifetime in solitude. However, as Kushina opened the envelope, Abido sensed an increasingly suffocating atmosphere in the room. After perusing the contents of the letter, Kushina Uzumaki gently folded the envelope, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at Abido, and asked, "Is this what your brother wishes to convey to me?" "Yes, why?" Abido instinctively replied. Yet, that statement ignited Kushina's fury. "Sister-in-law? I am not your sister-in-law." With a resounding thud, Kushina's fist landed on Abido's head, causing a noticeable swelling to appear. Abido clutched his head in pain, letting out a cry. Kushina flung the envelope at his face, coldly commanding, "You go back and tell Hakomai that even if there is a dissolution of engagement, it will be I who approaches him about it." Only then did Abido notice the two bold characters on the letter dissolution of engagement. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, you set me up. How could he withhold such perilous news from me? Did he truly not fear for my well-being? No wonder he smiled so benignly when handing me the gift box. He was simply waiting for this moment. This is a trap for the younger brother." The women and maidens heard the commotion and watched as Kushina expelled Abido from the room. "Kushina, what is happening? Ask this guy. I'm quite annoyed right now. So leave me alone." Kushina slammed the door shut, her anger intensifying with each passing moment. What political marriage? A heartless union, solely focused on training. Do you think I am unaware that this is a political arrangement? Or do you believe that in your eyes, I am less worthy than even training? Kushina's fiery temperament had long been suppressed due to her family's ties with Konoha, but in this moment, she felt liberated from restraint. She tore apart her wedding attire, swiftly donning her everyday garments. Opening the door once more, she fixed her gaze on Obito, grasping his ear as she strode purposefully outside. Lead the way. This time, I'm going to Konoha with you. I need to confront your wonderful brother, and then dissolve the engagement. She could hardly wait to have a serious discussion with that Hakomai fellow. As she charged forward, disregarding any attempts to stop her, the women grew frantic. What is happening? Quickly. Notify Lord Hokage. The once tranquil clan territory gradually erupted into a cacophony of activity. 5 somber-faced elite ninja, lurking outside the Whirlpool clan, took note of 2 figures darting past the exit. A grim voice echoed, "Follow them." At this very moment, the Uchiha clan was buzzing with excitement, attending to the final preparations before the wedding. Even the clan leader, Fugaku, was busily mingling among the crowd. How is the shrine arrangement coming along? Is the priestess ready? There must not be the slightest error this time. Is that understood? Yes. Lord Clan Leader. The crowd cheered in unison. Witnessing such a lively scene, Fugaku's eyes grew misty with emotion. How long had it been since he had seen the Uchiha clan so vibrant? Though this was a political marriage, should Kushina Uzumaki bear numerous offspring, the Uchiha bloodline would undoubtedly grow stronger, propelling the clan towards greater prosperity. By the way, has Hakomo arrived? Report to the clan leader. Hakomo has yet to arrive. Truly, our Uchiha clan's most exceptional genius, even on such an important day, remains dedicated to his training. However, today is special. It will be best to have him here sooner. Yes. Lord Clan Leader, I shall fetch Hakomo from the training grounds at once. At the hour of the hare, within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing over the village. Before him stretched a scene of harmony. Many villagers had gathered early along the main road, vying for the best vantage points, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the bridal procession. Yet amidst this festivity, the murky depths of Hiruzen's eyes concealed an unspoken foreboding. Yuyuki, has the information been confirmed? That Hakomo has activated his Manjiki Sharingan? Yes. Lord Hokage, as he absorbed the words of his Umbu companion. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped Hiruzen Da. I did not foresee such a prodigy emerging from the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, the marriage alliance has been arranged in advance. As distant kin of the Senju clan, Kushina Uzumaki will serve as our most crucial pawn, positioned close to Hakomo. When the time comes, regardless of Hakomo's intentions, we shall be informed at the earliest opportunity. Yet, just as Hiruzen's words lingered in the air, a snow-white rabbit, carrying a scroll on its back, leaped swiftly towards the 3rd Hokage. This was a summoned beast employed by the Umbu stationed in the Whirlpool Village. A dire message. Could it be that someone intended to strike at the Uzumaki clan? Were they seeking the Kekkei Genkai? Or perhaps there was a complication with the wedding? Regardless of the scenario, Hiruzen would not allow any of it to transpire. Everything must unfold according to his design. In an instant, Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. Suppressing the ominous feelings swelling within, he swiftly unfurled the scroll, his gaze sweeping over the hastily scrawled characters, and rage surged violently within his chest. White ink. You wretched scoundrel. Have you lost your mind? How dare you break off the engagement? You truly hold me in utter disregard. The atmosphere around Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly ominous, his anger manifesting as he crumpled the scroll in his hand into a tight ball. The sky gradually darkened. A chilling wind rustled the edges of Sarutobi's garments, and a pallor akin to a storm cloud crept across his wrinkled visage. He turned his gaze toward the Uchiha clan's direction, his voice rasping with barely contained fury. Uchiha White Ink, have you truly failed to suppress your rebellious thoughts? Or perhaps you find my choice of partner unsatisfactory. Sarutobi inhaled deeply, a facade of benevolence reappearing on his face, as if the previous chill had never existed. Summon Mito Gate Inn and Trin Koharu. We shall pay a visit to the Uchiha clan and ascertain their preparation for this alliance. Yes. Hokagesima. Meanwhile, in the darkest and most concealed corners of Konoha, Shimura Danzo, the master of the route, received the news at once. He gently caressed his bandaged right arm, his icy voice resonating in the damp, shadowy room. I have long warned Sarutobi Hiruzen that Uchiha white ink cannot be allowed to remain. For the genius prodigies of the Uchiha clan, the best fate is to offer up their eyes. Let us go, we shall also join the fray at the Uchiha clan, as Sarutobi set forth. Chaos erupted within the Uchiha clan. What? You say white ink has vanished. Chapter 2. The Supreme Medical Ninjutsu. The 100 Healings Mark. What? You say Hakaboku is missing? Have you searched thoroughly? Yes. We've combed through all the places where Hakaboku usually trains, but there's no sign of him. Fugaku's heart sank. Time was running out before the auspicious moment. If Hakaboku failed to appear, the entire wedding would be ruined. The Uchiha clan's reputation and prestige would be utterly destroyed. And worse, they would incur the wrath of the third Hokage. The consequences would be dire for the Uchiha. The Uchiha compound grew increasingly chaotic. Search. Send more people. We must find Hakaboku before the bridal procession arrives. Under Fugaku's orders, groups of Uchiha clansmen frantically scoured the area for any trace of Hakaboku. The clamor disturbed Hakaboku, who was meditating atop a roof beam. His brow furrowed slightly as he opened his eyes, revealing the intricate patterns of his Mangeki Sharingan. His cold gaze swept over the panicked Fugaku below. How noisy. If only they'd look up, they might see me. But then again, people rarely do. Of course, it also had to do with his ability to suppress his presence and remain unnoticed. Unfazed by the commotion, he closed his eyes once more and resumed his disciplined training. Hakaboku was a transmigrator. Upon arriving in the world of Naruto, he awakened the self-discipline deification system. By completing self-imposed tasks and maintaining rigorous daily training, he could grow stronger without limits. Ding. Current self-discipline task, precise chakra control. Progress, 97. Keep it up, host. Watching the progress bar steadily rise, Hakaboku's resolve deepened. He channeled his chakra, weaving it into the sky through ninjutsu. Screech. High above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Thousands of eagles circled and soared across a vast expanse. Their sharp eyes surveyed the land below, capturing every movement. This was not the rain tiger at will technique. It was an entirely different surveillance ninjutsu, eagle's gaze technique. As the deputy captain of the Uchiha police force, this was how he relaxed. Ahem, patrolled. Hiruzen Sarutobi, hands clasped behind his back, tilted his head toward the sky under the puzzled gazes of Kohari Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. His aged voice rumbled low. There seemed to be more eagles in Konoha lately. Before anyone could react, Hiruzen formed a one-handed seal and flung several shuriken into the sky. Wind release, gale shuriken technique. The wind carried the shuriken straight toward the soaring eagles. In an instant, thud, thud, thud. The shuriken struck true, piercing through the eagles' bodies. Blood rained down as the birds shrieked and plummeted, crashing into the ground before Hiruzen in a gruesome mess. Hiruzen examined the fallen eagles but found nothing unusual. There were no signs of manipulation. Was I merely being overly cautious? Sarutobi Hiruzen casually waved his hand, instructing the Umbu to swiftly clean up the area while there were few onlookers. Let us proceed. The Uchiha clan grounds lie ahead. We shall pay a proper visit. Chief, the Hokage has arrived. Fujitaka, whose countenance was already grave, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead upon hearing such words. How could he arrive so early? Is there still no sign of Hakumai? No, we have scoured all possible locations, yet the vice-captain's presence remains elusive. What could this person be plotting? How could he vanish at such a critical moment? Fujitaka took a deep breath, striving to quell his current state of mind. He then hurried toward the main gate with the Uchiha leadership. Let us go greet the Hokage. Any delay we can afford will be beneficial. Above the beams, Hakumai observed the departing crowd, leaving the vast shrine desolate. At that moment, a faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, "One cannot help but commend Sarutobi Hiruzen for his astuteness. Alas, those hawks were merely deployed to dispel your suspicions. There would naturally be no cause for concern." Sarutobi Hiruzen was a deeply contemplative and suspicious individual. At times, intentionally revealing weaknesses could induce a sense of relaxation in this seasoned man. Hakumei gazed out the window and continued, "The time is right. I suspect Ibido is on his way back now. I wonder how disheveled he will be." "Ah, well?" He is my brother after all. A little jesting is acceptable, but it would be unfortunate if it became too severe. Hakumai placed his palm gently over his cheek, adding, "After all, the Second Great War has only just concluded. Peace remains a distant prospect." In an instant, Hakumai's hand exerted force. Bang! A plume of smoke dissipated, revealing Hakumai's shadow clone. Meanwhile, in the distance of Konoha, beneath a precipice, Hakumai abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing the fleeting brilliance of the Sharingan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the self-discipline task, precise chakra control. Reward obtained, Advanced Medical Ninjutsu. Advanced Medical Ninjutsu. Beyond merely healing injuries, this ninjutsu significantly enhances one's combat capabilities, encompassing techniques such as healing wound destruction, chakra surgical scalpel, pump sage technique, sealing, and the 100 heal technique. The 100 heal technique, developed by Tsunade. This S-rank combat medical ninjutsu envelopes the user in seals, initiating rapid, automatic regeneration upon sustaining damage without disrupting their attack rhythm. When not in use, it can be harnessed through the S-rank medical sealing technique, sealing, condensing it into a singular point. It is an exceptionally practical ninjutsu. No wonder he deployed a multitude of shadow clones and connected them with numerous hawks for intensive training. It took a full 3 days to completely fill the progress bar. Yet, delightfully, his efforts did not go in vain. Just at that moment, Mo perceived a shift in the atmosphere. A soaring eagle spread its wings high above, casting its gaze upon the ground below. Instantly, it spotted numerous ninjas darting among the trees, racing swiftly into the distance. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Mo beheld the figures of Obito and a young girl. "Sister-in-law, I can assure you, there is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Be silent. How many times must I repeat myself? I am not your sister-in-law." Kushina Uzumaki was taken aback by Obito's audacity. Despite having witnessed the dissolution of their engagement, he still dared to address her as sister-in-law. How could he utter such words? In contrast, upon seeing Kushina, Obito seemed to lighten up, his smile blossoming even brighter. "It's all right, sister-in-law. Once we return, all you need to do is stand before my brother, and I assure you that oblivious man will surely fall for you. At that point, won't all misunderstandings be resolved?" Obito's chatter was unrelenting, while internally he lamented, "Brother, how can you be so foolish as to call off the engagement with such a beautiful sister-in-law? I genuinely worry for your single life. So, I don't mind being a bit wronged. You must rise to the occasion. If you don't bring her home, I shall no longer recognize you as my brother." However, just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a sharp twist of his ear. The intense pain forced a cry from his lips. "Ah?" In response, the fiery Kushina declared, "How many times must I tell you? I am not your sister-in-law. If you dare to speak nonsense again, believe me, I will pluck out your tongue." Yet, as her words echoed, a sudden chilling wind swept through the vicinity of the two. Chapter 3. I hear you are quite brave. The heart races. The leaves dance in the breeze. A cool, gentle wind caresses the two of them, sending a shiver through Uzumaki Kushina. She hastily releases her grip on Obito's ear, drawing a kunai from her waist, cautiously guarding against their surroundings. Obito, still processing the situation, observes Kushina's actions and inquires, "Sister-in-law, what is this?" Silence. We are being watched. Kushina's strength is formidable as a member of the Uzumaki clan. Her sensitivity to chakra is keen. 1, 2, no, 5 individuals. Just as her words suggested. A pair of eyes from the surrounding jungle fixates on them. These individuals are from the Cloud Village. Obito exclaims upon noticing the headbands they wear, gripping his kunai tightly. The two stand back to back, wary of the movements of the 5 ninjas. The aura emanating from these 5 shinobi is heavy, far surpassing that of Kushina and Obito. Feeling the weight of the atmosphere, Kushina's heart sinks further. Indeed, these are elite ninjas. Obito swallows hard, fear gripping him, rendering him nearly speechless. His body trembles slightly, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face, soaking his attire. This pitiful display elicits mocking chuckles from the 5 ninjas of the Cloud Village. "Ha ha, boss. We didn't mistake our target, did we? Is this fellow really from the Uchiha clan? How cowardly. Enough of that chatter. We need to complete our mission. We've lingered here long enough. This day was our purpose." Indeed, but I never anticipated that you two would come out on your own instead of being ambushed on the bridle path. A princess of the Uzumaki clan and a member of the Uchiha clan. If we can thoroughly study these two bloodlines, the strength of the Cloud Village will surely ascend to new heights. Obito, listening to the 5 elite ninjas, is unfazed by their banter. Their mocking words gnaw at his nerves, prompting him to clench his teeth and retort, "You dare underestimate the Uchiha clan? Aren't you afraid my brother will come after you? Your brother? Uchiha Hakumo? Ha ha ha. He is likely still in Konoha, waiting for you." Though uncertain why they chose not to take the bridal palanquin, it is evident that this situation favors them greatly. He licks his lips, his sharp gaze gleaming with derision as it fixates on the two. "As long as we take you away, even if Uchiha Hakumo arrives, he will never discover our whereabouts. Furthermore, even if he does come, how could he possibly contend with the 5 of us elite ninjas?" As the leader, Kurai commanded the remaining 4, advancing steadily towards Obito and Kushina. The provocation of words led Obito to disregard the tremors of his body. They underestimated themselves. However, underestimating his brother was utterly intolerable. In his eyes, Hakumai represented the pinnacle of strength. A kunai was hurled directly by Obito, hurtling towards Kurai with a piercing sound that sliced through the air. Seizing this opportunity, Obito swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. He concentrated chakra in his mouth, then placed his palm against his lips, unleashing a colossal fireball. In the face of the searing inferno before him, Kurai's expression only grew more mocking. Such trivial skills, he derided. Lightning style, lightning flash. After forming his seals, he pointed decisively, and a bolt of lightning effortlessly pierced the heart of the fireball. The explosion shattered the fireball, scattering flames across the forest floor. A raging fire ensnared everyone within its grasp, yet Kurai remained unfazed. "Enough wasting time. Since you refuse to surrender, do not blame us for being unmerciful. Watch out," Obito shouted. 3 of them converged, charging towards Kushina. Each of them crackled with arcs of electricity, the lightning chakra ravaging their bodies and amplifying their speed. Suddenly, a flurry of kunai darted towards Kushina. "No, this can't be happening. My body won't move. My chakra is completely sealed," Kushina thought in despair. At that moment, her once lovely face was marred with defeat, her delicate hands gripping the kunai, yet rendered incapable of action. She could only watch helplessly as they encroached upon her, the sharp tips of the kunai expanding ominously in her vision. The sky grew ever darker, and the rustling of leaves became increasingly pronounced. The oppressive atmosphere enveloped Kushina entirely. Just then, a powerful gust of wind howled, extinguishing the flame's intensity. A figure appeared before Kushina in an instant, a sly smile gracing his lips as his Sharingan eyes locked onto the 3 before him. Hakumai chuckled softly. "I heard your earlier proclamation, that your strength is sufficient to withstand me. I must say, you are quite brave." Before the trio could react, crimson patterns erupted from Hakumai's body. Like a no jutsu, a shallow crater was created as his chakra was unleashed. As the leaves danced in the air, Hakumai delivered a sweeping kick that struck one of them directly. With a resounding thud, the individual S-body flew away like a cooked shrimp, arching into the distance. Crack, 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 hundreds of trees were snapped clean in half. Countless leaves swirled together, dancing in tandem with Byakuya's movements. With a single fluid motion, he planted one foot firmly on the ground and lashed out with the other, sending another assailant flying. Like the one before, this man shattered through countless trees before collapsing, lifeless. It all happened too quickly, far too quickly for Kurei to even process. How? Why you? You're Uchiha Byakuya, but you're supposed to be in Konoha. Byakuya spared a glance at Obito, who was scrambling to evade in the distance, and smirked. "When my little brother is out here, what kind of elder brother would I be if I didn't ensure his safety?" Swish, swish. 2 kunai sliced through the air, embedding themselves in the hearts of 2 distant shinobi. Their bodies disintegrated into dust, becoming mere nutrients for the earth. This is. Obito finally snapped out of his daze, instinctively turning toward the source of the kunai. There, those crimson Mangeki Sharingan eyes locked onto him. In Byakuya's vision, the world was painted in hues of blood red, composed of countless lines and points. Strike along the lines, and all things could be severed. pierce through the points, and all things would crumble. This was the ultimate killing technique harbored within his left eye's Mangeki Sharingan. Gazing at his elder brother's back, Obito finally exhaled in relief. Bro, you finally came. I swear, they were talking trash about you earlier. Hearing Obito's childish tattling, Kushina finally snapped out of her shock. Staring at Byakuya before her, she felt her heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. This man was her fiancé? Had she just been saved by her own hero? Chapter 4. The Sham Marriage. A Shared Secret. Click, click. Bayemo stretched languidly, his crimson eyes settling upon Kurei with an inscrutable gaze. Layers of oppressive aura slowly enveloped the man, suffocating and inescapable. There was no escape. Only a desperate, last-ditch struggle remained. With this realization, a resolute glint flashed in Kurei's eyes. Lightning chakra surged across his body, heedless of whether his flesh could withstand such violent currents. Staring at Bayemo's approaching figure, his lips curled in mocking amusement, Kurei roared, "You forced my hand." 4 Snake Monkey Ram. Lightning release. 10,000 thunder orbs. As the hand seals completed, the sky darkened, clouds churning ominously overhead. Crackling thunder pressed down upon them, the weight of the storm nearly tangible. Chakra poured from Kurei in torrents. Countless electrified spheres of lightning surging toward Bayemo like a tempest. Be careful. Kushina's voice rang out from behind Bayemo. Her crimson locks swaying as her worried gaze remained fixed upon him. Bayemo merely arched a brow, glancing back at her before murmuring, "Child's play. Child's play." Kushina blinked in disbelief. Before she could react, Bayemo clenched his fist and pivoted, striking the very air itself. Amplified by the strength of 100 seal. A shock wave erupted, pulverizing the atmosphere. The resulting force surged outward, carrying with it shattered leaves, dispersed lightning, uprooted trees, swirling dust, and even the oppressive storm clouds, all obliterated in a single, devastating blast that carved a path 10,000 meters long. Before them, the earth had caved in, a yawning chasm stretching endlessly into the distance. Even Obito, who had witnessed Bayemo's might before, stood frozen in awe. "So strong. Brother, you've grown even stronger. Is this your true power?" Kushina whispered, realization dawning. The gap between them was vast, an insurmountable divide, as deep and unbridgeable as the chasm Bayemo had just wrought with a mere flick of his wrist. Before she could gather her thoughts, Bayemo strode toward Obito. The intricate markings on his body condensed, coalescing into a diamond-shaped seal upon the back of his left hand. "Obito, let's go. I've prepared a training regimen for you. Starting today, you'll push yourself to the limit. I won't tolerate hearing you call dead last ever again." At these words, Obito shuddered, trailing behind his brother. He could already envision the grueling trials awaiting him. Just then, "Wait." Kushina's voice, soft yet insistent, cut through the wind. A cool breeze brushed past Obito's ears. Overjoyed, he spun around, calling out, "Sis-in-law, you think my brother's being too harsh, right? Quickly help me say something nice. I don't want my brother's training. It could literally kill me." Hearing Toby call her sister-in-law right in front of Byakuren, Kushina didn't correct him this time. Instead, she felt her cheeks burn, a deep flush slowly spreading across her peach blossom complexion. Byakuren paused, glancing at Kushina with curiosity, silently waiting for her next words. Toby looked between Byakuren and Kushina, then suddenly grinned with understanding. "Oh, the weather is so pleasantly cool today. I'll wait for you two over there." With that, he strode away briskly, leaving the space to Byakuren and Kushina alone. Gazing into Byakuren's now normal eyes, Kushina took a deep breath and steeled her resolve. She had always been one to love and hate fiercely. Be Byakuren. Not be Byakuren, just Byakuren. Kushina. Choosing not to dwell on that, she steadied herself and continued, "Byakuren, let's talk about the engagement." Before he could respond, she pressed on. "This wedding was personally arranged by the third Hokage to place me by your side as his eyes and ears, monitoring you and the Uchiha clan." Byakuren regarded her with surprise. He hadn't expected Kushina to expose the true nature of this marriage so bluntly. She wasn't wrong. Precisely because of this, he had sent Toby with that letter of annulment. For Kushina, this was unjust. For the wedding, it was misfortune. For himself, it was a shackle. Rather than let the mistake persist from the start, it was better to sever it cleanly, to end the error at its inception. As for the consequences, the Hokage's pressure, the clan's expectations, Danzo's schemes, the scrutiny of the other noble families, he would bear them alone. Yet just as Byakuren reached this conclusion, Kushina took another step forward, boldly grasping his hand. "Let us get married," she declared firmly. "Huh?" Byakuren blinked, staring at her in disbelief. Kushina continued, "Don't worry. I won't leak anything to the third Hokage, nor will I interfere with your life. Train as you wish. I won't pry into your affairs." "You mean a fake marriage?" "Exactly," she affirmed. "This way, the wedding proceeds, the third's dignity remains intact, and you won't face overwhelming pressure. Everything can return to normal." Pausing, she met his gaze steadily. "And this will be our shared secret, buried deep within our hearts." A shared secret. Byakuren felt the warmth of Kushina's palm, his eyes lingering on her. He couldn't deny it. Her proposal stirred something in him. But it was already too late. Gently withdrawing his hand, he murmured, "Even if you return now to prepare, there's simply isn't enough time." With the temperament of Saratobi Izashi, he would undoubtedly harbor suspicions, and it is likely that the news of the broken engagement has already reached his ears. At this moment, he should have been informed about the events transpiring within the Uzumaki clan. Kushina's expression faltered as a sudden realization struck her. She had indeed torn apart the wedding attire. Without the ceremonial garment, this wedding would ultimately remain incomplete. Consequently, both the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans would find themselves ridiculed by the other families, their dignity tarnished. As the remnants of clouds gradually dissipated, a gentle light broke through the heavens, casting a warm glow upon the earth. "Perhaps I can assist you in resolving this matter." As the words left her lips, both Hakumo and Kushina turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, where Tsunade's figure emerged in their view. Her pale yellow hair, the bluish-purple markings, fair skin, and the concealed phoenix beneath her garments formed a striking visual impact, stimulating their senses intensely. "Tsunade, what brings you here?" Tsunade glanced at the extensive pit beside her and replied, "I did not wish to come, but the esteemed one at home insisted that I return, declaring it imperative for me to represent the Senju clan at this wedding. Thus, I had no choice but to comply." After a brief pause, she continued, "However, who would have known that while I was merely traversing the path, I would nearly be caught in someone's attack?" Tsunade's gaze fell upon the mark on Hakumo's hand. Expressing her curiosity, "I must admit, I am quite intrigued by you. Now, quit standing there in a daze and follow me. I shall escort you to the Senju clan's territory, but be wary of being discovered by the third Zumbu. Those fellows are as bothersome as flies." As Tsunade's words settled in, Kushina finally reacted. "The esteemed one at home. Is it Lady Uzumaki Mido?" Tsunade grinned widely. "Indeed, it is she. You should know she specifically requested to see you, little girl of the Uzumaki clan." Chapter 5. Soaring Through the Skies. The most beautiful bride. Chirp. 1 eagle. 2 eagles. 3 eagles. Who knew this forest harbored so many of these majestic creatures? Obito lay sprawled across a felled tree, arms cradling his head as his gaze wandered across the sky, muttering to himself. Perhaps he had stared at the eagles for too long, for a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Obito yawned widely, unable to suppress it. Before rolling off the tree and trudging toward where Mo and Kushina had been moments ago. "I wonder how things went between my brother and his wife. I hope he seizes this opportunity. Otherwise, he might really end up alone forever." Arriving at the spot where Mo and Kushina had conversed, Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. "Where are they? Where is my brother? Did they ditch me to enjoy some alone time? At least they could be told me." As he stomped his feet in frustration, his grumbling was abruptly cut short. 2 eagles swooped down from the sky, their powerful wings beating against the wind before landing on his arms, their talons gripping tightly. In an instant, they lifted him into the air. The sudden weightlessness engulfed Obito in sheer panic, his legs flailing wildly as he screamed, brother, you tricked me again." His shrill cries echoed below, drawing laughter from Mo, who squinted up at the sky with amusement. "Foolish little brother, since you couldn't keep up, enjoy the aerial view for a while." Besides Tsunade, Shizen, cradling her pig, couldn't suppress a soft chuckle at Mo's words. She had always heard of Uchiha by Mo's genius. but she never expected his personality to be so delightfully mischievous. We're approaching the Senju clan's territory. I'll inform Lady Mito, Shizen said before hurrying toward the main residence, leaving Kushina, by Emo, and Tsunade to step into the grand hall. The hall was vast and imposing, yet sparsely decorated. With only a few scattered tables and chairs, Kushina glanced around curiously. Tsunade, has it always been this empty here? For the first time, Tsunade seemed flustered, instinctively rubbing her nose. Well, it's not that bad. By Emo, settling into a chair with an amused smirk, teased. Did you gamble it all away and lose the furnishings? Tsunade coughed awkwardly, swiftly changing the subject. Ahem, Kushina, take a seat. We'll wait for Grandmother Mito. With a light step, Kushina moved to the chair beside by Mo's left side and sat down. A delicate and subtle fragrance wafted silently to the tip of Baimo's nose. At that moment, however, Baimo had already closed his eyes, circulating the chakra within him, continuously refining his own energy. Such disciplined and arduous training astonished Tsunade immensely. It was no wonder that at such a young age, Baimo possessed such formidable power. It was likely a direct result of his rigorous training habits. Yet, what puzzled Tsunade the most was the appearance of a unique sealing technique he had created for himself. Just as Tsunade's curiosity about Baimo deepened, the distant sound of wooden clogs meeting the ground began to grow louder. Shizen was assisting Uzumaki Mito as they entered the main hall of the Senju clan. In a low yet powerful voice, devoid of hoarseness, she stated, I have heard from Shizun about your matters. I will join you for the wedding this time. Uzumaki Kushina quickly moved to Mito's side, supporting her from the other side, and sweetly remarked, Grandma Mito, let me help you sit down. Ha ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. Mito chuckled, surprised at how quickly time had flown. The little girl from before had blossomed into such a lovely young woman, clearly one who would bear children well. A flush spread across Uzumaki Kushina's cheeks as she stole a glance at Baimo. At that moment, Baimo slowly opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of Uzumaki Mito. Instantly, his pupils involuntarily constricted. In his line of sight, he could only perceive a surging, crimson aura emanating from Uzumaki Mito. It was the chakra of the nine tails. The seal was loosening. Was it due to her life force gradually nearing its end? Baimo furrowed his brows, yet Uzumaki Mito seemed oblivious to it. She approached and stood before Baimo, exclaiming, Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I remember when you were of this age, Hashirama could not exude such a prolonged aura. Baimo rose, slightly bowing to Mito, observing the proper etiquette before replying, You flatter me. Flatter you? Ha ha ha. How could that possibly be flattery? Uzumaki Mito, seated in the main chair, gazed at Baimo with a warm expression and continued, Little one, I am exceedingly pleased with you. With your talent and lineage, given time, you shall undoubtedly carve out your place in the future of the ninja world. Then are you not concerned about my family? After all, I am a member of the Uchiha clan. The atmosphere in the main hall grew increasingly tense. Shizun positioned herself at the door, gently closing it. Tsunade looked at Baimo in surprise, and even Uzumaki Kushina sat up straight, all eyes drawn to Baimo unexpectedly. Mito seemed not to take it to heart at all. My husband is Senju Hashirama, who founded the village alongside Uchiha Madara. From the very beginning, the Senju and Uchiha clans have never truly separated. On the contrary, it has been the repeated mistakes of the second and third generations that have caused the Uchiha clan to be increasingly disregarded. Ultimately, the one suffering is you, child. Uzumaki Mito gazed at the figure of Hakumai before her, her somewhat murky eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if reminiscing about the cherished memories of yore. As the wife of Senju Hashirama, she was acutely aware of the profound bond shared between the Senju and Uchiha clans. If not for the exclusion imposed by Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, might Konoha have grown even more formidable? Observing Mito's expression, Hakumai pressed her lips together and replied, No, you exaggerate. Mito sighed inwardly, knowing that her mere words would not alter the environment of Konoha, nor would they reshape Hakumai's perceptions. Yet, if this wedding were to proceed, the true amalgamation of the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans would come to fruition. Thus, the future would undoubtedly shine even more brilliantly. Tsunade, fetch me the pure white garments. I shall personally adorn Kushina. Today, she is the most resplendent bride of our Uzumaki clan. Chapter 6. The Audacity of the Uchiha. The resplendent light of the moon filtered through the windows, casting a serene glow within the main hall. Uzumaki Mito gazed into the mirror at Kushina, her hands marked by age, delicately wielding a comb as she brushed the ends of Kushina's fiery red hair, an even more vibrant hue than her own in her youth. Mito found herself captivated, as if she were caressing her own lost youth. The atmosphere grew increasingly elegant and tranquil. Bayamo observed Mito with great care as she skillfully styled Kushina's hair into an elegant bun, which was ultimately concealed beneath the pristine hood of her wedding garment, revealing only Kushina's exquisite and playful features. "How beautiful!" Mito exclaimed softly, admiring Kushina's reflection. This prompted Kushina's eyes to sparkle with joy as she turned to Bayamo, her voice filled with excitement. "Do I look good?" Bayamo offered no words, merely gazing deeply for a while before reluctantly averting his eyes. "I should prepare as well," Kushina said, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she watched Bayamo depart her line of sight, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the moment he had rescued her. Her heart racing anew. "I'll fetch Grandpa's ceremonial Haori and Hakama," Tsunade declared, hastily following Bayamo out. "Bayamo, if there are any questions, let us wait until after the ceremony. Time is of the essence." Bayamo, standing outside the room, interrupted Tsunade's words with a subtle snap of his fingers. With a swoosh, an eagle released its grip, sending Obito plummeting toward the ground. "Ah, brother, you lack honor." "A sneak attack," Obito cried out as he neared the earth, a mischievous glint in his eye as he flailed his arms. "Catch me, please. You must catch me." Bayamo, well aware of his little brother's antics, wore a sly smile and replied, "Next time, for sure." With that, he stepped aside, deftly allowing Obito to miss his landing. Thud! The ground trembled slightly as dust rose around Obito, whose fingers twitched before he fell utterly still. Seeing this, Bayamo lightly prodded Obito with his foot, teasing, "All right, Obito, I hardly think that fall could knock you out. Get up and tidy yourself. The Real show is about to begin." Obito, lying on the ground, peeked up at Bayamo. Upon realizing his ruse had been uncovered, he forced a grin, springing up with grace as he dusted himself off. "All right, brother, let us get to it." The two followed Tsunade into the room, soon discovering the ceremonial Haori and Hakama once worn by Senju Hashirama, a magnificent, jet-black ensemble. Adorned with golden threads, intricately patterned with vertical stripes, the hem of the garment gracefully descended, resting just below the waist. As Hakaboku donned the attire, paired with his handsome features and tousled hair, he wore the Monsuki Haori Hakama with a charisma surpassing even that of Senju Hashirama. In mere moments, Hakaboku and Kushina, having changed into their ceremonial garments, emerged from their respective chambers and stood before each other. Their gazes intertwined as a gentle breeze whispered between them. Hakaboku beheld Kushina in her pristine shuramuku, her saintly purity evoking an involuntary spark of awe in his eyes. Only then did he softly murmur, "You are breathtaking." Uzumaki Kushina's heart fluttered, her sunlit eyes radiant as she gazed back at him, replying with equal sincerity, "And you are exceedingly dashing." Both knew this was but a staged ceremony. Yet every moment of this wedding felt undeniably real. Obito, glancing skyward, cleared his throat before announcing in a booming voice, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Let us proceed." At his declaration, Tsunade, Shizen, and Obito led the procession, followed closely by Uzumaki Mito. Behind them walked Hakaboku and Kushina, side by side. Together, they turned and strode toward Konoha, their steps united. Given the proximity of the Senju compound to the village compared to the Uzumaki lands, Hakaboku surmised their arrival at the Uchiha estate would coincide perfectly with the palanquin's schedule, ensuring seamless alignment with the sacred temple rites. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha ancestral hall, Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen stood locked in a silent confrontation. Fugaku's robes clung damply with nervous sweat, his expression taut with suppressed tension. In contrast, Hiruzen's lips curled in a mocking smirk, his demeanor unnervingly composed as he taunted, "Patriarch Fugaku, the guests gather in growing numbers. Yet where is Hakaboku?" Lowering his voice to a venomous whisper, he pressed further, "Surely you haven't failed to locate him? Their exchange, though hushed, cast a palpable weight over the assembled clans. None were fools. The unfolding power play was unmistakable. Hige Hayashi, seated rigidly among them, observed the scene with sharpened focus. He recognized Hiruzen's veracity. Should Fugaku falter in delivering an acceptable resolution, the Uchiha would bleed profusely. Should Fugaku resort to defiance, it would merely arm Hiruzen with justification to dismantle the clan entirely. The optimal outcome? Submission. A wedding executed under Hiruzen's exacting terms, shackling the Uchiha irrevocably beneath his surveillance. An inescapable stratagem. Lord Dance has arrived. The voice of the attendant echoed at the entrance, and for a moment, everyone was taken aback. Turning their astonished gazes towards a figure shrouded in darkness, who was leisurely striding towards Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Uchiha Fugaku. With each step he took, the expressions of those gathered in the ancestral hall grew increasingly somber. Danzo has actually arrived? Who would have imagined that this wedding would attract Danzo's presence? If this wedding were to be ruined, it would surely spell disaster for the Uchiha clan. It can only be said that the Uchiha clan is on the brink of calamity. As the leader of Root, Danzo rarely made public appearances, but each time he did, it signified the onset of misfortune. Uchiha Fugaku, I ask you, where is Uchiha Hakumai? Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, hurriedly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and rose to respond, he will be here shortly. Yet, Danzo, upon hearing this, wore a contemptuous smile. He will be here shortly? Do you truly expect me to believe in the fabrications of your Uchiha clan? Danzo approached the seat opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen, settling into the mahogany chair. He cast a penetrating gaze at the third Hokage, and with a flick of his sleeve, he scoffed coldly. Are you aware that the audacious Hakumai has delivered a letter of withdrawal to the Uzumaki clan, thereby irreparably sabotaging this wedding? I must say, you Uchiha truly possess remarkable audacity. Chapter 7. Oppression. 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 What? A broken engagement? Surely, I must be mistaken. That scoundrel by Imo dares to call off the engagement? How audacious of him. Who does he think he is to make such a decision? Indeed, it is utterly inconceivable. No wonder Uchiha Fugaku is in such a state of panic. If I were in his position, I would have lost my mind by now. It appears that the Uchiha clan is facing dire straits. The ancestral hall is in disarray, filled with a stifling atmosphere. Many clan leaders squint their eyes in unison, unable to bear the brilliance emanating from Danzo. Oh, Daddy, I'm scared. This grandfather is so fierce. Kurenai leaped onto the shoulders of her father, shrinking into a small ball, weeping in his embrace. Numerous clan heads had brought their children to offer congratulations. With Kurenai's cries, a ripple effect ensued, leading many children to wail in unison. As the sound of weeping filled the air, Danzo's grin widened maliciously. Fugaku, are you aware of the consequences of Baimo's actions? What fate awaits the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku raised his gaze towards Danzo, his fists clenching involuntarily. He clearly discerned the hidden greed in Danzo's eyes. In stark contrast to Sarutobi Hiruzen's pretentious benevolence, Danzo was refreshingly blunt. He had already reduced the Uchiha clan to mere prey, as if he could butcher them at will. Fugaku took a deep breath, his resolve solidifying. He scanned the room filled with clan leaders and, addressing Danzo and the third Hokage, declared with authority, esteemed guests, I can assure you on behalf of the Uchiha clan's reputation that this wedding will be executed flawlessly. I implore you to remain calm and await the auspicious hour for the ceremony. With that, Uchiha Fugaku seated himself in the position of the clan head, closing his eyes. Resolutely ignoring the crowd, he offered no opportunity for inquiries. Yet, those present understood that Fugaku's confident demeanor was a mere facade. Deep within, he fervently prayed for Baimo's timely arrival. Observing the beads of cold sweat trickling down Fugaku's forehead, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Although the failure of the wedding could jeopardize his control over Uchiha Baimo, he could still compel the Uchiha clan to yield greater benefits to stabilize his own rule. For instance, he could seize this opportunity to take full command of the Uchiha Guard, thereby firmly grasping the clan's remaining authority. Meanwhile, Danzo greedily surveyed the Uchiha clansmen, yearning to plunder their Sharingan to the fullest extent. With an ample supply of Uchiha eyes, his power would undoubtedly amplify. Danzo stifled his mounting excitement, his hands involuntarily rubbing together. Yet, above all, what he desired most was indeed Uchiha by Mo's Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Hakumo, I implore you not to approach for marriage. Only in this manner can I justifiably act against you. Contemplating this, Danzo extended his tongue to moisten his cracked lips, his face shrouded in shadows. Both individuals, consumed by their inner greed, sat silently in their respective positions, acutely aware of the seconds slipping away, eagerly anticipating the auspicious moment. Only the faint, veiled cries of children occasionally echoed within the shrine. Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow, perturbed by the surrounding wails, an expression of displeasure subtly manifesting on his countenance. Just as he was about to speak, Uchiha Fugaku stood up first, addressing the assembly. There remains some time before the wedding commences. Feel free to wander about and refresh your spirits. Yuhi Kurenai was taken aback by Fugaku's unexpected benevolence. He rose and nodded, leading Kurenai outside. With Kurenai at the forefront, many exchanged glances, and similarly accompanied by their children, they followed suit. Kurenai, do you believe the Uchiha clan will weather this calamity? Hyuga Hayashi hastened to Kurenai's side, whispering. Kurenai silently shook her head. Mark my words, should the Uchiha clan fail to overcome this ordeal, the other clans will swiftly turn upon them. After devouring Uchiha's resources, Konoha will sprout anew. Just as the Senju clan once did, so too will the Uchiha clan face a similar fate. More clans will rally behind the Sarutobi, amplifying their influence. The two conversed in hushed tones, their gazes occasionally sweeping over the avarice and covetousness hidden within the eyes of those around them, their hearts swelling with indignation. For if Sarutobi Hizashi could target the Uchiha clan, he could just as easily set his sights on them. Their family strength could not possibly endure as the Uchiha had, under the relentless pressure from Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, and others. It wouldn't be long before the Uchiha's decline would signal peril for them as well. Dad, look ahead. It seems so lively. At that moment, Kurenai's daughter bounced over to her father, tugging at Kurenai's sleeve, urging him toward the distance. Slow down, there are many people here. Do be careful not to bump into anyone. Before he could finish, Kurenai froze, his body seemingly stiffened, standing blankly in place. Sensing Kurenai's odd behavior, Hyuga Hayashi promptly followed suit, his gaze cutting through the crowd, landing on a nearby figure. His expression shifted dramatically, shock evident on his face. Unable to restrain himself, he turned to Kurenai and questioned, Am I hallucinating? And no. Kurenai stammered, just as she heard her daughter's curious tone rise. Daddy, who are they? They are the protagonists of this wedding, and even the Hokage must regard them with utmost respect. The Crimson Sun hesitated for a moment, as if awakening to a realization, and turned its gaze towards Hinata and Hinata. The two appeared to share an unspoken understanding, nodding in unison. The leader of the Hinata clan was taken aback by the delightful surprise brought forth by Hakumo. Indeed, it was initially presumed that the Uchiha clan was akin to prey, yet it was unforeseen that Hakumo would bring that individual to our side. Perhaps the future of Konoha is not as disheartening as we once imagined. The flames of Konoha's legacy shall continue to endure. Let us proceed to the shrine. We must inform the head of the Uchiha clan and the Hokage to convey the news that Uchiha Hakumo and Uzumaki Kushina have arrived. Chapter 8. The Frustrated Sarutobi Hiruzen. The echoes of jubilant cheers cascaded like a beautiful melody, igniting an enchanting atmosphere throughout Konoha, triggering a chain reaction. Commencing from the outermost streets, a plethora of exclamations began to surface. Look, look, look! There stand the groom and bride. Ah, Hakuma is truly dashing. I wish to bear his child. Dream on. Just look at the bride beside him. How could he ever notice you? So what? At least I'm on fire. Ahead lay the Uchiha clan's territory, where many awaited to witness the Uchiha's misfortunes. Tsunade spoke softly, then turned to glance at Hakumai. His eyes were tranquil, a subtle aura of chakra swirling around him. Goodness, is he even training while walking? Tsunade thought, her admiration for him growing. Let us proceed, lest we miss the appointed hour. Hakumai reassured the somewhat anxious Kushina beside him. Do not fret, I am here. MHM. Kushina cast a gentle glance at Hakumai, her fragrant shoulders occasionally brushing against his as they walked side by side, eliciting a broad smile from Uzumaki Mito. Unbeknownst to Hakumai, Mito's expression was one of joy as they ambled towards the Uchiha estate. With each step deeper into the streets, the fervor of the crowd swelled exponentially. Hyuga Hayashi and Akimichi Chza promptly relayed the news of Hakumai and Kushina's arrival to Fugaku. Uchiha clan leader, the groom, and bride have arrived. The two shared a tacit understanding, refraining from mentioning anyone else. As the announcement settled, a myriad of expressions adorned the faces of those within the shrine. Fugaku opened his eyes, filled with profound hope. Could it be that Hakumai and Kushina had come? He was certain Hakumai would not disappoint him. In stark contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura exhibited differing reactions. One's demeanor shifted, his aura growing heavy as if lost in contemplation, while the other wore a shadowy expression, brimming with regret, as if wishing for the wedding's failure. The curiosity among other clan leaders and elite shinobi regarding the unfolding events of the wedding intensified. With a deep sigh, Fugaku exhaled a heavy breath. Rising from his seat, he turned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, proposing, "Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo, you were so concerned about Hakumai earlier. Now that he has arrived, why not step outside to greet them?" Hiruzen's lips twitched slightly, clearly unprepared for such a swift turn of events. He inhaled deeply, regaining his composure, a shadowy smile returning to his face. "Of course, it is Hakumai's wedding day. We must go out to welcome them." With that, Hiruzen clasped his hands behind his back and strode towards the exit. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the insincere, forced smile of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and an almost uncontrollable grin spread across his face. His heart brimmed with delight. He had long harbored disdain for this old man, who had just moments ago exuded an air of dominance as if he had the Uchiha clan firmly in his grasp. Now, witnessing this pitiful display, it felt like a cathartic release for him. "Lord Danzo, aren't you going to step outside and take a look?" Fugaku eagerly directed an invitation towards Danzo. At that moment, Danzo felt as though an enormous weight was pressing down upon his chest. A seething rage filled his mind. Clenching his fists, he retorted, "No? If you wish to go, then go without me." "Ah, very well. Then we shall take our leave, but we kindly request that you remain seated for a while longer." "Lord Danzo." Fugaku found Danzo's defeated expression to be the most comical he had ever witnessed. Today was destined to be a delightful day. As the crowd observed Fugaku's exclamation, he and Sarutobi Hiruzen made their way toward the Uchiha shrine. After a brief moment of hesitation, others soon reached their own decisions. Observing their choices, Hyuga Hayashi lingered at the rear, murmuring softly, "Why, hi Kurenai, it seems we must pay closer attention to Uchiha Hakumai. He is quite remarkable." Indeed, who would have anticipated that what seemed an insurmountable dilemma would be so readily resolved by Hakumai? At that moment, Danzo watched as the crowd followed Sarutobi Hiruzen and Fugaku depart, feeling utterly humiliated. Bang! Danzo's palm struck the table within the shrine, suffusing the air with a chilling tension. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Hakumai, I, Shimura Danzo, will remember today as humiliation. Should I seize an opportunity, you shall learn the true meaning of regret." With a swift motion of his arm, Danzo vanished from the shrine. Meanwhile, beneath the warm sunlight and amidst the cheerful laughter, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted toward the jubilant crowd. He had not anticipated that Hakumai would continue the wedding ceremony even after delivering the annulment letter. This caught him completely off guard. However, this turn of events could work to his advantage. As long as the wedding proceeded smoothly, he could indirectly control Uchiha Hakumai through Uzumaki Kushina, thereby brainwashing him, making Hakumai a pivotal pawn in his grasp of the Uchiha clan. The forced smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became increasingly genuine, radiating warmth as he appeared to be a concerned elder for the younger generation, embodying humility. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically. His previously squinted eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of incredulity flashing within them. His entire being seemed to freeze in place. "Wait, why? Why is Uzumaki Mito here? She is so advanced in age. How could she leave the ancestral grounds of the Senju clan? Is she not fearful of the nine tails within her breaking free from its seal and rampaging? Or perhaps, is she doing this for the sake of Hakumen and Kushina?" Saratobi Hiruzen immediately sensed the presence of the Nine Tails emanating from Uzumaki Mido, amidst the throngs of people. The aura of the Nine Tails shone like a beacon in the night. Saratobi Hiruzen could not help but clench his teeth, diverting his gaze from Uzumaki Mido to focus on Hakumen and Kushina. The two were adorned in the wedding attire of Senja Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido, walking shoulder to shoulder toward the Uchiha clan's position amidst the cheers of the crowd. Observing the harmonious pairing of Uchiha Hakumen and Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Fugaku's smile could not help but spread across his face. Head of the clan, Uchiha Hakumen lifted his gaze to Fugaku, his voice cool and resonant. Sensing the increasingly profound aura surrounding Hakumen, Fugaku exclaimed in astonishment, "Hakumen, you seem to have grown stronger." After saying this, Uchiha Fugaku slapped his forehead, chuckling heartily. "Look at me, still talking at a time like this. Today marks a significant event in your life. Come, let us proceed to the shrine. Let us perform the rites and extend our blessings to the newlyweds." "Yes." Hakumen nodded, leading Uzumaki Kushina briskly toward the shrine. However, as they passed by Saratobi Hiruzen, Hakumen's gaze lingered on him for a moment. He had etched the events of this wedding into his memory. "Saratobi Hiruzen, some matters may not unfold as you envision. Let us see whose dominion the future truly belongs to." A confident smile graced Hakumen's lips, piercing Saratobi Hiruzen's vision like a brilliant flash. Chapter 9. The newlyweds enter the bridal chamber. Before the Uchiha clan's grand entrance, numerous Uchiha clan members stood on either side, their gazes towards Hakumo and Kushina brimming with excitement. Tsunade, feeling the intensity of their stares, could not help but pause, allowing Hakumo and Kushina to be the first to step through the grand doors. "It is indeed a rare occasion. I never imagined I would witness my dear brother finding love in my lifetime," Uchiha Obito murmured as he watched their retreating figures, his voice laced with heartfelt satisfaction, akin to witnessing his brother's growth. "Are you not afraid that Hakumo might overhear your words and play a trick on you?" Ino quietly remarked from the side, causing Obito to momentarily falter, instinctively glancing at the soaring eagle overhead. He feigned a cough, adopting a serious demeanor, and gestured with his arm. Addressing Tsunade and Ino, "The time has come, let us proceed inside." "Indeed." Tsunade nodded slightly, following Ino as they trailed behind the Uchiha clan members into the ancestral hall. On the expansive street, aside from the passers-by of Konoha village, only Saratobi Hizashi and Uzumaki Mido remained. Mido's calm gaze fell upon Saratobi Hizashi, and after an indeterminate period, she softly spoke, "Saratobi Hizashi, you too have aged." "Indeed, time passes swiftly, like a fleeting shadow." Hizashi replied in agreement, adding, "I still remember when Lord Hashirama wed you. I was merely a ninja standing by. Now, witnessing familiar garments adorning the newlyweds once more, I cannot help but feel a sense of nostalgia, as memories of the past resurface." Mido understood Hizashi's unspoken implications, sensing his desire to gauge her sentiments. Casually waving her hand, she smiled. "Hizashi, you know I prefer to steer clear of political affairs. How Konoha is governed is your own concern. However, there are lines that must not be crossed. It is time to ease the pressure on the Uchiha clan. After all, Hakumo and Kushina are a couple I hold in high regard. My purpose for coming here is to personally officiate their wedding. It is within my capacity to do so." A shadow flickered in Hizashi's eyes, his aura growing heavier. Yet, he maintained his facade, allowing the smile on his face to deepen. "Lady Mido, the hour grows late. Let us enter." "Very well." Inside the ancestral hall, the guests took their seats in succession. Uzumaki Mido replaced Saratobi Hizashi as the officiant for Hakumo and Kushina's wedding. Following Mido's guidance, Hakumo and Kushina approached the front of the hall under the watchful eyes of the assembly. As Mido beheld the couple adorned in exquisite attire, she could not help but reminisce about her own wedding day. Her face radiated a beautiful smile of reminiscence, her voice steady as the wedding commenced. The first ritual, the cleansing ceremony. Uzumaki Mizuho gently exhaled, casting a glance at Saratobi Hizashi beside her, under the astonished gazes of the attendees. Hizashi respectfully accepted the willow branch from Fugaku and presented it to Mizuho. It was as if Hizashi had willingly relinquished the authority to preside over the wedding, signifying that this ceremony was veering towards a direction beyond his control. simultaneously elevating the esteem in which Uchiha Hakumo was held by the crowd. Holding the verdant willow branch, Mizuho softly sprinkled it upon Hakumo and Kushina. Delicate droplets of dew cascaded from the leaves, adorning the air with a refreshing fragrance. The second ritual commenced, the offering of the feast. Hakumo and Kushina exchanged glances, jointly lifting the white dish beside them, which displayed an exquisite array of culinary delights. Under Mizuho's guidance, they placed the dish before the shrine. The third ritual followed, the words of blessing. As Mizuho's voice resonated, everyone present rose and gathered on either side behind Hakumo and Kushina, listening intently to Mizuho's blessings, offering prayers for the newlyweds. The fourth ritual, the cup of vows. Mizuho poured the carefully prepared sacred wine into the cups and presented them to Hakumo and Kushina in turn. The fragrant wine, upon touching the air, enveloped the shrine in a heady atmosphere. Within the shrine, they exchanged cups, vowing to be husband and wife. Uzumaki Kushina, cradling her cup, turned to face Hakumo, extending her fair palm and gently uttering, "Husband, I look forward to your guidance henceforth." The wine did not intoxicate, yet there was an undeniable enchantment in the air. Hakumo found Kushina increasingly captivating. After all, this was merely a false marriage. Grasping his cup, he steadied his heart and mind, his gaze deepening as he clinked glasses with Kushina. As they drank the sacred wine in unison, Hakumo declared, "From now on, I look forward to your guidance." Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. A, in a fit of rage, smashed his cup onto the ground, the shards scattering across the floor. With fury etched upon his face, he bellowed at Mabui, "Are they all dead? 5 Jonin couldn't bring back a single girl from the Uzumaki clan?" The dark-skinned Mabui dared not meet A's furious gaze, nearly burying her head in the feathers of her blue phoenix. "Lord A, based on intelligence from the front lines, it is highly probable that Uchiha Hakumo was responsible for the deaths of Kurai and his companions. He is the husband of Uzumaki Kushina, who is marrying today." Instead of awaiting Kushina's arrival at home, he issued a letter of withdrawal, prompting her to leave her clan, thereby luring Kurai and his group into action. This can be deemed as a premeditated scheme to heroically rescue the fair maiden by eliminating them outside. Upon hearing Mabui's words, A gritted his teeth, muttering Hakumo's name in fury. "Uchiha Hakumo, is it? I will remember him. Since he dares to slay our Jonin from the hidden cloud village, we shall not hold back. Mabui, have Killer Bee lead a team to lay an ambush. Ensure they are captured and drained of their very essence. Their bloodline limits shall be mercilessly studied. I shall make them writhe in agony." Mabui instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving the Raikage's command, she swiftly exited the chamber. "Understood. Lord A, I shall inform Lord Killer Bee at once." Meanwhile, Baemo drained the divine wine from his cup in a single motion. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly casual actions had sparked such elaborate conjectures in Mabui's mind. Not that it would have troubled him even if he had known, for at this very moment, he was immersed in the final rite of the ceremony. As Uzumaki Mito's voice rang out with solemn grandeur, the last ritual, newlyweds, proceed to the bridal chamber. Chapter 10, A New Discipline Task. Uzumaki Mito let out a soft chuckle. The grand ancestral hall was utterly silent, with every gaze in the room fixed upon Hakaboku and Kushina. Kushina's delicate face flushed crimson, like a ripe apple, tempting one to take a gentle bite. Hakaboku lifted his eyes and met Uzumaki Mito's gaze. As if sensing his thoughts, Mito smiled and said, "Go ahead. With me here, no one would dare cause trouble." Uchiha Hakaboku nodded. His greatest concern was that Sarutobi Hiruzen might suddenly intervene. Regardless of other matters, even the slightest disruption to his training routine was unacceptable. "Let's go." Hakaboku extended his hand and boldly clasped Kushina's delicate fingers. Her fair skin was smooth and tender, like warm jade against his touch. Hand in hand, they entered his private chamber. Compared to its usual simplicity, the room was now adorned with festive decorations, exuding an atmosphere akin to a bridal chamber. Suddenly, the silence was broken by Kushina. Her luminous eyes gazed at Hakaboku, her rosy lips parting slightly. Hakaboku. HM? Should we, now?" Kushina felt her body burning with heat, a sensation she had experienced countless times that day. "Yes, it's time to prepare." With that, Hakaboku swiftly removed his outer garments, revealing his toned upper body. The sight made Kushina instinctively cover her eyes, yet curiosity compelled her to peek through the gaps between her fingers. Hakaboku glanced at her. What's wrong? Why such a reaction? I'm just changing into training clothes. Uzumaki Kushina wished she could vanish into the ground. She had assumed his actions implied something far more intimate, only to realize he was merely preparing for training. Her embarrassment gradually faded. Gazing at him, her voice trembled slightly. And nothing. Go ahead and train. Just don't let anyone see you. Otherwise, they'll surely criticize you. After a pause, she added, after all, this is our secret promise, isn't it? Hakaboku paused, then smiled faintly. Indeed, a promise between just the two of us. Once dressed, his figure flickered, vanishing from the room, leaving Kushina alone. She cradled the clothes he had just removed, as if they still carried his lingering warmth. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she hugged them tightly, a soft smile gracing her lips. Hakaboku, I'll never give up on you. One day, you'll surely come to love me. Ding. Discipline task issued. Refined rune engraving. The electronic voice of the system abruptly resonated in Baimo's mind. Gazing at the electronic screen visible only to him, Baimo appeared momentarily stunned. Fine runic engravings. What could this possibly be? A gentle breeze caressed him, and the leaves danced gracefully. Perched on the branch of a towering tree, Baimo lifted his gaze to the boundless sky, his thoughts spiraling into contemplation. Runes are predominantly employed in sealing techniques, crafted through the inscription of various characters to achieve specific effects. The text on a summoning scroll, for instance, is a form of runic engraving. In other words, this self-imposed task is to master the art of runic engraving and its application. Swish. A kunai was deftly retrieved from his ninja tool pouch by Baimo, its sharp tip glimmering with a chilling radiance. With a swift motion, in an instant, the cold light burst forth. Several minuscule characters materialized on the tree. Ding. Self-imposed task. Fine runic engraving. Current progress, 005. Observing the progress bar's increment, Baimo's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he had anticipated, continuous practice of the runes would augment the progress. If that is the case, then, shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. A plethora of smoke billowed around the tree. Thousands of Baimos sat cross-legged upon the branches, embarking on their unique engraving training. Regrettably, this extraordinary scene was noticed by but one individual. The gentle breeze rustled her tea-green, black-edged long coat, accentuating her voluptuous figure. She murmured softly, I knew he couldn't contain himself. He probably changed into his training attire the moment he returned to his room. Baimo, this fellow, who would have thought he could summon that Uchiha brat? Despite being half buried in the ground, still so restless. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a shadowed expression, his face adorned with a mask of formality, while internally, he roared in frustration. He had initially planned to instill some fear in Baimo, followed by a sweet reward. With the assistance of Uzumaki Kushina, how could he possibly fail to subdue an Uchiha Baimo? However, with the support of Uzumaki Minato now in play, the extent of Kushina's allegiance remained uncertain. One thing was for certain, it would not be as effortless as before. The sensation of losing control was one that Sarutobi Hiruzen despised the most. Yuzuki Yuin, he called. Yes, Hokage-sama. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, a figure adorned with the distinctive mask of the Umbu suddenly appeared in the previously empty Hokage office. Long purple hair cascaded onto her shoulders. Even the Umbu attire could not conceal her exquisite form. Have Baimo come to see me tomorrow at noon? Yes. Yuzuki Yuin acknowledged the task and promptly exited the Hokage's office, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere. Yet, what exactly had Baimo done to warrant such attention from the Hokage? Yuzuki Yugao shook her head, dispelling the thoughts from her mind. As a member of the Umbu, her duty was simply to obey Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. She was but a tool, and such contemplations were unnecessary. Amidst the towering ancient trees of the forest, Tsunade lifted her gaze to the countless Baimo figures perched upon the branches and called out, Come down and speak with me. There are matters I wish to discuss. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Caw, caw, caw. Save for the occasional raven soaring through the sky, no sound answered Tsunade's summons. The corner of her eye twitched faintly. Baimo, I'm speaking to you. Can you hear me? Heavenly foot of pain. With a mighty stomp, Tsunade drove her leg into the earth, upheaving entire swaths of trees in an awe-inspiring display of raw power. Yet when she looked again, Bayamo was nowhere to be seen. The vast forest stood empty, devoid of even a single trace of life. Was this an illusion? Chapter 11. Beware of Sarutobi's daybreak. Speak, Tsunade. What is it that you have been trailing me for? A frigid voice emerged from Hakamoku, resonating in Tsunade's ears. This provoked her to lift her leg and strike once more. However, as her foot grazed Hakamoku's form, it dissipated into a mere illusion. Regaining her composure without a moment's hesitation, Tsunade summoned her chakra, her hands forming seals as she proclaimed, "Release." This was the most effective method to dispel Jinjutsu. Feeling her mind clear significantly, Tsunade focused her gaze anew. Before her stood Hakamoku, clad in a white robe and black shoes. His eyes glimmering with amusement as he regarded her, akin to a child playing with a toy. This ignited a fiery indignation within Tsunade. Hakamoku, I did not anticipate your Jinjutsu to be so insidious that even I failed to notice when I fell victim to it. Hakamoku shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Perhaps you should answer my question first. A knowing inquiry. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. I shall resume my training. Wait. Tsunade interjected as Hakamoku turned to depart, swiftly placing herself in his path. She had no intention of losing track of this enigmatic individual. Casting a glance at the Yin seal upon Hakamoku's palm, she inquired, Tell me, where did you learn the Yin seal and the Baika no Jutsu? Self-taught, Hakamoku stated blandly. He was no fool. He would not divulge any information regarding the system. If that is all, I have answered your question. Please do not disturb my training. If you would be so kind. You insufferable. Tsunade glared at Hakamoku, clearly taken aback by his dismissive attitude. Her fists clenched tightly in response. Her temper had soured considerably, particularly following the Second Shinobi World War, and now, faced with Hakamoku's casual demeanor, her aura began to intensify. Yin seal. Release. Baika no Jutsu. Focus. Deep violet sigils manifested upon Tsunade's body, intricate patterns covering her form, causing her deep green attire to stir as if caught in a tempest. Self-taught. Is it? Then allow me to witness the distinction between your self-taught Baika no Jutsu and my own. With that declaration, Tsunade's foot struck the ground, which promptly fractured beneath her. Countless fissures surged toward Hakamoku, her formidable presence unmistakable at that moment, sending countless beasts in the forest fleeing in terror. Indeed, one could not help but acknowledge Tsunade's prowess. Hakamoku slowly closed his eyes, only to snap them open with sudden vigor. In an instant, the intricate patterns of the Sharingan manifested within his gaze. The world before him transformed into a vivid crimson, every thread and dot meticulously outlining the landscape, allowing him to effortlessly discern Tsunade's silhouette. Too slow. Byakuya's figure tilted slightly to the side. Whoosh, the explosive sound of air reverberated. But Tsunade failed to strike him. Instead, she handed him the perfect opportunity to counterattack. A leisurely, almost playful expression graced Byakuya's features as his fingers twitched subtly before abruptly pressing against Tsunade's garment. Poof! The moment his fingertip touched the crimson mark on her clothing, her attire disintegrated into fine dust, unveiling her exquisite silhouette in its entirety before Byakuya's gaze. How? Tsunade gasped, her movements freezing mid-action. Arms instinctively shielding herself, she stared in disbelief at the scene before her. As I said, you're far too slow. Even without activating the 100 Healings Jutsu, Byakuya's superior dynamic vision allowed him to effortlessly track Tsunade's assault and retaliate within moments. Here, cover yourself. This should suffice to calm you down. Byakuya removed his long robe and draped it over Tsunade's shoulders. The distinct scent of him enveloped her, and a faint flush crept across her cheeks. Clutching the edges of the white robe, she tightened it around her voluptuous frame, inadvertently enhancing her allure. Releasing the 100 Healings Jutsu, the abundant chakra flowed back into the strength of 100 seal, condensing into a diamond-shaped mark upon her forehead. I won't pry further about the 100 healings, but there's something you should know. Noticing Byakuya's expectant gaze, Tsunade hesitated before continuing, with Mito-sama overseeing this wedding. The third Hokage may not act overtly, but he will cause trouble for you. Don't mistake him for a benevolent man. His schemes run deep. Exercise caution when dealing with him. Byakuya regarded her with mild surprise. He hadn't anticipated such a warning from her. Oh? Feigning ignorance, he arched a brow. Do elaborate. Tsunade studied him intently before exhaling slowly. Tell me, how do you think the Senju clan declined? Was it because you gambled away the family fortune? I'm not talking about wealth. Tsunade, the legendary sucker bet princess, huffed. I mean the people. Our clan members. You know as well as I do that during Konoha's founding, the Senju rivaled the Uchiha in numbers and influence. My grandfather and granduncle were the first and second Hokage. Our clan's prestige was unmatched. Yet after the third took office, the Senju withered rapidly. A once thriving lineage, now reduced to scattered remnants. A shadow flickered in Tsunade's eyes. The weight of those words settled heavily upon her. As it always did. When did you first sense the peculiarity? It was when my brother passed away. Tsunade's brother, named Nawaki, was a direct descendant of the Senju clan. His innate talent was undeniably extraordinary, and at such a tender age, his strength was already formidable. Yet, this brilliant prodigy met his demise during the Second Shinobi World War. Tsunade tightened her robe and continued. During the Second Great Ninja War, Nawaki was executing his mission as planned. However, for reasons unknown, he abruptly altered his course and encountered a multitude of enemy ninjas, ultimately perishing in the conflict. Byakuya furrowed his brow. Generally speaking, a ninja on a mission would never easily change their route. To compel Nawaki to alter his path so readily. Are you suggesting that someone he trusted was orchestrating this? Indeed, according to my subsequent investigations, the primary reason Nawaki changed his route was due to the information provided by the Umbu. The weather grew increasingly chilly. Byakuya interjected. And the one manipulating the Umbu is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 12. The Team Leader. Deep within the forest, Byakuya and Tsunade stood facing each other. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange of gravity. If Tsunade's words held truth, then Sarutobi Hiruzen's guilt was undoubtedly the greatest. Coupled with Byakuya's knowledge as a traveler from another world, it was clear that Hiruzen was a man of profound cunning. He recalled how, during the Great Shinobi Wars, the Sarutobi clan had grown exponentially with each passing conflict, proof of just how much they had siphoned from Konoha's resources. No wonder Tsunade had eventually left the village, only returning after Hiruzen's death. The connection was undeniable. This truly is the world of Naruto, Byakuya mused. As a living, breathing reality. The darkness lurking beneath the surface was far more rampant than he had ever imagined. With a nod, Byakuya acknowledged Tsunade's warning. Understood. I'll remain vigilant. And should you ever require my assistance in the future, consider this my repayment for the information you've shared. You really don't like owing favors, do you? Tsunade studied him for a long moment before sighing. Well, I won't disturb your training any longer. The wedding is over. And there is no reason for me to stay in Konoha. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. With that, she turned away, lifting a hand in farewell without looking back. Try not to lose too much money, legendary sucker, Byakuya called after her. You. Tsunade stumbled mid-step, barely suppressing the urge to turn and throttle him. But remembering the unsettling depth of his power, she clenched her fists and forced herself to walk away. Best not to engage with him too much, she decided. Or I might just die of frustration. A gust of wind howled through the trees as Byakuya vanished from the forest, his own training awaiting him. Beyond his disciplined task, mastering the intricate art of seal inscription, he refused to neglect any aspect of his growth. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, chakra control, hand seals, or ocular techniques. Upon reaching his private training ground, he formed the hand signs for the multiple shadow clone technique, and his solitary regimen began. Time flowed like a swift river. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The scorching sun blazed overhead, its heat oppressive, while the shrill cries of cicadas filled the shaded groves. Ding. Current mission progress. Seal inscription refinement. 10 complete. Byakuya slowly opened his eyes. Despite deploying 1,000 shadow clones, only a tenth of the task had been accomplished in a full day. And the further he progressed, the slower it would become. Who knows how long it'll take to fill this bar? A soft rustling stirred the leaves as a breeze whispered through the branches. His gaze sharpened, drawn to a shadowed figure lurking nearby. Enough hiding. If you've come, show yourself. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to treat you as an enemy. The voice of Byakuya was chillingly cold, a frigidness in his words that even the blazing sun could scarcely dispel. This prompted a shiver from Yu who lay hidden in the shadows. Suddenly, she sprang forth from her concealment. Her purple hair danced in the wind, exuding an ethereal fragrance reminiscent of innocence, and wafted toward Baemo. Uchiha Baemo, the Hokage summons you. The Hokage? I understand. I shall come shortly. Beneath the mask of the Umbu, Yu face revealed a hint of perplexity. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her lips pressed together. She felt an odd sensation as if Baemo was indifferent to the summons of the Hokage. In all of Konoha, anyone who received a call from Sarutobi Hiruzen would be overjoyed. How could Baemo maintain such composure? With this thought lingering in her mind, Yu departed from Baemo's presence, returning to the Hokage's office to report her findings. Hokage-sama, I have located Baemo and informed him to come to the Hokage building. You have done well. I appreciate your efforts, Sarutobi Hiruzen complimented casually, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. By the way, you need not leave, just wait beside me. Yes. Yu agreed without hesitation. As an Umbu, she had no need for personal thoughts. Her duty was to execute the Hokage's orders dutifully. However, what Yu did not anticipate was that this waiting would extend for 3 hours, 6 long hours. Yu are you certain that you have conveyed the message to Baemo? Absolutely. I see. Then let us wait a little longer. A shadow of displeasure momentarily crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. After all, he was the Hokage. Others were meant to wait for him. When had he ever waited for anyone? Uchiha Baemo. One day he would be made to kneel before him, begging for mercy. Yet, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts turned dark, a spring-like smile broke across his face. The age-spotted visage crinkled into a series of folds. A deep, gravelly voice resonated in the office. Baemo, you have arrived. I heard the Hokage called for me. I was deep in meditation, so I hope I am not too late. At this moment, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm glow that enveloped the world in a soft twilight. The households of Konoha flickered with candlelight, and the hawks circled low, seemingly preparing for the encroaching night. It was precisely at this threshold of dusk that Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Baemo with a smile and said, "Not late at all. You arrived just in time." He gestured toward the chair opposite the desk, inviting Baemo to sit. To his surprise, Baemo bypassed the chair entirely, opting instead for the sofa beside it, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily taken aback. Yet, the Hokage was indeed the Hokage, and in a brief span of time, he suddenly regained his composure. With a hearty laugh, he approached the table, resembling a kindly old man, hands clasped behind his back. He picked up a teacup from the table and personally brewed a fragrant cup of tea for Baemo unbeknownst to him after yesterday's wedding night. You and Kushina are still on amicable terms. Amicable? Of course, it is amicable. However, Hokage-sama, your summons to the Umbu must pertain to matters beyond this, correct? After speaking, Baemo glanced at Aduki Yuin, a gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of fearless defiance. This only made Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile shine even brighter. In truth, this matter is neither overly complex nor particularly simple. What I primarily desire is for you to assume the role of a lead instructor. Baemo's tone lifted slightly. Lead instructor? Precisely. Recently, the teachers at the Ninja Academy have been occupied with missions, rendering them unable to spare personnel. Thus, I thought to inquire if you would be willing to serve as a lead instructor for Noera Rin, Kakashi, and Uchiha Bido. Chapter 13. To dine first, or to indulge in me? Within the confines of the Hokage Tower, in the office exclusively belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen, wisps of steam ascended from a teacup. Baemo delicately sipped from his cup, his gaze fixated on the elderly gentleman before him. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, among these three, there is also your younger brother. As an elder sibling, it would indeed be a delightful endeavor for you to personally mentor him. Absolutely not. Baemo interrupted. I knew you would suggest that. What? Absolutely not. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. This was not at all how he had envisioned the conversation unfolding. Why? Who would want to tutor that foolish brother of mine? He couldn't even master the fire release, great fireball technique when he was a child. What merit is there in teaching him? Baemo placed his teacup upon the table, unabashedly critiquing his sibling. At these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched slightly. He fixed his gaze on Baemo, retorting, Do you think everyone possesses your extraordinary talent? That is the great fireball technique. It ranks among the most challenging of B-rank ninjutsu. How can you expect a child to learn such a technique? Perceiving his slight loss of composure, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. Bayamo, are you truly not considering this? You must recognize that Kakashi is also part of this team. His talent is remarkably formidable too. In fact, his performance at the Ninja Academy is the closest to yours. Bayamo cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, dismissing the notion. Such matters could be easily misrepresented to others, but not to him. If Kakashi were to be rated a perfect score of 100, then he himself would be a staggering 1,000. Although Kakashi was the closest to him, there was still a vast chasm of 999 points separating them. Very well, Hokage-sama, you are aware that I serve as the deputy captain of the Uchiha police force. Aside from training, I am also responsible for the safety of Konoha. Just managing this duty is ample to keep me occupied. Therefore, I kindly suggest you seek someone else for this task. Bayamo rose from the sofa, casting a casual glance at Yuzuki Yugao beside Sarutobi Hiruzen before striding towards the office exit. In an instant, the expansive room was left with only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yuzuki Yugao. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the teacup resting on the table, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous array of emotions. The oppressive atmosphere permeated the room, causing even Yuzuki Yugao to break into a cold sweat. Drip. A bead of cold sweat fell to the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Yuzuki Yugao, his face adorned with a smile. Yugao, could you please summon Minato? Certainly. Just as Yuzuki Yugao was about to depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, by the way, make sure to prepare thoroughly today. Starting tomorrow, you will monitor Baimo's every move. Hokage-sama, with my abilities, the moment I approach Bayamo, he will easily detect my presence. And what of it? He will not lay a hand on you. Just be cautious not to fall victim to his genjutsu. Each member of the Uchiha clan is initially proficient in the art of illusion, particularly those enhanced by the Sharingan, which renders them exceedingly difficult to defend against. However, considering the strength of Yuzuki Yukino, it is reasonable to believe that with sufficient vigilance, she could withstand such illusions. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered this as he observed Baime's every action since his entrance into the room. He noticed Baime's gaze frequently darting towards Yuzuki Yukino, seemingly captivated by her presence. This was indeed a fortuitous sign. Desire often provides leverage over an individual. Thus, the prodigious Baimo would not appear as menacing. His greatest fear was Baimo's complete immersion in training, for with his innate talent and ample time, he could potentially become the next Uchiha Madara. At that point, no matter how meticulously he planned or conspired, he would be no match for Baimo. Hence, he aimed to have Baimo lead a team, hoping to waste his time and prolong his developmental period. Your subordinates may withdraw. Yuzuki Yukino, as a member of the Umbu, was oblivious to Hiruzen's inner thoughts and lacked even the right to refuse. With a swift motion, Baimo sensed the flow of energy around him and glanced towards the distance, where he vaguely perceived the movement of purple strands of hair. Why? On such a late evening, would one neglect training and wander aimlessly? He mused. With that thought, he vanished into his room, only to be met with an unexpected, delicate fragrance as he opened the door. Before him stood Kushina, draped in a long garment that accentuated her rosy complexion and sparkling eyes. Upon seeing Baimo enter, a natural shyness, characteristic of young maidens, flushed her cheeks. Husband, you have returned. Would you prefer to dine first? Or she began, coyly entwining her finger around his sash, guiding him forward. At that moment, Kushina felt an unfamiliar warmth enveloping her. An unprecedented shyness consumed her. This was her first bold endeavor. In preparation for this moment, she had rehearsed countless times in her mind, determined to claim a place in Baimo's heart. She was already enamored and would not allow him to remain indifferent. This could be deemed her unique form of playful stubbornness. Yet, this peculiar charm left Baimo utterly speechless, his mind momentarily blank as he absorbed the scene before him. What is the meaning of this? He inquired, bewildered. Oh, it's nothing. I merely prepared a feast, waiting for you to return. Kushina replied mischievously, stealing a glance at Baimo before adding, but do not worry, dear husband. I want to disturb your training. After I feed you, you may train as you wish. Feed me? He echoed, perplexed. Indeed, it is time for you to eat. Kushina picked up the exquisite spoon placed beside her, gently scooping a spoonful of clear broth before bringing it towards Hakaboku's lips. The mountain sank into twilight as the evening glow meandered across the wilderness. The sunflower-hued dusk gradually faded, mirroring the despondency creeping into a young girl's heart. Why were there so many wolves in an ordinary training ground? What could possibly be happening deep within the forest? Why Kurenai pressed her lips tightly together, her delicate face taut with tension. Merely a student at the ninja academy, she clutched a standard practice kunai before her chest, cautiously guarding against the famished wolves encircling her. The pack seemed driven by some unnatural frenzy. Each beast glared with crimson eyes, baring fangs as they fixated upon Kurenai's petite frame. Their savage expressions radiated primal hunger, as though yearning to devour the young kunoichi whole. A truly terrifying sight. Chapter 14. Thank you, Big Brother. The sky gradually darkened, resembling an invisible gray net woven across the heavens. A heavy, oppressive humidity rose, enveloping the atmosphere in a suffocating embrace. The setting sun cast a crimson hue, leaving Shiri Hong feeling utterly ensnared by the stifling ambience, unable to break free or articulate her thoughts. The weight of the surroundings drained the color from her delicate visage, rendering it as pale as frost. The air was filled with low, rumbling sounds that echoed in her ears. Above, eagles circled with piercing gazes, surveying Shiri Hong from their lofty perch. Clenching her practice kunai, she was the first to strike, darting towards the pack of wolves before her. The startled wolves fluffed their fur, baring their fangs as they salivated, the stench of their breath permeating the air. Suddenly, they lunged toward her with ferocity. With a swift motion, blood spattered, staining the vibrant green grass with a crimson cloak. The scent of blood heightened the wolves' frenzy, driving them into a wild charge at Shiri Hong. No, please, no, she thought, as the lead wolf lunged toward her. Acting almost instinctively, she hurled her kunai at the beast, but the cunning creature sidestepped with ease, leaving Shiri Hong unarmed and in a more desperate plight. Time seemed to slow as her small face grew even paler. Memories flickered in her mind like a lantern's glow, racing past in an instant. Was she destined to perish? Yet, she had no desire for death. Tomorrow, her school would arrange for a teacher to guide her class, and she would learn more powerful ninja techniques. She longed to pass the trials and become a genin, just like her father, a true ninja. With this thought, Shiri Hong steeled herself, adopting a defensive stance against the encroaching wolves. However, as a mere student of basic ninjutsu without her kunai, she stood no chance against the ravenous pack. Even with her trained physical skills, facing nearly 30 wolves left her with no room for maneuver. Yet, at that critical moment, the air was pierced by a series of whooshing sounds. Dark shurikens cut through the air, tracing perfect arcs before striking the wolves directly. One by one, the 30 wolves were hit squarely in the head, falling to the ground in succession. Not a single one survived. Incredible! Wolves, much like dogs, possess the hardest skulls. Yet even they were easily pierced by the shurikens, showcasing their terrifying power. The eagle above screeched, its wings flapping as it swooped down, grasping the corpses of the slain wolves with its sharp talons. It was evident that tonight, it would feast well. Little one, remember this. Next time you encounter such a situation, before they surround you, drop what you're holding and flee immediately. With your meager skills, you'd barely be a snack for them. Why Kurenai turned toward the voice behind her. Standing not far away, clad in white robes, was Bayakuro. You're the groom? Uchiha Bayakuro? Yes, that's me. Bayakuro nodded and continued forward, gently patting Kurenai's head as he passed. The danger is resolved now. Hurry back to your parents. What about you? Of course, I'll continue training. Bayakuro strode deeper into the forest. The starving wolves had likely ventured out from the heart of the woods because of the commotion he and Tsunade had caused earlier. In the morning, he had stirred things up. In the afternoon, Tsunade had done the same. Their antics must have provoked these fierce beasts. I hope hate eats slowly. Wait. Bayakuro paused and turned, glancing down at the girl behind him with a questioning look. Thank you, big brother. And also, Kurenai bent her knees slightly before leaping into Bayakuro's arms. Before he could react, she tugged at his sleeve and gently wiped the corner of his mouth. There. Now you're clean. She hopped down, then waved energetically at him. Children in this world were accustomed to danger, possessing remarkable resilience. So Bayakuro wasn't surprised by Kurenai's demeanor. Instead, he hastily waved back before vanishing from her sight in an instant. So embarrassing. I didn't even notice food on my face. Kushina must have fed me too quickly. That has to be it. Shifting his focus, Byakuro resumed his solitary training. Ding. Precision rune engraving progress. 13. Watching him disappear so swiftly. Kurenai absent-mindedly twirled a lock of her hair. Why did Big Brother leave so fast? To train? He seems really nice. I want to train hard too to become a strong ninja like him. She didn't fully understand the feeling stirring within her. For now, all she knew was the desire to grow stronger, to emulate Byakuro. Upon returning home, she immediately dragged her parents into training, eager to learn more combat techniques. And so, everything appeared to return to normal. Yet beneath the surface, unseen currents had begun to churn. Lord Killer Bee, Konoha lies ahead. Should we infiltrate quietly? No need. Wait here. The fewer involved, the better. However, Uchiha Hakumo, fear not, for I am the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, skilled in exerting pressure. And I shall undoubtedly send Akumo flying. Killer Bee enjoys rap and has a penchant for rhythm. At times, his speech even resonates with a rap-like cadence. Regarding this matter, Killer Bee finds it utterly preposterous. As he flickers into motion, transforming into a shadow, he stealthily infiltrates the hidden leaf village beneath the cloak of the dark moonlight. Without so much as a whisper of detection. Is this truly the hidden leaf? Not a single patrolling soul in sight at this late hour. Do they genuinely believe that the Second Great War has concluded? This time, you shall pay a harrowing price. Killer Bee surveys the architecture of the village, searching for the structures mentioned in the intelligence. In a mere moment, he locates the most secluded abode of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 15. Thunderous Surprise. The Uchiha clan faces exclusion. The Uchiha clan's secluded status within the hidden village of Konoha had become an open secret. Kurabi gazed at the faint glow emanating from the Uchiha residence, aware that most of its members had likely retreated to their chambers. His current mission was to stealthily infiltrate their domain and deliver a grand surprise to Hakumai and Kushina. As this thought crossed his mind, excitement surged within him, stirring a desire to break into song. However, recalling the formidable warriors of the Uchiha clan, he suppressed this impulse for the sake of safety. Bending low, Kurabi seemed to meld into the shadows, holding his breath and concealing his presence as he quietly ventured deeper into the Uchiha territory. He soon arrived at the dwelling of Hakumai. Inside the room, Kushina sat cross-legged at the head of her bed, her chakra flowing steadily within her body as she diligently honed it, striving to enhance its potency. Suddenly, an unusual sensation enveloped Kushina, prompting her to furrow her brows and open her eyes wide. How peculiar! Why does this aura feel so strange? It seems dangerously ominous. Moreover, it carries a familiarity reminiscent of Granny Mido. Kushina murmured softly, her delicate feet pressing against the floor as she expanded her senses, keenly attuning herself to the approaching presence. In an instant, her pupils dilated in realization. She recalled the source of this aura. Only a Jinchuriki would possess such a bizarre and perilous energy. She had sensed it before from Mido Uzumaki, becoming quite acquainted with her essence. Yet, this particular energy was entirely unfamiliar to her, signifying the existence of another Jinchuriki within the Uchiha enclave. Given the recent war's conclusion and the assassination that had transpired just the day prior, this clearly indicated an imminent threat directed towards her. With this revelation, Kushina sprang into action, seizing her ninja tool pouch and dashing out of her room. As she burst through the door, she deftly grasped an explosive tag between her fingers, attaching it to a kunai and hurling it skyward. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated through the sky, akin to thunderclaps echoing in the ears of all present, stirring the Uchiha clan members from their quarters. Sister-in-law, what is happening? Uchiha Obito, whose room was nearby, was among the first to reach Kushina's side. Someone has infiltrated the Uchiha clan. What? Obito's voice rose in pitch, a serious expression overtaking his features as he drew his kunai, mirroring Kushina's caution while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The Uchiha clan was thrown into utter chaos. A cacophony of noise spread throughout the entire compound. What was that sound? Was it an explosion just now? It seemed to originate from near Hakaboku's room. Let's go check. Has the clan head been notified? Yes. The clan head is already heading toward the source of the explosion. Good. Then let's hurry over too. Every member of the Uchiha clan was now rushing toward the origin of the commotion. Killer Bee's face darkened with frustration. What in the world had happened? Had he been discovered? No, if they had found him, they would have come straight for him. Damn it. He was so close. Lurking in the shadows of a corner. Killer Bee glared resentfully at the growing crowd in the distance. He could already see Kushina. If only these people had been just a little slower. He could have at least taken her back as a bargaining chip. The Uzumaki bloodline was highly coveted, after all. It seemed retreat was the only option now. Gritting his teeth, Killer Bee silently withdrew, his figure melting into the darkness. The vast Uchiha compound gradually returned to silence. Had he left? Kushina watched as more and more people arrived. The eerie, unsettling presence had dissipated, and the tension in her chest finally eased. Kushina, what happened? Fugaku Uchiha approached, the scent of alcohol lingering around him. Due to Hakuboku's wedding, Fugaku had indulged quite a bit, and the remnants of celebration still clung to him. Yet, the alcohol did nothing to dull his senses. Instead, it sharpened his usually restrained aura, making him seem even more formidable. Clan head, I sensed a very strange presence approaching earlier. It felt like a Jinchuriki, but it definitely wasn't Grandma Mito. So I immediately threw a kunai with an explosive tag attached, hoping to alert everyone in advance. Fugaku gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Didn't he spot Hakuboku Uchiha anywhere? Had that guy gone off to train again? Fugaku felt a headache coming on. On his wedding night, instead of resting properly, he was still obsessively training? Unacceptable. He would have to lecture Hakuboku later. No matter what, securing an heir was important. But that could wait. The immediate priority was finding the intruder Kushina had mentioned. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her sensitivity to chakra was unparalleled. Her instincts were rarely wrong. Fugaku's aura intensified. Search. Comb every inch of the Uchiha compound. I want to know who dared to invade. And increase patrols. Focus on protecting Kushina Uzumaki. Not a single misstep can be tolerated. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the clansmen immediately roared in unison. Understood. Though the night was deep, the Uchiha compound blazed increasingly brighter with lights, illuminating the keen eyes of the eagles circling overhead. Killer Bee. Those scoundrels from Kimobikure? Huh. Their thieving hearts remain undeterred. In the pitch-black forest, Emo sat cross-legged upon a tree branch, his gaze growing colder by the moment. It was true that his marriage to Kushina was a facade, yet that did not mean he held no concern for her. After all, this maiden had sacrificed her reputation to live with him. That devotion alone commanded his utmost respect. As a man, it was his duty to ensure her comfort, security, and happiness. Moreover, it was thanks to Kushina that a new idea had struck him. Perhaps he could inscribe explosive tags and prepare a dazzling, unforgettable gift for Killer Bee and his ilk. Chapter 16. Continuous Vigilance. A price to pay. With such thoughts in mind, Emo promptly summoned his shadow clone, commencing the intricate engraving of explosive symbols upon the parchment. As each explosive symbol was meticulously inscribed, the progress bar for the self-directed task surged at an astonishingly visible pace. Ding. Self-directed task, refined rune engraving, current progress, 23, 26, 30. Emo's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, and his speed escalated significantly. Within a single night, the progress leaped from 23 to an impressive 89. It could be said that the advancement was remarkably swift, amassing a total of 50,000 explosive symbols, though it paled in comparison to Xiaonan's 600 billion explosive symbols. The consecutive detonations would surely provide ample challenge to that group of ruffians, as the languid morning sunlight cascaded from the heavens. Emo instructed his shadow clone to persist in the engraving of runes while he made his way towards the Uchiha clan's abode. Upon entering the room, he was met with the sight of Kushina Uzumaki extending her arms, launching herself towards Emo. Her delicate, fair arms encircled his waist, enveloping him in her fragrant essence. Emo Kushina's voice, sweet and melodious, resonated through the air. Emo found himself momentarily stunned, his body instinctively tensing, unsure of where to place his hands. However, after a brief moment, as he observed Kushina clinging to him, expressing her inner turmoil and anxiety, his heart gradually settled. He gently wrapped his hand around her elbow, softly patting her exquisite back, and spoke in a soothing tone, Kushina, I am aware of what transpired yesterday. You need not worry. No one can harm you. Just rest here in the room. Leave everything else to me. Kushina lifted her gaze from Emo's embrace, her beautiful eyes shimmering like rippling water, captivating the heart and soul. His presence is formidable, and if my sensing is accurate, he is likely a Jinchuriki like Granny Mito. Understood. I shall be cautious. You need not fret. Emma whispered softly, then gently guided Kushina down onto the bed, gazing into her eyes. I will ensure he pays a heavy price. With a slight smile, Emma playfully flicked Kushina's forehead before turning to exit the room. As she watched him depart, her delicate hands involuntarily clenched tightly. She yearned to assist Emma, yet her current strength was merely that of a newly appointed chunin, a far cry from the elite jonin Emma, who achieved such status at a tender age. Her instincts even hinted that Emma's prowess had long surpassed that of elite jonin, reaching the true level of a kage. For in Kushina's chakra perception, Emma's aura was profoundly deep. Brother, I wish to accompany you. Not long after Emma stepped out of the room, Uchiha Obito burst forth from his chamber, calling out to Emma. Unlike his encounter with Kushina, Byakuren regarded the young Obito before him with an amused gaze, his lips curling into a teasing smirk. Foolish little brother, you haven't even been strengthened yet. Why the haste to throw yourself into the fray? Obito stomped his foot in frustration, launching into a spirited recount of his heroic exploits from the previous day. But just as he was gesturing animatedly, Byakuren flicked a kunai through the air with effortless precision. The blade sliced through the wind, grazing Obito's clothes before embedding itself into the wooden wall behind him. A heavy silence fell. Obito froze, his body stiffening mid-motion. Gulp. The sound of his own swallow echoed in the stillness. TSK, TSK. Still too slow, Byakuren remarked, his tone laced with mild disappointment. I heard from Hiruzen Sarutobi that a team instructor will be assigned to guide you today. You'd better study hard, unless you want to remain the dead last. Pausing briefly, he added, his voice lowering into something darker. As for this matter, leave it to me. I'll make sure they pay. After all, I've never encountered someone so brazen as to infiltrate the Uchiha clan and act with such impunity. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Byakuren's eyes as he cast a fleeting glance into the distance. Then, in an instant, he vanished from the Uchiha compound. Far away, Yugugo's body tensed. Assigned to monitor Byakuren's movements, she now felt as though she had plunged into an abyss of ice. That remark couldn't have been mere musing. It was a warning directed at her. After all, she, too, had infiltrated the Uchiha clan, shadowing Byakuren's every step. Is this a threat? Without hesitation, Yugugo channeled chakra into her limbs and retreated from the Uchiha grounds at breakneck speed. After a moment of deliberation, she resolved to report the incident to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Within the Hokage's office, bathed in the golden glow of afternoon light, Yugugo relayed her findings in meticulous detail. Hiruzen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the bustling streets below. So that's what caused the disturbance in the Uchiha compound last night, he murmured. Upon receiving the initial reports, he had feared an outright rebellion. He had mobilized the entire Anbu, bracing for the worst. Yet the truth was far simpler. Hokage-sama. Yugugo ventured cautiously. Should we scour the village for the intruders? Her unspoken plea was clear. Let me hunt them down instead. Anything but this surveillance mission. Hiruzen, ever perceptive, recognized her reluctance. But there was no one better suited for the task at hand. With a firm shake of his head, he replied, No. This is the Uchiha's affair. We will not interfere. Then, with quiet authority, he added, You've done well. Continue observing Byakuren. I need to know his every move. Yuzuki Yugugo's crimson lips, concealed beneath the mask of the umbu, parted slightly as if to speak. Yet the words lingered unspoken at the tip of her tongue, ultimately swallowed back into silence. With a deferential nod, she merely responded, Understood, Hokage-sama. In an instant, her silhouette vanished from the office, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the vast chamber. A contemplative thought crossed his mind. Will this infiltrator prove to be interesting? Let me witness the true extent of the Uchiha clan's power, particularly Uchiha Hakuboku's. Only by grasping his genuine strength can I devise the most fitting strategy. Do not disappoint me. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Chapter 17, The Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Meanwhile, not far from Konoha, Kurabi's face was etched with fury. With a resounding thud, he struck the adjacent rock wall, causing debris to scatter and earth to crumble, a testament to his immense strength. Has the news arrived? Lord Kurabi. The message has come back. What did my brother say? Karabi referred to Ei as his brother, as he was Ei's sworn sibling. Lord Ei mentioned that the Uzumaki clan possesses an acute sensitivity to chakra and likely sensed your presence, prompting their actions. His subordinate continued. Lord Ei also stated that this setback is inconsequential and suggested shifting our focus to the Hyuga clan, which could serve as a strategic diversion. After all, the Byakugan of the Hyuga family is exceptionally potent. Gaining mastery over their bloodline limit could significantly alter the course of battle, perhaps even instigating the Third Great Ninja War, allowing Kumogakure to rise above the other ninja villages. As Karabi listened to his subordinate's report, he intertwined his fingers and leaned against the rock wall, deep in contemplation. My brother is correct. The Uchiha clan is on high alert, and with Kushina Uzumaki's keen perception, my chances of success are severely diminished. It would be wiser to redirect our attention to another clan. I have heard that the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, recently welcomed a daughter named Hinata, born just a fortnight ago. Her lineage should be exceptionally pure, making her an ideal target. Karabi inhaled deeply, feeling the spirit of rap within him begin to rise. Hey, if I were to be born with snow-white eyes, my ambition is to become a rap leader, skilled in the Seven Sword style, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. I wonder how the Hyuga clan would respond. Tonight at midnight, we will infiltrate the Hyuga clan. Our target is the newly born princess of the main house, Hinata Hyuga. Yes. As Karabi's declaration resonated, the surrounding individuals erupted in a chorus of shouts, prompting Karabi to deliver a swift reprimand to each of them. Fools! Shouting so loudly will surely alert those Konoha ninjas to our presence. Huh? Who goes there? Just as Karabi finished speaking, a wave of alertness surged within him. His gaze shifted, and he caught sight of a kunai, bound with an envelope, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. With a raised brow, Karabi swiftly drew his blade. In an instant, the glinting edge of his weapon met the kunai with a resounding clash, sending it ricocheting away, embedding itself halfway into the ground. Karabi scrutinized the direction from which the kunai had come, yet he detected no trace of chakra. Have they departed? His expression turned serious as he turned to the kunai, signaling his subordinate to retrieve the envelope attached to it. As he unfolded the envelope, a multitude of minuscule characters, akin to the size of gnats, caught his eye. If you wish to learn of Uchiha Hakumo's whereabouts, meet me at the Hokage Rock this afternoon at 3. Upon reading this message, Killer Bee's expression immediately shifted to one of gravity. Had their movements been compromised? Were the higher echelons of Konoha already aware of their presence? Yet, if that were the case, wouldn't they have dispatched forces to ambush him? Why then, would they deliver intelligence directly to him, especially regarding Uchiha Hakumo? A cascade of thoughts flooded Killer Bee's mind. Even his subordinates, sensing his turmoil, glanced at him with curiosity. Sir, is something the matter? It's nothing. Merely some perplexities I cannot unravel, Killer Bee replied, drawing a deep breath, having resolved his course of action. He addressed the assembled ninjas, declaring, the plan remains unchanged. When night falls, you shall infiltrate the Hyuga clan and abduct Hinata Hyuga. And what of you, my lord? I shall proceed to Hokage Rock, he proclaimed, to discern what that individual is truly plotting. But could this not be excessively perilous? Perilous? Nonsense. Do you not realize I am Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? The future rap star of the ninja world. Observing Killer Bee's unwavering confidence, the others felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the Jinchuriki is the mightiest weapon in the ninja realm. How many can truly withstand the power of a Jinchuriki? Even if Lord Killer Bee were besieged, his prowess would surely allow him to escape with ease, just as he had the previous night. Tick-tock, 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 water droplets incessantly fell within the dimly lit basement. Danzo slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Orochimaru before him. His hoarse voice broke the silence. Has the message been sent? Heh, indeed. Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile, but is it truly wise to betray someone from our village? Ha 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 ha. What? Orochimaru, do you deem my actions to be erroneous? Hearing such words from you is indeed ironic. Your deeds are hardly more virtuous than mine, Danzo retorted. In order to eliminate the stumbling blocks on our path, collaborating with enemies is a commendable strategy. Furthermore, rest assured, I shall procure more living subjects for your experiments. After all, we are the finest of partners. Danzo's gravelly voice echoed throughout the chamber. Orochimaru, with his shadowy gaze fixed upon Danzo, bore no expression. Yet, as he turned away, his serpent-like tongue could not resist licking his lips. The Meijiki Sharingan of Hakumo, he had coveted it for quite some time. One could only hope that Danzo would not disappoint him this time. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation, with the Sharingan implanted in Danzo's arm being a gift from Orochimaru. However, both were ambitious players in their own right. Ambitionaries share no genuine camaraderie. Should one truly acquire the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Hakumo, he could then depart from Konoha to delve into the mesmerizing depths of that coveted bloodline limit. Achoo! The diligent Hakumo rubbed his nose and cast his gaze upon the radiant sky. How peculiar! Is someone speaking of me? Let me hazard a guess. Is it Orochimaru and Danzo, those two rascals? Truly, they ought to exercise a modicum of discretion in their endeavors. Rest assured, I am fully aware of all your movements. Caw, caw, caw. The sound of an eagle echoed through the sky. It soared majestically, surveying the earth from a height of 10,000 meters. Nothing escapes the keen gaze of the eagle. Meanwhile, time had unknowingly slipped into the afternoon hour of 3. Upon the Hokage Rock. Chapter 18. Alas! Deceived. At 3 in the afternoon, atop Hokage Rock, the figure of Killer Bee emerged. He surveyed his surroundings, only to find tranquility reigning with nary a soul in sight. A grimace crossed his lips as a surge of anger welled within him, feeling akin to a jester, cruelly mocked. How could one be so tardy? Such individuals ought to be cast off a cliff to meet their demise, crushed underfoot like mere refuse. Words, laced with a distinct melody, drifted from Killer Bee's lips, nearly causing Danzo, who had just materialized behind him, to choke in disbelief. Ahem. He feigned a cough, a subtle herald of his presence. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee turned, curiously scrutinizing the figure before him. The individual wore a conical hat, its draping fabric obscuring their visage. From the earlier cough, a hint of age could be discerned in the voice. Beyond that, no additional clues could be gleaned. Speak plainly. What does your correspondence truly imply? Literally. I provide you with intelligence on Uchiha Hakumo, Danzo replied. After a brief pause, he continued, however, in return, you must procure for me one of Hakumo's Sharingan. Haha. Do you truly believe I would fall for your trickery? Who knows whether you are merely ensnaring me in a trap? Whether you choose to believe me is your prerogative. Yet should you let this opportunity slip, another may not present itself. Killer Bee fell into silence. The man before him had a point. If it were merely Hinata Hyuga, the enhancement to the Cloud Village would be negligible. However, should he unravel the secrets of the Uchiha's bloodline limit, the entire shinobi world would fall short against the Cloud Village. He would not disappoint his brother's expectations. Observing Killer Bee's reticence, Danzo recognized the stirrings of temptation within him. Indeed, within the shinobi world, none could withstand the allure of the Uchiha's bloodline limit. 10 miles west of Konoha lies a forest where Hakumo frequently trains. If you lie in wait there, you are bound to encounter him. Simply strike unexpectedly, and with your prowess, you shall surely inflict severe harm upon Hakumo, easily abducting him. Having spoken these words, Danzo lingered not, forming a hand seal, and his figure transformed into a plume of white smoke, vanishing from Killer Bee's sight. He required not Killer Bee's consent to cooperate. He merely needed his heart to waver, to indeed seek trouble with Hakumo. In that moment, the clam and the clam digger would vie, and he would emerge the victor. Every element orchestrated within his scheme. Hakumo's training grounds? Huh? Killer Bee silently echoed. He chose not to pursue the figure that had just departed, but instead pondered the intelligence he held. Uchiha Hakumo, deeply engrossed in his training, would indeed be likely to appear there, according to the information provided. The only uncertainty remained. Was this a trap set by Konoha? What does it matter? With my power as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, I can deftly handle any situation that arises. With that, he resolved. Killer Bee discerned his direction. Leaping off the head of the third Hokage carved into the rock of Hokage and plunging directly off the cliff. With just a few agile jumps, he vanished into the depths of the forest. In no time, he found himself 10 miles west of Konoha, surrounded by an expanse of trees that obscured the sky. Sunlight could barely pierce through the canopies, casting dappled shadows upon the forest floor. The refreshing scent unique to the woods invigorated Killer Bee's senses, sharpening his awareness. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he faintly heard a rustling sound, akin to leaves dancing in the wind or the hurried scratch of a quill upon parchment. Never mind, he thought. I shall find a place to lie in wait. Channeling chakra into his legs, he leapt powerfully towards the branches above. However, as he landed upon the boughs, the atmosphere of the forest seemed to freeze in that instant. Killer Bee's pupils constricted in terror as he beheld the scene before him. Seated upon the branches were countless figures of white ink, all simultaneously turning their gazes towards his presence. The multitude of cold, indifferent eyes bore into him, as if they could see right through him. Thousands of white ink twisted their lips into mocking smiles, their expressions resembling sharp blades that pierced deep into Killer Bee's heart. Ringing alarm bells within him. This is bad. I've been tricked. Killer Bee realized that the old man had conspired with the white ink to ensnare him. His instinctive response to danger activated his tailed beast chakra mode in an instant. A crimson aura enveloped his form, and his power surged rapidly. At that moment, the multitude of white ink revealed an array of explosive tags clinging to their bodies, unleashing a tempest that swept towards him like a tidal wave. Surprise, motherfucker. Damn. Killer Bee shouted in disbelief. Before he could react, a blinding light engulfed him. It was as if a chain reaction had been ignited. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. Thick plumes of smoke billowed forth like a massive sandstorm, ascending into the sky, accompanied by resplendent crimson flames that bloomed like enchanting flowers. The scene was both beautiful and terrifying. The ground crumbled beneath him, with burning branches cascading like meteors. The fiery explosions scattered like blooming red roses, dazzling in their brilliance, leaving the newly arrived Yuzuki Yugao in awe. What kind of power is this? Just as Yuzuki Yugao marveled at the spectacle, the flames swelled ominously, as if intent on consuming everything in their vicinity. The overwhelming pressure forced her to retreat hastily, a bitter taste rising in her heart. Had she known that monitoring white ink would be so perilous, she would have disregarded Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and never accepted this mission. No, perhaps she could simply abandon this task right now. At worst, it would mean withdrawing from the Umbu. That is certainly preferable to losing one's life. With this thought in mind, Yuzuki Yuin extended her hand, grasping the edge of her Umbu mask, and swiftly tore it from her face, discarding it carelessly onto the ground, revealing her exquisite and charming features. The discarded Umbu mask was engulfed in the flames of an explosive tag in the blink of an eye. The terrifying heat incinerated and melted the mask, transforming it into a cloud of dark ash that was swept away by the fierce winds. Such a violent and continuous explosion, accompanied by billowing black smoke, immediately captured the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. That direction must be the training ground frequented by Hakamai. It seems that person has already taken action last night. Someone, accompany me to the forest of the west. Yes, Lord Hokage. 10 Umbu ninjas, moving like phantoms, followed closely beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, hastening toward the distant forest. This news soon reached the ears of Uzumaki Kushina. Chapter 19. Emotional intelligence lacking, yet strength abundant. What? An explosion has occurred in the training forest that by MO frequents. The face of Uzumaki Kushina was etched with anxiety, as if a veil of sorrow had descended upon her. It felt as though her heart was entangled in a mass of confusion, compelling her to rush out of the room in distress. Wait, sister-in-law, you cannot go there. Uchiha Obito regretted revealing the news to Kushina. Had he known that Uzumaki Kushina would be so frantic, he would have restrained himself from speaking. It was all his fault for being so loose-lipped. In frustration, Uchiha Obito slapped himself, then hurriedly blocked Kushina's path. Calm down, sister-in-law. It's merely a Jinchuriki. My older brother may lack emotional intelligence and be solely devoted to his training, yet his strength is formidable. Trust that with his prowess, dealing with a Jinchuriki will be a walk in the park. Kushina's steps faltered. She gazed towards the direction of the billowing black smoke, slowly unclenching her fists. Obito was right. Mo's strength was extraordinary. Even when confronted by 5 elite shinobi, he could eliminate them in a heartbeat. However, the notion of simply standing by and silently cheering for Mo was something Kushina despised. If only she could fight alongside him. Yet her own strength felt far too inadequate. Kushina was remarkably resilient. Even in life-threatening situations, she had never shed tears. But now, unbeknownst to her, tears had begun to silently gather at the corners of her eyes, glistening like pearls. Her crimson orbs were filled with helplessness and grievance regarding her own limitations. A soft, Delicate sound echoed in the courtyard, pulling Uzumaki Kushina from her sorrowful reverie. She and Obito turned towards the source of the sound, only to see a snow-white fox approaching them with quiet steps. It nuzzled Kushina's ankle and spoke, "Kushina, I am the summoning beast of Mido. She has asked me to convey that if you have time in the coming days, you should visit the Shinja clan. She has something she wishes to discuss with you face to face." "Grandma Mido? I understand." Kushina wiped her tears away and added, "Then I shall go with you now. I shall accompany you." Uchiha Obito raised his hand eagerly like a diligent student, his face brimming with anticipation. The snow fox glanced at Obito and said, "You may come. But you must not cause any mischief. Otherwise, I shall inform your brother of your earlier remarks." "What remarks?" "About lacking emotional intelligence." "All right. I understand. No need for further words. I will absolutely behave and will not cause any trouble." Uchiha Obito hastily interrupted the fox, resembling a compliant student as he followed the snow fox and Kushina towards the Shinja clan's territory. "Can you tell me why Granny Mizuki sought me out?" "You'll find out in due time." The snow fox cast a profound glance at Uzumaki Kushina before leading them towards the Shinja clan's territory. Boom, boom. The explosions echoed incessantly. Dark smoke enveloping the vibrant flames, rendering Killer Bee's expression increasingly grim at the center of the chaos. "Uchiha Hakumai, do not underestimate me." Raging Galeblade. Killer Bee unsheathed his sword, securing it with different parts of his body, unleashing a flurry of strikes akin to a tempest. The whirlwind lifted, swirling with the roaring fire and black smoke, almost resembling a tornado, darkening the sky to an inky hue. Break. Chakra erupted from Killer Bee's being, transforming into fierce gusts that struck down upon the remaining shadow clones. With a series of explosive sounds, the clones dissipated into white smoke, revealing the true visage of the forest beneath the explosions. What lay before them was an expansive, obsidian expanse, resembling a Mediterranean haircut carved into the forest from above, utterly barren. A natural arena, indeed, gazing at the emptiness, devoid of even a single surviving clone. Killer Bee wore a victorious grin, raising his sword high and howling to the heavens. "I ask, who else dares? A so-called genius is merely weak, waiting for the sunlight. If you have the mettle, don your armor and battle me until the heavens are devoid of light." Claps of applause resounded. Hakumai, treading upon the dark earth, approached Killer Bee from afar. "Killer Bee, do you always speak so awkwardly? If so, I must commend you with a thumbs up." Sensing the mockery in Hakumai's words, Killer Bee's figure flickered and suddenly appeared before him. Supersonic Thunderblade. He infused his sword with lightning chakra, causing it to resonate with hyper-frequency vibrations, easily surpassing the penetrating power of wind techniques. Swish. The lightning blade traced perfect arcs through the air, sealing off Hakumai's chakra flow, leaving him with no avenue for escape. "Bring it on." Excitement gleamed in Hakumai's eyes. He finally had the opportunity to unleash his true power against an adversary. Shadow Sealing. Release. 100 Heroes Technique. A crimson pattern spread across Hakumai's body, significantly amplifying his aura. He raised his hand and struck, his afterimages flickering as he positioned himself directly in the path of Killer Bee's assault. Slash. Blood erupted forth, eliciting a sinister grin from Killer Bee. But in the next moment, his smile froze in disbelief. How is this possible? How could you recover so swiftly? The wound inflicted by Killer Bee began to close at an astonishing rate, visibly healing under the 100 Heroes technique, leaving his arm smooth and unmarred as if untouched by injury. Before Killer Bee could gather his thoughts, Hakumai seized the opportunity, a cold smile escaping his lips. "Got you." With a surge of power in his palm, an overwhelming force instantly enveloped Killer Bee, sending him hurtling through the air. Such strength. The smirk on Killer Bee's face faded, replaced by a look of grim determination as his eyes locked onto the rapidly retreating figure of Imo partial-tailed beast transformation. Hiss. Thick chakra swirled around Killer Bee as he skidded backward. One hand plunged into the ground while he gathered chakra in his mouth. Tail Beast Bomb. Whoosh. The devastating orb of condensed energy shot toward Imo with terrifying pressure. At the last possible moment, Imo let out a derisive chuckle. "Seriously? If you're going to play, at least take it seriously." Manjiki Sharingan. In an instant, the world in Imo's vision turned blood red. Slowly, he extended a single finger and lightly tapped the tailed beast bomb. Crack. Chapter 20. The Shattering of the Tailed Beast Ball. The Terrifying Illusion. Crack. Boom. The small-tailed beast ball, approximately 1 meter in diameter, shattered into countless fragments before the mere touch of Mo's finger. Chakra dissipated into the ether, scattering throughout the cosmos. The tailed beast-formed Killer Bee stared, transfixed, at the unfolding scene, his mind struggling to comprehend the reality before him. The tailed beast ball. Shattered. Killer Bee gazed into Mo's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, his body involuntarily shivering. A chilling sensation, unlike any he had ever experienced, seemed to penetrate his very bones, inducing a reflexive gulp. What bizarre power resided within those eyes? Mo smiled faintly. Enhanced by the 100 Heroes technique, his physical prowess and constitution had been significantly augmented. In a mere instant, Mo's figure appeared before Killer Bee, as if he had traversed the very fabric of space. Within his line of sight, Mo discerned the intricate lines and delicate points adorning Killer Bee's form. This was the ability bestowed by his left eye Sharingan, known as Direct Death. A single cut along the lines would sever all, while a strike upon the points would obliterate everything. It represented Mo's most formidable lethality. At that moment, Killer Bee felt an escalating sense of dread. Such an uncanny ability extinguished any thoughts of combat within him. Yet, Mo's speed was overwhelming, rendering any attempt to evade futile. In a life-or-death predicament, the voice of the Eight Tails surged within Killer Bee's mind. Killer Bee, leave the upcoming battle to me. Are you ready? Of course. At the very least, it won't be as chaotic as your situation. The Eight Tails chortled, but Killer Bee paid no heed. They were, after all, sworn friends. As the only Jinchuriki who could remain rational while fully transformed into a tailed beast, the bond between Killer Bee and the Eight Tails ran profoundly deep. Then I entrust this to you. Eight Tails. Complete tailed beast transformation. Moo. Killer Bee's chakra began to swell ominously. In an instant, a colossal beast, resembling a giant bull with octopus-like tentacles, materialized before Mo simultaneously. Mo's palm descended with lethal intent. Swoosh. The tail severed. One of the Eight Tails' 8 appendages was forcibly removed in that moment, reducing it to 7. Yet, this was precisely as the Eight Tails desired. Octopus limb clone technique. Boom. A cloud of white smoke erupted. The severed tentacle instantaneously transformed into an exact replica of Killer Bee, even mirroring his aura. Not even Mo's Sharingan could discern any difference between this incarnation of Killer Bee and the original. Now the tides of battle had shifted. Uchiha Mo. Roared the Eight Tails. A massive tailed beast ball began to coalesce within its bovine mouth. Continuous tailed beast balls. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the sky was inundated with tailed beast balls, densely filling the heavens. At that moment, the fierce assault of the octopus limbs, led by Kurabi, commenced with the intent to ensnare Hakamoku, preventing him from targeting the tailed beast orbs. However, Hakamoku remained unperturbed. With his hands pressed together, he invoked Susanoo. A blood-red Susanoo rose majestically, representing its second form. This manifestation, built upon a skeletal foundation, was intricately laced with veins and flesh, enveloped tightly in a cloak of chakra. Its colossal figure stood equal to the Eight Tails before it. Grasping the Uchiha fan, Susanoo swept through the air, conjuring a tempest that shattered numerous tailed beast orbs into fragments. The three combatants became entangled in a fierce struggle, escalating the intensity of the battle. The western forest lay utterly obliterated, devoid of any trace of its former trees, leaving behind only a desolate expanse of black earth. At this moment, night had descended, and the moon appeared to radiate a crimson hue, a color influenced by Hakamoku's Susanoo. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Not far from the Hyuga clan, a team from Kumogakure sought an opportune moment for infiltration. The entirety of Konohagakure was captivated by Hakamoku's battle, creating an exceptional opportunity for their stealthy entrance. Do not hesitate. The sky has darkened, making this the perfect time to proceed. Understood. The Kumogakure team, shrouded by the moonlight, concealed their forms and deftly slipped into the depths of the Hyuga estate. Compared to the long-suppressed Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan enjoyed a more prosperous position, with their residents being considerably larger. This reflected the deep-rooted heritage of the Hyuga clan, which was gradually flourishing. Strange, why does the Hyuga estate feel so deserted? Not a soul in sight. Do not dwell on it. Perhaps everyone has gone to the western forest to witness the commotion. The immediate priority was to abduct Hinata Hyuga. They lowered their voices, their eyes scanning the darkness for Hinata's quarters. As the newly born princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata resided in the innermost part of the estate, reputed to be guarded by formidable security forces. Yet, as they observed the scattered members of the Hyuga clan, one among them scoffed, "Is this all? I could take them down in no time." With that declaration, he charged forward. The glint of his kunai flickered under the crimson moonlight, effortlessly dispatching the few guards. Silently, he slipped into the room, gazing at Hinata, nestled in her crib. A grin spread across his face as he casually lifted her swaddling and hastily made his way outside. "Mission accomplished. You report to Lord Karabi while we await you at the designated location." "Yes." Watching the man depart, the Kumogakure team swiftly exited the Hyuga estate. Feeling the weight of the blanket enveloping him, the man let out a cold laugh, expressing disdain for the Hyuga clan. "They are nothing to boast about. Our elite shinobi from the Cloud-Hidden Village can easily seize them without effort." Unbeknownst to them, however, after their departure, two figures abruptly materialized within the room. "Thank you once again. Without your intelligence, our Hyuga clan would have faced a dire calamity. We are all from the same village. It is only natural for us to assist one another," the Hyuga clan leader remarked, his words heavy with sincerity. Hyuga Hizashi approached the doorway, slowly crouching to pick up the straw scattered on the floor, material used for training kunai and shuriken. "It is truly unfathomable that your jinjutsu is so formidable that even seasoned jounin fail to perceive themselves ensnared in its illusion. What intrigues me most," Hizashi continued, "is whether the being before me is your shadow clone or your true self." Uchiha Hakuma shrugged with a smile, replying, "Who knows? It might even be an illusion." In an instant, Hakumai's figure flickered and vanished from the Hyuga clan's territory, leaving Hizashi standing in place, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 21. Astonishment among the crowd. A painful price. In the western wilderness, the crimson lights flickered against the night sky, casting a vibrant glow upon the intertwining figures below. Baemo stood firm on the ground, a towering Susanoo enveloping him, its blood-red chakra ablaze. The fan whirled with a howling wind, and a cacophony of explosions erupted, as if to illuminate the heavens themselves. A throng of onlookers had gathered at the periphery, hesitant to approach the battlefield, fearful of being swept into the clash between Baemo and Karabi. After all, they were dealing with a tailed beast, specifically the formidable Eight Tails. Sara Hizashi, accompanied by numerous umbu, stood at the forefront, his heart sinking ever deeper, though he had long harbored suspicions about Baemo's strength. Witnessing the scene before him was still utterly terrifying. Could Baemo truly possess such immense power? At such a young age, he was able to engage with the tailed beast on equal footing and wield Susanoo with remarkable proficiency. If he continued to grow steadily, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly boast a terrifying powerhouse rivaling Uchiha Madara in the future. The murmurs of the crowd, carried by the rising winds, only deepened Sara Hizashi's solemn expression. He was not alone in his unease. Shimura Danzo, who had arrived with intentions of reaping benefits from the conflict, clenched his fists, eyes filled with resentment as he observed the battle before him. He lamented that, regardless of his actions, he could not capitalize on the situation. With so many eyes watching, it was not prudent to act. Moreover, Baemo appeared to be handling the situation with such ease, not even exerting himself fully. An impulsive attack could very well leave him mired in chaos, a scenario Danzo was keen to avoid. "Is it that you find it difficult to make a move?" Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had materialized beside Danzo, exuding a sinister aura that further darkened Danzo's countenance. "If you desire those eyes, feel free to strike now." Danzo dismissed Orochimaru's provocations, instead turning the tables with his words to provoke the snake-like figure. Yet, Orochimaru remained unfazed. Having observed the battle from the shadows for a considerable time, his instincts had begun to stir with urgency. The Baemo engaged in combat was merely a shadow clone. The real Baemo could be lurking elsewhere. Orochimaru licked his lips, casting a penetrating glance at Danzo, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, regardless of the outcome. "The experimental subjects you promised me cannot be fewer than agreed upon." "I understand. You repugnant serpent," Danzo retorted, stepping aside with palpable disdain, the glint of murderous intent flickering subtly in his eyes. As time passed, Orochimaru's appetite has grown increasingly insatiable, leaving Shimura Danzo with an overwhelming sense of losing control. Should Orochimaru unleash his fury, it would spell disaster for Danzo's circumstances. Perhaps it would be less troublesome if the dead did not linger. At the periphery of the battlefield, each individual was preoccupied with their own interests, oblivious to the figure swiftly approaching from a distance. Lord Killer Bee, the mission is accomplished. We can retreat. The voice rang out, loud enough for even the battling Killer Bee to hear distinctly. As the conflict escalated to a fever pitch, the arrival of Konoha's formidable warriors, including Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, caused a flutter of anxiety within the Eight Tails. Yet, as a proud-tailed beast, he could not simply turn and flee. But times have changed. The mission is complete. What purpose does it serve to remain here? This is a perfect opportunity for an exit. With that thought, the Eight Tails resolved to sever two of his octopus limbs, which flailed wildly on the ground, drawing the attention of the crowd. Seizing this moment, the Eight Tails concealed his power, allowing Killer Bee's figure to once again capture everyone's gaze. Octopus limb clone technique. With a resounding bang, two plumes of white smoke erupted, obscuring the vision of those present. The three figures shifted positions, making it impossible for anyone to discern which of the three emerging from the mist was the true Killer Bee. White Ink, you have lost. Everything is unfolding according to my plan. You are merely a pawn to divert attention. When we meet again, you shall know who the true powerhouse is. Ha 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 ha. Killer Bee was astonished by White Ink's strength, yet this did not diminish his bravado. He exchanged parting words as the three figures dashed in different directions. Empowered by the Eight Tails chakra and the continuous stimulation of Lightning chakra, Killer Bee's speed reached an extraordinary peak. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight, leaving White Ink alone, gazing into the distant horizon. A smirk graced his lips, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if everything lay within his grasp. There was no rush. They would meet again soon. Saratobi Hiruzen, accompanied by Konoha's elite, approached White Ink. Having witnessed White Ink's prowess, Hiruzen's demeanor became increasingly favorable. White Ink, you have performed admirably, especially considering this is the Eight Tails. Unless I intervene personally, it is challenging to subdue such a formidable foe. While praising White Ink, Saratobi Hiruzen subtly elevated his own stature, as if to remind White Ink that his own strength was still far superior. It would be wise for him to remain discreet and avoid any opposition to Hiruzen's authority. However, what Hiruzen and the others did not anticipate was, Bayemo merely cast a fleeting glance at Saratobi Hiruzen and remarked with a smile, "Fear not, Hokage-sama. I shall ensure that Kurabi pays a heavy price." As soon as the words left his lips, Baiemo's hand took the form of an eagle's claw, gradually descending upon his own face. In an instant, as Baiemo unleashed his power, a resounding boom echoed through the air. Before the onlookers, Baiemo abruptly transformed into a cloud of white mist, dissipating with the gentle breeze, vanishing before their very eyes. It was only at that moment that the assembled crowd regained their senses, their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the scene unfolding before them. Even Saratobi Hiruzen instinctively took a step back. How is this possible? Baiemo, who had battled the Eight Tails for an entire afternoon, was merely a shadow clone? Where was his true self? To what extent had his power reached? Gulped. Saratobi Hiruzen swallowed hard. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he had been struck sharply across the face. How painful. Chapter 22. The arrival of the Elder. The electronic voice of the system resonated within Baiemo's mind, announcing, current task, refined rune engraving, progress, 97, 98, 99. Yet, he remained oblivious to the message, wholly engrossed in inscribing explosive runes upon the parchment before him, his expression grave and focused. Meanwhile, Kurabi panted heavily as he sprinted alongside the Jonin, fleeing along the necessary route to the hidden cloud village. The memory of their recent battle ignited an indescribable fury within him. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of Baiemo's chakra, which far exceeded his expectations. The talent of that individual, surely it transcended humanity. With a forceful exclamation, Kurabi struck the air beside him, producing a sharp, echoing sound that reverberated in the stillness. At that moment, his heart blazed with an insatiable desire for strength. He must become formidable. He had to grow exponentially stronger. Only then could he seek to avenge the humiliation of this day upon their next encounter. In no time, the group converged by the cliffside, a desolate place rarely trodden by human feet. Rushing waters cascaded down the precipice, accompanied by similar cliffs nearby. The splashes of water fell silently into the deep chasm below, creating no ripples of disturbance. "Where is Hinata?" Karabi inquired. "Sir, right here." One individual presented a swaddled bundle as if offering a precious treasure to Karabi. The moment his eyes beheld it, Karabi's fist tightened instinctively. With a swift motion, his blade was drawn, glinting coldly in the light. In an instant, with a swift slash, the swaddled bundle was severed in two, dropping to the ground. "Have you lost your mind, sir?" A voice exclaimed in disbelief. "I believe it is you who has lost your senses. Open your eyes and behold what you are holding." Karabi shouted, a sense of foreboding enveloping the group. They cautiously approached the ground, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, and examined the so-called bundle closely. Amidst their scrutiny, they discerned a wooden stump, a prop utilized in the practice of the body replacement technique. Could it be that everything they had witnessed was merely an illusion? No wonder they had infiltrated the Hyuga clan with such ease. Perhaps their movements had been detected from the outset. Karabi's eyes widened with disbelief. He had never imagined that Baimo's prowess extended beyond sheer strength to encompass potent illusions that even elite jonin struggled to perceive. Was such a formidable adversary truly someone he could surpass? Setting aside these thoughts, he abruptly froze. "Sir, what is it? What should we do now? Why have you suddenly fallen silent?" The others followed Karabi's gaze to the opposing cliff, whereby Emo was meticulously inscribing the final stroke. "Progress. 100. The system announced. Congratulations. Host, on completing the task, meticulous rune engraving. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, advanced application of the Flying Thunder God technique." The Flying Thunder God technique, classified as an S-rank space ninjutsu, is a form of body flicker technique that allows the host to leave a mark on a target, enabling instantaneous transportation of the host or any object indirectly connected to the host chakra. With the electronic voice of the system fading, Baimo slowly raised his gaze, his eyes alighting delicately upon Karabi. "Karabi, we meet again. How did you come to be here? Weren't you supposed to be?" Karabi's mind raced, and he suddenly exclaimed, realizing that the adversary he had just been battling was perhaps Baimo's shadow clone. Baimo offered no reply but leisurely rose from the ground. Having spent the entire afternoon engraving runes, he had awaited this moment. "Karabi, run. The danger emanating from him has intensified." The voice of the Eight Tails echoed in Karabi's mind. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed in another direction, leaving the bewildered jonin of the Cloud Village trembling in place. Let it be buried. Explosive tag exchange technique. Baimo had initially intended to use his taijutsu to attach the explosive tags to them, but with the advanced Flying Thunder God technique, a mere glance sufficed to imprint the technique onto them, facilitating instantaneous movement between objects. With a flick of his finger, 6 specialized explosive tags vanished, only to reappear affixed to the 6 individuals before him. The explosive tag exchange technique, an A-rank infinite detonation ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, continuously summons explosive tags, triggering a series of concentrated detonations upon activation. Once it makes contact with a target, it will relentlessly explode until the target is reduced to ashes. Reflecting Baimo's current murderous intent. May you enjoy this grand gift. Sayonara. With that, Baimo vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving only flames illuminating the sky. At the edge of Konoha, Surin Kohara stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, shall we pursue?" "No, if I am not mistaken." Baimo is already awaiting them. As if to validate his thought, a burst of fire illuminated the sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the distant inferno, a terrifying suspicion taking root in his heart. Could it be that Baimo had been aware of Karabi's movements all along? Was everything from the beginning part of his scheme? If that were the case, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grave. Perhaps it would no longer be feasible to openly suppress the Uchiha clan, even if suppression were necessary. It was imperative not to provoke Uchiha Baimo's wrath. Otherwise, it would be an unpredictable calamity for Konoha and the Sarutobi clan. So, from where should he draw sustenance for Konoha and the Sarutobi lineage? Karai Koharu, please prepare and organize the actions of Killer and the others. Subsequently, relay this information to the Land of Lightning and the village hidden in the clouds. I must confront them and demand to know their true intentions. The meaning behind Sarutobi Hizashi's words is evident. Through this matter, We aim to subdue the village hidden in the clouds and the land of lightnings, compelling them to relinquish more resources. Lord Hokage, what about the situation with Hakumai? Asked Midogate, standing to the left of Sarutobi Izashi. In response, Sarutobi Izashi gazed upon the flickering flames, inhaled deeply, and a radiant smile spread across his face. Hakumai is a good child. He is a hero of Konoha. All citizens of Konoha should take inspiration from Hakumai. T. Karai Kohara. Midogate, Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru. Others. They were acutely aware that just yesterday, Sarutobi Hizashi had not held such sentiments. Chapter 23. Brother, save me. Yunin Village. AI felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He stood atop the Raikage building in Yunin Village, gazing down at the sprawling expanse of yellow sands below. At this moment, he was not yet the fourth Raikage, but rather the impending successor, as his father, the third Raikage, still held his position. Has Killer Bee sent any news? None, replied Mabui, AI's secretary, unwaveringly. Her words etched a deep anxiety across AI's face. Logically speaking, given Killer Bee's prowess and his operational style, even in the absence of mission completion, some intelligence should have been relayed. The unsettling silence was not characteristic of him. Furrowing his brow, AI instinctively turned his gaze toward the distance, where the faint sound of explosions echoed ominously. The presence of such turmoil stirred a sense of foreboding in AI. Who possessed the strength of a Kage? I will investigate, AI declared, leaping from the Raikage building. With the lightning release chakra mode activated, his cells surged with energy. In the blink of an eye, he reached the outskirts of Yunin Village. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions reverberated through the air, mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder that invaded his nostrils. There, he witnessed the Eight Tails struggling in agony, ensnared by explosive tags, rendering Killer Bee transformed into the Eight Tails, unable to break free. Brother, save me. Killer Bee cried out, igniting a fierce blaze of fury within AI's heart. What on earth is happening? Though AI voiced his bewilderment, his actions were swift. In an instant, he was beside the Eight Tails, unleashing a terrifying force. He seized the remaining 5 tails of the 8 tails and hurled them away with ease. The enormous body soared through the air like a mere plaything, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before plunging into a nearby pond. Due to Yunin Village's harsh geographical conditions, reservoirs were typically constructed to meet daily needs. However, the current situation far exceeded AI's expectations, leaving him no choice but to resort to this drastic measure. Splash. As the 8 tails landed in the water, a massive splash erupted, drenching AI in the process. Yet, as the water soaked the explosive tags, the continuous detonations began to subside. This is not sufficient. Lightning release. Lightning plow hot knife. AI's arm plunged into the water like a bullet. Crackling sounds filled the air as torrents of electricity surged through the pond. With the aid of the electric currents, the final explosion rang out, leaving the 8 tails motionless and submerged in the water. At last, saved. The 8 tails murmured softly. The entity then retreated back into Killer Bee's body to recuperate and heal, leaving Killer Bee with an unbearable sense of humiliation. Even during the rampages of the 8 tails or the brutal beatings from his elder brother, he had never felt this utterly disgraced. The current situation made him wish he could vanish into thin air. Killer Bee. What in the world happened? As Killer Bee recounted to the terror and might of Byakuya, the Meijiki Sharingan in Byakuya's eyes gradually faded away. With its disappearance, the Genjutsu previously cast shattered like glass. If Byakuya's left eye harbored the ultimate killing technique, direct death, then is right I possess the supreme illusion, world. Unlike Kodo Amatsukami, this was a Genjutsu of an entirely different caliber, one that could override the 5 senses and construct an entire reality within the victim's mind. The target would remain oblivious, utterly defenseless. It was one of Byakuya's 2 greatest weapons. He strode leisurely toward Konoha. In the distance, a dense crowd was visible. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and his entourage, who had been awaiting his return. Spotting Byakuya's approach, the thick-skinned Hiruzen boomed with exaggerated warmth, "Welcome home, Byakuya." This was all for show. Though inwardly seething with frustration, he knew he had to endure at least for now. With that thought, Hiruzen's smile widened further, adopting the demeanor of a benevolent elder as he approached Byakuya and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. "You've done exceptionally well this time. Byakuya regarded him with an elegant, faint smile before lightly brushing his shoulder with his hand. The gesture froze Hiruzen's expression mid-grin. Just as his face darkened, Byakuya added smoothly, "Lord Hokage, the battle has just ended, and dust still clings to me. I hope you won't take offense." Hiruzen's face bloomed into a chrysanthemum-like smile. "Oh, of course not. How could I?" But before he could continue, Byakuya stepped past him without hesitation, heading straight toward the Uchiha compound. Kushina Izumaki watched as Byakuya's gaze settled on her while he advanced. Unlike Hiruzen's feigned concern, her expression radiated genuine worry and unrestrained joy. Unable to contain herself, she dashed forward, her petite frame crashing into Byakuya's embrace. Slender arms wrapped tightly around his waist as she nestled against his chest, nuzzling like an affectionate koala. "Byakuya, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" "How could I possibly be hurt? The one who suffered was Killer Bee." By now, Byakuya seemed accustomed to Kushina's embraces. Slowly, he raised his hands and gave her back a gentle pat. "When he stealthily infiltrated the Uchiha clan, he had already placed himself on my list of retribution. Byamo, you are aware of this." "Naturally. After all, I care for you deeply." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Bymo's eyes. "Although I am fond of cultivation, I possess a certain penchant for vengeance. Should any foolhardy individual dare to lay a hand on my kin, I shall ensure they understand the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue." In conclusion, Byamo cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and remarked with a smile, "It is getting late, Hokage-sama. We can return now. Indeed, it is time to depart. We shall not intrude upon this lovely couple any longer." Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered a remark laden with significance before leading his companions away from the scene. This night was destined to be one of restless slumber. The news regarding Byamo spread through Konoha like a sudden tempest, rapidly enveloping the village and granting everyone a clearer and deeper understanding of Bymo's formidable prowess. Before long, the dawn arrived. Within the Ninja Academy, a man with tousled yellow hair approached Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Noara Rin. Chapter 24. Fight until death strikes. Observe closely. This man is named Minato Namikaze. Today, he arrives at the Ninja Academy with one purpose: to become the team leader of the three individuals before him. A bright, amiable smile graces Minato's face as he surveys the trio before him. With warm enthusiasm, he introduces himself. "Pleased to meet you all. I am Minato Namikaze, and starting today, I will be your instructor. I look forward to working with you." Yawn, just as Minato finishes speaking. The drowsy Obito Uchiha lets out an exaggerated yawn in front of everyone, immediately drawing Minato's attention. "You're Obito Uchiha, younger brother of Byakuya Uchiha, correct?" "Yep, that's me." Obito's eyes brighten considerably at the mention of his elder brother. "Are you close with my brother?" Minato shakes his head. "Only by reputation. But we've never had the chance to speak." "No way. My brother's a huge celebrity in Konoha. Don't you want to meet him?" Obito thumps his chest proudly. "Tell you what, if you pass me right now, I'll introduce you to him." Minato chuckles, ruffling Obito's hair before giving him a light flick on the forehead. "Not a chance. Exams must be taken seriously. Though, if possible, I'd love to spar with Byakuya." Since the news of last night's battle spread, the villagers of Konoha have gained a clearer understanding of Byakuya's strength. Even Minato finds himself stirred by a rising tide of competitive spirit. Just who is stronger, him or me? As Minato ponders this, Obito pouts and scoffs. "Isn't it obvious? My brother is way stronger. Besides, I don't even know what's so special about you that you get to be our instructor." Amused by the boy's childish defiance, Minato draws a kunai engraved with intricate seals. In full view of the three young ninja, he hurls it into the distance. A flash of yellow light erupts, and in the next instant, Minato stands behind them. Gulp. Obito swallows hard, his eyes gleaming with awe. "So cool." With effortless grace, Minato sheaths the kunai and meets Obito's gaze. "Want to learn? I can teach you." Dead last. The cold voice of Kakashi Hatake cuts through the moment. Having observed the exchange in silence, he now turns away dismissively, as if wholly uninterested. Minato scratches his head with a sigh. Two problem children in one team, this is going to be a headache. Just then, a voice calls out from afar, "Obito, how is class going?" Turning toward the sound, Minato's gaze lands on, there stood Byakuya, clad in pristine white robes, ambling gracefully from a distance. By his side, Kushina clung affectionately to his arm. their demeanor radiating an aura of tender intimacy. To the untrained eye, none could discern the facade of their arranged union, save for the faint rigidity in Byakugan's arm, betraying an ineffable sensation as Kushina's delicate frame occasionally brushed against him. "Brother." Obito's voice rang out, drawing the collective gaze of Rin, Minato, and Kakashi toward Byakugan. Rin's eyes sparkled with admiration, for in the hearts of many young maidens, Byakugan epitomized the very essence of a storybook prince. Envy simmered beneath their sighs, each yearning to stand where Kushina now did. With a demure chuckle, Kushina merely cast a doting glance at her husband's profile, her silent pride speaking volumes. "Brother, this is our team leader, Minato Namikaze," Obito announced. Byakugan inclined his head in acknowledgement, the unspoken recognition of mutual strength passing between them. So, Minato has indeed become their instructor. He mused inwardly before turning to Obito. "Obito, Minato is not only an exceptional shinobi but also an exemplary mentor. You will heed his guidance, understood?" His tone brooked no argument. Then, addressing Minato with a smirk, he added, "Should Obito prove unruly, feel free to discipline him, spare no mercy, so long as he draws breath." Obito gaped. "Brother, are you serious? I'm your flesh and blood. Precisely why I hold you to such standards," Byakugan retorted, clasping Obito's shoulder with feigned solemnity. "Were you not my brother, I'd let you frolic unchecked. But I aspire to hear the name Uchiha Obito resonate across the shinobi world one day." Watching Obito's starry-eyed resolve, Byakugan barely stifled a laugh. "Perfect. With this little performance, he'll train diligently and spare me his pestering." Yet beneath his amusement, a shadow of foreboding lingered. If memory served, the conflict at Canopy Bridge loomed near. The wheels of fate turned inexorably. Save for his own anomalous presence, destiny's script seemed unaltered. But surely, he pondered, Huma would think twice before provoking Konoha now. Would Canopy Bridge even come to pass? His reverie shattered as Minato's voice cut through the air. "Uchiha Byakugan, HM? If given the opportunity, I would like to engage in a friendly spar with you." "Certainly. Aside from training, my greatest passion lies in combat." Upon receiving by MOS response, a radiant smile illuminated the face of Namikaze Minato. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the intelligence before him, his expression dark as thunder. Unbelievable audacity. How dare these individuals conspire against us? It is utterly intolerable. At that moment, beside him, Tsunade remarked, "Hiruzen, this situation is likely something we all failed to anticipate. Nevertheless, we must exercise utmost caution, otherwise we may inadvertently trigger the onset of the Third Great Ninja War." Chapter 25. A Twist of Fate. Curse be the circumstances. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered under his breath, his countenance dark and tumultuous. The current situation starkly contrasted with the visions he had conjured in his mind. Initially, he had intended to leverage the incident involving Killer Bee to exert pressure upon the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud Village. However, to his utter astonishment, before he could even pin his thoughts, the Third Raikage, had allied with the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Stone, launching a counteroffensive. They claimed that Killer Bee had come to Konoha to celebrate the wedding of Byakko, yet Byakko, with his haughty demeanor, had insulted Killer Bee, leading to their ensuing battle. Furthermore, the higher-ups in Konoha turned a blind eye to the chaos, allowing it to unfold unchecked. Such conduct was akin to brazenly flaunting their ulterior motives. A plethora of slanderous remarks sprang forth upon the pages. Did these scoundrels truly believe that their coalition could suppress Konoha? Though Sarutobi Hiruzen voiced these sentiments, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. "Send for the various clans and the representatives of the Land of Fire. Let us convene a meeting. I wish to gather your thoughts. And also summon Uchiha Byakko, as he is the hero of Konoha. His presence is imperative at this gathering." This was a moral coercion, a tactic that Sarutobi Hiruzen wielded with finesse. As long as he occupied the moral high ground, he would remain invincible in Konoha. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. The assembly gathered within the conference room of the Hokage Tower. Even Byakko was present, eyes closed, engrossed in self-training, eliciting admiration from many for his discipline. With such talent and dedication, how could the world possibly forget the name of Byakko? Seated at the head of the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand, prompting the Umbu members to distribute the letters from the Hidden Cloud Village. These were replicas, intended for all to peruse the information contained within. Approximately 5 minutes passed, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly oppressive. Notably, Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, gazed at the letter, his countenance becoming increasingly agitated. Clearly, it was these ruffians who sought to abduct my daughter first. How dare they now blame us for inadequate hospitality? Moreover, they have joined forces with the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone to apply pressure. Are they not afraid of provoking us further? Hyuga Hayashi expressed his ire vehemently. Yet, the meeting remained devoid of agreement, with all eyes instead fixed upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaiting his next words. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned towards Hyuga Hayashi and said, I understand your anger, Hayashi, but let us refrain from fury for the moment. This is not solely about your grievances. We must consider the looming threat of war that may arise from the collusion of the Hidden Cloud and other villages. Indeed, this is precisely the matter of utmost concern for Sarutobi Hiruzen. For should a conflict arise, the recently rejuvenated Konoha would inevitably be dragged into the quagmire of war. In such a scenario, the Sarutobi clan would also be compelled to participate, which would not bode well for the entire family. Thus, this underscores the rationale behind Hiruzen's convening of this meeting. He has always been a proponent of peace, prioritizing both Konoha and his own clan above all else. Therefore, even in light of the recent events, the Hyuga clan must exercise restraint and refrain from any rash offensives. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku and inquired, Fugaku, what are your thoughts on this matter? Uchiha Fugaku glanced at his companion, Akumai, only to find him seemingly oblivious, eyes closed, with a faint aura of chakra circulating around him, as if he were perpetually engaged in training. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku addressed Hiruzen, stating, Lord Hokage, we Uchiha bear the responsibility of safeguarding Konoha. Should they dare to invade, we shall ensure they pay a grievous price. His voice resonated powerfully, prompting many in the room to nod in agreement. This sentiment was undeniably sound. However, Hiruzen remained unfazed, briefly soliciting the opinions of others before his attention returned to Uchiha Hakumai. Hakumai, what is your perspective on this issue? Upon hearing his name mentioned, Uchiha Hakumai slowly opened his eyes and regarded Hiruzen. Me? Do you truly consider my opinion to hold significance, Lord Hokage? Certainly, Hiruzen replied. The views of each individual present are of immense importance to me. Hyuga Hayashi felt a pang of frustration. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt deeply unsettled. Despite having expressed his views, it seemed Hiruzen paid them no heed. This sense of exasperation drove Hayashi to the brink of madness. After all, had it not been for Hakumai's assistance, the repercussions of Hinata's potential capture would have left the Hyuga clan trembling in fear. Hakumai cast a fleeting glance at Hayashi and softly remarked, Lord Hokage, since you have inquired, allow me to share my thoughts succinctly. The reason why the 3 hidden villages, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Awagakure, are able to unite and apply pressure at this juncture, aside from the machinations of the Third Raikage, is fundamentally tied to resources. He continued, even if we advocate for peace and seek resolution through negotiation, conflict will inevitably erupt. Therefore, my stance is one of war. If we exert our dominance, Konoha will enjoy a period of stability for at least a decade. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled thinly, yet his disdain for Hakumai deepened. It was evident that Hakumai's perspective diverged significantly from his own, and his naivety was disconcerting. Should a battle ensue, the mobilization of troops and resources would require immense strategic acumen. It is not merely a matter of expressing a desire to fight that can overcome an adversary. In truth, upon encountering the envelope, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already contemplated a peace-oriented resolution. The current Konoha cannot afford to be ensnared in the tumult of war once more. If the damage inflicted by Killer Bee upon Konoha were to be the extent of it, he would not pursue the matter further. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was musing on this, an unexpected voice resonated through the assembly. I support Uchiha Hakumai's perspective. The words he was about to utter were abruptly stifled within him. A sharp glimmer flickered in his eyes, landing squarely upon the speaker. Shimura Danzo. What do you mean by that? Shimura Danzo took a leisurely sip of his tea, unfazed, and replied, the literal meaning. This time, I stand with Uchiha Hakumai's viewpoint. As soon as his words fell, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Chapter 26. The eye of the storm as Shimura Danzo's words faded. The eyes of everyone present instinctively turned toward him. Historically, Danzo had rarely opposed Hiruzen Sarutobi in public. Yet now, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Why would Hiruzen openly support Byakuya? Had the two already formed an alliance? Not only were the others perplexed, but even Byakuya himself felt a surge of astonishment. His gaze shifted toward Hiruzen, whose composed demeanor exuded an air of unshakable confidence. Hiruzen's expression darkened. "Danzo, do you realize what you're saying?" His voice was heavy with warning. "The Second Shinobi World War has just ended. Konoha is in ruins, in desperate need of recovery and rebuilding. What resources do we have left to wage another war? Or do you intend for Konoha to face the combined might of the three great villages alone? What is your true motive?" A sinister smile curled at the corners of Danzo's lips. Did he not understand the current state of affairs? Of course he did. But compared to undermining Hiruzen, none of it mattered. If dragging Hiruzen from his position required even more extreme measures, Danzo would not hesitate. The tension in the meeting hall thickened, palpable in the air. Byakuya observed Danzo with quiet intrigue. As a transmigrator, he possessed some knowledge of future events. He knew that soon Danzo would attempt to assassinate Hiruzen, an act that would ultimately weaken his own influence. This meeting, it seemed, was the spark that would ignite that chain of events. Just as Byakuya reached this realization, Hiruzen's gaze shifted toward him once more. With practiced subtlety, he redirected the burden of decision back onto Byakuya. A move that made Byakuya narrow his eyes in displeasure. Had this been anyone else, they might have been overwhelmed by the dilemma. But he was Uchiha Byakuya. Had he not trained relentlessly for this very reason, to carve out his own choices? As the others waited in anticipation, Byakuya slowly rose from his seat. His eyes swept across the assembly before he spoke, his voice calm yet firm. "Hokage-sama, you are well aware that Killer Bee infiltrated the Uchiha compound, attempting to abduct Kushina Izumaki. Can such an insult truly be tolerated? He struck at your pride, at the very wedding you personally orchestrated, witnessed by the entire village." He paused, allowing his words to settle. "And let us not forget, that same man sought to take Hinata Hijie, a child barely days old." A faint smile touched Byakuya's lips. "Therefore, I advocate for war. Let us strike back against these shameless aggressors who dare to twist the truth." He gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen before speaking again. "Of course. In this village, everything is ultimately decided by you, Lord Hokage, so we shall respect your choices. We will comply with your arrangements." Byakuya, with an impassive demeanor, once again directed the question towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, unlike the initial circumstances, Hiruzen now found himself in a precarious position. At this moment, all the clan leaders turned their attention towards him. Hiruzen understood that his decision would directly impact his prestige. This familiar sensation brought him unprecedented anguish. That scoundrel Byakuya. He was guilt-tripping him. This was precisely what Hiruzen excelled at. If he chose to advocate for peace, the clan leaders would undoubtedly be disheartened. After all, even the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were not in favor of it, let alone launching a war on behalf of smaller clans. His prestige would plummet. Conversely, if he chose to advocate for war, the swift advancement of the Sarutobi clan would be interrupted, and even Konoha could be dragged into turmoil. He absolutely did not wish to witness such a descent into the quagmire of war. At that moment, Tka-sh Jun and Mito Minj exchanged glances. They had not anticipated that Byakuya's rhetorical skills would be so formidable, so piercing that he had thrust Sarutobi Hiruzen into the eye of the storm. This was something they did not want to see. At this juncture, Mito Minj leaned closer to Hiruzen and whispered, "Lord Hokage, perhaps we should postpone our discussions for a few days and have a thorough conversation with those from the Cloud Village to ascertain their intentions." Hiruzen contemplated this seriously and slowly nodded. "Let us proceed with that plan." As his words settled, Mito Minj feigned a cough, drawing everyone's attention to himself. "Given the numerous matters to discuss in this meeting, let us wait for the news from the Daime of the Land of Fire before deliberating further. For now, we shall adjourn." His pronouncement astonished many. They had not expected Mito Minj and Sarutobi Hiruzen to arrive at such a decision. This far exceeded their expectations. They had anticipated a resolution would be reached, yet they were taken aback by the delay in decision-making. But was this choice truly the right one? Since the meeting was postponed, if there was nothing further to discuss, we shall take our leave. Uchiha Fugaku and Byakuya exchanged glances before stepping out first, followed closely by Baemo, who trailed behind Fugaku as they exited the conference room. Lord Hokage, I also have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, spoke Hyuga Hizashi as he rose from his seat. In an instant, all present exchanged knowing glances, as if they shared a silent understanding, and simultaneously followed Hizashi out. This serves as their silent protest. It is precisely due to this act of defiance that Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation has been further tarnished. With a resounding crash, Sarutobi slammed his fist upon the table, seething with anger. He surveyed the now desolate conference room and exclaimed furiously, "Are these fellows attempting to force me into battle? They must understand that warfare could plunge the village into the abyss of conflict." Beside him, Shimura Danzo, who had remained steadfastly present, cast a fleeting glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo was well aware of the turmoil brewing within Hiruzen's heart. Ultimately, it was merely that there were no benefits to be gained this time, and indeed, there existed a significant degree of risk. Had Sarutobi believed there was any profit to be extracted, he would undoubtedly have been the first to launch an attack against the other three prominent clans. Chapter 27. The Uchiha Fan. Outside the conference room, Baemo walked silently along the street. Uchiha Fugaku trailed beside him, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. "Baemo, could you share your thoughts with me? I haven't given it much thought. Isn't the situation already quite satisfactory?" "What do you mean? Is there any benefit to the meeting being postponed?" "Of course there is. It grants me the time to handle matters on my own." "Are you implying that you intend to confront the three major hidden villages alone?" Baemo narrowed his eyes behind his glasses, abruptly halting his steps. He regarded Uchiha Fugaku with a serious gaze. "As the head of the family, you should be well aware of my disposition. I am wholly absorbed in my training. As long as I can focus on my cultivation, I remain indifferent to whatever else occurs. However, this time, Kumogakure has repeatedly crossed my boundaries. They even dared to extend their reach toward Kushino Uzumaki. This is absolutely intolerable. If Kirabai had attempted to intervene, he would have already lost his life." Uchiha Fugaku could distinctly sense the waves of murderous intent emanating from Baemo, a terrifying aura that far surpassed his own. In other words, Baemo was genuinely serious at this moment. "What are your plans then?" "Quite simple. I shall form a one-man army. I will challenge the three hidden villages simultaneously. Additionally, I'll send a warning to that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen to refrain from disturbing my training in the future." A one-man army, challenging the hidden villages. These phrases struck Uchiha Fugaku like a cold realization, leaving him in disbelief as he turned to Baemo. "Baemo, are you serious?" After a pause, Uchiha Fugaku continued, "Do you truly have the confidence to pull this off?" "Of course. I never engage in endeavors without assurance." Uchiha Fugaku understood Baemo's character. Since he spoke this way, it indicated that he had already formulated his own plans. Therefore, as the clan leader of the Uchiha, all he needed to do was to offer his unwavering support. With this thought, Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, his gaze earnest as he looked at Baemo. He extended his hand and firmly clasped Baemo's shoulder, stating, "In that case, Baemo, I have something to entrust to you." "What is it?" Baemo inquired, curiosity piqued. What could Uchiha Fugaku possess that he was unaware of? With such questions in mind, Baemo followed Uchiha Fugaku deeper into the Uchiha estate. They arrived at an underground space beneath Fugaku's room, a place Baemo had never set foot in before. His brow raised slightly. Logically, aside from the modified stone tablet passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, there should be nothing more valuable. However, upon entering the underground space, Baemo was met with a sight that left him utterly astonished. The room was filled with an abundance of treasures and scrolls, overwhelming in their quantity. These are. Gazing at the profound astonishment etched upon Baemo's face, Uchiha Fugaku felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. So this is the sensation of shocking others. How delightful it is to astonish Baemo. This subtle feeling ignited a surge of pride within Fugaku's heart. Before you lies the true legacy of the Uchiha clan. A treasure passed down through generations. Among the scrolls, many are exquisite rarities. And these gold and silver, you may utilize at your leisure. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku evidently regarded Baemo as the rightful heir of the Uchiha clan. With such prowess and temperament, Baemo surpassed Fugaku by immeasurable degrees. Were it not for Baemo's disinterest in such matters, Fugaku might have relinquished his position to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The most significant treasures lie within. Follow me. Uchiha Fugaku beckoned to Baimo, leading him deeper into the basement. There existed a sealed chamber, adorned with an ancient copper lock and inscribed with runic seals. Should one dare to tear them away, a terrifying explosion might ensue. Uchiha Fugaku formed hand seals and uttered a command, "Release." Instantly, the sealing runes above the door dimmed, transforming into two useless scraps of parchment that gently floated to the ground. With a soft click, the door creaked open, resonating in the ears of both individuals. Fugaku ignited the candles on either side, their warm flames illuminating the dim room, allowing Baemo to perceive every detail within. Before them lay a fan emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's crest, meticulously placed at the center of the table. Under the flickering light, it radiated a mesmerizing brilliance, exuding an aura of exceptional significance. Lord Clan Leader, is this the fan of Uchiha Madara? But has not the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara's fan remained a mystery to this day? Indeed, yet not quite. A proud smile graced Fugaku's face, revealing a history unknown even to Baemo. After Madara's departure, our clan's master artisans secretly crafted a fan that rivaled that of Uchiha Madara. Moreover, its materials and craftsmanship surpass even the original Uchiha fan. However, it is considerably heavier, making it usable by far fewer individuals. Over time, it was sealed away in this secret basement. Uchiha Fugaku sighed, but times have changed. The Uchiha clan is blessed with a prodigious talent like you. You shall undoubtedly restore the renown of the Uchiha fan to the world, allowing more to recognize the glory of our clan. Therefore, Baemo, boldly pursue all that you desire. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, I shall wholeheartedly support your aspirations. With these words, the atmosphere shifted. Uchiha Fugaku grasped the Uchiha fan with both hands, straining as he lifted it from the table and presented it to Hakumai. Feeling the exquisite texture in his grasp, Hakumai casually waved it. In an instant, a tempest surged through the basement, scattering numerous scrolls in its wake. Such a formidable weapon. Naturally so. It is well known that Uchiha Madara's Uchiha fan can manipulate wine to control fire, possessing the ability to deflect ninjutsu as well. Not to mention, this fan, crafted with even sturdier materials. Hakumai's heart stirred slightly. Although he had traversed into this world for over a decade, this was the first time he felt such profound emotion. Perhaps the Uchiha clan is warmer than one might imagine. Indeed, the Uchiha clan understands love better than anyone else. Chapter 28. The old man finally gets it. Meanwhile, on the other side, the third Raikage A sat imposingly upon his throne. By his side were his son, destined to become the fourth Raikage, and Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Across from them sat Noki of Awagakure and Yagura of Kirigakure, each accompanied by their respective high-ranking officials, gathered to deliberate the matters at hand. At this moment, they remained unaware of Konoha's decision, even if they had known of Sarutobi Hiruzen's delay in convening the meeting. It would have made little difference. From the very beginning, their objective had never been to shift blame, but to wage outright war. Only through battle could they thoroughly consume Konoha and the Land of Fire, thereby strengthening and expanding their own nations. Choosing this moment, just as the Second Shinobi World War had drawn to a close, was nothing short of perfect. With Konoha still reeling from the conflict, barely given time to recover, they would stand little chance against the combined assault of three great hidden villages. Yet what unsettled Noki most was the boy known as Uchiha Hakumai. Hey, I too have heard whispers of Hakumai, particularly the incident where Killer Bee was soundly defeated by him. The intelligence reports were quite illuminating. If we truly initiate this war, who among us can stand against Hakumai? Should no one rise to the challenge, then perhaps this war is not worth starting at all. At the mention of his name, Killer Bee's expression darkened, his pride stung. Had his brother not restrained him, he might have lunged at Noki then and there, to prove he had not been so thoroughly humiliated. A's face twisted in displeasure. He was no fool. He understood the subtext of Naka's words. It all boiled down to self-interest, one seeking to preserve strength, the other to claim greater spoils of war. The ambition was laid bare. His fist clenched, A's aura surged as crackling arcs of lightning danced across his skin. The moment he had learned of Hakumai's victory over Killer Bee, a direct insult to the Third Raikage's pride, he had burned with the desire to personally cut down this Uchiha Hakumai, to erase the disgrace staining Kumogakure's name. Noki, I know what you're implying, your fear of Hakumai as a wild card. But rest assured, I will deal with Hakumai myself. The air hissed with the raw energy of his lightning chakra, his body alive with electricity. Now, Noki, what resources will you commit to this war? In response, Noki raised a single finger before the assembly. What does that mean? Simple. Iwagakure will provide no fewer than 10,000 shinobi. As the words of Noki faded, the usually silent mist ninja instinctively inhaled sharply. In the world of shinobi, population is an incredibly vital resource. The fact that Iwagakure could suddenly muster 1,000 ninjas was nothing short of astonishing. If only Hakumai were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded by the twists of fate. In the original narrative, the Third Great Ninja War was a chaotic battleground, where the Third Reikage met his demise under the overwhelming force of Iwagakure's 1,000 ninjas, succumbing to sheer exhaustion. Now, these ninjas were all poised to suppress Konohagakure, leaving the village teetering on the brink of peril. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu had also received more intelligence, particularly concerning the movements of the three great hidden villages, though the three villages had not yet fully assembled their forces. Indications suggested a resolute intent to launch an assault on Konohagakure. Faced with such circumstances, how could one devise a solution that would ensure safety and security, while also fostering the development of the Sarutobi clan? Little did Sarutobi Hiruzen realize, as he pondered these matters, that Hakumai had already returned to his room. Wielding the Uchiha fan, gazing at the emptiness of the room, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Hakumai's eyes. For reasons unknown, he found himself yearning for the dishes prepared by Uzumaki Kushina. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted his reverie. Uchiha Obito poked his head through the doorway. "Brother, you're back. How did the meeting go?" Hakumai turned to Obito and casually replied, "The meeting was postponed. Once I'm ready, I'll continue my training. You must remember to practice diligently, understand?" "Got it. By the way, do you know when Kushina will return?" "I'm not quite sure. It seems that Granny Mito has some important matters to discuss with her, and she might be staying at the Senju clan's territory for a while." Was it related to the Nine Tails? Hakumai pondered internally. At that moment, Uchiha Obito suddenly approached Hakumai, teasingly raising his eyebrows. "Brother, after such a short time, are you already missing your sister-in-law?" With a light slap, Hakumai playfully tapped Obito's forehead. "At your age, you should really behave more maturely." He then closed his door and headed outside. Finally, Hakumai remarked casually, "Obito, when Kushina returns, please tell her that I've been quite busy lately, but I promise to surprise her once I'm back." With that, Hakumai activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from Obito's sight, leaving him standing there with a bewildered expression. If anyone hoped for Hakumai to marry and start a family, it would certainly be undoubtedly it is indeed his elder brother. To prevent Mo from becoming overly engrossed in his training, he would do anything, even enlisting Obito's help. Finally, his elder brother has experienced a moment of enlightenment. However, that is still far from sufficient. Only when his elder brother has children will it be considered true fulfillment. Just as Uchiha Obito was lost in these thoughts, Kakashi walked in from outside. "Obito, are you ready?" "Kakashi, how did you get in?" "I spoke with a big brother, and he seemed to know that we are part of the same team, so he allowed me entry." Kakashi urged, "These details are not the main concern. The crucial matter is whether you are prepared for this upcoming exam. We are set to take the test at the Kamui Bridge. Only by passing this examination can we truly become Genin." Chapter 29, Special Training of Byakuya and Kushina. At the ancestral lands of the Senju, Uzumaki Mito stood before Uzumaki Kushina, leaning on her cane. Beneath her slightly clouded eyes lay a tender warmth, watching as her descendant grew stronger day by day. For Mito in her twilight years, this was undoubtedly a profound joy. "Kushina, let's conclude today's training here," Mito suggested gently. Kushina shook her head, her teeth clenched. Sweat had long since soaked through her training attire, the white fabric clinging to her lithe frame, accentuating her graceful form. "No, Grandmother Mito, I can still push myself further. I'll only stop when I truly can't go on." Taking a deep breath, Kushina channeled her chakra once more, determined to exhaust every last drop of her energy. Only by pushing herself to the absolute limit could she break through her current constraints and emerge stronger than before. Watching Kushina's relentless determination, Mito chuckled softly. "Who would have thought that for Byakuya's sake, you'd unleash such hidden potential?" A flush crept across Kushina's cheeks, whether from exertion or bashfulness was unclear, as she shot Mito a playful glare, panting slightly. "Grandmother Mito, all right. All right, I won't tease you anymore." Mito relented with a smile. "I'll prepare the medicinal bath for you. Once you're done, soak in it. It will help unlock greater potential in your body and speed up your recovery." Pausing, a faint crimson chakra flickered around Mito, the unmistakable aura of the Ninetales. Feeling the weakening seal within her, her smile only deepened. There was no trace of fear, for she had already chosen her successor. "Don't worry, Kushina. You will grow even stronger, becoming Byakuya's most steadfast support." With that, Mito slowly walked away, leaning on her cane. Their mutual devotion was, to her, the most beautiful outcome possible. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Byakuya's mind. Ding. Self-discipline mission issued. Precision muscle control. Current progress, 0. Precision muscle control? Byakuya blinked, then instinctively clenched his fist. Yet the progress bar remained stagnant, prompting a slight frown. Fastening the Uchiha war fan to his back and donning his white robes, he set off toward a Wagakure, intending to train his taijutsu along the way. After all, when it came to ninjutsu, ocular techniques, and jinjutsu, Byakuya was brimming with confidence. The only area where he felt uncertain was his physical prowess. After all, martial arts are not synonymous with physical prowess. The ability to effortlessly wield the Uchiha fan does not necessarily indicate mastery of combat techniques. Various combat skills and close-quarter fighting require extensive training and reflection. It remains uncertain whether this round of rewards will enhance my martial arts capabilities. Mo briefly devised a few training plans, then immersed himself in a regimen of disciplined practice. With a swift motion, Mo's eyes manifested the patterns of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He drew the Uchiha fan from his back, following the direct line indicated by the straight death technique, and struck the trunk of a tree with precision. With a resounding shhh, a tree large enough for 3 men to embrace was cleaved in two by the fan. The massive trunk slowly toppled, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Mo tidied the branches of the fallen tree before placing the fan back on his back. He hoisted the trunk onto his shoulders and strode purposefully into the distance. Thud, thud, thud. Each step he took left an imprint on the ground. After traversing a distance of 10,000 meters, he noted with confusion that the progress bar showed no sign of increase. Could this method truly fail to advance the bar? Mo fell into a brief silence before once again summoning the system's floating window. Upon seeing the word refinement, he contemplated for a moment and then cautiously took a step forward. Ding. Self-discipline task. Refined muscle control. Current progress. 001. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Mo's eyes as he stepped forward again. Ding. Current progress. 002. At this moment, Mo lifted his foot and examined the spot where he had just stepped. The ground bore no trace of an imprint, appearing as if he had walked normally. In stark contrast to the deep impressions left moments ago, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Such precise movements demanded meticulous control. Even Mo needed to concentrate fully. A single misstep could lead to no progress at all. Nevertheless, it was still a method to enhance the progress bar. As Mo ventured further, his control over his leg muscles became increasingly adept. He could sense his body gradually strengthening. Although this method was slow, everything remained within Mo's grasp. The streets of Konoha, the sacred grounds of the Senja clan, the Uchiha family, Obito's team, and various paths leading to Konoha were all under Mo's vigilant surveillance, rendering them virtually invisible. Some advanced teams of ninjas were also monitored by Mo. As soon as they stepped into the territory of Konoha, Mo would ensure they learned how to write the character for death. Just then, Mo suddenly detected a small team in the distance, about to encounter the advanced forces of the Mist Village ninjas. Such encounters were typical in battle, allowing each village to scout the arrangements of the other, thus compiling valuable intelligence. To enable the village to devise more effective offensive strategies, it is imperative to acknowledge that when the advance party encounters peril or comes face to face with adversarial ninjas from rival villages, a fierce clash is inevitable. For it is only through death that their whereabouts can remain concealed. At this moment, Might Guy, Noara Kakashi, and Ebisu are engaged in a C-rank mission. tasked with patrolling the vicinity to ensure no unauthorized individuals approach. However, what they did not anticipate was that shortly after departing from the borders of Konoha, they would perceive an unsettling presence within the air. Noara Kakashi surveyed the surroundings, his expression grave. We must exercise utmost caution. There is something amiss in this environment. Something amiss? In what way? Might Guy, possessing less acute perception, assumed a combat stance, vigilantly guarding against potential threats in the vicinity. Suddenly, they sharply sensed a shift in the humidity of the air. Ninja Technique. Hidden Mist Technique. Chapter 30. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Ninjutsu. Hidden Mist Technique. The humidity in the air began to rise gradually. In the briefest moment, an incredibly dense fog transformed into a formidable weapon that obscured their vision, rendering the eyes of Might Guy and his companions utterly ineffective. The enemy is lying in ambush. Be cautious. Back to back. Tense your nerves. Is there any way to dispel this hidden mist technique? Guy and his comrades stood back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, exerting every effort to perceive the shifts and sounds around them. Ahead. Clang. A kunai collided with an oddly shaped large sword. Whoosh. In a flash of lightning, Nara Shikamura finally glimpsed the silhouette of the assailant. It was Suigetsu of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Mist Village. Damn it. Why is it them? Not to mention the disparity in strength, we are already at a disadvantage in numbers. A look of anxiety spread across Gaia's face. He yearned to assist Nara Shikamaru and Ebisu, but aside from his taijutsu, he possessed no means of offense. Yet, the interference of the hidden mist technique rendered him nearly immobile. This dire predicament enveloped them in a heavy shroud of despair. It was not only Guy who recognized their plight. Shikamaru and Ebisu were acutely aware as well, gazing into the thick fog, where 7 indistinct figures loomed. Shikamaru resolved within himself. He nudged Guy with his elbow and said, "Guy, you are the fastest among us. We will create an opportunity for you to escape from the mist." Upon hearing this, Ebisu understood Shikamaru's intentions. He flexed his body slightly and echoed, "Yes. You must run swiftly. Summon help from Konoha. Only in this manner could they have a chance of survival." Guy was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that they would arrive at such a decision in such a short span of time. These foes were the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen. Even if it were just the 3 of them, they would not stand a chance. If he were to abandon them, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. No, I do not wish to. This is not merely a matter of desire. It is crucial intelligence. The people of the Mist Village have arrived here. Although this is not within Konoha's territory, it is perilously close. For the sake of our village, we must relay this information back. Do you understand, Guy? Shikamaru's expression grew increasingly grave. The weight of pressure upon him intensified. Do not dawdle, Guy. We are counting on you. Sensing the 7 ninja swordsmen springing into action, the relentless sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. Shikamaru launched a shuriken into the air. Ninjutsu, 1000 shuriken rain. In an instant, 1000 sunbon transformed into a dense drizzle, surging forth relentlessly. Ebisu patted Guy's shoulder before swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Chakra gathered in his throat before erupting violently. The flames twisted through the mist, scorching the sunbon as the combined assault amplified their offensive. For a brief moment, they managed to halt the advance of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now, Guy, Ebisu roared, shoving him forward with a forceful push. Feeling the momentum from behind, Might Guy instinctively sprinted ahead. Whoosh. His speed manifested in that instant, though for some inexplicable reason. His vision blurred with moisture at the corners of his eyes. Gama, Ebisu, I want to let your sacrifices be in vain. Faintly, steam began to rise from Gaia's body, the telltale sign of the 8 gates formation. First gate, open. Lord Minato, why have we stopped? Uchiha Bito asked, scratching his head in confusion as Namikaze Minato abruptly halted. He was eager to reach the Canopy Bridge for their mission. Once completed, he could finally become a full-fledged ninja and follow in his brother's footsteps as a formidable warrior. Before Minato could respond, Kakashi, his expression grave, followed the man's gaze into the distance. Shut it, dead last, he snapped. Something's off. I sense something approaching at high speed. Infusing his feet with chakra, Kakashi leapt onto the tallest nearby tree, surveying the forest below. A cloud of dust billowed violently, as though a beast were charging recklessly. The sheer velocity whipped up a gale, stripping leaves from branches and sending them spiraling in the wind. Drawing his kunai, Kakashi warned sharply, "Stay alert. Someone S closing in fast. Someone S coming." Obito blinked, snapping to attention when he saw Rin unsheathing her own kunai. Hastily, he fumbled for his weapon. Scree! A hawk circled overhead. From afar, Hakumo, who had been training while traveling, observed the scene through the bird's eyes and sighed in exasperation. This little brother of mine truly lives up to the title of little. How can his reflexes be this sluggish? Looks like it's time for hellish training. Even if I shield him forever, he can't remain this dense. He barely suppressed the urge to burst out laughing. No need, Minato interjected calmly, his formidable senses already identifying the approaching figure long before it came into view. It's Might Guy. In a flash, the yellow flash appeared in Guy's path, poised and composed. The golden flash shimmered before Might Guy's eyes, intensifying the brilliance in his gaze. Minato, we've encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ebisu and Might Guy created an opening for me to escape. Please, you must save them. If it's you, I know you can do it. Minato's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't anticipated their arrival would be so swift. Which direction? I'll go after them. Over there. Understood. Minato replied firmly before adding, then I entrust you with escorting Kakashi and the others back to Konoha. Inform the Hokage immediately. We must remain vigilant. Yes. Might Guy sniffed hard, then quickened his pace, sprinting forward with renewed determination. Meanwhile, Minato hurled a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming into a streak of golden light as he darted through the forest. Chapter 31. The Unleashing of the Glaring Sharingan. What on earth transpired? Nozomi Rin, despite her strength, was still a girl. Faced with the abrupt shift in circumstances, a flicker of panic crossed her visage. At that moment, Might Guy strode forward with great urgency, feeling the metallic tang of rust filling his mouth. An overwhelming sense of exhaustion compelled him to bend over, his hands resting on his knees as he gasped for breath. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were approaching Konoha. We must hasten back to Konoha and inform the Hokage. Guy struggled to articulate his thoughts in one breath, then braced himself to lead the 3 back to the village. However, just as he took a step forward, a sinister gust surged forth with alarming speed. So swift. Instinctively, Guy sidestepped, catching a glimpse of a gleaming blade that narrowly grazed his cheek, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. Blood trickled from the wound. Turning instinctively, he beheld an odd ninja, sporting a mohawk, charging towards Rin with a katana in hand. I shall deal with you first. Once you are all eliminated, the information will remain concealed. This is bad. Rin. Uchiha Obito's pupils dilated sharply. In an instant, he lunged to Rin's side, positioning his kunai as a shield before her. Just in time to intercept the assailant's strike. A piercing clang reverberated through the air. Obito felt a surge of numbness in his arm, his grip faltering on the kunai. In a tremor, the weapon slipped from his fingers and clattered to the ground. Kakashi. Obito glanced at the malevolent grin plastered on the assailant's face, the katana raised once more. He could not help but call out Kakashi's name in desperation. Shut up. You dead weight. Kakashi retorted, though his actions spoke of unwavering resolve. His gaze was filled with concern for Obito as he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth wall. Kakashi infused his earth chakra into the ground, causing a towering wall to erupt, effectively blocking the blade's advance. Truly, the son of Konoha's White Fang is not to be underestimated, even at such a young age. Yet, still too weak. The assailant, a formidable Nin from the Rock Village, wielded his sword with remarkable skill and speed. Just then, Guy arrived. Konoha Whirlwind. This technique combined a powerful upward kick with a downward strike, channeling chakra through his legs to counter the attack with sheer force. However, whoosh. The sharp blade effortlessly struck Might Guy's foot. The current Might Guy was far from the future Hokage. He was merely a youth devoid of any talent beyond physical prowess. As he felt the pain coursing through his body, his complexion turned pale. Nevertheless, the two engaged in battle once more. At the very least, he had to ensure that Uchiha Obito and the others could escape, just like what Ebisu and Shiranui Gunma had done for him moments ago. Seizing this opportunity, run! Might Guy shouted, his voice echoing powerfully, startling several hawks into flight, circling endlessly in the sky. Yet before Kakashi and the others could react, several figures dashed out from the jungle. Among them was none other than the elite Jonin of Iwagakure, HK. He was known for his combative nature and was exceptionally powerful in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. A top-tier expert in Iwagakure, he led the charge, accompanied by other Jonin from his village, creating a formidable encirclement around Kakashi, Noera Rin, and Uchiha Obito. These scoundrels. Kakashi clenched his teeth in frustration, his mind racing to find a way out. But as he gazed upon the multitude of Jonin before him, despair began to wash over him. There was no way to escape. Not only could he not flee, but even if his father, Konoha's White Fang, were present, he might not stand a chance against this formidable foe. HK gazed fiercely at the group, then glanced at Might Guy, who was entangled with the leech, and declared, "Leave that mushroom-headed man to the leech. The rest shall be slain." Such nonchalant words sealed their impending fate. Do you think we would surrender so easily? Kakashi seethed inwardly. A flurry of shuriken was hurled from Kakashi's hand, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he formed hand seals with one hand. Fire release, great fireball technique. Chakra gathered in his mouth and was expelled with force. A colossal fireball materialized before their eyes. Yet, before it could approach HK, the latter scoffed and said, "A single-handed hand seal is indeed impressive, but if I counter with water release, how will you respond?" With a single hand seal, HK, possessing a variety of chakra affinities, effortlessly unleashed his water technique. He performed the hand seals with a speed 3 times faster than Kakashi's. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon coalesced, hurtling towards the fireball. Upon collision, an immense cloud of white mist erupted. Yet, at that moment, the water dragon continued to churn through the mist, crashing forcefully into Kakashi. The powerful impact changed Kakashi's expression. His entire body was sent flying backward, blood spraying through the air, falling like crimson blossoms to the ground, nearly obscuring his vision. HK smiled slightly, casually waving his hand. Surrounded by numerous ninjas, shurikens were hurled directly towards Noera Rin. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a faint scent of blood. Uchiha Obito's fists were clenched tightly, his eyes filled with a hatred potent enough to stir tumultuous waves. He glared at the flames before him, thoughts of Kakashi's grave injuries and Rin's perilous situation fueling his fury. The intense hatred manifested in Obito's eyes, forming a single tomo of the Sharingan. Witnessing this scene from the perspective of the Flying Hawk, Hakumai could not help but exclaim in awe. It was indeed remarkable. Obito, the underachiever, had finally awakened a Tomo Sharingan. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he was certainly more formidable than Uchiha Sasuke. After all, that fellow had awakened his Sharingan in a fit of rage on the night of the massacre. Just as Hakumai expressed his astonishment, Uchiha Obito had already arrived before Noera Rin, bellowing, "As long as I am here, you shall not harm Noera Rin." Chapter 32. Brother, save me. The sound of clashing echoed through the air as Uchiha Obito swiftly approached Noera Rin. From his ninja tool pouch, he unleashed a flurry of shuriken, their dark forms slicing through the air in perfect trajectories. Utilizing his extraordinary dynamic vision, each shuriken accurately targeted the incoming assaults. Sparks erupted as they collided, embedding themselves into the ground with formidable force, each penetrating more than halfway, a testament to their terrifying power. Should they pierce flesh, the injuries inflicted would undoubtedly be grievous. However, before Obito could catch his breath, a fiery figure suddenly appeared before him. The sheer physical prowess of this opponent far surpassed Obito's limits. Bang! A fist, blazing with intensity, struck Obito's abdomen with tremendous force. The sharp pain caused his expression to shift dramatically. Blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto the ground below. The momentum he had been building was abruptly shattered. Obito, Might Guy, having repelled the monstrous leech before him, cast a sidelong glance at the 3 young ones. Just as he contemplated how to turn the tide, the leech's voice, like a specter, whispered in his ear, "To lose focus in battle is a grave folly." In a flash, a blade of light glimmered. A katana shone with a chilling gleam in the air. The cold edge suddenly descended upon Guy's back. Slish! A gash, 2 centimeters deep, appeared in an instant. What a pity. Had you reacted just a moment slower, you would have been cleaved in two. The leech sneered, advancing menacingly. Sword angled at 45 degrees towards Guy. But look at you now. Your injuries are severe. Merely standing must have cost you nearly all your strength. The leech's cold laughter echoed, and the sinister aura made Guy grit his teeth. If only he were stronger. Just a little stronger. They would not find themselves in such perilous circumstances. Kakashi lay gravely injured, on the brink of unconsciousness. Obito had collapsed, devoid of strength to rise again. Though he was still standing, Guy felt the truth in the leech's words. Simply maintaining his stance required an immense effort. As for Noera, at this moment, she gazed at the scene before her with utter despair. Her once delicate face had grown increasingly pale. Why? Why must we face such a fate? I do not wish to die, nor do I want my comrades to perish. I must fight you off. Rin murmured to herself, attempting to muster her courage. Yet, when she turned to look at the fiery figure, she found him already forming hand seals. Snake, tiger, rabbit, tiger. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Swish. At this moment, the entire atmosphere was enveloped by a wave of heat. This was the essence of a straightforward assault technique. Executed with astonishing speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. It was a matter of life and death. Uchiha Obito collapsed onto the ground. And as he witnessed the scene before him, his pupils constricted sharply. With a voice that tore through the air, he cried out, "Brother, save us. I know you have a loud voice. You may now silence it." A shadow suddenly appeared in the sky above the flames, causing the fire to instinctively squint its eyes and gaze upwards at the azure heavens. A figure materialized beneath the blazing sun. It was Hakumai, who forcefully hurled a massive log he had shouldered directly in front of Noera. Boom! The dragon fire technique roared against the trees, which instantly exploded into splinters. Countless fragments scattered at that moment. Hakumai's silhouette gracefully descended from the sky. Ever since the earlier commotion, his hawk had been vigilant in monitoring the situation. Even without Uchiha Obito's desperate shout, Hakumai would have chosen to intervene at this critical juncture. After all, it was his duty as an elder brother to protect his younger sibling. If something were to happen to his brother, he would no longer have anyone to defend him. Uchiha Obito felt an inexplicable chill gradually ascend from his tailbone, causing him to shudder involuntarily. However, he paid no heed to it. Instead, it seemed to sweep away his gloomy disposition. Raising his arm with determination, he pointed at the flames before him and exclaimed, "They are the ones trying to kill me. Brother, you must not let them escape easily." Hakumai cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Obito. Without further ado, it was evident that Obito had become excessively arrogant in his presence, utterly failing to exhibit the earlier signs of tension and despair. Hakumai turned to face Noera, a warm smile gracing his face like the sun. "I entrust you with my inept brother and that deadpan little brat. As for the remaining matters, rest assured, I shall handle them." Handle what? Being distracted and overstepping during a match? Just watch how I eliminate you. Just as Hakumai was speaking to Noera, a J-Mean lurking by the flames suddenly charged forth. He hurled shurikens at Hakumai with wild abandon, quickly forming hand seals. Water style, great waterfall technique. A colossal water sphere materialized, leaving Hakumai utterly bemused. Do you not realize that interrupting someone while they speak is quite impolite? Sealing technique. Release. 100 healing technique. Crimson patterns emerged upon Hakumai's arm. He pressed his middle finger against his thumb and forcefully flicked it to the side. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted. In that instant, the water sphere shattered, and a terrifying force pierced through the assailant's body, leaving a bloody void in his abdomen. How is this possible? As the words escaped his lips, the man's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Noera gazed at Shirakumo's effortless and graceful demeanor, her lovely eyes brimming with admiration. Her cherry lips parted involuntarily, whispering, so handsome." Oblivious to the rapid flutter of the young maiden's heart, Shirakumo advanced with a serene smile. Like death himself strolling leisurely forward. The Manjiki Sharingan had already manifested in his eyes without notice. With a swift motion shink, his war fan was drawn. Though it bore no sharpened edge, under the power of his left eye's direct death ability, it could sever all things with ease. Utilizing the advanced application of the Flying Thunder God technique, a crimson flash flickered before the assembled shinobi. With each step he took, an afterimage would dart forth, cleanly bisecting a jonin at the waist. In the blink of an eye, numerous ninjas collapsed in gruesome defeat. Only Maki and Keika remained, rooted in place, staring dumbstruck at the carnage before them. Uchiha, Shirakumo, is truly this terrifying? Chapter 33, This is Youth. With a swift snap, as the flames resonated, another wave of pitch-black cold light flickered. Blood erupted like a fountain, cascading from the heavens onto the ground, adorning it with the vivid crimson of demonic roses. With a thud, the body of Huaguang collapsed onto the earth. In a fleeting moment, he realized that his body had been severed. Had he known that everything lay within the control of Uchiha Hakumo, he would have never appeared before him, even if it meant becoming a rogue ninja. Gulp. The creature known as Mog, for reasons unknown, felt an uncontrollable salivation overwhelming him, prompting him to swallow hard. Flee. Escape was imperative. An idea surged within Mog as he seized Might Guy and hurled him towards Hakumo, hoping to impede Hakumo's advance. Yet, as Might Guy soared through the air, Hakumo erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "The power of youth knows no bounds." Wouldn't you agree, Might Guy? Might Guy, who had his eyes tightly shut, inexplicably opened them upon hearing Hakumo's words. A fierce blaze ignited within his chest. Indeed, youth is limitless. Hakumo brandished the Uchiha fan in his hand, the heavy fan tracing an exquisite arc through the air. A violent gale enveloped Might Guy, halting his body before propelling him once more towards Emoji. This is youth, the prelude of power. Might Guy, enduring the pain, extended a leg and struck fiercely at Emoji's back. At the moment of collision, a surge of energy penetrated Emoji's body, causing him to spew forth a torrent of blood. His katana clattered to the ground. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Hakumo stepped forward, his afterimage flickering before Emoji. Gazing upon the now fearful Emoji, Hakumo inquired with disarming friendliness, "Do you have any final words?" Emoji trembled before Uchiha Hakumo, his heart suffused with terror. Horrifying. Far more terrifying than Lord Onoki. This power must surely be at the level of a Kage. How could such a monstrous existence exist in this world? I beg you, spare me. I will do anything you ask, just spare my life. Is this your final farewell? What a pity, truly devoid of sentiment. Hakumo scoffed mockingly at Emoji. In that blood-red world, Emoji's body was ensnared by lines of fate. With a swift motion, as Hakumo swept the fan along those lines, Emoji's body was severed in response. Strong. Incredibly strong. The sheer dominance over AJ Nin exceeded the imaginations of Might Guy, and the trio Uchiha Obito shrugged his shoulders weakly and said, "Bro, I really don't have the strength to get up now." Cough, cough. As he spoke, another involuntary cough escaped his lips, leaving traces of blood in his mouth. His pallid, bloodless cheeks painted a picture of utter misery. 3, 2, 1. Without any hesitation, Hakumo began his usual countdown. Gritting his teeth, Obito forced himself up from the ground, limping toward Hakumo with great effort. What is it? You're not going to scold me again, are you, bro? Hakumo silently observed Obito before crouching down to his level. His gaze lingered on Obito's newly awakened One-Tomo Sharingan, and a bright, approving smile spread across his face. He patted Obito's shoulder, then gave his chest a firm thump. Not bad, Obito. You've finally awakened the One-Tomo Sharingan. Cough, cough. Bro, you're so rough, can't you be gentler? Relieved by Hakumo's praise, Obito's tension melted away. Puffing up with pride like a rooster, he grinned triumphantly. Of course. After all, I'm an Uchiha. How could I ever disgrace our clan? As the two conversed, Namake's Minato arrived with Shiranui Genma and Ebisu in tow. Spotting Hakumo, Minato paused, his eyes widening at the sight of the battlefield littered with corpses, some of whom were renowned elite shinobi from across the nations. The blood-stained earth bore silent witness to the one responsible for this carnage. Rin, start healing the wounded with medical ninjutsu. Once they're stabilized, we'll head back to Konoha. Yes. Finally tearing her gaze away from Hakumo, Noira Rin turned her attention to the injured, diligently applying healing techniques to ease their pain. Hakumo, thank you for this, Minato said sincerely, stepping forward. He knew all too well that without Hakumo's intervention, My guy alone could never have held off Hikari, Megura, and the swarm of elite shinobi. Hakumo merely shrugged, a faint smile playing on his lips. We're comrades from the same village. Helping each other is only natural, isn't it? Minato studied him for a long moment before nodding firmly. Yes, you're right. All right. I'll leave the rest to you. I've got training to get back to. Slinging his war fan onto his back, Hakumo gave a casual wave and strode off without another word. This time during training, I'll have to be extra careful. Ha ha ha. As expected of a sharp mind. Don't worry. 3 hidden villages combined forces? I can handle them alone with ease. Kushina Minato gazed in astonishment at the retreating figure of Baemo. For reasons unknown, the audacious words that fell upon his ears led him to believe that Baemo spoke the truth. Could it be that Baemo's strength truly surpassed his own by a considerable margin? In the distance, concealed in a shadowy corner and hidden beneath the verdant leaves, a figure silently observed the unfolding scene. As Baemo's silhouette faded from view, this figure swiftly followed suit. Having lingered in observation for so long, it was high time to make an appearance. Baemo, who was in the midst of selecting larger trees, muttered to himself at that moment. Since earlier, he had sensed that he was being watched. The feeling was subtle, leaving even Baemo uncertain of the accuracy of his intuition. Thus, he deliberately activated the kaleidoscopic ability of his left eye to scan the surroundings. As anticipated, he spotted the hidden presence of Ju not far away. The Crimson Threads and the SC Chapter 34, a chance encounter with Uchiha Madara. Ju listened intently to Baemo's words. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately emerged from the ground. He approached Baemo and said, Uchiha Baemo, the most extraordinary genius of the Uchiha clan. I wish to invite you to meet someone. Someone? Are you certain it isn't the spirit of an Uchiha? Baemo remarked playfully, his tone laced with mockery. This elicited a fleeting expression of gravity on Ju's face. Baemo casually performed a few preparatory stretches, then turned to Ju and chuckled softly, lead the way. I wish to see how that individual has fared in his twilight years. Recalling Madara's instructions, Ju nodded and guided Baemo in a specific direction. Sunlight bathed the earth, casting a warm glow everywhere. However, as they approached the cave, Baemo felt a chilling wind howl forth from within, reminiscent of a demon flinging open its gates. Awaiting the entrance of others, Baemo paid little heed to this. Based on his understanding of the original narrative, the current Uchiha Madara was merely a dying man. Even if he could still unleash formidable powers, he could never rival the vigor of youth like Baemo himself. This only heightened Baemo's anticipation for their meeting. You have finally arrived. Uchiha Baemo. A hoarse voice reached Baemo's ears before he drew near. Following Ju, Baemo arrived at the innermost depths of the cave, where he beheld Uchiha Madara seated upon a carved wooden chair, his hands languidly resting on his legs. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist, presenting an appearance that was unsettlingly unnatural, evoking a sense of defiance against the very essence of life. This was a man clinging to existence through the power of the outer path. The aura of decline prompted Baemo to instinctively furrow his brow. You summoned me, not merely to have me mock you, I presume? So let us not squander time. Tell me your true intentions. Madara paid no heed to Baemo's urgency, confidently articulating. I am the spirit of Uchiha. Madara. Baemo promptly interrupted. All right, I have spoken your name for you. Now you may reveal your purpose. Madara opened his mouth, a look of confusion crossing his features as he gazed at Baemo. For some reason, under Baemo's penetrating gaze, Madara felt an inexplicable sensation of being seen through. Was this merely a figment of his imagination? Or did Baemo already possess knowledge of his identity? Pondering this, Madara glanced at Ju, who merely nodded. This gesture elevated Madara's impression of Baemo yet another notch. Perhaps conversing with an astute individual would indeed prove to be less taxing. Madara did not inquire further. His time was dwindling. Baemo, I have been observing you for quite some time. Come forth. Cut the ties of causality that bind this world. Let us forge a realm where only victors dwell, where peace reigns supreme, and where love flourishes. From this day forth, you shall be the savior. Come, look into my eyes. Enter into the space that is uniquely mine. As Uchiha Madara's voice faded, Baemo opened his eyes once more, only to find himself enveloped in a void of white. Intrigued, Bayemo surveyed the scenery before him, then began to circulate the chakra within his body. Though the illusion was formidable enough to create its own space, he sensed that he could escape this illusionary realm at any moment he wished. At that moment, Uchiha Madara appeared beside Bayemo. Within this illusory space, Madara was not confined to a chair. He roamed freely. Approaching Bayemo, he gazed into the young man's eyes, his heart involuntarily filled with awe. At such a tender age, Bayemo had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, a talent that surpassed even his own. Yet he was Uchiha Madara. In the depths of this space, Madara's form began to transform gradually. Drawing upon the power of the illusion, he quickly reverted to his youthful appearance. "Do you see?" he exclaimed. "With this illusion, we can create the most ideal world. All we need to do is cast this illusion over humanity and lead them into this space." Madara's tone grew increasingly fervent as he shared his vision with Bayemo. The three-tomo Sharingan emerged in his eyes. Soon, by replacing this eye with the moon and amplifying the technique scale, they could manifest the world of their dreams. Bayemo regarded Uchiha Madara before him, activating the power residing within his right eye, the most potent illusionary ability bestowed by the Manjiki Sharingan. Even within Madara's illusionary realm, Bayemo could still intervene if he so desired. With a casual wave of his hand, a throne materialized behind him. Seated upon the throne, Bayemo observed the astonishment etched on Madara's face and continued, "Let me guess. Are you about to regale me with the tale of the Sage of the Six Paths and the 10 Tails?" Madara's expression faltered, surprise etched across his features. "You are well versed in these matters?" he inquired, astonished. "Naturally, and I possess knowledge that surpasses yours, Uchiha Madara," Bayemo declared, casting a knowing glance at Madara as he lightly snapped his fingers. The wide illusionary space began to gradually peel away, and in the blink of an eye, both Bayemo and Madara reappeared in a cave. Or rather, it seemed they had never departed at all. "So, will you collaborate with me? If you are willing, I can bestow upon you eyes more powerful than the Manjiki Sharingan," Bayemo offered. "No, I do not covet what belongs to others," Madara replied resolutely. "The mere thought of such a thing coming into contact with my body fills me with profound discomfort." Bayemo strolled leisurely through Uchiha Madara's cavern, his demeanor exuding an air of nonchalance as if the legendary shinobi were beneath his notice. Though Uchiha Madara remained formidable even in the flickering twilight of his existence, capable of unleashing terrifying power, Bayemo understood with absolute certainty that unless circumstances forced his hand, the old warrior would never recklessly engage him in battle. Thus, Bayemo wandered freely, unburdened by fear. His gaze settled upon the Uchiha war fan mounted upon the cavern wall, the very first of its kind. Its surface etched with the marks of time. "Uchiha Madara," he proposed, his voice smooth and deliberate, "let us strike a bargain. I shall overlook today's events as though they never transpired. In return, you need only surrender the war fan upon this wall to me." Chapter 35. The Third Great Ninja War Approaches. Hanging on the cavern wall was the very first Uchiha war fan, the prototype of the one strapped to Hakaboku's back. A weapon of extraordinary power. Uchiha Madara observed the young man before him in silence, sensing something ineffable emanating from Hakaboku. It was as though, in the presence of this youth, every action Madara might take could be effortlessly foreseen. Moreover, Hakaboku's composed demeanor stirred a rare flicker of envy within the legendary shinobi. Coughing lightly, Madara extended a trembling finger toward the war fan on the wall. "Very well, I shall entrust this weapon to you. With your abilities, I have no doubt you will restore the Uchiha name to its former glory. And mark my words, our paths shall cross again. When that day comes, I shall extend an invitation to you. I trust you will not refuse." With those words, Madara slowly closed his eyes, leaving Hakaboku to move freely within the cavern. "Ah, the future can wait," Hakaboku murmured with a faint smile as he approached the wall, retrieving the Uchiha war fan before striding out of the cave. The vast chamber now held only Madara and Zetsu. "What shall we do next?" Zetsu's shadowy form materialized beside Madara. "Hakaboku has refused us. Do we seek another substitute? Or orchestrate his demise and turn him into our puppet?" Black Zetsu's voice dripped with calculation. If Hakaboku obstructed their plans, he would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Madara shook his head. "Unnecessary. From what I've observed, Hakaboku is consumed by his training. As long as we do not interfere with that, he poses no threat to our designs. He paused, then added, as for his replacement, I already have someone in mind. Shin? Zetsumused. The one with no rejection response to any Kekkei Jinkai? Precisely, Madara confirmed. His devotion to the Uchiha is absolute. As the clan's progenitor, I shall bestow upon him the Uchiha name. He will serve with unwavering loyalty, executing my commands without fail. Understood. I shall locate him at once. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Namikaze Minato returned to Konoha with his battered team. Without delay, he sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, Minato reported gravely, near the village borders. We encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen, along with elite jonin such as Gon and Imzuku. A single sentence, yet it darkened Hiruzen's expression instantly. So, they have already made their move, the Hokage murmured, his voice rough with foreboding. I believe this must be their vanguard. The true spectacle lies ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts grew increasingly heavy. Initially, he had hoped to advance the conference as peacefully as possible. However, he never anticipated that the 3 great hidden villages, Yun Hidden, Iwa Hidden, and Kiri Hidden, would abruptly overturn the table, leaving no room for communication. What a headache. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered this, Minato Namikaze remarked, by the way, Hokage-sama. Aside from this intelligence, I encountered Uchiha Hakamai. Uchiha Hakamai? That fellow was ambushed too? No, to be precise, this time, it was thanks to Hakamai's assistance. Minato simply recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused aloud, what on earth does that fellow Hakamai intend to do? Faced with Uchiha Hakamai, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer maintained his initial air of superiority. Instead, he felt an indescribable exhaustion. Anyone confronting a person whose motives are unfathomable yet whose strength is formidable would undoubtedly experience such a headache. Nonetheless, the immediate priority remains the 3 great hidden villages. Konoha has entered a state of war. All ninjas must be vigilant and cautious against the infiltration and ambush of other ninjas. Simultaneously, to mitigate Konoha's losses, efforts must be made to shift the battlefield elsewhere. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the map hanging on the wall, observing the layout. He pointed to the location of Yun Hidden Village. Perhaps choosing this place as the battlefield would be the best option. At the very least, it could complicate the war further. The murkier the war becomes, the greater the room for manipulation. Sarutobi Hiruzen could even seek greater benefits. Amigakure, this ninja village was established by Hanzo of the Salamander and stands at the confluence of the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind. If all goes as expected, this war will affect many hidden villages and nations. The Third Shinobi World War has begun. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen remains unaware that at this moment, Hakamai has already arrived in Amigakure. This is Amigakure, a village perpetually shrouded in rain, damp, and oppressive, with its metallic patchwork buildings exuding an atmosphere of despair that is hard to articulate. If memory serves, Amigakure will ultimately become the epicenter of conflict for the 3 great nations, leading to untold suffering and devastation. Hakamai murmured to himself, carefully controlling his muscles as he strode forward briskly. After a period of adaptation, his control over his muscles has reached a terrifying level. Even while strolling leisurely, he leaves not a single trace upon the ground. The only aspect that invites criticism is that he walked from Konoha to Amigakure, and as night fell, he had only completed 30% of his journey. The further he progresses, as he meticulously navigated while bearing the wooden stump, Imo found the task increasingly arduous. Were it not for the lack of superior methods for training, he would have eschewed such a manner of movement altogether. Upon this reflection, Imo exerted a forceful grip, summoning forth the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The ability of direct death was activated, transforming the massive wooden stump into mere dust that gracefully dispersed with the gentle breeze along the street. This was indeed the formidable power of Imo's kaleidoscope. Such a spectacle left passers-by, who had taken note of him, in a state of astonishment. Among them was a man clad in a robe adorned with auspicious clouds, who approached Imo with measured steps. Is that the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Are you from the Uchiha clan of Konoha? How did you achieve that extraordinary feat just now? The man, named Miyen, stood before Imo, his countenance brimming with curiosity. This marked the inaugural encounter between the two. They exchanged glances until the rain thoroughly drenched by most garments, prompting him to regain his composure and respond with a smile. It was merely a casual act. Your prowess is remarkable, if you are inclined. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join my organization. Chapter 36. Peace is a precious commodity. Mayahiko is an earnest child. He boldly threw a direct question at Hakamoku, who looked at him in surprise, clearly taken aback by the direct invitation. Did he not fear that Hakamoku might harbor ulterior motives? Just as Hakamoku pondered this, Mayahiko continued. Our organization's philosophy is to better protect this nation and ensure that peace endures for as long as possible. Peace, after all, is an exceedingly rare treasure. Hakamoku sighed, contemplating the weight of those words. It seemed, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination, that the rain had intensified, evoking the foreboding atmosphere of an impending storm. Hakamoku and Mayahiko conversed like old friends as they ambled along the streets of rain-hidden village. Many passers-by paused with beaming smiles to greet Mayahiko as he walked by. I had no idea your organization was so well received, Hakamoku remarked. Naturally, as we strive for peace, Mayahiko replied. However, with the growth of their organization, it was likely they would become a thorn in the side of the village's leader, and the consequences could be dire. Mayahiko was surprised by Hakamoku's familiarity with the circumstances in rain-hidden village, but he chose not to dwell on it. You think too much. Hanzo, the leader of rain-hidden village, is quite magnanimous. We have just discussed the future of the village with him, Mayahiko asserted. I believe that with the help of our organization, Rain-Hidden Village will undoubtedly become a bastion of peace, a paradise within the ninja world. Hakamoku shrugged and wished him well. In that case, let us hope peace arrives soon. As the night deepened, Mayahiko accompanied Hakamoku from one end of Rain-Hidden Village to the other. Have you truly considered joining our organization? He inquired. Not at the moment. I have matters to attend to, Hakamoku replied, turning away and waving goodbye. But I am confident we shall meet again before long. Mayahiko, let us toil together for peace. With that, Hakamoku vanished in a flash, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving Mayahiko to gaze after him. If left unchecked, Rain-Hidden Village would undoubtedly succumb to the ravages of war. The magnitude of the Third Great Ninja War far surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. To cultivate safely and savor the delicious meals prepared by Kushina, he resolved to eliminate the roots of this impending conflict. Additionally, he sought to enhance his own progress. Given his focus on precise muscle control, could he not engage in relentless combat, incapacitating foes without taking their lives, thereby swiftly accumulating progress? With this thought in mind, Hakamoku quickened his pace, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique to an unparalleled level. He hurried swiftly towards the direction of Yunin Village. Meanwhile, the bright moon hung high in the sky, its silvery halo casting a gentle glow over the territory of the Sinja clan. Tsunade, who had initially planned to embark on a journey around the world, now approached the courtyard of Uzumaki Mido with a serious expression. Her countenance bore the weight of solemnity. Standing slightly behind Uzumaki Mido, Tsunade folded her arms and softly inquired, Mido-sama, have you truly made your decision? Uzumaki Mido's body had become somewhat stooped, and she appeared increasingly frail, as if a gust of wind could topple her over. She gazed up at the luminous moon, a celestial body she had admired since childhood. Yet, each time she paused to behold its pristine and cool radiance, Mido felt an indescribable tranquility enveloping her heart. Well, after living for so long, my mission is nearly complete. It is time to join that fellow. I wonder how that carefree soul is faring down there. Does he think of me? Mido murmured softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if she had returned to her youth. Tsunade fell into silence. Although she had long anticipated this day, the reality of facing it made her heart feel increasingly heavy. Sensing Tsunade's inner turmoil, Uzumaki Mido stepped closer, her trembling hand gently resting on Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade, the cycle of life and death is but a natural occurrence. You need not dwell on it too much. Yet, I must admit, even after all this time, what troubles me most is your lack of love and marriage. Tsunade placed her hand over Mido's, seeking warmth to forge a deeper connection. As for love and marriage, I suppose I will let things unfold naturally. Mito chuckled lightly. Such notions cannot be dismissed. If you have someone you cherish, pursue them boldly. Only then will you have no regrets. After all, polygamy is quite common in the shinobi world. You needn't be overly concerned about it. Mito's gaze seemed to carry a hint of implication, her increasingly clouded eyes occasionally drifting towards the Uchiha clan's direction. The meaning was unmistakable, causing Tsunade's cheeks to flush with warmth, her shyness rendering her not like an elder sister, but rather like a young girl. The wind grew colder, and sensing that the time was drawing near, Mito's face lit up with anticipation. Come, let us take advantage of the opportunity while Kushina is sound asleep. We must act swiftly. Tsunade nodded, watching as Mito slowly made her way to Kushina's room. Tears shimmered in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks like crystal droplets. She's gone. Tsunade whispered. If this drags on any longer, I doubt my ability to suppress that individual. Tsunade sniffed, discreetly wiping away her tears, as if she had never wept at all. With resolute steps, she entered the room alongside Uzumaki Mito. Mito, leave the rest to me, Tsunade said, assisting Uzumaki Mito to sit beside the peacefully slumbering Uzumaki Kushina. At this moment, the chakra unique to the Nine Tails was becoming increasingly pronounced within Uzumaki Mito. For many, this night was destined to be sleepless. Tsunade formed hand seals, her chakra swirling rapidly within her. Release the tailed beast seal. Activate. The instant the seal materialized, Uzumaki Mito's body trembled violently. The overwhelming chakra of the Nine Tails erupted forth, and faintly, the tails of the Nine Tails chakra flickered into view behind Uzumaki Mito. Chapter 37. Transferring the Nine Tails. Dead Demon Consuming Seal. The room was filled with a fierce wind. Uzumaki Kushina felt an overwhelming heaviness in her body. Though her spirit remained alert, no matter how she struggled, she couldn't will her eyes to open. This sensation only deepened her unease. Then, the gentle voice of Uzumaki Mito resonated beside her ear. Kushina, don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Leave everything to me. Perhaps it was the reassurance in Mito's voice, but Kushina's tension gradually eased. Her resistance to the surroundings softened, and the situation began to stabilize. Mito-sama. We can proceed now, Tsunade said softly, her voice laced with sorrow. Mito showed no trace of fear. As a Jinchuriki, the extraction of the tailed beast from her body meant the end of her life. Yet, she had lived long enough, more than enough, in her eyes. With a heavy heart, Tsunade placed her hand near Mito's abdomen. Her palm seemed to transcend space itself, effortlessly piercing into the Nine-Tails seal. Seizing the moment, Mito suppressed the discomfort within her and slowly formed hand signs. Snake, boar, ram, hare, dog, rat, bird, horse, snake, hands in prayer. Dead demon consuming seal. In an instant, the spectral figure of the Shinigami materialized behind her, a terrifying, long-haired deity whose ghastly visage could drive an ordinary person to madness. Mito the Nine-Tails growled as Tsunade steadily drew its power out. Even now, you refuse to grant me freedom? The beast revealed its true form, a massive, dark orange fox with 9 sinister tails, its aura thick with malice. The sheer leakage of its chakra distorted the very space around them. For the first time, a hint of remorse colored Mito's words. Nine Tails, please, watch over this child. Consider it my final wish before I depart. The fox locked its crimson eyes onto her. After a long silence, it slowly closed them, an unspoken agreement. Thank you, Mito whispered before completing the seal, transferring the Nine Tails into Kushina's body. Dead demon consuming seal. A forbidden technique that traded life itself for power. As an Uzumaki, Mito possessed vitality far beyond ordinary shinobi. Even after losing the tailed beast, death would not claim her immediately. It was this very trait that allowed her to perform the ritual. And so, as the Nine Tails' power settled within Kushina, the weight of sacrifice lingered in the air. She finally felt the existence of her body and was able to freely open her eyes. Uzumaki Kushina let out a soft whimper before gradually unveiling her gaze. As her eyes roamed over the surroundings, they abruptly narrowed when they landed on Mito Uzumaki, who was weakly slumped against the headboard. A wave of tension washed over her face. Grandma Mito, what has happened? Please, don't frighten me, Kushina exclaimed, turning to Tsunade beside her. Sister Tsunade, your medical ninjutsu is formidable. Why aren't you acting swiftly? Useless, Kushina. Mito's frail voice emerged. She beckoned Kushina closer, pulling her to her side. Kushina, I have witnessed your efforts these past few days, your desire to grow stronger. Cough, cough. To avoid being a burden to Hakumai, you aspire to be a supportive partner. I understand your intentions. It is time for the old to make way for the new. And I entrust the Nine Tails to you. Though it can be mischievous at times, it remains reliable in moments of peril. Utilize this power wisely. I believe you will stand by Hakumai's side, becoming his right hand. The future of Konoha relies on your strength. Mito felt her eyelids growing heavier. The hand resting on Kushina's waist inadvertently fell away, and she leaned against the wall. Her eyes gradually closed, and her breath faded away. At that moment, Kushina was utterly stunned. She had merely taken a nap. Why had such a drastic change occurred? Why? Kushina cried out, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes, soaking the bedding beneath her. Tsunade enveloped Kushina in her embrace, akin to a protective older sister, gently patting her shoulder. Do not bear too heavy a burden. Grandma Mito was already nearing the end of her life. Your presence allowed her to depart with greater peace and ease. Though Tsunade spoke these words, her trembling form betrayed her inner turmoil. With Mito's departure, both women sensed the world around them dimming. Tears blurred their vision, and their hearts felt unnaturally heavy, as if they were losing weight, almost floating away. The night deepened into silence until the first light of dawn appeared. Tsunade turned to the now tear-stained Kushina and said, Kushina, dawn has arrived, and Grandma Mito must rest. Let us lay her to rest. Meanwhile, in the land of water and the land of earth, numerous ninjas had gathered in the land of clouds, determined to mount an overwhelming assault to bring Konoha to its knees before them. The third Raikage, stood atop the Raikage building in Kumogakure, gazing down imperiously at the multitude of shinobi below. The densely packed ninja gathered together resembled a dark, oppressive storm cloud hovering over the earth, exuding an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Has the assembly been fully completed? A turned his gaze towards Noki and Yagura. The diminutive old man floated mid-air, arms crossed, a smug smirk playing upon his lips. Indeed, the gathering is complete. With such formidable might at our disposal, even Kaga-level warriors shall meet their demise here. This time, I have also mobilized Kirigakure's elite forces, with the combined assault of our three great hidden villages. Konohagakure alone will find it impossible to resist. The third Raikage nodded in solemn agreement. Indeed, even standing before this legion of 10,000 shinobi, he could feel an aura so daunting it sent shivers down his spine. Should battle truly erupt, exhaustion alone might claim him. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, Advance. Our target, Konoha. Chapter 38. You are surrounded by me alone. With a commanding shout from the Raikage, the multitude of troops gathered in the hidden cloud village surged forth in unison. The sound of their footsteps echoed, and a thick cloud of dust billowed among the ninjas, their collective aura coalescing as if they were a single entity. Yet, at that moment, the expressions of the foremost individuals shifted dramatically. They hastily pointed toward a figure in the distance, their faces etched with alarm. Look over there. Is that a comrade? No, it doesn't seem like it. His attire resembles that of the Uchiha clan. This person is from Konoha. Such words rippled through the ranks like a stone cast into a still pond, igniting a wave of chaos among the army. Swiftly, they reached into their ninja tool pouches, retrieving shurikens. The 100 ninjas at the front hurled their projectiles simultaneously, a dense barrage of shurikens instantly enveloping the field of vision of Hakumai. Is this your welcome gift to me? It seems rather modest, does it not? I arrived here quite early and have been waiting for you for some time. Hakumai's chakra surged, radiating a brilliant white light as he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse the landscape. Just as dawn approached, he arrived at the outskirts of the hidden cloud village, poised for their assault. However, the current display of aggression paled in comparison to Hakumai's grand expectations. Shaking his head, Hakumai slowly placed his hands on the two Uchiha fan blades at his back. With a swift motion, he drew them forth, exuding a heavy presence that thickened the atmosphere. You should take this seriously. Otherwise, I might not find it entertaining. With a hum, Hakumai began to wield the fans, unleashing a fierce gale that propelled the multitude of shurikens back toward the attacking ninjas. Quickly, combine your efforts to unleash Earth Release. Most of the ninjas were from the Hidden Stone, adept in utilizing Earth Release techniques. They swiftly formed hand seals, pressing their palms against the ground. A thick mist erupted, shrouding their figures behind its veil. Serpent, hare, dog, earth release, earth flow wall. As this ninjutsu was performed by multiple practitioners, a series of earthen walls resembling city fortifications rose up, effectively blocking the shurikens that had been sent back by Hakumai. Is there a commotion ahead? The third Raikage observed the distant scene with a hint of perplexity, noticing the rising mist and the increasingly disordered ranks of ninjas. Soon, news arrived from the front lines. Raikage-sama. Tachikage-sama, Mizukage-sama, there is turmoil ahead. Reports indicate that Uchiha Hakumai from Konoha is engaging in battle with numerous ninjas. Before A and the others could respond, the astonished Killer Bee exclaimed, Hakumai? Has he lost his mind? Does he dare confront them alone? Yagura pondered for a moment before speaking. There might be deception involved. Or perhaps Konoha's forces are lurking nearby, possibly even attempting a flanking ambush. Noki, floating midair, nodded in agreement. You may be right. If Konoha encircles us from behind, it would pose a grave danger. Should we find ourselves caught in a pincer movement, we could suffer devastating losses. The third Raikage, A, nodded solemnly. He glanced at Killer Bee and his son, A. Though Kumogakure's treacherous terrain made rear assaults nearly impossible, he still ordered, just to be safe. The two of you scout the rear. Yes. The brothers A and Killer Bee responded in unison before swiftly darting toward the village's rear. Meanwhile, each of them racked their brains, wondering, why would Shiraishi challenge an army of 10,000 shinobi alone? Did he truly have no fear of death? As the three Kage deliberated, Shiraishi formed a cross-handed seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless shadow clones materialized. Under Shiraishi's command, they surged forward, clashing with the overwhelming enemy forces. The third Raikage couldn't help but marvel. Such an enviable talent. If only a prodigy like him had been born in Kumogakure. What a shame. An army of one. We've heard tales of Konoha's Uchiha Shiraishi's prowess. But to witness such a vast number of shadow clones at his age, his chakra reserves are truly monstrous. But can he sustain such an extravagant technique for long? Who knows? Either way, we have numbers. Testing him 1T hurt. Testing him. Noki's face darkened. These were his shinobi from Iwagakure. Were they merely disposable pawns for reconnaissance? Though inwardly displeased, he remained silent. After all, gauging Shiraishi's limits was invaluable. Ding. Current progress. 36. 37. As Shiraishi's legion of clones engaged the enemy, each meticulously controlled their muscle precision, defeating without killing. The progress bar for refined muscle mastery surged rapidly. Indeed, battle is the finest training ground. With renewed vigor, Shiraishi accelerated his movements. Within moments, hundreds of shinobi were sent flying, collapsing unconscious. The sight made many hesitate, unwilling to advance. Fear nothing. He has just one man. Once his chakra depletes, victory will be ours. Exactly. He has no Jinchuriki. How could he possibly possess such boundless reserves? Just wear him down, and victory shall be ours. Bayamo listened to the earnest words whispered around him, watching them charge forward with even greater fervor. The smirk on his face grew increasingly sardonic. Chakra, please. Isn't this energy practically limitless for him? Before mastering refined chakra control, Bayamo had already completed a mission called the Chakra Multi-Cycle Challenge. The reward for this disciplined endeavor was ultra-rapid chakra regeneration. While not infinite in quantity, it might as well have been. The rate at which he consumed chakra could hardly outpace his recovery speed. Moreover, by most chakra reserves far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Even Uzumaki Kushina's legendary reserves might pale in comparison. It was precisely due to these extraordinary advantages that Bayamo could afford to expend chakra so lavishly. As he watched the progress bar hurtle toward the 50 mark, his entire being thrummed with escalating exhilaration. Come then, let us battle to our heart's content. Chapter 39. The Three Shadows Mobilize. Earth Release. Rock Fist Technique. Numerous ninjas hardened their arms, launching a frenzied assault upon Bayamo. Excellent. Bayamo's eyes sparkled with determination as he positioned his fan directly atop one assailant's arm. Ah, my arm. Bayamo did not activate the Manjiki Sharingan. Rather, he exerted sheer force to shatter the ninja's arm. He was remarkably cautious. For had he applied even a modicum more strength, the arm would have been severed entirely, instead of merely hanging by a thread. Ding. Self-discipline task, fine muscle control. Current progress, 69. This was the result of the collective effort of tens of thousands of shadow clones. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of Awagakure ninjas, alongside those from Kumogakure and Kirigakure, lay incapacitated, not a single one able to remain standing. All had succumbed to unconsciousness, yet none had perished. This prompted Noki to intervene. Awagakure ninjas, retreat at once. The moment his voice echoed, Noki surged forth, his diminutive figure slicing through the air in a straight trajectory, swiftly locking onto Bayamo, who wielded the fan in both hands. Dust release, primitive world separation technique. This ninjutsu transcended bloodline limits, a technique born from the fusion of wind, earth, and fire elements. As Noki brought his hands together, he conjured a transparent square barrier between his palms and forcefully propelled it forward. The square particles dove downward with tremendous velocity. Bayamo looked up at the white square, which was hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. A grave expression flickered across his face. Were he anyone else, Bayamo might have charged forward without hesitation. However, faced with the primitive world separation technique, he knew he must exercise utmost caution. Boom. A blinding white light erupted into the sky, illuminating the heavens for miles. The ninjas, who were hastily retreating to create more space for Noki, could not help but exclaim in awe. How formidable! Is this the terrifying power of the Tsuchikage? It appears Bayamo has been disassembled. It was only logical. No matter how powerful Bayamo was, he remained but a youth, with far too little time to grow. He could not possibly contend with the Tsuchikage. The multitude of ninjas whispered among themselves, oblivious to the increasingly suffocating atmosphere. No. Wait. That fellow is behind you. Yagura shouted, rushing towards Bayamo. Water release. Water chaos wave technique. Yagura expelled a considerable volume of water from his mouth, launching a torrential assault upon Bayamo simultaneously. Noki acted swiftly. Earth release. Rock fist technique. Earth release. Super heavy rock technique. This was a combination of techniques. In an instant, Naki's arm petrified, transforming into an unyielding stone. Moreover, with the technique of enhanced gravity rock, the originally ordinary stones became even more formidable and weighty. In the instant of turning, they were hurled towards Bayamo's direction. It was as if the very air was on the verge of explosion, emitting a harsh sonic boom. Boom. Yet, Bayamo paid no heed to this. Too slow. Bayamo murmured, casting a glance downward. A Flying Thunder God seal suddenly materialized in midair. Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. Bayamo's figure abruptly appeared beside the fleeing ninjas, launching an exceedingly fierce assault upon them once more. The onslaught was relentless, akin to a torrential storm, enveloping them completely and serving as nourishment for Bayamo's continuous ascent. Current progress, 73. 75. While Bayamo fervently elevated his progress, the clash between Yagura's water wave and Naki's rock fist erupted in the air, unleashing a cataclysmic force that resonated like thunder in the ears of many. Riding this momentum, Naki's body drifted away, no longer daring to underestimate Bayamo before him. Flying Thunder God technique. The technique you just executed is indeed the Flying Thunder God technique, correct? One must commend Noki for his extraordinary insight. Indeed, this is the Flying Thunder God technique. It is not renowned merely for its dazzling appearance, but for the terrifying mobility it offers, resulting in unparalleled agility. Capable of offense and defense alike, possessing such an ability places one in an inherently advantageous position. However, Bayamo, it was utterly unwise of you to venture alone into the village of the Cloud Hidden. This is a gathering place for the 3 hidden villages. Not something you can contend with alone. A slight smirk graced Naki's lips as he placed one hand behind his back, signaling the ninjas of the rock-hidden village. Immediately, numerous ninjas began to form seals in unison. Earth release. 10,000 miles of soil-flowing wall. Boom. A thick cloud of mist erupted forth as walls rose from the earth, enclosing Bayamo, Yagura, Noki, and the swiftly arriving third Raikage within, creating an arena-like space. Bayamo cast a cursory glance, but before he could make a move, he witnessed Noki forming seals once more. Earth release. Heaven's descending cap. A colossal lid descended from above. Earth release. Ultra-heavy rock technique. Utilizing ninjutsu, Noki augmented the weight of the entire wall along with the descending lid, effectively eliminating by most chance of escaping through space. Only then did Noki speak. If I am not mistaken, your mastery of the Flying Thunder God has become second nature. Hasn't it? Just a fleeting glance, and you can execute the Flying Thunder God, correct? Bayamo regarded Noki with a hint of surprise. One must say, your observation is indeed meticulous, which is why you opted to confine the space, thereby diminishing my Flying Thunder God to its utmost extent. Am I right? Precisely. As long as the Flying Thunder God technique is absent, with your mere strength, you are utterly incapable of contending against the shadows of the three great hidden villages. A smirk graced the lips of Bayamo as he continued to manipulate the dwindling shadow clones outside, engaging other ninjas in combat. Observing the progress bar, which had unknowingly surged to 80, his excitement grew ever more fervent. Ah, so this is how it is. Allow me to witness just how formidable you three truly are. Bang. Before Bayamo could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. A searing pain surged through his abdomen, causing him to gasp in astonishment. He was sent sprawling backward like a kite severed from its string, propelled into the dark, confined space where he could only rely on his senses. This technique was none other than Hell Stab, for Book's piercing hand. It gathers an immense amount of lightning at the fingertips, then strikes with blinding speed. This was the renowned signature move of the third Reikage, with the gradual decrease in the number of fingers. The terrifying penetrative power of the ultimate spear was set to manifest once more. However, before the third Reikage could revel in his triumph, bang, a cloud of smoke erupted, and the retreating figure astonishingly transformed into a wooden stump. A substitution technique? Chapter 40, Hell's Thrust, a seamless connection. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black, enclosed space, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly emerged. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo. Direct death. Bayamo unleashed his crimson chakra, intertwining it to outline a colossal skeletal frame. Susanoo, akin to Bayamo, wielded two large fan-like weapons, skillfully dancing in the air. Harnessing the power of direct death, the celestial cover transformed into a powdery dust, allowing the morning sunlight to once again cascade from the heavens, adorning the crimson Susanoo. Bayamo stood at the chest of Susanoo, gazing down upon the Reikage, Suchikage, and Swayon. He had shown restraint until now, but upon reflection, he recognized that meticulous muscle control, while cautious and subtle, also necessitated a wild offensive. By controlling his muscles, he could unleash even greater power. Though uncertain of the validity of this thought, there was no harm in attempting it. The howling wind roared. The breaths of the four warriors gradually intensified. In the distance, heavy dark clouds rolled and surged, slowly pressing down towards the ground. The oppressive feeling of the black clouds weighed heavily on the hearts of many. Boom. Thunder rumbled, akin to the beating of war drums, striking the souls of all present. In an instant, the third Reikage moved. Bayamo, I acknowledge your formidable strength, yet you are truly overconfident to appear before us alone. Once we defeat you, we will possess greater leverage to negotiate with the higher-ups of Konoha, extracting even more benefits. The strongest lightning release armor. The third Reikage, radiated a powerful electric force, his hair standing on end. The chakra enveloping his body activated his physical vitality and significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities. With each step, a surge forward like a bolt of lightning, charging directly towards Bayamo. A's speed was astounding. However, under the superior dynamic vision of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Bayamo could clearly discern his position. Hell's Thrust, three-pronged assault. A extended three fingers, thrusting towards the Susanoo. The air crackled with electric sparks, resembling the frenzied hum of hummingbirds, piercing directly into Susanoo's form. Sizzle. The intense advance forced even the gargantuan Susanoo to stagger back 100 meters. Seizing this opportunity, Bayamo commanded Susanoo to raise its crimson arm high, akin to a massive boulder plummeting towards the ground, restraining the third Reikage's movements. Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. After the strike, Bayamo instantly appeared behind the stockroom. The muscles in his arm tightened rapidly. He exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of murky air. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Sealing technique. Release. 100 heal technique. Annihilate them for me. Veins on the arm bulged prominently, resembling the subtle fissures of flesh. A dense aura of blood energy converged at a singular point. Baimo exerted control over his muscles, persistently pushing beyond his limits. With the continuous restoration granted by the 100 treasures technique, Baimo recklessly thrust his fist forward. At that moment, the mountains and rivers shifted in hue. As if only Baimo's fist remained in existence within the realm. The air quivered slightly. Shakura instinctively turned his head, barely having time to marvel at Baimo's swiftness. In an instant, Baimo's fist had approached silently. This is not good. Shakura's pupils dilated sharply, his entire being tensing up. Water escape, water mirror technique. He conjured a mirror before himself, and from its reflection emerged a figure identical to Baimo. They mirrored each other's actions, clashing fiercely. The two fists collided with a resounding impact. This was a unique ninjutsu mastered by Shakura. The figure emerging from the mirror possessed power equal to his own. In other words, Baimo's punch was effectively striking himself. But was that truly the case? Give me break. Baimo roared ferociously, channeling even greater strength. A colossal amount of chakra recklessly surged into his arm. Crack, crack, boom. With every sound of cracking, Baimo's fist drew closer, and the fissures on his arm multiplied. Yet, at the moment he forcefully pressed down, a thunderous explosion erupted. A blood-red mist burst forth. The water mirror technique shattered. Baimo's bloodied arm struck directly at Shakura's chest. With a sickening crunch, Shakura's chest caved in. A stream of blood erupted from her mouth, her body tracing a perfect arc through the air before ultimately crashing to the ground. Ding. Progress bar surges by 10. Current progress, 85. Please continue your efforts, host. An electronic voice, audible only to Baimo, reverberated. He gazed at the rapidly increasing numbers on the system interface, and the lips that had been tightly pressed together finally broke into a smile. Ha 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 ha. This was indeed as Baimo had envisioned, beyond the cautious and meticulous offense. Further manipulation of his muscles to unleash power also counted as refined muscle control. If he could surpass his previous limits each time, did it not imply that he merely needed to throw a couple more punches to complete this task? Baimo's excited gaze then fell upon Yuki and the third Reikage. At this moment, the third Reikage had just freed himself from the constraints of Susanoo. Ignoring the dissipating Susanoo, he focused all his attention on Baimo. Upon witnessing Baimo's devastating blow to Shakura, rendering her incapacitated, his understanding of Baimo deepened significantly. Meanwhile, Yuki, too, was reluctant to face Baimo alone. For at this juncture, aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, Baimo has also mastered the 100 Heroes technique, which is renowned as Tsunade's signature ninjutsu. As shadows of their world, they possess an intimate understanding of the potency of such techniques. However, from another perspective, it is evident that one of Baimo's arms has been rendered nearly useless. It is simply impossible for him to restore it to its former glory in such a short span of time, even with the enhancement of the 100 Heroes technique. Does this not signify a substantial limitation to Baimo's capabilities? AI, let us attack together. While Baimo's arm remains incapacitated, we must deliver a devastating blow. Indeed, I can hardly contain my eagerness. Black Thunder. The third Reikage, AI, unleashed the Black Thunder. The panther-shaped black lightning flickered swiftly, suddenly surging forth towards Baimo. As Baimo dealt with the Black Thunder, the third Reikage concentrated all his strength, along with his lightning chakra, into the tip of a single finger. Anoki sensed the formidable presence emanating from the third Reikage. Is it finally happening? The technique acclaimed as the strongest spear, Hell-Piercer. A single thrust. Chapter 41. The 8 Inner Gates Formation. Have you ever witnessed lightning dancing upon the earth? For some inexplicable reason, this imagery flashed through Baimo's mind. At this moment, thunderclouds hung low, resonating with the third Reikage, A. His entire body seemed to crackle with piercing arcs of electricity, casting a brilliant azure streak across the ground. A razor-sharp force gathered at the tip of his fingers. The mightiest spear had arrived. Hey, don't you dare underestimate me. The Manjiki Sharingan whirled within Baimo's eyes, painting the world crimson. Countless red threads and dots entangled the third Reikage's form. Baimo channeled every ounce of his strength into his right fingertip, the intricate patterns of the 100 Healings technique flaring dramatically. His arm swelled with power as he raised it high, meeting the incoming spear of lightning with a defiant thrust. Their fingertips collided. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. The crackling of lightning faded into silence. Within that illusory arena, Bai Mo and A locked eyes. Then, abruptly, Bai Mo's expression twisted. His arm split apart. Countless tiny lacerations weeping blood, faint arcs of electricity flickering within. This was A's power, overwhelming, undeniable, truly terrifying. As expected of the strongest, Noki murmured midair. But before he could finish, crack. A's face contorted in horror. His arm began to shatter, disintegrating into dust carried away by the wind. Impossible. What is this? A cried out in panic, hastily severing his own left arm with a blade of lightning chakra. A pity. Had you waited but a few seconds more, your very existence would have vanished from this world, Bai Mo remarked, lifting his gaze with a triumphant smirk. Even the trails of blood from his eyes went unnoticed, drowned out by the sweet chime of the system's voice in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for mastering refined muscular control. Progress surged by 15. Current progress, 100. Ding. Progress has reached 100. Reward unlocked. Advanced 8 Inner Gates Formation Application. Advanced 8 Inner Gates Formation. The host may now fully unlock all 8 gates without sacrificing lifespan. Instead, chakra will be consumed. Once depleted, the technique deactivates automatically. The 8 Inner Gates Formation? Bai Mo had expected something like enhanced physique. Never had he imagined the system would grant him such an explosive ability. An 8 gates technique fueled by chakra instead of life force. And chakra was the one thing he had in endless supply. The art of healing continuously mended the wounds on Bai Mo's body. His previously severely injured arm, which had been rendered nearly immobile, began to recover at a visibly rapid pace. The third-generation Reikage utilized lightning-infused chakra to stimulate the flesh's regeneration, allowing the severed arm to staunch the bleeding almost instantaneously. Taking a deep breath, he slowly clenched his remaining hand. Anoki, this man must not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly become a future calamity. Indeed. Anoki became increasingly serious, and his aura surged with intensity. In an instant, the two surged forward, racing toward Bai Mo. A terrifying, murderous intent enveloped his form. Yet, Bai Mo appeared oblivious to this threat. His smile radiated with warmth and positivity. Focus intently. Only then can one truly cultivate. With a deep breath, Bai Mo took a step forward, enduring the pain in his hands as he slowly raised them, palms pressed together. The 8 gates formation. As his words fell, an overwhelming crimson aura erupted from him, stirring the very winds and clouds, causing the sky to take on a swirling vortex appearance. In the distance, Killer Bee and the future 4th Hokage, gazed skyward, their hearts sinking further at the sight of the tumultuous vortex. We must return. Given the current situation, it is impossible for anyone to infiltrate Konoha. A paused, then added, on the contrary, it seems my father's side might be in need of our assistance. Killer Bee, recalling Bai Mo's terrifying prowess, instinctively shuddered. Indeed, that fellow's strength is formidable. Even in my tailed beast form, I cannot suppress him. What is most alarming is that this is merely Bai Mo's shadow clone. Killer Bee swallowed hard and continued, if the Reikage and the others underestimate him, they will undoubtedly pay a steep price. Therefore, this time, we must ensure Bai Mo remains here, no matter what. A nodded, his body infused with lightning chakra, enhancing his speed further. You are correct. With the two of us together, we should be able to defeat Bai Mo decisively. However, just as they spoke, a sinister wind surged forth. The crimson chakra caused Killer Bee's expression to shift dramatically. This aura is... The voice of the 8 Tails resonated in his mind. It's the 9 Tails. The 9 Tails has arrived. The 9 Tails. Kushina. Isn't she already quite aged? How could she possibly leave the Senju clan grounds? Oh exclaimed in astonishment, hastily dispersing his senses to locate the source of this formidable presence. No need to search. I am here. A cold, piercing voice echoed, and Killer Bee and A turned toward its origin. Before them stood a woman with hair as fiery red as flames, accompanied by Tsunade of the Leaf Village. How did they arrive here? From the treacherous rear of the cloud-hidden village, perhaps? It seemed that the surprise in their hearts had not gone unnoticed. Kushina Izumaki let out a derisive laugh, questioning, What? Are you afraid to acknowledge it now? Wasn't your initial target me? Now that I stand before you, are you frightened? As her words faded, a crimson tail began to materialize behind her. the beast cloak. Upon witnessing this, both AI and Killer Bee grew vigilant. I will not allow you to disturb Hakumai's training. If you wish to find him, you must first pass through me, Tsunade declared, promptly releasing the Een seal and initiating the 100 healings technique. Just then, a deafening sound resonated through the air. As a shadow swept across their vision, crashing into the ground in the distance, creating a deep crater. That figure. Could it be Inoki? Chapter 42. What do you want, Noki? Not only were A and Killer Bee stunned, but even Kushina Izumaki and Tsunade froze momentarily. Staring blankly at the scene before them, they could scarcely believe their eyes. Had Noki truly been sent flying? Noki was a figure of immense power, a name that resonated throughout the shinobi world, standing firmly at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Yet such a man had been effortlessly hurled away. How was this possible? It must be an illusion. Instinctively, A rubbed his eyes, but before he could process the sight, an even more deafening roar erupted in the distance. The shockwave surged like a tempest, pressing against them with visible force. In the next instant, Byakuren's figure materialized before A, gripping another figure in his hand, the third Reikage. A. Father. How did you defeat? Slap. Before the younger A could finish, Byakuren struck him across the face, sending his body spinning twice in midair before crashing unceremoniously to the ground. Arun. The third Reikage's voice was hoarse, his body limp in Byakuren's grasp. His remaining arm and legs had been rendered useless, leaving him utterly powerless. The events that had unfolded moments ago felt apocalyptic to the third Reikage. He couldn't comprehend the force Byakuren had unleashed, how their previously matched strength had multiplied 1,000-fold in an instant. Even at his full power, he couldn't withstand a single finger from Byakuren. This was no ordinary Kaga-level strength. This was the power of a god. Run. Never face this man again. But the more desperate his father's plea, the more resolute the younger A became, clambering to his feet. He took in the crimson mist swirling around Byakuren before dropping to his knees with a heavy thud, leaving a shallow imprint in the earth. Byakuren, spare my father. The plan was mine. If you seek vengeance, take it out on me. Byakuren glanced back at Kushina Uzumaki, whose wide-eyed shock was unmistakable. The severity in his expression softened momentarily with a flicker of fondness. Though her tailed beast cloak was unexpected, her endearing features remained unchanged. With a faint smile toward her, Byakuren turned his attention back to the two Reikages. His arrival in Kumogakure had two purposes: to halt the Third Shinobi World War and to settle another, far more personal matter. It is a severe lesson aimed at these two individuals, a means to vent frustrations for Uzumaki Kushina. He casually tossed the third Reikage to the ground, regarding him with mocking amusement, and inquired, "Pray tell, how do you intend to plead for mercy?" As oxygen filled his lungs, the third Reikage finally sensed a modicum of relaxation within his body. He raised his gaze to the figure of Byakuren before him and resolutely declared, "I, the third Reikage, shall never beg for my esteemed father." AI abruptly interrupted the third Reikage's words. Were he alone, neither would have considered yielding. Yet, alas, the iron-willed are not impervious to emotion. As father and son, both found themselves in the shadow of Byakuren's dread. Their fortitude was rendered moot. Even for the sake of the hidden cloud village, AI gazed deeply into his father's eyes, while at that moment, the third Reikage staggered to his feet. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the myriad of ninjas sprawled around. Though seemingly spared by Byakuren's mercy, they were merely gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death, with not a single life extinguished. This was in stark contrast to Byakuren's earlier ferocity. Could it be that their fates had been sealed from the very beginning? With a sigh, the third Reikage conceded to Byakuren, "I understand. As long as you spare the hidden cloud village, I am willing to pay any price." His own demise was inconsequential, but the annihilation of the hidden cloud village was an outcome he could not bear as the third Reikage. Thus, even if he had to lower himself, to kiss Byakuren's shoes and implore for forgiveness, he would acquiesce. His miscalculation had led to this dire situation, and as the Reikage, he must shoulder that responsibility. Such is the duty of a village leader. Byakuren swiftly moved to the side of Uzumaki Kushina, wearing a smile of profound humility. "Kushina, would you consider this a means of avenging you?" A stirring within Kushina's heart led her to blink back tears. She nodded fervently, opening her arms to embrace Byakuren's waist. The intimacy of the moment flushed his cheeks, yet he did not immediately push her away. Instead, he gently patted her back, causing Tsunade's gaze to linger upon the pair. How absurd. Originally, she thought she had come to aid by Mo in battle. Yet he proved so formidable that he required no assistance. She found herself merely a bystander, consuming the spectacle of their affection. Why did this evoke a tinge of envy for Kushina? Nestled in by Mo's embrace, Kushina inhaled his familiar scent deeply. After a moment, she softly murmured, "Thank you." By Mo. There is no need for thanks. If anyone should express gratitude, it is I, were it not for Kushina Izumaki's proposal of a sham marriage. It is likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen would have resorted to even more extreme measures. In such a scenario, the most favorable outcome would have been the defection of the Uchiha clan. At that time, the freedom to cultivate, which by Mo so ardently dreams of, would have been rendered unattainable, unlike the present where he enjoys the liberty to pursue his desires unencumbered. The remaining matters can simply be entrusted to Sarutobi Hiruzen to resolve, allowing him to bear the burdens while Mo reaps the benefits. What a delightful arrangement. Mo and Kushina exchanged tender moments before once again directing their gaze towards the third rakeage. Your son and his brethren have repeatedly coveted the bloodline of our Leaf Village, even daring to trespass into the Uchiha clan. Are you aware of the consequences of such actions? A bitter smile appeared on the third rakeage's face. What are the consequences? Is not the current predicament itself a consequence? Mo, spare us the circumlocution. Speak plainly. What is it that you truly desire? Chapter 43. I want the tailed beasts. The battle had momentarily ceased. Under the direction of the medical ninjas, swift efforts for rescue were underway. Observing this, Mo turned a blind eye, fixing his gaze upon the third rakeage, and declared, "It is quite simple. I demand the 8 tails and the 2 tails from Kumogakure." At these words, everyone was taken aback, staring incredulously at Mo as if they had misheard him. "What did you say?" A's voice rose, fury surging within him. Had he not known that he was no match for Mo, he might have charged forward in indignation. "Are you not aware that once the tailed beasts are extracted, the Jinchuriki will perish?" Killer Bee interjected, "The 8 tails is my partner. I will never use it as leverage." "Then let all of Kumogakure pay the price for your stubbornness. The choice is yours." Mo was disinterested in further discourse. He felt a pang of hunger, yearning for the meals prepared by Kushina. Furthermore, he wished to visit the Senju clan's graveyard, to pay his respects to Uzumaki Mido. Although he already knew that Mido would pass the 9 tails to Uzumaki Kushina, he did not anticipate this moment. While he was aware of the general progression of future events, his grasp of timing was less certain. With this thought, Mo tightened his embrace around Uzumaki Kushina. At that moment, A stepped before Mo, pressing on. "Is there no other form of compensation?" "There is not. Beyond the tailed beasts, I have no interest in anything else." After a brief pause, Mo added, however, "There is a roundabout way to this matter." The third rakeage's eyes brightened with interest. "What do you mean?" "I still demand the 2 tails and the 8 tails. But you need not extract them." "Are you implying that when the tailed beasts regain their freedom, I will reclaim them?" "In exchange for this condition, I require half of Kumogakure's resources." "Half of the resources?" The third rakeage gasped in astonishment. It was crucial to note that they were not a minor ninja village, but one that represented the strongest military force of the Land of Lightning, renowned throughout the ninja world. The audacity of Mo's request for half of their resources was staggering. How could they possibly allocate what remained? Yet, this notion flitted through his mind only briefly. After a moment's hesitation, the third rakeage nodded in reluctant agreement. "If half of the resources can ensure the survival of Kumogakure and the lives of the Jinchuriki, then I acquiesce to your demands. I will transfer all resources to Konohagakure." At this juncture, Mo raised a finger and clarified, not to Konohagakure, but to the Senju clan, to Tsunade. Tsunade, who had been idly observing from the sidelines, found herself momentarily stunned by Mo's declaration. She instinctively glanced at Mo, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired, "I can comprehend why you wouldn't provide resources to Konoha. After all, it was you who ventured alone into Yunin village to procure them. But why bestow such resources upon me? It is essential to understand that resources encompass far more than mere kunai and shuriken. They include scrolls, medicinal herbs, currency, fabrics, military rations, and much more. Bestowing half the wealth of a hidden village upon a single clan could elevate that clan to the status of a top-tier family. In response, Baemo gently patted Kushina Izumaki on the shoulder. You have worked tirelessly in caring for Kushina during this time. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade immediately grasped Baemo's intent. She subtly sniffled and replied, You need not be overly concerned. Grandma Mido has long considered Kushina as her successor, especially given her advanced age. After all, we are family. Are we not? Therefore, there is no need for such formality. You must remember that this battle was fought through your own efforts. It is rightfully yours. Baemo smiled faintly and said, Just accept it. As long as you do not recklessly squander it, it matters not. Furthermore, do not let it trouble you. There is still a lamb for the slaughter nearby. With a swift motion, Baemo appeared before Inoki, observing him lying on the ground, devoid of consciousness. Baemo coldly remarked, Are you awake? If not, I shall bestow a slap upon you. Whether it was Baemo's devilish whispers, or whether Inoki was merely feigning. Upon hearing Baemo's words, Inoki hastily opened his eyes. No, I heard your conversation. You mentioned half the resources, correct? Who said it was only half? There's also the 4 tails and 5 tails. Inoki sighed heavily. I understand. I will ensure the resources are delivered to your Uchiha clan. A wise decision. By the way, when Yagura awakens, please remind her to allocate half of the resources from Kirigakure to me. Should they fail to arrive, do not blame me for paying you a visit. After finishing his words, Baemo added, The time is drawing near. Let us take our leave. Baemo retracted the 8 gates formation and, accompanied by Kushina and Tsunade, departed into the distance. Observing the retreating figures of Baemo and the others, Inoki turned to the third raikage beside him, sighing, What a calamity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the assembled ninja forces before him, hands clasped behind his back, his expression shrouded in solemnity. Esteemed colleagues, the Third Shinobi World War has commenced. According to the intel received, Yunin, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure have formed an alliance, with at least 10,000 ninjas participating in the conflict. Are you confident in our ability to vanquish them? In the clearing before the Hokage building, the gathered ninjas from various clans gazed up at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Their faces etched with seriousness. Anyone who had endured the Second Shinobi World War would understand the gravity of the situation. The joyous laughter that once filled the air has been silenced by the specter of war. War is not a trivial matter. Each individual harbors an unwavering belief in their own mortality, fighting fervently for their loved ones. The shadows of flames will illuminate the village, nurturing the emergence of new leaves. It is only when one strives to protect those they hold dear that the true strength of a ninja is revealed. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen delivers his impassioned speech, a sudden flash of yellow light appears beside him. It is none other than Minato Namikaze. Upon witnessing Minato's unexpected arrival, Hiruzen is momentarily taken aback, before quietly inquiring, Is something amiss, Lord Hokage? Well, I believe we may not need to prepare for war after all. Not preparing for war? What does this imply? In that moment, Danzo, Tsunade, and Mido Gates Enju, who stand behind Hiruzen, also perk up their ears in anticipation. They listen intently as Minato begins to speak. Chapter 44. The shadowy illusion before the Hokage building. Minato Namikaze leaned close to Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear, whispering, Lord Hokage, according to the latest intel, Hakumai has arrived alone at the hidden cloud village. To verify the authenticity of this information, I employed the Flying Thunder God technique, but by the time I arrived, the battle had already concluded. Hakumai single-handedly vanquished the combined assault of the 3 major hidden villages. Minato, having rushed with fervor using the Flying Thunder God technique, was drenched in sweat from the considerable expenditure of chakra. Upon finishing his statement, he exhaled heavily, only to be met with disbelief in Hiruzen's mind. What? Hakumai defeated the alliance of the 3 hidden villages alone? How can that be possible? Has Hakumai truly grown to such an extent in such a short time? Hiruzen's thoughts echoed, mirrored by the astonishment of his comrades, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mido Kurenai, who stood frozen, grappling with Minato's revelation. Are you certain this information is accurate? Danzo approached Minato earnestly, seeking clarification. Absolutely. I witnessed everything with my own eyes, Minato affirmed with a nod. He had been apprehensive about Hakumai's solitary venture. which is why he had strained himself to pursue the direction Hakumai had taken. Yet, upon arrival, he found the battle had ended and Hakumai was already gone. The sight left him in a state of numb disbelief, lingering in shock for a considerable time before regaining his senses. He then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return at his utmost speed, intending to inform Konoha that there was no need to dispatch ninja for war. Hiruzen, possessing a strong capacity for composure, inhaled deeply and turned to Minato with a query. How was this matter ultimately resolved? Was there any form of compensation? Minato scratched his head. I'm not entirely sure, but you may inquire with Hakumai upon his return. I see. Hiruzen pondered aloud, the glimmer in his eyes revealing a maelstrom of thoughts. No one could discern what he was contemplating, yet the once vibrant atmosphere gradually dulled under the weight of uncertainty. The assembled shinobi stood in place, observing Minato and Hiruzen engaged in hushed discourse, each face reflecting a spectrum of emotions that stirred their own apprehensions. Some began to murmur among themselves, speculating on the events that had transpired at the front lines. At last, Hiruzen lifted his gaze to address the gathered shinobi, proclaiming, Esteemed comrades, the war has concluded. I deeply appreciate your coming together in this moment. Your dedication to protecting Konoha and your families resonates within me. Wherever the leaves may dance, there shall the flames of hope burn. May you all become the true pillars of Konoha, ensuring its eternal prosperity. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words echoed through the air, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Hyuga Hizashi stepped forward, his brow furrowed in confusion, and inquired of the Hokage, Sir, could you enlighten us as to what has transpired? Danzo opened his mouth, intending to reprimand Hizashi, to prevent the dissemination of this news. However, to his surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared resolutely, Baimo is a hero of Konoha. With his sheer strength, he has brought an end to the Third Shinobi World War, vanquishing the coalition of Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. Such succinct words carried tremendous weight. As they settled in, every ninja present instinctively inhaled sharply, the very temperature of Konoha seemingly plummeting several degrees. Hizashi stood there, stupefied, his lips quivering. Is that truly the case? Baimo single-handedly defeated the coalition of the three great hidden villages? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was reluctant to concede, he nodded slightly. In any case, the war has concluded. When Baimo returns, we shall celebrate splendidly. With that, he turned and strode into the Hokage building. At that moment, the crowd regained their senses, raising their hands in jubilation, exclaiming with fervent excitement, Baimo is indeed a hero. The war has ended. Had it not, I might have perished in the chaos. War is undoubtedly terrifying, all thanks to Baimo. As the ninjas gradually dispersed, so too did the rumors surrounding Baimo. His unparalleled feat of single-handedly defeating the coalition of the three great hidden villages earned him the title of a legend in this era. Not to mention that Baimo had barely reached adulthood. His future promised even greater strength. On his way back, Baimo dispelled the Eight Gates formation. Instantly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fatigue, his chakra reserves had been nearly expended, a testament to the terrifying consumption of energy that the Eight Gates demanded. Are you all right? Queried Kushina. Thank you, but I have no desire for dried plums, Baimo jested lightly. Noticing the puzzled expression on Kushina's face, he waved dismissively. It's fine. Don't worry too much about me. I'm merely a bit weary. Once I recover my chakra and stamina, about 10 minutes should suffice for me to return to normal. However, unexpectedly, as he spoke, Baimo stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Alarmed, Kushina rushed to support him. Baimo, have you overexerted yourself? Tsunade asked with concern. In response, Baimo shot Tsunade a glance. If you were to face off against Ai, Inoki, and Yagura, wouldn't you be in a worse state than mine? Tsunade chuckled. I doubt I would be so reckless. Come, let me help you recover. The three of them assisted Baimo and found a nearby spot to sit. Byakuren rested his head upon Kushina's lap, the quintessential image of repose. A singular sensation enveloped him, as if bathed in blissful radiance. Kushina's delicate fingers, light as gossamer, came to rest gently upon his form. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood vigil nearby, her palms aglow with an emerald luminescence as she administered the mystic palm technique, striving to ease Byakuren's discomfort. After the passage of roughly 10 minutes, Byakuren gradually sat upright. His gaze met Tsunade's, and with quiet gratitude, he murmured, You've toiled on my behalf. Think nothing of it. 'Twas but a trifling effort, she replied. A faint smile graced Byakuran's lips before he rose, joining the two women as they ventured toward the horizon. Yet when his sight drifted farther, toward the distant, wavering haze, a bitter weight settled in his chest. Indeed, this time he had strained his vision beyond its limits. His eyes could no longer clearly discern what lay beyond. Chapter 45. Refined pupil technique training. The power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan is formidable. However, each utilization of this technique depletes a significant amount of ocular strength. Once this strength is exhausted, it proves exceedingly difficult to restore. The sensation felt is akin to that of myopia. Should one completely drain their ocular power, their eyes would become utterly useless, engulfing Mo in an endless darkness, rendering him blind. If only his eyes could evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, he would bask in eternal light, free from the concerns of ocular power depletion. Ding! A self-disciplined task has been issued. Refined pupil technique training. Current progress, 0. Mo paused momentarily, his steps abruptly halted. Refined pupil technique training? Could the reward be related to ocular techniques? Excitement surged within him as he mentally gave a thumbs up to the system. Truly, his system was exceptional. Mo, are you still feeling unwell? Kushina inquired anxiously, leaning against his arm. The weight of Qing Wan pressed upon his heart, startling him back to reality. I'm fine, just very happy. I did not expect you to come find me, he replied. I want to fight alongside you. I do not wish to be a burden, Kushina continued. After a brief pause, she added, but you are simply too strong. I hardly get a chance to contribute. Mo patted Kushina's shoulder, assuring her that her sentiment was more than enough. Tsunade observed their increasingly intimate interactions, feeling a surge of irritation. Hey, have you both forgotten about me? I am right here too. Ah, you are here as well. My apologies, I almost forgot, Mo jested. The laughter of the trio resonated once more. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was markedly different. Danzo found himself alone with Hiruzen Sarutobi, his temper flaring. He stood before Hiruzen, demanding, Hiruzen, why did you inform them that Mo single-handedly defeated the coalition of the Hidden Sand and Hidden Mist? Are you not concerned that Mo's reputation will grow, jeopardizing your authority? I believe someone from the Uchiha clan like Mo should not continue to exist, rather than watch him grow stronger and potentially threaten our standing. We should act preemptively, Danzo declared vehemently, his words devoid of restraint. Faced with Danzo's brazen remarks, Hiruzen, with his hands clasped behind his back, responded, act preemptively? How do you intend to do that? Do you truly believe you can defeat him? Danzo opened his mouth, but the words he intended to utter were caught in his throat. Hiruzen continued, Mo possesses immense power and is dedicated to his training. He serves as a formidable deterrent for us. Most importantly, this time, Mo has vanquished the three major hidden villages. As the defeated party, the three major hidden villages will undoubtedly need to compensate us in Konoha. At this moment, we cannot let Mo's spirit wane. Wane his spirit. Sarutobi Hiruzen must be fixated entirely on that compensation. After all, they have suffered no losses whatsoever. This compensation is merely a windfall for him. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen is likely just waiting for Mo's return. Truly a greedy fellow. Indeed, it is better that I take on the mantle of Hokage. As this thought emerged, Shimura Danzo's mind concocted an even more insidious plan. Now that Mo has just finished his battle and is returning to Konoha from the Land of Clouds, he will inevitably pass through the Land of Rain. He and Hanzo of the Salamander, the creator of the Land of Rain, are quite familiar with one another. Why not employ a blade to eliminate him and divert the disaster elsewhere? Hanzo must be quite concerned about his semi-divine reputation. After all, he is hailed as the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Now that he has been surpassed by Mo, he is sure to feel immense indignation. I know Hanzo all too well. With this in mind, Shimura Danzo showed no deference to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He scoffed coldly and turned to leave, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen to stand alone in the room. He watched Danzo's departing figure, his lips curling into a sneer. Humph, Danzo, your impatience is simply too palpable. Do you truly believe I do not wish to deal with Mo? What a farce. How could I allow Mo to threaten my position? You are simply too foolish to grasp my intentions. Otherwise, you would not have come to question me. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to have an epiphany. his face breaking into a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. He had a rough understanding of Bai Mo's character. When faced with a mission versus the lives of his friends, Bai Mo would undoubtedly choose to abandon the mission to save his comrades. At that moment, the hero of Konoha, Bai Mo, would face failure and be scorned by the populace, much like Kakashi's father, Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. Even if Bai Mo possesses an indomitable spirit and would not choose to take his own life, he would still become disheartened by the public's disdain. I can seize this opportunity to thoroughly brainwash Bai Mo, turning him into my subordinate. The method of raising one's stature while suppressing another has always been the most effective means of dealing with those who are difficult to manage. Route. The most obscure location in Konoha, also the stronghold of Danzo. Upon arriving, the first thing he did was change into a different outfit and make his way directly to the Land of Rain. Danzo's formidable strength is complemented by his mastery of wind release, allowing him to exceed the speed of ordinary ninjas. As the sun began to set, casting a final glow across the sky, he finally arrived at the room where Hanzo of the Salamander resided. Hanzo, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide upon sensing the unexpected presence. "It is I, Shimura Danzo? What brings you here?" Hanzo of the Salamander rose and approached the window, jesting at Shimura Danzo before him. "Humph. If I hadn't come, your title as the god of shinobi might have been snatched away by someone else." However, Hanzo's expression darkened in an instant. "What do you mean by that? What else could it mean?" Uchiha Hakumai single-handedly defeated the allied forces of the three great hidden villages. His prowess has been firmly established, unless you can present an even more formidable achievement. It seems the future god of shinobi may very well be replaced by Hakumai. Hanzo's demeanor turned cold. "Uchiha Hakumai? That prodigy of the Uchiha clan? If my memory serves me right, isn't he the thorn in your side? You now stand before me, uttering these words, merely to provoke me into a confrontation with Hakumai, hoping for a mutually destructive outcome, I presume. Do you take me for a fool, Shimura Danzo?" Chapter 46. The Mackerel Fish Haunts. Within the most opulent chambers of the Hidden Rain Village, Mackerel Fish Haunts unleashed his imposing aura, enveloping Shimura Danzo with an overwhelming presence. Yet, to this display, Shimura Danzo appeared utterly unfazed, merely shaking his head with serene composure. "If that were the case, I would not have sought your collaboration," he stated. "Collaboration?" Mackerel Fish Hans furrowed his brow, swiftly retracting his aura. "What do you mean? Do you recall the Akatsuki organization? Of course, I admire their advocacy for peace. However, their expansion has been alarmingly rapid. If this continues, will I, as the ruler of the Hidden Rain Village, still retain my position?" At this juncture, Mackerel Fish Hans paused, realization dawning upon him. "Are you suggesting we employ a proxy to eliminate our foe?" "Indeed." Shimura Danzo spoke candidly. "Hans, our meeting requires no feigned restraint. We are both acutely aware of each other's true natures. Thus, I shall speak plainly. Bai Mo has recently engaged in battle. While his achievements are formidable, the toll on his own stamina is equally substantial. Given his current condition, it will take him considerable time to reach the Hidden Rain Village. You could exploit this opportunity to set a trap and ensnare Bai Mo." Mackerel Fish Hans, a master of poison, understood the implication. Should Bai Mo fall victim to Hans's toxin, his life would be significantly compromised and his combat effectiveness severely diminished. Prior to that moment, however, your task is to dispatch individuals to further drain Bai Mo's energy. By the time he arrives at the Hidden Rain Village, utterly exhausted, it will be the perfect moment for you to demonstrate your strength. The news of Bai Mo's defeat at the hands of the god of shinobi will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the ninja world, solidifying your status as such. Mackerel Fish Hans found himself intrigued, yet still harbored reservations. "But if I were to slay Uchiha Bai Mo, what of Konoha?" "Fear not. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fool, would also relish Bai Mo's demise. He merely conceals his true sentiments beneath a veneer of hypocrisy, professing to make Bai Mo a hero of Konoha truly laughable. Once Bai Mo reaches a certain level of power, you will be beyond the control of either of us." Mackerel Fish Hans rubbed his palms together, genuinely captivated by the proposition. "You are correct. I could indeed wield the Akatsuki-S blade to eliminate Bai Mo, even if I cannot slay him outright. I could seize the opportunity to deliver the final blow. However, should Bai Mo perish, would it not be you two who would rejoice the most?" What then would be my benefit? Shimura Danzo, having anticipated Hans's reluctance, feigned contemplation before ultimately declaring, if you succeed in killing by MO, I shall grant you 6 months' worth of resources from the Hidden Rain Village. At the same time, as long as they are not forbidden techniques, you may select any 10 ninjutsu scrolls of your choice. Hanzo the Salamander raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. It seems by Mo's life is truly valuable. To think you'd be willing to offer such a generous price. Shimura Danzo continued, however, I have one condition. You must not damage by Mo's eyes under any circumstances. The Sharingan. Is it? Hanzo smirked. I wonder what use you have for them. Without the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, recklessly transplanting those eyes carries immense risks. That is none of your concern. I await your good news. With that, Danzo's figure darted through the window. In a few swift leaps, he vanished into the inky darkness of the night. He ran his fingers along his arm, his disdain for Hanzo simmering beneath the surface. What does he know? His arm had been grafted with the cells of Uchiha Shin, a man whose body rejected no bloodline. In other words, as long as he had enough Sharingan, he could fill his entire arm with them. The only regret was that the number of eyes embedded in his arm remained pitifully few. Apart from the handful he had taken from Uchiha members sent on missions, he had not replenished his stock in a long time. If only all the eyes of the Uchiha clan belonged to me. Danzo licked his lips. Even the cover of night could not conceal the greed etched upon his face. After Danzo's departure, Hanzo sank into deep contemplation, weighing the feasibility of the plan. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly called out to the guards beyond the door. Summon the Akatsuki members, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. There are matters I wish to discuss with them. Yes, Lord Hanzo. With that order, a shinobi bearing the Hidden Rain headband immediately set off toward the Akatsuki hideout. Akatsuki and Hanzo had long maintained an uneasy truce, neither interfering with the other. As such, the organization had grown lax in their defenses, and their base's location had long been known to Hanzo. Soon, the message reached Yahiko and his companions. Konan frowned. Yahiko, sudden invitations often conceal ill intentions. We must proceed with caution. Yahiko laughed heartily. Konan, I think you're overthinking this. We strive for peace and amicable cure. Why would Hanzo act against us? But enough. There's no need for hesitation. He must have urgent matters to discuss, right, Nagato? Nagato remained silent, offering only a nod. Yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding coiled around his heart. When the trio arrived at Hanzo's residence, they were met with a brilliantly lit building, as if welcoming their arrival. Hanzo himself stood at the entrance, arms spread wide in a gesture of hospitality, urging them inside for discussion. The interior was opulent beyond measure, a sight far removed from the lives of wandering orphans like them. They sat uneasily in Hans's lavish living room, absorbing the opulence surrounding them. Yahia stammered, Lord Hans, is there something you wish to discuss with us at this late hour? The matter is quite straightforward. I merely seek to ascertain your resolve. Hans continued, I ask you, do you wish to protect the peace of Amigakure? Indeed. Then, may I enlist your assistance in eliminating a certain individual? His existence poses a threat to the safety of Amigakure. Who? Uchiha Hakumai of Kanahagakure. Uchiha Hakumai. That name sounded familiar. Just as Yahia pondered this, Hans produced a portrait, revealing the unmistakable visage of Hakumai. Upon seeing the image, Yahia's pupils dilated in shock. Is it him? He is Uchiha Hakumai? Chapter 47. Misunderstanding. Guarding by Mo. The moment Yahiko laid eyes on the portrait of Bai Mo, memories of their encounter flooded his mind. You seem quite surprised? He remarked. Yes, I know him. We have met before, and I wish to inquire whether there might be some misunderstanding at play. Hans of the Salamander narrowed his eyes slightly. Evidently taken aback by the revelation of Yahiko's connection to Bai Mo, observing the way Yahiko defended Bai Mo, Hans suspected there might be an unspoken agreement between them. Such a sense of uncontrollability was something Hans could not permit. Silently, Hans tucked away the portrait. So, you are unwilling, are you? Indeed. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Yahiko earnestly recounted his encounter with Bai Mo to Hans. A person who values peace so dearly would never commit any wrongdoing against the rain-hidden village. As Yahiko continued to extol Bai Mo's virtues, Hans mentally commended Shimura Danzo. Indeed, it was clear that Yahiko's heart had long since departed from the rain-hidden village. If left unchecked, Yahiko would undoubtedly lead his Akatsuki organization to usurp Hans's control over the village. Hans, a conspiracy theorist by nature, considered the situation from his own perspective. Were he in Yahiko's position, he would be contemplating how to bring down the highest authority and use it as a stepping stone for his own ascent. With this in mind, he would not be blamed for his ruthless intentions. Reclining on the sofa, Hans's gaze swept over the three individuals before him. A sinister smile crept across his face, hidden beneath the gas mask he perpetually wore. As a master of poison, Hans had donned this mask for years. And each time Yahiko encountered him, it was in this very guise. Consequently, they paid little heed to Hans's appearance, which inadvertently granted him the opportunity to strike. A faint floral scent began to permeate the room, gradually enveloping the atmosphere. The ever-perceptive Conan sensed an impending danger. The fragrance infiltrated the nostrils of the three, inducing a growing sense of weakness within their bodies. Something was amiss. There is treachery afoot. Conan's pupils constricted in alarm as she cast a terrified glance at Hans. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just as she attempted to rise, she found her body devoid of strength, as if her muscles had vanished. It was a state of utter helplessness. Even moving a finger felt a cumbersome task. Yahiko glared fiercely at Hans, a tempest of rage surging within him. Hans, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean? Hans chuckled darkly. Do you still not grasp it? This world of ninjas is one governed by the law of the jungle. If you fall for such a scheme, can you truly blame me? In merely half an hour, your muscles will completely dissolve into liquid, and death shall not be far behind. Nagato glanced at Yahiko, then at Conan, his mind already forming certain conjectures. If you had truly wished to kill us just now, you could have chosen a far more potent toxin. The reason you spared our lives is to have us kill Byakuya, isn't it? Clever. Far more astute than that fool Yahiko. Hans of the Salamander produced 2 pills, placing one before Yahiko and the other before Nagato. These are antidotes. They will swiftly neutralize the poison within your bodies. As for Conan, do not worry. I shall grant her a delayed release antidote, buying her roughly a day. Within that time, slay Byakuya and bring me his head. Only then will I administer Conan's cure. Once done, you may take the Akatsuki and depart Amigakure without hindrance. The treachery of Hans darkened Yahiko's expression with bitter regret. In his mind echoed Byakuya's warning, words he had once dismissed. Byakuya was right. Hans was never to be trusted. It was Yahiko's own blind faith that had led Nagato and Conan into this peril. A failure he could never forgive, though the thought of killing Byakuya sickened him. Conan's life now hung in the balance. Byakuya's life for Conan's. So be it. Yahiko clenched his jaw and nodded. Understood. We will return with Byakuya's head. But in turn, honor your word. Betray us, and we will kill you. Hans's lips curled into a sinister smile. Naturally. I am Hans of the Salamander, the god of shinobi. My word is iron. The antidotes were administered. As the pills dissolved, strength surged back into their limbs, allowing them to rise from the couch with ease. The countdown begins. You have one day to find Byakuya and end him. Yahiko met Conan's gaze one last time. Hold on, Conan. We will save you. Without another word, Yahiko and Nagato burst from the room. Outside, the world was cloaked in darkness, rain slicing through the air like silver threads. After several leaps across rooftops, they descended into a shadowed alley, winding through its labyrinthine paths. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Akatsuki's headquarters, a sanctuary built by their own hands. A dream of peace for Amigakure amidst the chaos of the shinobi world. Yet now, peace had drawn its blade. All forces mobilize. Hunt down Uchiha Byakuya of Konoha. Yahiko's voice was steel. I want him dead. A chorus of affirmation echoed in reply. Hi. Numerous ninjas swiftly dispersed, embarking on a quest through the night to locate the silhouette of Byakuya. At this moment, Byakuya reclined on the branch of a towering tree, feigning slumber. In the crook of his arm lay Uzumaki Kushina, resembling a delicate bird nestled close, exuding an aura of charming innocence. In stark contrast, Tsunade gazed at the seemingly fictitious couple with a glimmer of resentment. Wasn't this supposed to be a meerschaum marriage? Why did it feel as though they had wed first and were now indulging in romance, while the young couple slumbered soundly in the late hours of the night? She found herself on watch duty. After all, she was Tsunade. When had she ever faced such indignity? Scoundrel, she murmured softly, her mind swirling with unbidden thoughts. a wave of irritation flooding her heart. Ultimately, she could only reassure herself that all of this was for the sake of the resources Imo had provided her. Otherwise, she would never have consented to keep vigil for him. Chapter 48. The stagnant progress bar. The obsidian night draped itself in a delicate veil, enveloping the earth beneath. The jade disk of the moon cast a pale, ethereal glow, whispering the frigid solitude of the night. Shua. Byakuren's eyes snapped open, his razor-sharp gaze laden with a torrent of murderous intent, locking onto Tsunade in an instant. A bone-chilling cold seized her body, as though she had been plunged into an icy abyss, forcing an involuntary shiver down her spine. Swiftly regaining her composure, Tsunade glared back. "What are you staring at? So what if I called you a scoundrel? How dare you direct your killing intent at me? What exactly are you plotting?" Byakuren gradually returned to himself, the oppressive aura dissipating as swiftly as it had appeared. A faint smirk curled his lips as he replied, "Nothing of consequence. I merely stumbled upon something amusing. Let's switch shifts. I'll take the watch. As for Kushina, I leave her in your care." Now alert, Tsunade frowned. Has something happened? She extended her senses, probing the forest, yet detected no trace of suspicious presence. The absence only deepened her suspicion. With a dismissive chuckle, Byakuren waved a hand. "Nothing to concern yourself with. Just a few insignificant pests." Gently freeing his arm, he gestured for Tsunade to take his place. Observing Kushina's deep, untroubled slumber, utterly devoid of vigilance, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Just how much trust does she place in him to sleep so soundly? After switching positions, Byakuren rose, stretching lightly. His arm tingled with numbness, but it was a minor inconvenience. Circulation would soon restore it. Without delay, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from Tsunade's side in a flicker. Left in the deepening silence, Tsunade sighed. So much for being relieved of watch duty. Tightening her hold around Kushina's shoulders, she leaned against the tree trunk, only to notice a lone eagle perched on a nearby branch, its piercing gaze fixed upon her. The bird's talons were formidable, leaving deep gouges in the bark with the slightest grip. Tsunade muttered under her breath, "Since when do eagles stare at people so brazenly?" Byakuren, who had barely departed, nearly lost his footing upon hearing her remark about his surveillance tool. Fortunately, his chakra control was peerless. A quick adjustment kept him anchored to the tree. Across the forest, countless eagle eyes, manifestations of his hawk's-eye technique, stood vigilant. Their purpose? Uninterrupted, round-the-clock surveillance of the designated area. Through their vision, the pitch-black night was as clear as day, revealing the forest's deceptive tranquility. Suddenly, a multitude of ninjas surged forth, seemingly in search of something, conducting a meticulous search that resembled a carpet sweep, leaving no stone unturned. "Do you know why the leader seeks Uchiha Hakumo?" "I'm not entirely certain, but I have heard whispers that Uchiha Hakumo is a prodigious talent from Konoha. At such a tender age, he has already ascended to the rank of elite Genin, and it is said that the level of Hokage is within his reach." "How long has it been since you heard that?" "I've heard that Hakumo single-handedly defeated the Eight Tails Killer Bee. One person. Goodness. What kind of immense power must he possess? Surely he has reached the level of Hokage by now. Who knows? Regardless, Uchiha Hakumo is no ordinary individual. One might even describe him as a true cultivation fanatic. He might very well have grown even stronger by this point. At this moment, the tale of Hakumo single-handedly vanquishing the three great allied forces has yet to fully circulate. Otherwise, these ninjas would likely be too intimidated to approach. The moonlight became increasingly pale, filtering through the dense canopy and casting pale spots on the ground. The tranquil forest silently emanated an eerie aura. Occasionally, a bat flitted by, leaving its mark in the chill of the night. The dew thickened, and the damp, cold breeze swept through the woods, mercilessly enveloping the dwindling warmth. "Do you not feel a bit cold?" "Indeed, it is rather chilly." "How strange. Just a moment ago, it felt perfectly normal." At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes slowly materialized before them. The right eye of the Sharingan, kaleidoscope. The terrifying illusion effortlessly infiltrated the minds of the two ninjas, conjuring a false reality in their consciousness. All perception would be under Hakumo's control. "Leader, why are you here?" In their line of sight, Hakumo had morphed into Yahiko's likeness, leaving them utterly astonished upon seeing Yahiko before them. "Leader." These individuals bore the headbands of the Rain Village, clad in dark robes reminiscent of the Akatsuki's original attire. This meant they were sent by Yahiko to find him? It appeared they wished to kill him. With that thought, Hakumo's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, he released the hold he had over the two. As they regained their senses, they found Hakumo standing before them, terror evident in their expressions. They swiftly drew their kunai, cautiously preparing to defend against him. In response, Hakumo, devoid of any desire to engage in combat, softly stated, "If you wish to live, go inform that fellow Yahiko that I am here waiting for him. Just wait. I'll notify the leader at once." The two subordinate ninjas hastily exclaimed before turning and fleeing into the distance. They sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Bayemo. This individual was undoubtedly beyond their capacity to contend with. Consequently, they uttered not a word, swiftly turning to race toward the direction where Yahiko awaited. Before long, they stood before him. "Leader, we have located Bayemo." Yahiko approached them, his voice laced with urgency. "Where is he?" In that direction, 10,000 meters away. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a knowing glance. Chakra enveloped their feet, propelling them swiftly along the branches. Under the cloak of night, their figures merged into a shadowy line, advancing toward Baimo's location in tandem. "I can sense his presence," Yahiko murmured. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly halted, puzzled. For some reason, he felt that Baimo's aura appeared denser than before. Compared to their previous encounter, Baimo seemed to have grown even more formidable. Chapter 49, Summoning the Outer Path Statue. Beneath the pale moonlight, Byakugan's crimson eyes remained impassive as he observed Nagato and Yahiko charging toward him with reckless abandon. His mind, however, was preoccupied with the pressing matter of completing his self-imposed training regimen. As a relentless cultivator of power, the discipline of his personal missions was of paramount importance. Yet, when he had earlier unleashed the genjutsu of the world, the progress bar had shown no movement. Instead, his vision had blurred further, intensifying the weight upon his shoulders. If he failed to awaken the eternal Mangeki Sharingan before his sight deteriorated completely, he might have no choice but to resort to an alternative plan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, deep in slumber within his home, suddenly shuddered violently, jolting awake. A chilling sensation had enveloped him, fleeting yet unmistakable. Was it merely a trick of the mind? On the other side, Byakugan exhaled a lazy sigh. "Well, Obito is still my little brother after all. Let him enjoy his carefree youth for now. As for the matter of his eyes, he would cross that bridge when he came to it." The intricate patterns of the Mangeki Sharingan faded from his gaze. At that very moment, Nagato clasped his hands together and launched a ferocious assault. Wind release, gale palm. The abrupt attack sent a jolt of alarm through Yahiko. "Wait. Something's off. Hold your strike." But it was too late. Nagato, who had never encountered Byakugan before, practically a stranger, had no patience for hesitation. With Conan's life hanging in the balance, he refused to waste a single second. A tempestuous gale erupted, hurling a storm of leaves like daggers toward Byakugan. Faced with the onslaught, Byakugan merely smirked, his hand reaching behind him. Break. In one fluid motion, he unsheathed the Uchiha War Fan, its arc slicing through the air. A gust fiercer than any wind technique surged forth, colliding with Nagato's attack and shredding the foliage into oblivion. Yet Nagato showed no signs of relenting. With a flick of his wrist, 3 kunai wrapped in explosive tags shot forward, each one a testament to his lethal intent. Boom, boom, boom. The chain of detonations engulfed Byakugan in smoke. Desperate to save Conan, Yahiko gritted his teeth and called out, "Byakugan, forgive us. We have no choice." Water release, wild water wave. Seizing the cover of the explosions, Yahiko unleashed a torrent of water, the violent surge crashing down upon Byakugan's position. But before Yahiko could savor the moment, Nagato's sharp warning cut through the chaos. That was a substitution jutsu. As if to confirm his words, the figure of Byakugan dissolved into a wooden log. A voice, cool and mocking, echoed from behind them. "No, where were you looking?" The ghostly silhouette of Byakugan materialized abruptly behind the two figures, sending an eerie chill crawling up their spines like a spectral encounter. A violent shudder racked their bodies instantly. "You bastard!" Nagato snarled, his pride wounded, twin glints of frost flashing in his eyes as he whirled around to engage Byakugan in close combat. Their movements blurred with inhuman speed, fists cutting through the air with such force that the overlapping sound of displaced wind hissed ominously. Yet even in such a frenzied exchange, Byakuran remained utterly indifferent. "Yahiko," Byakuran mused, his voice laced with knowing amusement, "for you and him to suddenly turn your blades against me. If I were to hazard a guess, there must be another reason, no? Perhaps Hanzo of the Salamander?" Yahiko barely flinched at Byakuran's casual invocation of his name. After all, their first meeting had been marked by the same unnerving familiarity. It was as if this man had long been observing them from the shadows. "Correct," Yahiko admitted grimly. "Hanzo has captured Conan. If we don't bring him your head within a day, her life will be forfeit." "Ah, so that explains your desperation," Byakuran murmured, the pieces falling neatly into place. Even without his interference, history would have unfolded similarly. Hanzo seizing Conan, coercing Yahiko to his death, dismantling the Akatsuki, and driving Nagato into a cataclysmic awakening of the Rinnegan's power. A single act of brutality, plunging the peace-seeking Nagato into an abyss of despair. But now that Byakuran stood within this world, such tragedy would not come to pass. Yet before that, could he provoke Nagato? Could he force Nagato to unleash the Rinnegan's full might, engaging him in all-out combat to refine his own ocular techniques? The thought ignited a spark of anticipation. With a sudden, fluid motion, Byakuran drifted backward, putting distance between himself and the two shinobi. "So that's the reason," he mused aloud, his tone laced with mocking amusement. "In that case, you'd better fight with everything you have, unless you wish to see your dear companion perish." His taunt struck Nagato like poison barbs. The red-haired youth's head drooped, veins bulging grotesquely across his forehead as his expression darkened into something truly terrifying. I'll kill you," Nagato roared, his voice a thunderclap of fury. And in that moment, his Rinnegan blazed with an otherworldly radiance. Summoning, Gedo statue. As Nagato's command echoed through the air, the earth itself ruptured violently. A colossal, desiccated hand, resembling gnarled wood, erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Byakuran with crushing force. Flying Thunder God technique. Byakuran's gaze flickered toward the distant trees where his seals lay inscribed. Shun. In the blink of an eye, his form vanished, reappearing just beyond the crushing arc of Nagato's assault. Boom. The monstrous hand slammed into the earth, reducing towering trees to splinters as the ground fractured beneath the impact. The deafening roar of destruction stirred even the slumbering Kushina, her eyelids fluttering open in confusion. "What is blocking my vision?" Kushina instinctively squeezed her hands. At that moment, Tsunade exclaimed, "Kushina, you've awakened?" She realized she was nestled in Tsunade's embrace. With this newfound understanding, Kushina feigned a cough and rose from Tsunade's hold. Bathed in the faint moonlight, she gazed at Tsunade's slightly flushed cheeks and inquired, "Sister Tsunade, what was that sound? Has something occurred? Where is my husband?" Perhaps there was an intruder. White Ink has gone to confront them and should resolve it shortly. Yet, as Tsunade's words faded, the ground of the distant forest began to heave. A colossal, monstrous figure emerged from the earth, roaring like thunder as it ascended toward the sky. Countless fragments of stone rained down amidst the swirling smoke. At that moment, both Tsunade and Kushina stood utterly stunned. What on earth was this monster? Yahiko also witnessed the terror of the Outer Path's golem. Considering the burden the Rinnegan placed on Nagato, Yahiko urgently declared, "No, you cannot employ that technique." However, at this juncture, it was too late. Chapter 50. Few could rival by MO. Yet now, it was too late. From the chest of the Gedo statue, a gray needle sprouted, rapidly splitting into dozens of sharpened spikes that pierced mercilessly into Nagato's body. The excruciating pain sent cold sweat cascading down his skin, drenching his clothes as his body trembled faintly, proof of the immense price he was paying. But the thought of Conan, still in need of rescue, steeled his resolve. "Yahiko, fall back. Leave this to me. I'll take care of Bayemo." Nagato gritted out through clenched teeth. "But no buts. Because we're comrades above all else," Nagato roared. At that moment, the Gedo statue's maw gaped wide, unleashing a torrent of violet chakra in the form of a dragon. A suffocating wave of killing intent enveloped Bayemo, tightening his expression. Simultaneously, the battle lust simmering within him surged visibly, igniting like wildfire. "Come at me." The Mangeki Sharingan blazed once more in Bayemo's eyes. If this was a test of refined ocular prowess, Then the true purpose of this trial lay in achieving maximum effect with minimal expenditure. So be it. Susanoo. Crimson chakra erupted from Mos' body, his reserves fully restored. Vast and tempestuous. In an instant, the spectral warrior took form, twin Uchiha war fans gripped firmly in its hands. With a single swing of its colossal fan, a gale force wind collided with the violet chakra dragon, detonating in a cataclysmic burst. Seizing the moment, Nagato lunged forward. Lightning crackled from the Gedo statue's back as a cold glint of murder flashed in his eyes. Die. Countless bolts of lightning rained down. Yet Mo remained unmoved. Arms crossed within the ribcage of his Susanoo, gaze locked onto the Gedo statue. The electricity crackled harmlessly across the spectral armor's surface. The progress bar hadn't budged an inch. Mos' brow furrowed. What exact conditions did this self-disciplined task require for even the slightest advancement? Unlike Mos' calm assessment, Nagato grew increasingly frenzied under the pressure of time. He drained his chakra recklessly, fueling the Gedo statue's relentless assault as it closed the distance, engaging the Susanoo in brutal, close-quarters combat. Two monstrous titans clashed, each earth-shaking blow unleashing shockwaves that flattened the surrounding forest. From afar, Tsunade and Kushina Uzumaki sensed the battle, watching as the Nine-Tails chakra flared violently around Kushina. Tsunade swiftly placed a hand on her shoulder. Kushina, take a moment to reflect. In this world, few can rival the prowess of Hakumo. Uzumaki Kushina hesitated, her gaze drifting towards the distant clash. There, Hakumo commanded Susanoo with impressive finesse. Within mere exchanges, the outer path golem was mercilessly ground into the earth beneath the might of Susanoo. The two Uchiha fan blades swung like heavy hammers, creating afterimages as they relentlessly struck the golem, embedding its feet deep into the ground. Yet, that was not the end of it. Hakumo, noticing the progress bar had barely moved, felt a surge of urgency. Direct death. He activated the ability residing within his left Manjiki Sharingan. A world composed of countless intersecting lines unfolded before his eyes. Slash. He maneuvered Susanoo, its left hand rising dramatically. At that moment, the hefty Uchiha fan transformed into the sharpest of instruments, effortlessly severing the golem's left arm. With a thunderous crash, the outer path golem fell to the ground, a thick cloud of dust billowing into the air. Nagato, overcome by the intensity of the moment, coughed up a spray of blood, which landed 3 meters away. He collapsed, utterly drained, lacking even the strength to rise. Witnessing such a scene, Yahiko hurried to Nagato's side, his concern palpable. Nagato, how do you feel? Let me take you back for treatment. Nagato's complexion was ashen, his lips a ghastly shade. Trembling, he whispered to Yahiko, No, there's no need. The most pressing matter now is to eliminate Hakumo and save Konan. Now, I must say, you needn't exhaust yourselves. You cannot possibly kill me. Hakumo stepped closer to Yahiko and Nagato, adding, however, I do respect your intentions, for you act out of concern for your most cherished companions. Am I not mistaken? Hakumo held a deep admiration for Nagato and Yahiko. While observing them earlier, he had pondered that if one could possess bonds as profound as those with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, then life would be devoid of regrets. After all, these were companions willing to fight fiercely for one another. Upon hearing Hakumo's words, Yahiko's eyes brightened. Hakumo, do you truly mean that? Of course. Otherwise, why would I engage in idle chatter with you? I would have already taken action against you. Yet, Konan is afflicted by toxins, and we are powerless to assist her. Who says there is no way? A voice echoed from afar. Tsunade approached, accompanied by Uzumaki Kushina. They hastened to the scene as the battle began to wane. Tsunade's expression was grave as she regarded Yahiko and Nagato. Upon noticing the Sharingan in Nagato's eyes, her astonishment deepened. You are Nagato? Nagato gasped for breath, his exhaustion evident. He expended nearly the last vestiges of his strength, forming seals to dispel the manifestation of the outer path. Do you recognize me? I have heard of you from Jiraiya. Yet I never anticipated our paths would cross like this. Tsunade crouched down, scrutinizing Nagato's countenance. The toxins coursing through your bodies are quite severe. Toxins? Surely. The toxins within us should have been purged. Yahiko exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, Tsunade interjected. What do you mean purged? Do you not trust my words? You appear unharmed. but you are merely suppressed by a more potent toxin. This particular toxin possesses a delayed effect, lasting approximately a day. Once the time elapses, I fear you may succumb to a fatal demise. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is renowned throughout the ninja world. Observing her unwavering confidence, a troubling possibility dawned upon Yahiko. He clenched his fist and struck the ground in fury. That scoundrel Hanzo. He intends to eliminate us all. Chapter 51. The elderly Inbi surpasses Hans. Are you all right? Uzumaki Kushina approached Baemo with genuine concern. In response, Baemo shook his head, retracting his Mangeki Sharingan. He gazed at the somewhat blurred figure of Uzumaki Kushina and smiled. I'm fine. Consider it a nighttime workout. After all, Yahiko and Nagato are merely children and hardly my match. Yahiko. Nagato. Upon hearing Baemo's sardonic remarks, both Yahiko and Nagato found themselves at a loss for words, unsure of how to retort. They turned to Tsunade, inquiring, So, what should we do in this situation? Can we still survive? Of course, it will just be a bit painful, Tsunade replied before swiftly performing a medical ninjutsu on them. This technique demanded exceptional chakra control, requiring utmost caution to extract the toxins. A moment's carelessness could result in the victim's organs rupturing. Although this ninjutsu would not cause a single drop of blood to spill, the intense pain had Yahiko and Nagato grimacing and writhing on the ground. They could only watch as dark, toxic residue gradually accumulated on their bodies, gritting their teeth and enduring the excruciating torment. Witnessing this scene, Uzumaki Kushina felt a pang of sympathy and buried herself in Baemo's embrace, resembling a delicate bird. How utterly adorable! As time passed, approximately an hour later, Tsunade successfully extracted all the toxins from their bodies. Without hesitation, Yahiko utilized water release to give himself and Nagato a refreshing wash, instantly revitalizing them. He looked at Baemo, Tsunade, and the others, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Alongside Nagato, he bowed deeply before the trio. Baemo responded, There's no need for such formality. Let's hasten our departure to rescue your comrades. After a brief pause, he added, As for how to express your gratitude, simply continue to pursue your original dreams. The world needs your efforts to foster greater peace. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance, clearly taken aback by Baemo's words. Did this signify his acknowledgement of them? Contemplating Baemo's formidable strength, they felt immense appreciation for his willingness to assist them, even daring to confront Hans of the Salamander. It was common knowledge that Hans's reputation was formidable, hailed as a demigod of the ninja world, an almost divine being. Yahiko and Nagato shared a determined look, then bowed deeply once more to Baemo. Let us set forth. Baemo led the way, with Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade following closely behind. As for Nagato, Conan carried his weakened body at the rear. Meanwhile, within the chambers of Hanzo the Salamander, the air was thick with tension. He sat motionless in his seat, his expression growing increasingly grave with each passing second. His gaze fixed upon Conan before him, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. It seems I won't be hearing any good news before dawn, he mused darkly. You despicable, shameless wretch. Conan spat, her body limp. Unable to move even a finger, yet her voice burned with defiance. One day you will fall by Nagato and Yahiko's hands. Hanzo let out a low, mocking chuckle. Me? Killed by those two? His suppressed fury surged, and he rose from his seat, glaring down at her. His voice, rough with restrained rage, dripped with smug satisfaction. You don't know, do you? The antidote I gave them was no cure at all. It was a stronger, delayed-acting poison, one that suppresses their abilities completely, even if they defy me. Even if they muster their strength to attack and force me to hand over the antidote, it's already too late. When the time comes, they will drop dead without warning. Conan's pupils constricted in horror. She had never imagined Hanzo's treachery ran so deep. Not just betrayal, but a calculated slaughter after use. Fear and despair coiled in her heart. Time was slipping away. Nearly half had passed. Dawn approached, and with it, only half a day remained. Yet she was powerless to warn Nagato and Yahiko. Watching Conan's trembling fingers and furious expression, Hanzo's masked face twisted into a grotesque grin. Don't bother struggling. With your pitiful grasp of medical ninjutsu, you'll never regain movement. All you can do is watch as the Akatsuki crumbles before your eyes. A sudden interruption came, a ninja knelt before Hanzo. Lord Hanzo, Nagato and Yahiko request an audience. Nagato and Yahiko? Hanzo stiffened. He hadn't expected them to return so soon. Could Bayamo have been nothing more than a fraud? Or do they have darker intentions? His mind, ever steeped in paranoia, conjured the worst possibilities. Perhaps they've come to kill me? Very well, he finally said, waving a hand. Let them in. Turning back to Conan, his smile turned venomous. Keep your mouth shut when they arrive unless you wish to see them die right before you. Conan pressed her lips together. If hatred alone could kill, Hanzo would have perished 1,000 times over. Soon the moment would come, under the guidance of the trusted ninja of Hanzo the Salamander. Nagato and Yahiko approached the formidable figure of Hanzo himself. The latter scrutinized the two before him, noting that their garments were encrusted with dust, indicative of a recent battle. Yet there was not a trace of blood nor the lifeless form of Conan in sight. Do not tell me that you two have failed, Hanzo exclaimed. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of mockery in the other's eyes. Had the circumstances been different, they would have been deeply concerned for Conan's life, knowing full well that without an antidote, they were utterly powerless. However, the presence of Tsunade changed the narrative entirely. With her formidable medical ninjutsu at their disposal, they felt no trepidation, rather, they were almost amused. Hanzo the Salamander, we offer you a singular chance. Remove the poison from Conan immediately, or you shall come to regret your decision. Chapter 52, The blurred kaleidoscope of the Sharingan in a room suffused with extravagant lights. Hanzo the Salamander gazed in astonishment at the two individuals before him. He could scarcely believe his ears. How dare they challenge him? It was important to note that Conan was still in a state of poisoning. Their audacity in pressing him was a clear indication of their complete loss of reason. Had they truly gone mad? Are you threatening me? Hanzo snapped back to reality, his tone laced with a hint of murderous intent. What if we are? Yahiko boldly confronted Hanzo, unearthing the deeds he had committed. This revelation sent a chill down Hanzo's spine. Did these two know of his actions? He began scrutinizing their expressions. As a master of poison, he was well aware of the effects of toxicity on the human body. Yet, at that moment, Yahiko and Nagato appeared unblemished, their skin devoid of the telltale purple hue that indicated poisoning. This realization dawned on Hanzo. These two had likely neutralized the toxin. Bring me reinforcements. Eliminate them. Hanzo bellowed furiously. Suddenly, the previously tranquil room erupted with a surge of ninjas. These were elite ninjas, meticulously trained by Hanzo himself, each one a pinnacle of strength, with the leader boasting a mid-level Jonin ranking. They surrounded Yahiko and Nagato in a formidable encirclement. As the duo faced the onslaught, Conan struggled to rise from the couch. However, her body felt inexplicably heavy, rendering her nearly immobile. At that moment, she caught sight of a pair of blood-red eyes outside the window, the world of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This was the most powerful illusion capable of altering another's senses. When Hakumai unleashed the Jinjutsu, Conan heard a voice whispering in her ear. I am Uchiha Hakumai. Upon hearing the name, Conan's heart skipped a beat. Yet, Hakumai's subsequent words brought her immediate solace. Do not fear, I am on your side. As for the toxin within you, do not worry, we will ensure your recovery. For now, simply watch as Hanzo descends into oblivion. Conan blinked, bewildered yet comforted by the voice of Hakumai, unaware that she had fallen under an illusion. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of security, as if everything was within their control. All she needed to do was to align with their actions. Yahiko and Nagato possessed considerable strength, otherwise they would not have risen to the leadership of the Akatsuki. Even under the leadership of a Jonin, they continued to fend off the relentless attacks. This caused the fist of Hanzo the Salamander to clench ever tighter. You worthless fools! How is it that so many of you cannot handle these two wretches? What use am I to you? With his roar echoing, Hanzo brandished his scythe and charged forward. Aside from his poison, Hanzo's physical prowess was formidable as well. In his swift advance, the scythe traced a perfect arc through the air, accompanied by a chilling sound, aimed directly at Yahiko's head. Be careful. Nagato's eyes narrowed as he swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release. Gale palm. A buzzing sound resonated as the concentrated wind blades met Hanzo's scythe, producing a sharp, clear note. Observing the chaotic clash between Hanzo and Yahiko, Nagato and the others engaged in battle. Without hesitation, Hakuto performed the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared beside Konan, cradling her delicate form and retreating to a corner of the room. In the next moment, two more flashes signaled the arrival of Tsunade and Kushina. Konan, I leave this to you. I'll handle this, but do not let that Hanzo interrupt. Rest assured, he won't last much longer. A slight smile curled at Hakuto's lips as his blood-red Sharingan gazed intently upon the turmoil before him. The clanging of metal rang out, accompanied by the spark of collision. Yet, the clarity of vision had diminished compared to before. The more obscured it became, the more Hakuto felt compelled to utilize his Sharingan. For it was the only means to discern a way to advance his progress, thus transforming his Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. He could not afford to become truly blind. That was not the outcome Hakuto desired. As this thought settled, the power of the direct death technique surged forth. Hakuto hurled forth a flurry of shurikens, spinning rapidly through the air at an incredible speed. They effortlessly struck the red dots on the bodies of numerous ninjas. In an instant, their movements halted. Pained expressions etched upon their faces as their bodies disintegrated, transforming into mere particles and vanishing from the room. This left Hanzo momentarily stunned. Seizing this opportunity, Yahiko narrowed his eyes and unleashed Water Release, Water Chaos Wave. A massive column of water erupted from his mouth, crashing down upon Hanzo and forcing him to stagger back several meters, slamming heavily against the wall of the room. The sound of clattering echoed as various items hanging from the wall fell to the ground. Many of it is regrettable that the title of the three ninjas was bestowed upon them by me. Given your current capabilities, it is utterly impossible for you to be my adversaries. Even if you have annihilated the allied forces of the hidden villages of Cloud, Rock, and Mist, you would still stand no chance against me. Gazing at the figure of Hans the Salamander as he pointed towards Hakumai, Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato were utterly taken aback. This was their first encounter with such news. Their astonishment could not be more aptly described. Nagato, did I hear correctly? Can Hakumai single-handedly obliterate the coalition of the three great hidden villages? It seems that Hans indeed uttered such words. Thankfully, Hakumai harbors no intent to kill us. Otherwise, we might have already met our demise. Suddenly, Yahiko was reminded of the moment they first encountered Hakumai. He had proclaimed that they would meet again in the future. Let us strive for peace. This implies that even then, he was aware of the coalition of the three hidden villages. The objective of the three hidden villages is quite evident. It must be Konoha. As the Rain Village lies nestled between them, it is destined to become a battlefield. In other words, Hakumai has saved them. Chapter 53, The White Tiger. In other words, Bayamo had saved them. More importantly, he had saved the people of Amigakure, shielding them from the ravages of war. This was the mark of a true peacemaker. Compared to Bayamo before them, their own actions, those of Nagato and Konan, paled in significance. Unconsciously, Bayamo's stature rose even higher in their hearts. Konan, currently being healed by Tsunade, tilted her head slightly, her gaze drifting toward Bayamo in the distance. Her thoughts remained inscrutable. At that moment, the increasingly sinister laughter of Hanzo the Salamander pierced the air. Hehehe, it's been so long since I felt this free. Surrounded by nothing but enemies, meaning I can finally unleash my full power, Hanzo murmured to himself, slowly raising a hand to his gas mask. In an instant, Bayamo's expression shifted. Nagato, Yahiko, both of you, get behind me. Bayamo, we can help now. Bayamo's sharp command cut them off, compelling them to instinctively retreat behind him. Never before had they seen him so tense, not even when facing the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Watching as Yahiko and Nagato positioned themselves behind him, Bayamo grinned, his earlier tension vanishing. I was only worried you two might get wiped out. Hanzo's deadliest poison is his own body. That mask isn't to protect him from others, it's to protect others from him. From childhood, Hanzo had been implanted with the organs of a salamander. Every breath he took exuded lethal toxins. As if to confirm Bayamo's words, wisps of venomous mist seeped from Hanzo's mask. The moment the fumes touched a bouquet by the window, the flowers withered at a visible pace. I don't know where you learned this, but you're right. The poison I exhale is the most potent in the world. Now die? Hanzo lunged at Bayamo with terrifying speed, so fast that Nagato and Yahiko instinctively narrowed their eyes, struggling to track his movement. But for Bayamo, whose Mangekyou Sharingan granted him inhuman reflexes, Hanzo's speed was nothing extraordinary. The simplest way to deal with him? Keep him at a distance. That was precisely why Mo had ordered Yahiko and Nagato to retreat behind him, alongside Tsunade and the others. Wind release, pressure damage. Gripping the Uchiha War Fan, Mo swung it with effortless precision. A colossal gust of wind surged forth, howling as it propelled itself forward, suddenly dispersing with unparalleled ferocity. The tempest unleashed within the room was so intense that it seemed to obliterate everything in its path. Even the toxins exhaled by the pufferfish Hans could not approach Mo and his companions, and even Hans himself found it nearly impossible to draw near. After all, this was the Uchiha Fan, which augmented ninjutsu. Seizing this opportunity, Mo inhaled deeply, his chakra surging forth once again. A magnificent Susanoo erupted from the ground, enveloping his companions in its protective embrace. With the fan raised, he struck mercilessly at the spot where Hans had paused. In mere moments, the opulent chamber of the hidden rain village was reduced to ruins under Mo's relentless assault. This only served to intensify Hans's inner fury. You have forced my hand. He bit his thumb and formed hand seals with both hands before slamming them onto the ground. Summoning technique, Pufferfish Iwabian. A pufferfish, adorned with a grayish-purple hue and riddled with numerous pustules, emerged, exuding a nauseating toxin that dripped ominously. The toxins fell onto the ground, eroding it instantaneously and leaving behind ghastly craters. At that moment, dust and smoke billowed, thick fog rising and obscuring the events within. Seizing this chance, Hans commanded, Iwabian, unleash the toxic mist. The pufferfish opened its gaping maw, devoid of teeth, only a torrent of venom swirling within, bubbling like boiling liquid. As Iwabian gaped wide, a massive plume of fog surged forth, descending upon the Susanoo like a colossal cloud. Although the Susanoo, formed from highly concentrated chakra, resisted the intrusion, the inherent corrosiveness of the poison relentlessly eroded its form. Mo was compelled to release even more chakra to counterbalance the depletion. Sealing technique, release. 100 healings technique. Tsunade sensed a familiar aura and turned towards Mo, observing his figure. Her curiosity grew regarding the 100 healings technique he claimed to have developed. Tsunade, however, harbored no belief that Mo could have independently discovered it. Lady Tsunade, is my toxin extraction complete? Yes, it is nearly finished. Tsunade extracted the last remnants of the toxin, wiping the sweat from her brow and feeling a significant relief as she realized the detoxification process was complete. Mo knew his time for play had come to an end. He took a deep breath. Under his control, the Susanoo brandished its Uchiha War Fan, unleashing a tempestuous gale that swept away every trace of poison in an instant. Then, the 8 inner gates formation. A resonant hum echoed as colossal chakra erupted from Mo's body, the sheer force shattering the ground beneath him, leaving a gaping crater in its wake. Before Nagato, Konan, or Yahiko could even react, Mo's figure blurred like a fleeting shadow, vanishing from their sight in an instant. What? Hans of the Salamander, who had been preparing to unleash an even more devastating assault, suddenly found Mo standing before him. Before the poison could spread further, a composed smile graced Mo's lips. Daytime Tiger. Mo compressed the air before him, then released it in a single, explosive burst. The resulting shockwave took the form of a roaring tiger, its destructive might undeniable. Chapter 54, The Great Light Bulb. As the thunderous blast struck Hanzo of the Salamander, his countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. He felt the venom sac, which had been transplanted into him, shatter within his body. It is crucial to note that a broken venom sac is an entity that even someone as resilient to toxins as Hanzo could not withstand. Before Hanzo could descend from the sky, potent toxins had already begun to spread throughout his entire being. Gazing at the descending figure of Mo, Hanzo could only stare, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to articulate any sound. Boom! A resounding roar echoed through the air, instantly drawing a multitude of ninjas to the scene. They encircled the enormous crater, their faces etched with astonishment. What on earth has transpired? I heard the sounds of battle and rushed over from home. Is there an enemy invasion? It doesn't seem so. Isn't the leader of the Akatsuki here as well? The Akatsuki advocates for peace. Thanks to them, our hidden rain village has grown increasingly stable. These ninjas were merely ordinary, believing that an enemy had invaded, which prompted their swift arrival. Thus, when they beheld the profound pit, where Hanzo lay with wide-open eyes and one hand raised as if to grasp something, they were struck by a profound horror. Yet, the vitality within him had been entirely extinguished by his own venom sac, leaving him akin to a lethal poison. Anyone who dared to approach would be met with instant demise from the virulent toxins. At that moment, the ordinary ninjas surrounding the scene were utterly astounded. They gazed in disbelief at the unfolding drama, their astonishment difficult to express. What is happening? Lord Hanzo is dead. How can this be? Hanzo of the Salamander is a demigod of the ninja world. He is a man revered as the pinnacle of the shinobi realm. With his formidable toxins and martial prowess, he stood tall among all. Could he truly have perished so easily? The crowd exchanged words, grappling with the incredibility of what lay before them. They stared at Bayamo, as if imprinting his visage upon their hearts, vowing to steer clear of him in the future. For this man possesses the capability to slay Hanzo of the Salamander. Sensing the trepidation within the crowd, Yahiko and Nagato, who had been shielded behind, stepped forward. They recounted the events that Hanzo had inflicted upon them. Initially hesitant, they soon recalled how the Akatsuki had tirelessly endeavored for the peace of the hidden rain village since its inception, while Hanzo had amassed wealth and power, leading many to believe otherwise. In drawing closer to Nagato and Yahiko before them, the Akatsuki gained stronger support within Amigakure. Yet both Yahiko and Nagato knew all too well they were no match for Hanzo the Salamander. In fact, they had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by him. Were it not for Byakuren's timely arrival, they might have perished. A pale glow emerged on the distant horizon, spilling over the scarred earth. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, finding mutual resolve in each other's eyes. Under the watchful gazes of countless shinobi, they approached Byakuren once more, extending another invitation. Byakuren, with Hanzo the Salamander now dead, Amigakure is left leaderless. Even the Akatsuki would struggle to command so many shinobi. If possible, we would like to invite you to join us. Just as Byakuren opened his mouth to respond, Yahiko added, if you agree to join the Akatsuki, I am willing to step aside and let you lead us. Together, we can strive for a greater peace. Yes, Byakuren, Amigakure needs you. Konan, having composed herself, also stepped forward, echoing the plea. Their words reached Byakuren's ears, and he merely smiled faintly. You underestimate yourselves far too much. He reached out, giving Konan's shoulder a firm pat. Believe in your own strength. Only then can you grow truly powerful. Besides, peace is never achieved overnight. It arrives when the time is ripe. Swiftly forming hand seals, Byakuren unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing sphere erupted from his mouth, engulfing Hanzo's remains in the crater. The intense flames ensured his toxins would not spread, sparing the surrounding shinobi from further harm. After all, Tsunade had already drained the poison from 3 individuals throughout the night, exhausting her energy. If more were to fall victim, would she even have the strength to save them? Konan's eyes shimmered with an unreadable light. She hadn't expected Byakuren to be so considerate. Just moments ago, she had been uncertain about how to handle Hanzo's body, yet he had resolved the matter effortlessly. Unconsciously, her mind drifted back to the memory of being cradled in Byakuren's arms, gently placed in a sheltered corner. For the first time, her usually tranquil heart raced with unfamiliar intensity. Byakuren, if we ever find ourselves lost in the future, may we come to Konoha to seek you? Standing nearby, Uzumaki Kushina stepped forward, addressing Konan with a warm smile. Byakuren prefers solitary training. Even if you visit Konoha, catching him free might be difficult. But you can always come to me. I may be a little older. After all, perhaps I can offer some guidance. Shunin nodded vigorously, though this diverged somewhat from her initial expectations. Merely being able to see Bayamo filled her heart with profound contentment. As the sun gradually ascended, heralding the arrival of a new day, Bayamo stretched lazily and addressed the trio before him. The time has come for us to depart. Farewell, Yahiko, Nagato, and Xiaonan. I eagerly anticipate our next reunion. This time, it was Yahiko who nodded firmly. By the time we meet again, I swear I'll have grown far stronger than I am now. Bayamo chuckled warmly. Ha! Excellent. I shall await that day with great anticipation. Turning away, Bayamo began his journey back to Konoha, with Uzumaki Kushina naturally looping her arm through his, a gesture that had long become second nature. Glancing at them, Tsunade remarked wryly, "Humph, Seems I'm the odd one out here. Don't I? Kushina smiled gently, quick to reassure her. Nonsense, Tsunade-ne. You're our most invaluable ally. How could you ever be an outsider? With that, she gracefully linked arms with Tsunade as well, and together, the three continued their path toward Konoha. Chapter 55, Blurred Vision. Meanwhile, on the other side, the severely injured and unconscious Yagura awakened. After receiving some treatment, she dragged her weary body towards the direction of the hidden mist village. Unbeknownst to her, a figure with a Sharingan silently trailed behind her, following her all the way into the village. The settlement was shrouded in mist, resembling an ethereal realm, exuding an air of enigmatic obscurity. Lord Mizukage, has the war concluded? Why have you returned so swiftly? Yagura sighed, expressing her resignation. The war has not yet commenced, yet it has already come to a definitive end. She gestured for her ninja subordinates to place their ninjat upon the ground. Then, addressing the assembled ninjas, she proclaimed, "Find new masters for these blades. Our hidden mist village requires a mightier force. Only with new hosts, stronger than before, can the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist transcend their limits and become ever more formidable." Having spoken, Yagura dismissed her subordinates from the room, leaving her alone to tend to her injuries. As the Mizukage, she possessed a degree of expertise in medical ninjutsu. As she channeled her chakra, vibrant green light radiated from her hands, soothing her wounds. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the room, startling Yagura, who had just closed her eyes to rest. She opened her eyes wide, scanning her surroundings, and found a man donning a whirlpool mask standing before her. The only visible feature was one eye, unmistakably a Sharingan. The sight of the Sharingan triggered a sense of PTSD within Yagura. Overwhelmed, she sprang from her seat, gathering the remnants of her chakra while cautiously observing the figure before her. "What do the Uchiha clan members intend to do here?" she demanded. Upon hearing Yagura refer to him as one of the Uchiha, the cloaked figure trembled with excitement. He bent his body slightly, his hand hovering over his mask, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. "Huh. So, I have truly become a part of the Uchiha clan, have I? Indeed. I now possess the most powerful Kekkei Genkai, the true Sharingan. And this I was bestowed upon me by Uchiha Madara. No one shall question my lineage any longer. I am one of the Uchiha, the future strongest of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shin." In his madness, Uchiha Shin spread his arms wide, exclaiming with fervor. However, not a single soul rushed in from the outside. A wave of unease surged within Yagura. She swiftly formed hand seals, intending to confront the individual before her. Whether it was merely her illusion or not, she sensed an ominous aura emanating from this man who claimed to be Uchiha Shin. This presence instilled in her a profound sense of dread. Alas, it was too late. His eyes began to turn slowly. Genjutsu, Sharingan. This was a unique illusion derived from the Sharingan of Uchiha Madara, unleashing a jutsu exclusive to the Sharingan. Even a mere illusionary ability of the Sharingan effortlessly seized Yagura's consciousness within mere seconds, rendering her expression increasingly vacant. "Abba, Abba, Abba," Yagura murmured. The sun, obscured by thick fog, now appeared tainted with crimson, completely devoid of its gentle warmth. Replaced instead by an endless sea of blood, a tyrannical rain unique to the village hidden in mist had arrived. "Ah, how splendid the sunlight is!" Uchiha Obito gazed at the soaring eagle in the sky, squinting his eyes to bask in the glorious sunlight. He stretched out his arms and took a deep breath. But his expression quickly turned peculiar. "Kakashi, did you just fart? Why else would the air smell so foul?" Beside him, Kakashi, with a cold demeanor, retorted icily, "It's clearly you who stepped in something." "What? I stepped in something?" Uchiha Obito lifted his shoe, nearly rolling his eyes. "Kakashi, this is the mean dog you summoned. I challenge you. This is infuriating. To embarrass me in front of Noera Rin." Mentioning Noera Rin made Kakashi's posture involuntarily straighten. He glanced at Noera Rin beside him and cleared his throat, saying, "Don't speak nonsense. That mean dog's mess isn't mine. How can you blame me?" While Kakashi and Uchiha Obito bickered, Noera Rin stood nearby, gazing at the distant country road. Her mind involuntarily drifting back to the moment when Hakomai saved her at the Kamizuki Hashi. She had heard that Hakomai had gone to train, and she wondered when he would return. At that moment, 3 figures ambled towards them from afar, one of which was unmistakably Hakomai. This revelation left Noera Rin somewhat astonished. Though she struggled to believe it, she instinctively rubbed her eyes and whispered, "Am I just longing for Hakumai too much? How could his figure truly appear before me?" Yet, when Noera Rin finished rubbing her eyes and looked again into the distance, she found Hakumai had drawn even closer. An unprecedented wave of joy surged within her heart as she rushed towards him. "Hakumai." Upon hearing this call, Baimo gazed into the distance, drawn by the sound. A vague figure was hastening towards him, prompting him to squint his eyes. "Who could it be calling my name?" "It is not Yuen Rin," Uzumaki Kushina remarked with a smile. Yet, at that moment, Tsunade, standing nearby, wore a rather grave expression. As a member of the Senju clan, she possessed a considerable understanding of the Sharingan. She was aware that as ocular power wanes, vision inevitably diminishes as well. At such a close range, Baimo could scarcely discern Yuen Rin's features. Did this signify that Baimo's ocular prowess had reached its limit? "Sister Tsunade, is something wrong?" "No. It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled some matters." Meanwhile, in Konoha, Danzo was increasingly agitated as he listened to the report from the ninja before him. "What did you say? Baimo has already returned to the village entrance?" Chapter 56. Utter Nonsense. Shinmura Danzo had not anticipated that the news he had long awaited would turn out to be disheartening. Baimo had actually managed to return to Konoha. Could it be that Hanzo of the Salamander had refrained from taking action against him? Crack! In a fit of rage, Danzo crushed the teacup in his hand, scalding tea splattering across his attire. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the discomfort, his gaze fixed with palpable resentment into the distance. Orochimaru, observing this scene, spoke with a hint of mockery, saying, "Danzo, the current Baimo is no longer a force that we can contend with. To truly defeat him, one must devise a long-term strategy and gather all their strength to have even a sliver of a chance at success." Orochimaru licked his lips casually, then smiled as he departed from Danzo's side, aware that he could not linger here much longer. However, before leaving, he contemplated strategizing for his own future. Outside Konoha, Baimo watched as Noera Rin rushed towards him. Instinctively, he opened his arms and caught her. "Baimo, have you just finished your training?" Rin asked, looking up at him with a bright smile. "Yes, I just completed my training. What are you all up to?" he replied, his gentle voice wrapping around Rin like a comforting embrace, allowing her to relish this moment. "We're waiting for Teacher Minato," she exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She lowered her voice conspiratorially and whispered, "Baimo, I heard that Teacher Minato has found a girlfriend and goes on dates every day." "A girlfriend?" Baimo's eyes narrowed with curiosity. He wondered who might be the fortunate one to capture Minato's heart. "Brother, you already have a sister-in-law. Why don't you let go of Rin?" Uchiha Obito, who had been bickering with Kakashi, rushed over upon seeing Rin in Baimo's embrace. "Sister-in-law? You must discipline my brother." Kushina Izumaki glanced at Obito and then at Rin, her eyes brimming with amusement. In response, Baimo playfully gave Obito a light smack on the head, causing a noticeable bump to form as Obito rolled on the ground in mock agony. "Ouch, brother. How could you be so cruel? You have to stand up for me, sister-in-law." Hearing Obito's incessant calling of sister-in-law, Baimo felt an overwhelming urge to facepalm. "Obito, at your young age, instead of focusing on training, your mind is filled with all sorts of peculiar thoughts. I regard Rin merely as my little sister. Why did you suddenly start rambling beside me?" As soon as the words left my lips, Obito, who had been rolling on the ground, sprang up in an instant. "Sister, it's nothing serious," he said, though he couldn't fathom why he had received such a fierce glare from Rin at that moment. Just then, the flying thunder god Kanai came speeding through the air, followed by a brilliant flash of yellow light. It was Minato Namikaze. "Minato, where have you been?" asked Takomai with a hint of curiosity. Minato, appearing somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, "Oh, it's nothing much, just went on a date." Upon saying this, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he glanced at the crowd before him. Obito, brimming with curiosity, leaned closer to Minato, his face a canvas of gossip. "Teacher Minato, could you perhaps introduce us to your girlfriend? Or maybe, when you find the time, bring us along to meet her?" At that moment, even Kakashi couldn't help but stretch his neck and lean in to catch Minato's forthcoming words. Actually, there isn't anything particularly romantic about it. During a mission, we were unexpectedly ambushed by the Three Tails, injuring one of our female ninja. After we managed to defeat the beast, I utilized the 5-element seal to contain its power within her body. With the strength of the seal, it stimulated her recovery, allowing her to escape from danger completely. And so, as time passed, we ended up together. Rin's eyes sparkled with delight as she heard this tale of heroism. What a romantic story. I believe that big sister must truly adore Teacher Minato. Go for it, Teacher Minato. Strive to win her heart soon. Rin encouraged boldly. An uncommon display of assertiveness from her. This only served to fluster Minato further, prompting him to quickly change the subject. All right, let us talk about that later. He approached Hakumai, looking at him with growing admiration. Welcome back, Uchiha Hakumai. Hakumai, unaware that Minato had previously witnessed him decisively defeat the 3 great hidden villages, would not have cared much even if he had known. After all, this man, who had barely any screen time in the original work, radiated a truly sunny disposition, standing in stark contrast to the duplicitous third Hokage and the sinister Danzo. The two men shared a firm handshake. Obito observed the scene with a sense of perplexity, feeling as though there was a deeper connection between them that he could not comprehend. Obito, make sure to learn well from Minato, do you understand? What about me? Rin asked, her face brimming with expectation as she looked at Hakumai. In response, Hakumai smiled and said, You too, Rin. Noara Rin beamed with joy, nodding vigorously as she exclaimed, Yes, I will certainly do my best, brother Baimei. Among the trio, 2 were encouraged. Baimei then turned his gaze towards Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi was not yet the lethargic figure he would later become. Instead, he radiated youthful brilliance, the unmistakable aura of a prodigy. In acknowledgement, Baimei gave him a thumbs up, a mischievous smile gracing his features. You should also strive hard. I grant you the right to teach Obito a lesson, as long as he neglects his training. You may take it upon yourself to give him a good thrashing. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he protested, flailing his arms. Hey, brother, how can you say that? Do you dare challenge me? Brother, I was merely joking. Please, allow me to explain. With a laugh, Uzumaki Kushina watched as Baimei pursued Obito, playfully beating him. This serene and blissful existence was precisely the life she had always longed for. Chapter 57. Flattery. Konoha, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen received the latest news. Upon learning that Hakumai had effortlessly vanquished the demigod of the ninja world, he exhaled a heavy sigh. Alas, it seems we can no longer suppress our concerns. What shall we do now? The ever-worried Kurama Koharu sat nearby, her wrinkled visage sagging, evoking a sense of twilight. Since the rise of Uchiha Hakumai, they had acutely sensed the shifting attitudes of the other clans in the village. Once, those families sought to curry favor with them. Now, however, they appeared increasingly aloof. It was a stark contrast. Rather than seeking to ingratiate themselves, merely exchanging greetings seemed a considerable feat. It was as if they were waiting to see the outcome of a competition between them and the Uchiha before placing their bets. Such is the nature of the world. Rarely does it afford such simplicity. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of Kurama Koharu's sentiments. Yet, gazing upon Uchiha Hakumai's dazzling achievements, he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, they must first extend a warm welcome to their esteemed hero from Konoha. It is crucial to recognize that he bears something of immense significance. Mito gazed in a previously silent state, his eyes suddenly sparkled with understanding. He comprehended the implication of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. That significant matter undoubtedly pertained to the reparations following the defeat of the 3 great hidden villages. To this day, they remained oblivious to how Hakumai had negotiated the terms. Nevertheless, it was evident that there would be an opportunity for them to partake in the spoils. The trio of Sarutobi Hiruzen exited the Hokage's office, unaware of who leaked the information or whether it was due to Hakumai and Obito's prolonged antics outside the village. Many clans had already learned of Hakumai's return. It is worth noting that Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously announced before a multitude that Hakumai had triumphed over the allied forces of the 3 great hidden villages. After such a lengthy period of anticipation, this revelation had undoubtedly stirred a more significant uproar within the village. They congregated along Konoha's main thoroughfare, each person craning their necks, gazing into the distance, eager to catch a glimpse of Hakumai's figure. He is here. He is here. Hakumai has finally returned. A voice from the crowd suddenly rang out, igniting a wave of excitement. The throng erupted into fervor, creating a vibrant atmosphere that enlivened Konoha even further. Hakumai, momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before him, absorbed the fervent exclamations of the crowd. Hero, the hero of Konoha. Hakumai, how extraordinary you are to have single-handedly defeated the coalition of the three great hidden villages. Is this the true extent of Hakumai's power? Does this imply that he could single-handedly defend Konoha? Goodness, one must never offend Hakumai. He is the guardian deity of our village. Listening to the cacophony surrounding him, Hakumai's heart swelled with understanding. It seems that the news of his victory over the three great hidden villages had indeed spread far and wide. It is no wonder they are so exhilarated. After all, he has directly brought an end to the Third Shinobi World War. Just as Baemo was reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the throng, accompanied by Tsunade and Mito Gate. Observing the dense crowd before him, Sarutobi feigned a cough. However, this mere sound did nothing to capture the attention of the fervent assembly, who continued to chant Baemo's name with unabated enthusiasm, clearing his throat again. Sarutobi coughed more forcefully, while Mito Gate called out to the crowd, "The Hokage is here. Make way." The Hokage? Perhaps Baemo truly could become Hokage in the future. Sarutobi remained silent, and so did Mito Gate. Tsunade, too, held her tongue. At that moment, the individual who had been shouting finally came to his senses. Turning around, he beheld Sarutobi Hiruzen, hunched over, struggling to maintain his smile. He quickly apologized. "Hokage-sama, you must have misheard me. I absolutely did not say that Baemo would be the future Hokage." "Enough," Sarutobi replied. "Please step aside. I must go greet the hero of Konoha." "Understood, Hokage-sama. But do take care. I see you coughing repeatedly. Don't pass your cold to Baemo." In just a few brief exchanges, Sarutobi felt as though his heart had taken a heavy blow. Could it be that he was truly aging? Clenching his fists, he thought, "So what if I am old? I am still the third Hokage. Besides, there is no way that the fourth Hokage will be this fellow Baemo." The more he pondered this, the brighter his smile became. He stepped forward to Baemo and said, "Baemo, you have worked hard this time. It was no trouble at all. Merely a matter of raising my hand." "Raising your hand?" It seems the gesture was rather effortless, considering you single-handedly thwarted the combined assault of the three great hidden villages. Sarutobi silently mocked himself. He then stood beside Baemo, surveying the crowd, and raised his hands to quell the noise. Gradually, the street fell into a hush. "Baemo is our Konoha hero. He single-handedly halted the Third Shinobi World War. Let us extend the warmest applause to welcome Baemo home." The applause erupted thunderously, resonating for an extended period until Sarutobi felt as though his ears would develop calluses. Only then did the clapping begin to subside. He leaned closer to Baemo and whispered, "Baemo, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Please accompany me to the Hokage's office." Baemo nodded with a smile. As they navigated through the crowd, he turned to the two women behind him and said, "You both have worked hard these past few days. Return home to rest early." Subsequently, Baemo approached Kushina and added, "Wait for me at home." A rather simple statement brought immense joy to Kushina Uzumaki, for Hakubo had acknowledged that this concept belonged to their family. Sarutobi Izashi cast a lingering glance at Kushina. Sensing the presence of the Nine Tails, he had received word of the initial sealing of the Nine Tails within Kushina by Uzumaki Mito. However, due to Mito's status, he ultimately refrained from intervening, acquiescing to the current outcome. As the group returned to the Hokage's office, they were taken aback to find Shimura Danzo already seated, awaiting their arrival. Clearly, curiosity regarding the compensation for this recent defeat was palpable among them. Moreover, Tsunade personally prepared a fragrant cup of tea for Hakubo, enhancing the atmosphere significantly. Once everyone was seated, Mito Minyan voiced the question that lingered in the minds of all. "Hakubo, how will the compensation for the recent defeat be distributed?" Chapter 58, The Humiliation of Danzo. "I agree." Baemo stifled a yawn as the chakra within him flowed in a continuous cycle. At this moment, he began his chakra training. Meanwhile, under the anxious and curious gazes of the crowd, Baemo spoke. "This matter is quite simple. Half of the resources from the Hidden Cloud Village will be allocated to the Senja clan, and Tsunade and her companions have provided us with considerable assistance. The hearts of the onlookers sank. The beginning of this situation was entirely different from what they had envisioned, almost a complete deviation from their expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and inquired, "What about the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Stone Village?" "Oh, they too will each contribute half as compensation." The crowd leaned in, straining to hear favorable news from Baimo's lips. However, to their surprise, Baimo's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "These compensations are all resources for the future development of the Uchiha clan." Hokage-sama, you are aware that the Uchiha clan has been facing hardships in recent years. As a member of the Uchiha family, I must consider the welfare of my clan. Moreover, once the clan grows stronger, the power of Konoha will also be enhanced. At that time, no one will dare to wage war against Konoha, will they? Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, intending to respond, but unexpectedly, the ever-cunning Shimura Danzo interjected, "Baimo, why not leave a portion of the compensation for the village? The development of the village is of utmost importance." Besides myself, who else contributed to this battle? Where? Let me see. The crowd fell silent, at a loss for words. Yet, unexpectedly, Baimo continued, "By the way, Hokage-sama, you mentioned I am a hero of Konoha. May I inquire if there is a reward for me?" "A reward? What kind of reward do you have in mind?" Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, exercising restraint, and then turned to Baimo with a smile. In response, Baimo grinned and said, "It's quite simple. I desire a dedicated training ground, one where no one can disturb me." "Is that so?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his chin and replied, "How about I assign you that vacant land atop Hokage Rock? What do you think? That piece of land is seldom visited, given Hokage Rock's unique position in Konoha. Over time, the upper area of Hokage Rock has been regarded by many as the exclusive domain of the Hokage. Only the Hokage occasionally stands atop it, gazing down upon Konoha from above." Clearly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was testing Baimo, seeking to discern whether he harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage. Yet, Baimo was unfazed by the trap. "Hokage-sama, you jest. That location is far too distant. The Uchiha clan resides in the most remote area of Konoha, and traveling to such a central location would likely take a considerable amount of time." As Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief, he simultaneously grew increasingly wary of Hakumai. Should Hakumai reveal any ambition, it would signify a desire, and with desire comes vulnerability. Yet, Hakumai remained unperturbed, which rendered Sarutobi Hiruzen's predicament all the more complicated. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Shimura Danzo, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, finally spoke up. "Hakumai, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Danzo's accusatory statement left everyone in stunned silence. Tsunade and Mito Minka exchanged curious glances, both intrigued by the implications of Danzo's words. Not only were they bewildered, but even Hakumai seemed momentarily taken aback. "Danzo, what do you mean by that? I have received word that during your passage through the Rain Village, you assassinated Hanzo of the Salamander." Danzo continued, "You must understand that peace is hard-won. Do you not fear retaliation from the Rain Village due to your provocations?" Although many had witnessed the incident, news had not yet spread widely due to its recent occurrence. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been attentively following the matter, having received confirmation shortly after Hakumai arrived in Konohagakure. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself outside the Hokage's office. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was uncertain about the situation. At this moment, Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito Minka gazed at Hakumai in astonishment, unable to fathom that he had defeated the legendary Hanzo, a figure comparable to the Kage of other hidden villages. However, once they considered that Hakumai had taken on 3 opponents simultaneously, everything began to align. All eyes turned to Hakumai, eager to hear his explanation for the matter. Noticing their attention upon him, Hakumai remained calm and intrigued, savoring a sip of fragrant tea. "Oh, this tea is truly delightful," he remarked, placing the cup back on the table before addressing Danzo with a gentle smile. "Danzo, do you recall where you ventured yesterday evening, and then returned to Konoha at midnight? It seems your destination was the Rain Village." At once, Danzo's pupils constricted in alarm. Could it be that someone close to him had betrayed him? No, that was utterly impossible. Those around him were fiercely loyal and would never betray him. Therefore, The only explanation for Hakumai's precise knowledge of his movements was that every action of his had been under Hakumai's watchful gaze, even when Hakumai was not in Konoha. How had he accomplished this? As Danzo fell silent, Hakumai added, "Oh, by the way, have you forgotten my other identity? I am, after all, the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard. The power I wield is considerable. Everything that affects the safety of Konoha falls within my jurisdiction. Therefore, I must inquire, Mr. Shimura Danzo, what exactly were you doing alone in the Rain Village at such a late hour?" Ahem. Shimura Danzo felt a flush of embarrassment. The methods employed by Imo instilled an even greater sense of trepidation within him. "Hokage-sama, I have suddenly come to realize that Mo's assertions hold merit. As the hero responsible for halting the Third Shinobi World War, I support the reward bestowed by Konoha. Hence, allow me to set an example. I shall bestow upon you an entire commercial street. I am confident that under your stewardship, this street will flourish with activity." With that, Shimura Danzo rose and departed without hesitation, striding towards the exit. Chapter 59. The Deliberately Spread Rumor. In the vast conference room, only Imo and Saratobi Izashi remained. Saratobi Izashi's lips twitched slightly as he opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak, yet the words were swallowed back down. This could truly be described as a case of achieving little while causing much trouble. It appeared that a serious discussion with Saratobi Hizashi was necessary in the near future, as he had become rather overconfident lately. With narrowed eyes, Saratobi Hizashi fixed his gaze upon Imo. After a deep sigh, he stated, "In addition to the commercial district promised by myself, the surrounding area of 5 kilometers, including vacant land and streets, can also be incorporated into your Uchiha clan's territory." Imo nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "Thank you for the reward, Hokage. Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" "Nothing more. You must be tired. It would be wise to return and rest early. I shall take my leave now." Imo rose from his seat and made his way towards the exit, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere as if it were a mountain lifting. Saratobi Hizashi pondered deeply, his mind racing with thoughts on how to confront the ever-growing Uchiha clan. Though he had granted them considerable land and commercial opportunities, the Uchiha clan was situated in a rather remote area, far from the heart of Konoha, which could be deemed entirely underdeveloped. Even if this land were entrusted to them, it would not pose a significant issue. Rather, the matters concerning Imo had now become paramount. "Have Minato come over. I have some words to share with him." As Imo exited the Hokage building, he gazed upon the bustling central street, unable to suppress a yawn. "Imo, I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable." Following the voice, he spotted Hyuga Hayashi and his wife, strolling with their daughter, Hinata. The little girl, with her adorable eyes, curiously observed Imo, extending her soft hand while uttering sounds that resembled a plea for a hug, much to Hyuga Hayashi's amusement. "Imo, it seems Hinata truly adores you," he remarked, gesturing to his wife. Stepping forward, she smiled and asked, "Would you like to hold her?" "Absolutely," Imo replied enthusiastically. He carefully took Hinata into his arms, gazing at the little darling, unable to resist pinching her cheek, a warm smile gracing his face. "How wonderful! Is this truly the cheek of little Hinata?" he marveled, finding it delightfully soft and irresistible. "I'll go purchase some snacks," Hayashi's wife said, slightly bowing as she retreated, leaving Imo and Hayashi alone together. As they strolled along the street, they exchanged hushed words. "Imo, it would be prudent for you to maintain a lower profile during this period. Saratobi Hizashi has been increasingly attentive to you. According to my observations, he has deployed even more members of the Dark Faction within your territory. Every move you make is under his surveillance." Imo gently swayed his body, soothing Hinata Hyuga in his arms, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. "Saratobi Hiruzen, that old man, truly seems to be losing his sense of security. We are all from the same village. I harbor no ulterior motives. So why this excessive vigilance against me and our Uchiha clan?" Imo turned to Hyuga Hayashi and said, "Rest assured, clan leader Hyuga, I will be mindful of these matters. During this visit, aside from my daily training, I will refrain from unnecessary movements, to avoid giving that old man Saratobi any cause for concern. If only he would step back and allow the fourth Hokage to take charge." A faint smile graced Imo's lips as he handed Hinata back to Hayashi, adding, "Well, It's about time for me to return to my clan. Perhaps we can have a more in-depth discussion another time. With that, Emo strode away, swiftly vanishing into the throng of people. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Hayashi felt no trace of tension emanating from Emo. In fact, when the fourth Hokage was mentioned, his face radiated with certainty, as if he had glimpsed the future. Emo, what thoughts occupy your mind? My curiosity only deepens, Hayashi mused, shaking his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter further, but instead solidifying his allegiance to the Uchiha clan. He believed he was not alone in this sentiment. The other clans likely shared similar thoughts. Otherwise, they would not remain so silent, so much so that even the Sarutobi clan had ceased their flattery. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Emo was promptly summoned to the conference room by Uchiha Fugaku. He regarded Emo with a sense of pride, patting his shoulder firmly. Emo, you have truly done well, Fugaku exclaimed. Emo smiled modestly and replied, it is nothing. It is simply my duty. In light of the devastation wrought by war, it is far better for me to engage in training alone to forestall further conflict. This was a sentiment Emo expressed, yet had it come from another, Fugaku would have dismissed it as nonsense. Who would focus on personal training while the three great hidden villages united against them. The most astonishing part was that Emo had emerged victorious. However, Fugaku inquired earnestly, Emo, you must tell me clearly, did your eyes suffer any strain during this battle? The atmosphere grew tense, the room feeling somewhat stifling. Emo gazed at Fugaku and slowly nodded. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested in his crimson eyes. Yet compared to the heavy malice that had once lingered there, the eyes now held only a hint of obscurity in Emo's vision. Sitting so close to Mount Fuji, a haze began to envelop the scenery. Witnessing this, Fuji felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Emo, you truly have suffered. It is essential that you cease exerting your abilities immediately. During this period, you must not further deplete your ocular power. Otherwise, you risk the possibility of losing your sight entirely. Emo nodded, gradually retracting his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He had initially presumed that this self-discipline task would be rather straightforward. However, he never anticipated that no matter how he utilized the Sharingan, the progress bar remained utterly stagnant. In fact, his reckless usage of his eyes only exacerbated the depletion of his ocular strength, rendering the Sharingan increasingly ethereal. Unless he discovered a method to advance the progress bar, it would be prudent to conserve his energy under the current conditions. Nevertheless, esteemed leader, I believe it would be wise to disseminate this information. Chapter 60, Take My Eyes Away. In the room, Fujitake fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing Hakamoku's words. How to articulate this? The Uchiha clan had been garnering too much attention of late, and that Hiruzen surprisingly harbored potential ulterior motives. Hakamoku continued, rather than allowing him to dwell on the Uchiha and perhaps strike from the shadows. It would be wiser to take advantage of this opportunity to disseminate my vulnerabilities. This may cause Hiruzen surprisingly to lower his guard, alleviating the constant surveillance that hindered my training. Hakamoku was not particularly anxious about the matter concerning his eyes. After all, there were numerous alternative methods available. If he were to lose his sight, he could simply address the issue afterwards. The paramount concern was to avoid any disruption to his daily practice. Fujitake pondered Hakamoku's perspective. His head bowed as his fingers lightly tapped against the table in rhythmic contemplation. Time passed, and eventually, he lifted his gaze to declare, very well. Our Uchiha clan has always strived for the prosperity of Konoha. Even in the face of oppression from the second and third Hokage, we shall never betray our cause. The presence of a prodigy such as you within the Uchiha is already more than sufficient for us. Concealing our strengths may indeed prove to be a wise decision. However, before we proceed, Hakamoku, I must ask you, have you ever aspired to ascend to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan? Hakamoku chuckled lightly. Waving his hand dismissively, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan will come in due time. Rest assured, esteemed clan leader, I harbor no intentions of claiming Obito's eyes. Fujitake felt a wave of relief wash over him at Hakamoku's response. The Uchiha clan is one steeped in love. It is precisely because of their profound affection that they have chosen to seal it away. Once the Uchiha comprehend love, the emotions they have long restrained will be set free, granting them immense power. The method to awaken the eternal Meijiki Sharingan lies solely in the transplantation of another's Meijiki Sharingan, and the success rate is contingent upon the proximity of their blood relations. With this thought in mind, the Sharingan gradually manifested in Fujitake's eyes. Hakamoku, although our bloodlines may be distantly related, should your ocular power ever be entirely depleted, you may attempt to awaken the eternal Meijiki Sharingan using my eyes. Hakamoku paused momentarily, clearly taken aback by Fujitake's unexpected offer, which stirred a deep sense of gratitude within him. Having traversed into the Uchiha clan long ago, he initially felt no connection, viewing it merely as a place for development. Save for Obito, whom he considered rather foolish. Yet, Fujitake's gesture profoundly resonated within Hakamoku. Gazing at Fujitake, he allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, esteemed clan leader. You jest. Do remember, I am Uchiha Hakamoku. This simple yet poignant reply encapsulated Hakamoku's unwavering spirit. He would not accept such words from Fugaku. Watching Baemo rise and walk outside, Fugaku ultimately sighed, his inner conviction about the future candidate growing stronger. If Baemo aspired to ascend to the position of Hokage, then the Uchiha clan would spare no effort, regardless of the cost. Baemo arrived at his nearby room. Upon opening the door, a rich aroma wafted towards him. Taking a deep breath, he hurried into the kitchen, where he found Tsunade and Kushina Izumaki busily preparing what appeared to be a delectable feast. When Kushina spotted Baemo, her eyes sparkled with delight. In an instant, she turned and threw herself into his embrace. The bond between them deepened, and such affectionate gestures were now entirely effortless. Feeling the warmth of the gentle figure in his arms, Baemo lightly patted Kushina's back. Just a moment. Baemo, the delicious food will be ready soon. No rush. Let me see if I can assist you, he replied. Tsunade, busy at the side, rolled her eyes and said, I won't disturb you two any longer. I'll go outside to fetch Shizune. With that, she exited the Uchiha residence, leaving the pleasant atmosphere for Baemo and Kushina. However, what Tsunade did not anticipate was that as she walked out, she overheard a flurry of idle gossip about Baemo's eyes. Were these individuals engaging in baseless speculation? No, that couldn't be the case. They couldn't have discovered such matters on their own. In other words, was this a deliberate dissemination of information? It must be Baemo's idea. Although she was uncertain of his motives, he surely had his reasons. At this moment, within the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi received intelligence about Baemo from the Umbu station near the Uchiha clan. His eyes gleamed with delight. Are you certain the information is accurate? Indeed. Uchiha clan leader Fugaku convened a high-level family meeting to discuss this matter specifically. The Umbu continued, according to our investigations, they are essentially at a loss regarding this situation. With no feasible solutions, Hiruzen nodded solemnly. He was not extensively knowledgeable about the Sharingan but understood that prior to achieving the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, one's ocular power was inherently limited. Once that power was exhausted, it would lead to an endless abyss. As far as he knew, the only individual capable of awakening the eternal Meijiki Sharingan was Uchiha Madara. No matter how talented Baemo might be, he could never unlock the eternal Meijiki Sharingan due to the excessively stringent conditions. It seems that this battle has significantly drained Baemo's eyes. This presents a perfect opportunity to suppress him further. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, a knock resounded at the door. Sarutobi gestured slightly, and the Umbu opened the door and departed. In walked Minato Namikaze. Lord Hokage, I heard you were looking for me. Indeed. Are you adjusting well to your responsibilities? Yes. Kakashi, Rin Noara, and Obito are all excellent students. I am confident that they have a bright future ahead. Sarutobi nodded and added, be sure to guide them well. The will of fire must be passed on to the next generation. The reason I called you here today is to inquire about something important. Do you aspire to become the fourth Hokage? As the words hung in the air, Minato was rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 61, The Fourth Hokage Competition. He even wondered if he had misheard. Blinking in disbelief, he sought confirmation from Sarutobi Hiruzen before him. Lord Hokage, could you repeat that? I asked you, do you wish to become the fourth Hokage? Sarutobi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of benevolence. Yet the sheer audacity of his words left Namikaze Minato momentarily stunned. Lord Hokage, what exactly do you mean by this? Just as the words imply. I see great potential in you and wish to pass the mantle of Hokage to a promising young shinobi like yourself. But surely there are more suitable candidates. Minato's implication was clear. Above him stood Shirakumo, a man who had single-handedly defeated the combined forces of 3 great hidden villages. By all measures, Shirakumo surpassed him. Yet Sarutobi saw things differently. Namake's Minato came from a weak clan, with no other notable warriors besides himself. He would be easy to control. Even if Sarutobi relinquished the title, he could still manipulate the village from the shadows. Moreover, this would dispel any accusations of clinging to power and refusing to pass it to the younger generation. For Sarutobi, who prized his reputation above all, this was a crucial consideration. Studying Minato's expression, he continued, I understand your hesitation, and I know what weighs on your mind. That is why I propose a Hokage competition, a grand tournament where the strongest shinobi of Konoha shall vie for the title. Only the victor shall claim the seat of Hokage. Under such circumstances, do you have the confidence to become the 4th Hokage? Relief washed over Minato upon hearing that the position was not preordained but had to be earned through merit. If it came down to skill, he would pour every ounce of his strength into the fight. A fierce light ignited in Minato's eyes as he nodded firmly. Understood, Lord Hokage. I will give it my all and strive for victory. Then, hesitating slightly, he added, but, may I ask, will Shirakumo participate in this contest? What, are you afraid? Minato shook his head. No, I simply wish to face him in earnest combat, to measure the true extent of the gap between us when I fight at my full strength. Sarutobi chuckled. Rest assured, I believe you can surpass Shirakumo. As for whether he will participate, I shall inquire and inform you later. After all, according to intelligence reports, Shirakumo's eyes were nearly destroyed. The Manjiki Sharingan would be unusable, effectively having his combat prowess. What hope did he have against Minato now? Before Shirakumo rose to fame, Minato had been hailed as the Yellow Flash, a shinobi whose prowess was unparalleled. Moreover, according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's conjecture, Hakumai would likely abstain from participating in this battle, as he preferred the path of cultivation, did he not? Soon, news regarding the 4th Hokage's tournament swept through Konoha village like a tempest. Nearly everyone became aware that a contest would soon commence, wherein the victor would ascend to the position of 4th Hokage. This revelation astonished many, as they had not anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen to take such a step. It was remarkably uncharacteristic of him. Bang! Danzo burst in from outside. Upon learning of this news, he sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen without delay. Hiruzen, have you lost your mind? Are you not concerned about Uchiha Hakumai entering the fray? If the Hokage position were to fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan, they could very well turn against us. Furthermore, if you are unwilling to continue, you could easily pass the mantle to me. I would lead Konoha to new heights. A barely perceptible smirk appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Enough, Danzo, refrain from such talk in the future. I have already made plans regarding the Hokage position. As for whether Uchiha Hakumai will participate in this contest, I have already dispatched someone to inquire. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, Hakumai was summoned by Fugaku. They observed the Umbu before them, listening to the invitation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hakumai nearly cast a disdainful glance at the Umbu ninja. Was the tournament for the 4th Hokage intended to suppress him, especially after he had just acknowledged the limitations of his vision? Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite despicable. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama, but I have no interest in the position of Hokage, so I shall not participate in the tournament. Would it not be more beneficial to devote that time to cultivation? Once one becomes Hokage, the burden of managing the village becomes a daily headache. Not to mention the myriad of trivial matters that one must resolve personally. This is not the life Hakumai desires. After all, merely maintaining the position of deputy captain of the Uchiha Guard already feels quite burdensome, requiring him to dedicate 5 minutes each day to patrol and address matters. How exhausting. The Umbu departed, conveying the news back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing the Umbu's report, a knowing expression graced Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, eliciting a furious response from Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, let me ask you, are you not afraid that the eventual victor may not be the one you secretly wish for? Rest assured, with your strength, you will not be his match. I have full confidence in his abilities. Danzo nodded earnestly. Very well, that is your assertion. then I shall also enroll. I will personally demonstrate to you who is truly deserving of the title of Hokage." With that, Shimura Danzo turned and left, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the room. He sighed deeply, feeling somewhat weary. In light of Uchiha Hakumai's caution towards himself, it is only through clandestine maneuvers that he can attain the desires he seeks. Simultaneously, this allows him to exert greater control over Namikaze Minato, fostering an increasing sense of gratitude within him. In due course, Konoha shall remain as it has always been, the eternal domain of the Sarutobi clan. The registration period is swiftly approaching its end. After casting a glance at the list, Sarutobi Izashi instructed that it be posted throughout the streets, enabling the populace to discern who would partake in this forthcoming tournament. Oh, how peculiar. Why is Hakumai's name absent? It is rumored that Hakumai has no intention of participating, deeming it a mere waste of time. He appears to favor cultivating his skills instead. Ah, such an ethereal detachment is truly splendid. One might indeed say it is characteristic of Hakumai. Amidst the throng, numerous individuals engaged in hushed conversations. Namikaze Minato, upon observing the list before him, gradually clenched his fists. In an instant, his figure flickered and abruptly vanished from sight. Chapter 62, The World's Best Brother. Soon, Namikaze Minato arrived at the gates of the Uchiha clan. He knocked on the door, and a member of the Uchiha guard peered out. "May I assist you? I seek Uchiha Hakumo. Hakumo just finished his meal and has gone off to train." "I see. Thank you for your efforts," Minato replied, and with a swift movement, he vanished from sight. The yellow flash glimmered rapidly, and in a brief moment, Minato had expended a significant portion of his chakra, revealing the astonishing frequency with which he had employed the Flying Thunder God technique. After scouring nearly every corner of Konoha, Minato finally located Hakumo training beneath a distant cliff. As Minato's figure materialized, Hakumo slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features as he regarded his visitor. "Minato, you appear quite out of breath. Did you come all this way just to find me?" Minato nodded, hastening to Hakumo's side, and inquired, "You must be aware of the competition. Why have you chosen not to register? Pray tell, why should I?" Minato opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief mental scramble, he managed to articulate a few thoughts. If you were to become Hokage, the Uchiha clan could enjoy a more prosperous existence. Do you not desire your family's flourishing? And I ask you, should you become Hokage, would you treat the Uchiha clan differently? Absolutely not. Then that suffices. You wouldn't discriminate against us. Yet you would still have your own responsibilities to attend to. Am I not, therefore, achieving my own goals? Minato, but you promised me that we would compete. Do you truly wish to battle me? Should you lose, it would be quite humiliating. Hakumo's lips curled into a smirk. Despite the limitations of his ocular prowess and the complexities of utilizing the Sharingan and Flying Thunder God technique, he remained confident in his ability to defeat Minato, even if it would require a touch more effort. Minato inhaled deeply, his expression serious as he gazed at Hakumo, and spoke earnestly, even in defeat. "It would merely signify my own inadequacies. Only by understanding the gap between us may I gain a clearer perspective on the path ahead." Hakumo pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. Then, under Minato's watchful gaze, he gradually rose from the ground. "Minato, I promise you this. When you have vanquished all your opponents and reached the pinnacle of success, I will stand before you as your adversary." Minato's heart surged with excitement. The grave demeanor that had characterized him transformed into a glimmer of joy. "This is what you have stated." "Indeed, it is," Hakumo declared, clenching his fist and raising it to his chest, with a gentle touch. The moment the fists of Minato Namikaze made contact, it signified a mutual agreement reached between the two, unraveling the knots within their hearts. The aura emanating from Minato grew increasingly potent, embodying the essence of Konoha's yellow flash, a testament to his unique genius. Had it not been for the arrival of Hakumai, this era would undoubtedly have been ruled by Minato Namikaze. In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. The inhabitants of Konoha arose early from their slumber, hastening towards the arena to secure optimal vantage points for witnessing the impending contest. This arena was the very site of the Nin exams depicted in the original narrative, a profound examination ground at its base, surrounded by seats for spectators. Those seated at the summit could observe the unfolding actions with remarkable clarity. At the pinnacle stood Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Minka, gazing down upon the throngs below with varying expressions. Lord Hokage, is this truly the right course of action? They pondered. Many formidable opponents have entered the fray. Can Minato truly vanquish them? Hiruzen's lips curled into a smile as he regarded the list before him. Among those names, only two pose a genuine threat to Minato: Orochimaru and that old curmudgeon, Shimura Danzo. Their combined prowess, however, is insufficient to challenge Minato. After all, if we exclude Hakumai, Minato is Konoha's premier genius. Yet, he found himself perplexed by Hakumai's recommendation of Minato for participation. Was it merely a jest? In the contestant preparation area, Uchiha Obito was stretching, flanked by Kakashi and Noara Rin. Obito, are you truly going to compete? Rin inquired hesitantly, her gaze filled with concern. Unbeknownst to her, Obito misinterpreted her look as genuine care, causing him to puff out his chest with newfound confidence. Rest assured, Rin, even if I don't make it to the end, I will not betray your trust. Rin scratched her head, thinking to herself that was not her intention at all. Moreover, she had never believed Obito possessed the qualifications to enter the contest. Be careful, Obito, and try not to get beaten to a pulp, Kakashi admonished, arms crossed. In response, Obito retorted defiantly, Kakashi, I know you're envious of me. Thanks to my brother's recommendation, I managed to register. You didn't even qualify to enroll, he added confidently. If I emerge victorious and become Hokage, I promise I won't forget you both. Kakashi remained silent, and Rin simply sighed. Ha ha ha. I wonder how well Obito has prepared. Bayamo, rather rare in his lack of cultivation, sat in the front row of the audience, holding on to Uzumaki Kushina, eagerly anticipating Obito's impending embarrassment. No. I meant the commencement of the competition. Uzumaki Kushina, seated beside Bayamo, peeled grapes for him, delicately feeding them into his mouth. It was quite a sight to behold. Witnessing such a sibling's mischief, did he not fear his brother facing adversity? Ha! After all, it was he who persistently urged me to enroll him. Since he is so eager to participate, what harm is there in leveraging a few connections to secure his registration? At this moment, Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Bayamo and lauded. Bayamo, you truly are an exemplary brother. With his hands clasped in modesty, Bayamo replied, Oh, not at all. I am merely the world's most outstanding elder brother. It is simply my duty. Chapter 63, The Surprise of Obito. The Double Tomo Sharingan. The time had come. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the sun above, aligning it with his position, and promptly announced the commencement of the match. The first bout featured Might Guy against Hyuga Hisashi. Thanks to Hakumai's intervention, Might Guy had not perished while rescuing Team Might, and instead continued to delve into the 8 Gates technique, significantly enhancing his prowess. However, even with this improvement, he was unable to best Hyuga Hisashi. After an extended duel, the contest concluded in a stalemate. The second match, Uchiha Obito versus Orochimaru. Upon announcing the participants, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned peculiarly strange as he glanced toward the front row where Uchiha Hakumai sat. There, Hakumai had unfurled a banner emblazoned with 5 prominent characters. Indeed, those 5 characters, when Kakashi and Noara Rin, positioned in the competitors' area, beheld the banner, they could not help but burst into laughter. Obito, it seems your brother has immense confidence in you. Obito, visibly irked, shot a glare toward Hakumai in the audience. With his hands on his hips, he defiantly declared to Kakashi and Rin, my brother completely underestimates my true abilities. Just wait. I will leave you all astounded. With a determined glance, Obito strode purposefully toward the arena. Meanwhile, within the battleground, Orochimaru stood poised with his arms hanging at his sides, his long, dark hair swaying in the breeze. He licked his lips, his cold serpent-like eyes fixated on Obito, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. The chilling aura emanating from Orochimaru sent a shiver down Obito's spine. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, a serious glint in his eyes. He reached into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a kunai and adopting a stance indicative of an impending assault. He nodded subtly to the young Senju Ibiki beside him, signaling his readiness. Orochimaru softly intoned, You may begin. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Senju Abiki raised his hand and then forcefully brought it down. The match commenced. Bang! Uchiha Obito surged forward with astonishing speed, even catching the attention of Uchiha Hakumai in the audience, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. It appeared Obito had diligently trained during this period, making remarkable strides in taijutsu. As if to validate Hakumai's assertion, Obito dashed like a gust of wind to Orochimaru's left side. Now, Obito lunged, thrusting the kunai towards Orochimaru's arm. Bang! Orochimaru's form exploded into a cloud of white mist, replaced by a wooden stump. Body replacement technique. Orochimaru's arm transformed into a serpentine figure of earthy brown, slithering towards Obito with unerring precision. Sizzle! With an instinctive motion, Obito grasped a kunai and slashed behind him, severing the serpent's head. Yet, Orochimaru's palm remained unscathed, reappearing before Obito's eyes. Was Orochimaru truly here out of mere amusement? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, fully aware of Orochimaru's tendencies as his former disciple. It was evident that he was not taking this seriously. After all, he was merely a child. The distinction between seriousness and frivolity bore no consequence on the outcome. Conversely, Hakumai clapped his hands in approval. Indeed, my dear Obito, despite his naivete, he possesses undeniable combat talent. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The conflation of fire and wind culminated in a formidable explosion before the onlookers. Boom. The ground was instantly marred by a shallow crater. Before the smoke could dissipate, Obito's expression turned earnest as he inhaled deeply. Two-Tomo Sharingan. Activate. The two-Tomo materialized in Obito's eyes. Hakumai paused briefly before erupting into laughter. Oh, so that's why Obito was so eager for me to let him participate in this tournament. He has been concealing such prowess. In this short span, he has progressed from a one-Tomo Sharingan to a two-Tomo Sharingan. He certainly qualifies as a genius. Tsunade, observing from the sidelines, quietly scoffed. Genius? Are you certain Obito can truly be deemed a genius in your presence? Who said he was comparing himself to me? He is, of course, measuring himself against the future Sasuke, who awakened his one-Tomo on the night of the massacre and only unlocked his two-Tomo after being underestimated by Naruto. The time span is vastly disproportionate. He simply cannot compare to Obito. Well, my younger brother indeed possesses formidable talent. At that moment, Orochimaru gazed into Obito's eyes, momentarily taken aback as a flicker of inscrutable greed flashed within. If possible, he would have relished the opportunity to extract Obito's eyes and depart this place. After all, as Hakumai's brother, Obito's eyes must be significantly superior to those of other clansmen. However, considering Hakumai's terrifying strength, Orochimaru felt a surge of apprehension. Let us compete earnestly and see if I can become Hokage. If successful, I would acquire greater resources for my experiments and realize my aspirations. With this thought, Orochimaru unleashed his arms once more. Twin snakes of the shadow. A multitude of serpents erupted forth, spreading out like blossoms in every direction. Do not underestimate me. The two-Tomo Sharingan granted Obito heightened dynamic vision, enabling him to evade Orochimaru's onslaught with agility as he swiftly closed the distance. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. The flames erupted like seeds of the balsam flower, propelled outward in all directions from the mouth of Obito. They intertwined with numerous serpentine tongues, creating a magnificent explosion. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Seizing the opportunity of the assault, Orochimaru unleashed a tempest once more, aimed to slice through Obito. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Obito mirrored Orochimaru's actions, almost simultaneously releasing the wind release, wind cutter technique. The two gales clashed in an instant, their roaring voices engulfing the ears of all present. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Could it be that Obito had replicated Orochimaru's ninjutsu through his Sharingan? Was another prodigy from the Uchiha clan about to emerge? Orochimaru's astonishment surged within him, propelling his movements to unprecedented speeds. If he had previously fought with a lack of seriousness, now he was utterly earnest. Kusanagi sword. In a fleeting moment, a cold light flashed. Chapter 64. The three-Tomo. Open. With a swift motion, the grass-cutting sword pierced through Obito's arm. He did not strike with lethal intent. It was merely a puncture. Blood oozed from the wound, trickling down the blade, causing Kakashi nearby to instinctively hold his breath. Rin, too, felt a surge of anxiety as she witnessed the scene before her. Though she regarded Obito merely as a comrade, the severity of his injury ignited her concern. Is Obito going to be all right? Kushina inquired with worry. In response, Hakumai offered a reassuring smile. Indeed, he shall be fine. In fact, this is merely the beginning of something greater. As if to validate Hakumai's words, Obito lifted his other arm and grasped the hilt of the grass-cutting sword. Intense pain surged through his mind, eliciting a piercing scream that echoed throughout the venue, causing many to shudder involuntarily. What is he doing? He is attempting to awaken his three-tomo Sharingan, Hakumai explained to Kushina, while addressing Tsunade beside him. Tsunade, I will need your assistance to heal Obito shortly. I wish for him to avoid any lingering injuries. Rest assured, this is but a trifling matter for me, Tsunade replied confidently. At that moment, a more resounding cry erupted. Obito clutched the sword's hilt tightly, refusing to withdraw it. Instead, he twisted it forcefully. The agony felt as though his muscles were being torn apart. Yet it mingled with his indomitable spirit. He focused intently on Orochimaru before him, reflecting on his long-standing pursuit of a goal, the older brother revered as a prodigious genius. He did not wish to be merely known as Hakumai's younger brother. He aspired to be Uchiha Obito, a true powerhouse. Not the underdog in others' eyes, nor the weakling in Rin's heart. He yearned for greater strength. Thus, three-tomo Sharingan, awakened for me. With a resounding surge of chakra, Obito's eyes underwent an unprecedented transformation. The three-tomo Sharingan manifested vividly within his gaze. In that moment, the world around him became strikingly clear. I see it all, Obito whispered in elation, perceiving the flow of chakra within Orochimaru's being. Everything seemed imbued with newfound significance. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Without hesitation, Obito unleashed his illusionary technique, launching a mental assault on Orochimaru. It felt as though his Jinjutsu effortlessly penetrated Orochimaru's psyche, ensnaring him within its depths. How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped the railing tightly, leaning forward in alarm. He could hardly believe the potency of Obito's Jinjutsu, capable of ensnaring even Orochimaru. It seemed implausible, even with the enhancement of the Sharingan. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but others shared this sentiment. Obito had indeed gained fame in battle. However, the underlying reasons remained known only to Orochimaru and Hakumai. Orochimaru had long been obsessed with immortality, delving into forbidden techniques like the impure world reincarnation, which severely harmed his soul and psyche, rendering him vulnerable to Genjutsu. Thus, when faced with a sudden Genjutsu assault, he naturally succumbed. Yet, he was merely ensnared. Obito, gritting his teeth against the pain, withdrew the Kusanagi blade embedded in his arm. He then stepped towards Orochimaru, targeting the same spot. With a swift thrust, he plunged the blade in. But in an instant, Orochimaru's eyes flew open. Summoning the serpent, Orochimaru's skin appeared to dissolve, effortlessly revealing a terrifying form beneath. He transformed into a colossal serpent, his body composed of countless smaller snakes. As he opened his gaping maw, the overwhelming pressure emanating from him rendered Obito unable to advance even a single step. How formidable! Is this the true power of the legendary three ninjas? Initially, Obito had believed that with his three-tomo Sharingan, he could turn the tables on Orochimaru. Yet, while aspirations are often grand, reality can be stark. Faced with a serious Orochimaru, Obito found it nearly impossible to approach. Senju Ibiki, clearly aware of Obito's predicament, promptly declared Orochimaru the victor of this encounter. As the verdict was announced, the audience erupted in cheers. Compared to the previous battle, the confrontation between Orochimaru and Obito was undeniably beyond their expectations. Under the escort of medical ninjas, Obito made his way to the spectators' area. He gazed at Hakumai, enduring the pain, and managed a smile. Hey, brother, did I bring you shame? Athahaha. Hakumai laughed heartily, patting his shoulder, which elicited a pained grimace from Obito. Brother, are you a demon? Be gentle. I'm currently a patient. Ha 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 ha. Obito, you performed admirably. You have certainly brought pride to the Uchiha clan. Hakumai added. To awaken the three-tomo Sharingan at such a young age is truly indicative of a boundless future. The Manjiki Sharingan is surely within reach. Hearty laughter accompanied Hakumai's praise, and Obito felt as if his injuries weren't quite as agonizing anymore. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, recovering from his shock, took a deep breath and announced the next match. The third match, Namikaze Minato versus Shimura Danzo. Upon hearing these names, an uproar erupted throughout the audience. They never anticipated that Shimura Danzo would face off against Namikaze Minato. One is a long-standing high-ranking official of Konoha, the actual ruler behind the scenes, embodying the darker facets of the village. The other is a newly emerged genius, highly esteemed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, renowned as the Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato. The clash between these two formidable figures is bound to be captivating. Tsunade, who had just finished healing Obito, resumed her seat. She glanced at the two entering the arena and remarked, "It's hard to say. If Danzo puts forth his full effort, Minato might not be able to prevail. Moreover, Danzo emanates an unsettling aura." Hakumai cast a penetrating gaze at Shimura Danzo. Indeed, that unsettling presence, his arm adorned with eyes and his modified limb, was disconcerting to anyone. Yet, "Tsunade, shall we place a bet this time?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Do tell, how do you propose we wager?" Chapter 65, The Spirit Beast. The Dream Taper. "Pray tell, how do you wish to wager?" Tsunade inquired, her gaze softly resting upon Hakumo. "It is quite simple. We shall bet on who shall emerge victorious," Hakumo replied. "Should I win, you will instruct me in the application of advanced medical ninjutsu. Should I lose, I shall acquiesce to one of your requests." Upon hearing this stipulation, Tsunade glanced toward Uzumaki Kushina, who appeared wholly indifferent to the matter at hand. Kushina was nestled against Hakumo, her arms wrapped around his, exuding a palpable sense of affection. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade finally conceded, "Very well, I accept. I shall place my bet on Shimura Danzo, a seasoned warrior whose experience and combat prowess are formidable." "In that case, I shall wager on Namikaze Minato," Hakumo declared, a smile gracing his visage as he surveyed the arena. At that moment, the two combatants entered the field, their gazes locked, both brimming with intense fighting spirit. Shimura Danzo inhaled deeply, addressing Namikaze Minato. "Minato, I never anticipated that we would find ourselves in battle one day." Minato's face illuminated with a radiant smile. "Neither did I. Yet I hope we can both showcase our utmost capabilities in this confrontation." "Humph, such youthful hubris. Do you truly believe you can witness my peak prowess? I need only exert 50% of my strength, and you shall be no match for me." Tsunade interjected, "Hey, you old man, do you even hear the words you speak? The battle has yet to commence, and you are already boasting and resting on your laurels? To underestimate your opponent from the outset, how do you expect to fight?" Noticing Tsunade's evident frustration, Uzumaki Kushina could not help but stifle a giggle. "Tsunade, it seems you've misjudged your opponent." Tsunade exhaled a sigh of exasperation. "It's fine. I've grown accustomed to losing and gambling. I have grown used to it." Her expression conveyed the sorrow of her past experiences. She had not won a single wager in recent years, and should she ever win, it would herald terrifying consequences. "I can only hope that Namikaze Minato delivers a resounding slap to that old fool." She chuckled heartily. If anyone else had uttered such words, Danzo would surely have dealt them a severe reprimand. Mori no Ibiki checked the time, and, once both parties were prepared, promptly announced the commencement of the match. In an instant, a flash of yellow light erupted. Minato, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, appeared directly above Shimura Danzo. How swift! Danzo's pupils constricted as he looked up, only to find that within Minato's palm was already coalescing Rasengan. This technique was a product of Minato's ingenuity, inspired by the tailed beast ball. Concentrating chakra in his hands, it flowed in erratic directions and was compressed to form a chakra sphere the size of a palm. Subsequently, he pressed it down forcefully. Bang! The chakra erupted, causing a chaotic disturbance. A hole was instantly seared into the back of Shimura Danzo's robe, and his entire form was propelled into a pit in the ground, reminiscent of a human-shaped imprint. Wow! The audience gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the exhilarating start of this contest. Tsunade crossed her arms, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Serves you right for being so careless." At that moment, Shimura Danzo felt his dignity slipping away. That rascal, Minato Namikaze, truly showed no respect for the elders or compassion for the young. How infuriating. You have forced my hand. With a flick of his finger, several shurikens suddenly shot forth from an unknown source. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shurikens multiplied, splitting from 1 into 2, from 2 into 3, and then into countless numbers. At that moment, the sky was filled with a dense swarm of shurikens, whirling rapidly, producing a cacophony of slicing sounds, all aimed at Minato Namikaze. Seizing the opportunity while Minato defended himself, Shimura Danzo pressed his fingers together, invoking the summoning technique, Dream Demon. Boom. A white mist dispersed, revealing the legendary summoning beast. The Dream Demon, before the eyes of the spectators. Mo stroked his chin, observing this intriguing creature with curiosity. He too desired a magnificent summoning beast. Alas, throughout the entire world of Naruto, it seemed that only the white rabbit residing on the moon could be deemed worthy of such a bond. A slight smile crept across Mo's lips as he resolved to assist Xiaohong in her plans to release her mother, and then allow Otsutsuki Kagaya to become his summoning beast. Achoo! Within a pitch-black cavern, Xiaohong suddenly sneezed. Instinctively rubbing his nose, he mumbled in bewilderment, "How peculiar. Why did I sneeze all of a sudden?" He then turned to the figure clad in black robes before him and asked, "How do you feel?" Uchiha-shin. In the darkness, a pair of Sharingan eyes gradually focused, the black robe fluttering without wind. A hoarse and sinister laughter reverberated through the cave. "I feel indescribably elated. I have become the true heir of the Uchiha clan. I shall inherit the will of Uchiha Madara. The world will tremble in the name of Uchiha. Ha!" In the arena, Shimura Danzo swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Simultaneously, the Dream Demon unleashed a torrent of powerful winds, amplifying the strength of Danzo's wind technique. In an instant, the atmosphere darkened, ominous clouds gathering over the battlefield. The shurikens, propelled by the ferocious winds, surged forward with several times their previous speed. 2 consecutive assaults followed one after another, causing the expression on Namikaze Minato's face to grow increasingly serious. Sichinmaoing. Fire release, Dragon Flame Technique. A deafening roar erupted as flames clashed with turbulent winds, billowing clouds of thick smoke dispersing in all directions. Seizing this opportunity, Namikaze Minato swiftly extracted a multitude of kunai from his ninja tool pouch, embedding them into the ground around him, with most of them sinking deep into the earth. These kunai were imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. With a swift motion, a flash of yellow suddenly appeared behind Shimura Danzo. Another spiral sphere struck him from behind. Bang! Shimura Danzo was propelled forward, a glint of murderous intent flashing across his face as he instinctively clutched his right arm with his palm. Had he been able to utilize his right hand, he would have already eliminated the figure of Namikaze Minato before him. "I am right here." Before Shimura Danzo could fully react, the yellow flash reappeared in front of him once more, its speed rendering him utterly defenseless. Chapter 66, Have you been concealing the truth from me? Only a multitude of spiraling orbs descended. Shimura Danzo raised his hands in surrender, causing a stir among the audience. Mo observed the unfolding scene with immense admiration. Truly, one must commend Shimura Danzo for his word. He indeed delivered on his promise to wield only 50% of his power. The ability in his right hand was, without a doubt, entirely untapped. Nevertheless, it ultimately revealed that Danzo was simply too weak. Otherwise, employing merely half of his strength would have sufficed to intimidate Minato Namikaze. Tsunade cast a puzzled glance at Mo, unable to comprehend his words. It seemed as though he possessed an intimate knowledge of Danzo. "Well, as the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard, I must remain vigilant regarding the safety of this village," Mo replied. "Are you suggesting that Shimura Danzo is a threat?" Tsunade inquired. "Indeed. He exudes an aura reminiscent of Hiruzen Sarutobi, which I find quite distasteful." Tsunade glanced skyward. Ever since Danzo's concession, the ominous clouds had dissipated at a visibly rapid pace, allowing warm sunlight to pour down. She stretched languidly, revealing her voluptuous figure before Mo regardless. "I have lost this time. When you find the time, I shall teach you advanced medical ninjutsu." Pausing briefly, Tsunade leaned towards Mo and whispered, "By the way, Mo, Wasn't your Baiken no Jutsu something you comprehended on your own? Why not attempt to develop another technique? Baimo chuckled, intentionally refraining from indulging her suggestion, which earned him a particularly expressive eye roll from Tsunade. The competition continued, lasting until dusk, culminating only when Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru entered the final match. Tomorrow should be the ultimate contest, Baimo mused, pondering who might prevail, Orochimaru or Minato. I have a feeling Orochimaru has been holding back despite the prolonged battle. Likewise, I sense Minato is not giving his all either. If I had participated, the outcome would have been uncertain. Baimo strolled alongside Kushina Uzumaki, listening to the murmurs of the crowd as they exchanged glances. Yet, for reasons unknown, a certain depth lingered in Kushina's eyes. It's evident that you have become synonymous with Konoha in the hearts of the people. Well, I can only say I have done what I ought to do. Baimo replied. Kushina tightened her grip on his arm, seemingly sensing her emotional unrest. Baimo inquired, "What's wrong, Kushina?" Upon hearing his question, Kushina lowered her gaze, curling in on herself further. They continued until they reached a narrow alleyway, one that appeared almost inaccessible to outsiders. Kushina Uzumaki slowly lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes fixated on the figure of Baimo before her. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Is that why your eyes are strained? Is it not? Why didn't you tell me? Was it to spare me worry? So you've concealed it all along?" Kushina stepped back slightly, her face etched with sorrow. "Do you know? If I hadn't heard others mention this matter, I would have been entirely unaware of the severity of your condition." Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, her breaths grew increasingly rapid and a painful tightness gripped her throat, as if a great hand were squeezing her, rendering her breathless. Her vision blurred with tears. A mere blink caused them to cascade down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. This sight pierced Baimo's heart, for he had not anticipated Kushina's overwhelming distress. In that moment, his hands moved aimlessly, uncertain of how to respond. At that juncture, Kushina extended her hand, wavering it before him. "Can you see clearly?" Baimo managed a faint smile, shaking his head. "It's a bit blurry, but it's bearable." This only deepened Kushina's despair. Standing so close, even Baimo struggled to see clearly, which explained why he had stumbled over a small stone immediately after their battle. Her heart ached for him even more. "So how did you perceive today's match?" she inquired. "I sensed their auras and could vaguely see two indistinct figures," he replied. Baimo opened his arms, enveloping Kushina in a warm embrace, gently patting her back as he whispered into her ear, "Kushina, it's all right. You've just been exhausted lately. Once your vision recovers, everything will improve. For now, allow me to be your eyes." As his words lingered in the air, Kushina rose on her toes, her soft lips pressing against Baimo's cheek with a delicate peck. The tender sensation lodged itself within Baimo's heart, leaving him momentarily frozen. It felt as if an eternity passed before he tightened his embrace around Kushina, softly uttering, "Yes, Kushina, I look forward to your guidance." A warm atmosphere enveloped the two, their simple exchanges of concern drawing them closer together. Suddenly, a girl with flowing purple hair interrupted their intimate moment, her tone apologetic. "Excuse me, could I pass through? My home is down that alley." Baimo glanced at the girl with the purple hair, his brows slightly furrowing. She seemed familiar, Yuzuki Yuin, the one who had previously informed him about the Umbu ninja? Why had she removed her mask? Could it be that she has withdrawn from the Umbu? Baimo gently shook his head and stated, "We shall take our leave now." As the words left his lips, he effortlessly swept Kyubi into a princess carry, dashing toward the Uchiha clan's direction. Only Yuzuki Yuin remained behind, secretly observing Baimo's departing figure, filled with uncertainty. Surely, Baimo has not discerned my true identity. Has he? It must be. Unlikely. Now, she has indeed stepped back from the shadows of the Umbu, living alone in her former residence. Soon, she plans to utilize her savings to acquire a small shop and embark upon a modest venture. After all, remaining cooped up at home is not a viable option. It would be prudent to engage in some activities for herself. Before long, night fell, and the homes began to radiate with light. Obito regaled Fugaku with tales of his valor, showcasing his 3-tomo Sharingan. Meanwhile, Baimo, unusually foregoing his training, opened his heart to Kyubi, sharing their innermost thoughts and feelings. Chapter 67. A delicious breakfast exclusively for Itachi. In the blink of an eye, The next day arrived. The dawn was still shrouded in a gentle haze. Baemo felt a subtle obstruction in his breathing as he struggled to open his eyes. Upon doing so, he was greeted by a radiant light. It seemed his vision had deteriorated further. No, wait a moment. This appears to be. Baemo suddenly realized. He glanced nearby and swiftly utilized the flying thunder god technique to teleport aside, focusing his gaze on Uzumaki Kushina. To his surprise, she was sleeping rather restlessly, sprawled across the bed, drooling with an occasional murmur of his name, Baemo. Witnessing this sight, a tender smile crept onto Baemo's lips. It seemed they had conversed well into the night. Yet, their pretense of a marriage appeared to have transformed into something more genuine, unbeknownst to them. Baemo donned his usual training attire and made his way to the kitchen, intent on preparing breakfast for Uzumaki Kushina. Faintly, the scent of something burning wafted from the kitchen, causing Kushina's eyelashes to flutter slightly. Slowly, she opened her eyes, climbed out of bed, and rubbed her tear-stained eyes from the previous night. She then ambled toward the kitchen, murmuring, "Baemo, what are you up to?" As her words fell, her eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. The frying pan was engulfed in flames, and the vegetables had been reduced to charred remnants. Baemo hurriedly extinguished the flames, flustered as he attempted to salvage the meal. Embarrassed, he turned to the still-stunned Kushina and explained, "I merely wished to prepare you breakfast." But who would have known? Just as Baemo pondered how to further clarify, a smile involuntarily spread across Kushina's face, seemingly erasing the sorrows of the previous night in an instant. "Haha, all right, Baemo, let me handle breakfast. I'll make something for you." With a cheerful demeanor, she took the cooking utensils from his hands. Who would have imagined that Baemo, hailed as the hero of Konoha, was a warrior incapable of cooking? Nevertheless, Kushina deeply appreciated his heartfelt gesture of making breakfast for her. Humming a cheerful tune, she moved with grace and efficiency, and shortly after tidying up, the delightful aroma of cooking began to fill the air. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Baemo opened it to find Uchiha Obito peering in. "Hey, is something burning in your room? It reeks of smoke." Obito wrinkled his nose and took a deep breath, then exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, it smells delicious now." From behind him, Dato retrieved chopsticks and a spoon, clearly indicating that he had come well prepared. In response, Baime offered a gentle smile and said, "All right, I shall treat you to breakfast today." He then returned to the kitchen to replicate the kanji breakfast he had just prepared, emphasizing his commitment to not waste food. Baime placed the dish before Dato, beaming as he said, "There you go, enjoy. If you can't finish it, you can't leave." Dato's smile faltered immediately. He picked up his chopsticks and tentatively prodded the food before him. The hard, black substance caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. "Brother, are you sure what's on the plate is actually edible?" "Of course. This is the breakfast I made early this morning. Didn't you come to share a meal? Why aren't you eating?" Dato pushed the dish towards Baime, scratching his head, his eyes darting about in embarrassment as he replied, "Brother, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a bit full." "Enough, Baime, don't frighten Dato. Look how scared he is. His lips have turned pale," said Uzumaki Kushina, coming to the rescue. Dato's eyes lit up at her words. "Sister-in-law, you're the best. Please keep an eye on my brother from now on. He is just too mischievous." Sob sob. Before Dato could finish his sentence, Baime swiftly grabbed a chunk of the black meat and stuffed it into Dato's mouth, covering his lips with a wicked grin. "I'll teach you to be naughty. Today, if you don't swallow it, you won't be leaving through that door." "Ugh, brother, I'll fight back." Observing the two brothers playfully bantering with animated spirits early in the morning, Kushina couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. After about 10 minutes, she emerged from the kitchen carrying a delicious breakfast. "All right, it's about time. Once you finish eating, we can head out to witness today's final competition." Meanwhile, in another location, Rude-S Shimura Danzo looked at Orochimaru and inquired, "Orochimaru, how do you feel? Are you confident in defeating Namikaze Minato?" "I don't know." Orochimaru replied nonchalantly with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to Danzo's question. This response made Danzo's fist clench involuntarily. "Regardless, you must give it your all and teach that Minato a lesson. If only I could use my full strength, he wouldn't be so smug right now." As Danzo finished speaking, he thrust his bandaged arm towards the damp wall beside him. "Would release. tree root burial. In an instant, the entire wall was enveloped by sharp wooden spikes, showcasing the famed technique of Senju Hashirama, a unique bloodline limit exclusive to him. This is a result of Shimura Danzo's transplantation of cells from Hashirama Senju, possessing an extraordinary destructive power. However, Orochimaru, observing the scene before him, scoffed, "Enough, Danzo. There is no need for you to flaunt your abilities. The strength of Minato Namikaze is formidable, even if you were to exert your utmost effort. It may not suffice to defeat him. It is essential to understand that the Flying Thunder God technique is not merely about speed, it is a space-time ninjutsu. A genuine S-rank forbidden technique." As Orochimaru made his way outside, he reflected, "Now that we have reached this point, it is time for me to give it my all." With these words, he stepped outside, gazing up at the sunlight cascading from the sky. Orochimaru murmured softly, "Perhaps a life under the sun carries a unique sensation after all." With that, his figure flickered and swiftly made its way towards the arena. At this moment, the vast spectator stands were completely filled to capacity. Chapter 68. The Serpent of 1,000. In contrast to yesterday's audience, today's spectators displayed a palpable fervor. They stood in their designated spots, cupping their hands around their mouths, fervently shouting in excitement. Among them were the formidable Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, and the illustrious Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash, both of whom wield considerable influence in Konoha. As the clamor on either side intensified, Hakamoku, accompanied by Kushina Izumaki and Obito, quietly made his way to the front row. Tsunade and Shizen had already settled in, awaiting their arrival. It was evident that much had transpired for them the previous day. Tsunade, with her keen perception, sensed the subtle change in Kushina. The slight swelling around her eyes was an undeniable indicator, provoking an inexplicable frustration within Tsunade, an emotion she herself could not quite grasp. Clearly, she had misconstrued the situation. It was merely a conversation, nothing more. Hakamoku took a seat nearby, with Kushina positioned to his left, closely leaning against Tsunade, while Obito sat to his right. Uchiha Fugaku occupied a space beside them. As the group settled in the stands, Minato and Orochimaru, under the guidance of Hiruzen Sarutobi, made their way to the arena. The moment the three entered the competition grounds, the audience erupted once more into a cacophony of cheers. Hiruzen stood, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the fervent crowd, a fleeting glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. If given the chance, he would relish the opportunity to reclaim his youth. That would enable him to remain in the esteemed position of Hokage, forever in his prime. Were it not for the gradual erosion of his strength with age, he would not feel the slightest trepidation towards Hakamoku. Yet alas, the weight of years had become a formidable burden. This thought swiftly coursed through his mind as he extended his hand, pressing down toward the audience. In an instant, the previously exuberant crowd fell silent, a testament to Hiruzen's considerable authority in the eyes of the common people. Today marked the final contest of the matches. It was widely known that the moment this duel concluded, the identity of the fourth Hokage would be irrevocably determined. The new leader of Konoha would rise before us, destined to guide the village into the future. Hiruzen turned to Orochimaru and Minato, inquiring, "Are you prepared?" "Ready," Minato replied with palpable enthusiasm. In stark contrast, Orochimaru exuded a more ominous demeanor, akin to a coiled serpent, his piercing gaze fixed on Minato as if he were a predator, poised and waiting for the competition to commence. Hakamoku's lips curled into a faint smile, though his vision was somewhat obscured. It did not hinder his ability to discern the distinctive figure adorned with golden locks. That striking hair was sufficient for Hakamoku to recognize the individual from afar. Uncertain of what surprises the illustrious Namikaze Minato would bestow upon him today, by MOS thoughts lingered as the competition officially commenced. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. A cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a pair of crimson eyes emerging from the mist. What was once a spacious arena now felt somewhat constricted in the presence of such formidable power. Was Orochimaru truly unleashing his most potent move right from the start? If memory serves, 10,000 snakes is indeed Orochimaru's most powerful summoning beast. It seems the position of the fourth Hokage is all but secured for him. Yet, one must not underestimate Namikaze Minato, who knows what hidden trump cards he may possess. The audience buzzed with whispers, sharing their insights with friends and family. At that moment, Namikaze Minato lifted his gaze to the front row, seemingly locking eyes with Bayamo. His fists clenched tightly, determination surging within him. Regardless of the cost, he resolved to give his all. Only through such effort could he dare to challenge Uchiha Bayamo. A sharp glint flashed in Minato's eyes, his aura shifting dramatically. Even Saratobi Hiruzen, standing nearby, squinted in surprise at the sudden change in Minato's presence. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief span? Shadow Clone Technique. With a resounding thud, Minato created a shadow clone, the two clones exchanging a glance before darting off to either side. Orochimaru, atop the colossal serpent's head, surveyed the scene from his elevated position. 10,000 snakes, lend me your strength, and I shall reward you handsomely. Wind release, great scythe. Orochimaru formed hand seals, generating blades of wind that surged forward toward Minato. Flying Thunder God Technique. One of the Namikaze Minato clones hurled a kunai into the sky. As the yellow flash appeared, Minato's figure ascended. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The air erupted with the sound of countless shurikens bursting forth, transforming from a mere handful into a torrential downpour, raining down upon Orochimaru. Such a spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. This human truly underestimates me. The serpent hissed coldly. With a gaping maw, it launched itself skyward like a coiled spring, swallowing the myriad shurikens into its depths. Subsequently, the serpent plummeted to the ground, its tail striking like a massive, sharp whip, sending shockwaves through the air. Thud. Minato, caught off guard in midair, was struck directly by the forceful blow. Transforming into a wisp of smoke, he seized the opportunity. In an instant, Minato Namikaze appeared behind Orochimaru. Rasengan. A light blue sphere of chakra coalesced in Minato's palm, just as it had the day before, and was pressed against Orochimaru's back. However, to his surprise, Orochimaru utilized this force to launch himself forward. Mid-air, he spun around and opened his mouth wide. Serpent's pursuit. A multitude of serpentine creatures, grayish-brown in hue, erupted from his mouth, surging toward Minato. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. This ninjutsu was indeed of extraordinary power. Minato unleashed 3 fire dragons, intertwining and directly engulfing Orochimaru's serpent onslaught. Yet, this technique demanded a tremendous amount of chakra, causing Minato to gasp slightly. Nevertheless, Orochimaru provided no respite. 10,000 snakes. Prepare. I understand. Summoning Technique. Chapter 69. Orochimaru. You lose. The serpent summoning technique unfolded before their eyes as Orochimaru shed his skin, transforming into a colossal serpent composed of countless smaller snakes. Alongside the mighty Manda, the 2 enormous serpents surged toward Minato Namikaze, their massive forms filling the entire battlefield, ruthlessly constricting his movement and severely limiting the effectiveness of his Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Minato found himself at a disadvantage. It seems Orochimaru has secured the position of the 4th Hokage this time. Dan Shimura concealed his delight within the depths of his heart. He and Orochimaru were allies. And if Orochimaru ascended to power, it would undoubtedly serve his interests best. Yet, the battle was far from over. Why the haste, Dance? Hiruzen Saratobi remarked calmly, his eyes half-lidded, exuding an unsettling composure that weighed heavily on Dan's. The outcome is already decided. No matter how you look at it, Minato stands no chance against Orochimaru. A formidable summoning beast could single-handedly shift the tide of battle, just as it had for Hanzo the Salamander, and now for Orochimaru. Their presence amplified combat prowess exponentially. Rasengan. Minato unleashed the spiraling sphere once more, clashing against Orochimaru and Manda. But despite the Rasengan's devastating piercing force, facing both adversaries simultaneously left him struggling. His arms trembling from the recoil, his expression darkening with strain. No more holding back. With a roar, Minato vaulted into the air, using Manda's head as a springboard, only for Orochimaru's lips to curl into a sinister smirk. Ninja art, serpent mouth binding. In an instant, Orochimaru reverted to his human form, dragging Minato along into the depths of Manda's stomach. Ninja art, digestion technique. A jutsu designed to dissolve its prey. Given time, it would be enough for Orochimaru to overwhelm Minato completely. The spectators gasped in unison, their eyes wide with shock. How? Minato was swallowed whole. What now? How could this happen? Is the match already decided? Damn it. I can't even see them anymore. Orochimaru's abilities are too unpredictable, utterly impossible to guard against. Within Manda's belly, Minato struggled to breathe. The air was thin, thick with the stench of decay. Beneath his feet, bubbling fluids churned, an indescribable disgust twisting his features. His time was running out. Orochimaru gazed at Minato and Namikaze before him, his raspy voice resonating. Minato, surrender. The confines of this arena are limited. Even if you master the Flying Thunder God technique, your movements will be severely restricted. It can be said that today's contest is not suited for you. Defeat is inevitable. Minato looked at Orochimaru and instinctively scratched his head. I never imagined I would find myself in such a predicament. Yet, I must admit, Orochimaru, your strength is truly formidable. Here is a thumbs up for you. Minato gestured a thumbs up towards Orochimaru. Then, under Orochimaru's puzzled gaze, Minato clasped his hands together with fervor. What are you planning to do? Are you making a final struggle? Minato flashed a radiant smile and continued. Originally, I intended to reserve this for Hakumai, but it seems that if I do not give my all, I may not even secure victory. Orochimaru felt a heavy weight in his heart. He regarded Minato with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, Minato took a step forward and his figure vanished. Orochimaru quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Not good. It's the Flying Thunder God technique. In the corner of the arena, Minato had already left behind a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. Minato's form materialized in an instant. Orochimaru reappeared atop the massive serpent's head. Orochimaru, I have an ominous premonition. As if to confirm the serpent's intuition, Minato shouted, Sage Mode. In that instant, patterns emerged on Minato's face, and his eyes transformed into rectangles. The pressure emanating from him surged exponentially. This was chakra born from the fusion of natural energy with his own chakra in a perfect 1:1 ratio, known as Sage Chakra. It granted him a tremendous enhancement in the potency of his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Is it finally beginning? Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled knowingly. As the successor he cherished most, he was well aware of Minato's abilities. With Orochimaru in his current state, he stood no chance against Minato. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous afterimages flickered in the air. This was a high-level application of the Flying Thunder God technique. Even with Orochimaru's utmost focus on sensing Minato's presence, he could not keep pace with his movements. In the blink of an eye, Minato charged directly in front of Orochimaru. Rasengan! Boom! The Rasengan, infused with Sage Chakra, struck Orochimaru with ferocity. The intense pain contorted Orochimaru's face. He felt as though his abdomen was being churned, his body curling like a shrimp. It felt as if his very bile was about to erupt. Whoosh! Minato's figure abruptly vanished. A chilling gust of wind swept past him, causing Orochimaru's face to instantly pale. He hastily raised an arm and declared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, I concede. Orochimaru's situation mirrored that of Shimuradan's. Neither had fought with their full strength. Their true power lay in forbidden techniques, too unspeakable to reveal. Even if victory had been within grasp, the old man Hiruzen would never have allowed him to claim the title of fourth Hokage. In the end, a venomous serpent is best left lurking in the shadows. Orochimaru, even in defeat, do not think you can renege on what you promised me, hissed Manda, flicking his forked tongue before dissolving into a plume of white mist. Left standing alone, Orochimaru could only offer a resigned smile as his gaze drifted toward Namikaze's Minato behind him. You win, he murmured. Minato inclined his head slightly. You honor me. Then, his eyes turned toward the spectators' stands. Chapter 70, The Clash of Deities. Sarutobi Hiruzen served as the referee for this contest, observing from a distance throughout the event. When he noticed Namikaze Minato directing his gaze towards the audience, he followed his line of sight to the front row. Minato, is something the matter? The match has concluded. You may revert from Sage Mode now. Minato turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and replied, Lord Hokage, I have another thought. I wish to challenge Hakumai. It is widely recognized that Hakumai is a hero of our Hidden Leaf Village, and I have long desired to test my skills against him, to ascertain the extent of our differences. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He had intended for this match to elevate Minato's reputation, ideally placing him on equal footing with Hakumai. However, the current turn of events exceeded his expectations. Why does Minato never consult with him before making such decisions? Yet, a sense of greed welled up within Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Minato were to truly defeat Hakumai, would it not enhance his own standing even further? After all, Hakumai's eyes have been severely strained. Without the enhancement of the Manjiki Sharingan, his strength is not as formidable as one might imagine. Do you have confidence? Minato nodded vigorously and declared, I have awaited this day for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before Minato, acutely aware of the fervent battle spirit radiating from him. Clearly, Minato was eager to engage. He turned to Hakumai, addressing him in front of the crowd. Come, Hakumai. Let us duel. You promised me. At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina grasped Hakumai's arm, expressing her concern. Must you really go? Hakumai smiled gently, patting Kushina's hand reassuringly. Yes, after all, it is a promise. Now is the time to fulfill it. Moreover, I am curious to see whose Flying Thunder God technique is superior. Kushina gazed at Hakumai with worry. But your eyes. Haha. Who says one must use the Sharingan in a match? Hakumai rose under the watchful eyes of the crowd, approaching the railing of the audience area. He called down to Minato. Minato, you battled Orochimaru for quite some time. I imagine you were quite exhausted. How about this? I shall refrain from using my Sharingan in our duel, if you agree. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled into a smile as he mused, as expected. It is not that Hakumai wishes to avoid using the Sharingan. Rather, his eyes are already in a state of depletion. He cannot utilize it in this contest. Perhaps this could truly work. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Minato seriously, allowing him to decide the course of this match, for no matter how one looked at it. Without the use of the Sharingan, Hakumo's combat prowess has undeniably diminished. Upon hearing Hakumo's words, Minato Namikaze did not exhibit any hint of disdain. He was well aware of the rumors surrounding the overexertion of Hakumo's Sharingan. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that Hakumo was far superior to himself. Indeed, challenging formidable opponents is the most effective path to self-improvement. Thus, of course, how you choose to engage in battle is entirely your prerogative. However, I will give it my utmost effort. Minato, go for it. In the distance, a young girl was fervently cheering, her expression brimming with excitement. Tsunade glanced over, intrigued by the aura she sensed nearby. It was the chakra of a tailed beast, distinctly not the 9 tails belonging to Kushina, but rather that of another tailed beast, the 3 tails. It was likely Minato's girlfriend. Kushina addressed Tsunade, clarifying her curiosity through her own perception. Tsunade chuckled softly, acknowledging Minato's good fortune in finding a Jinchuriki to love. A radiant smile spread across Minato's face as he returned the girl's gaze, then turned his attention back to Hakumo. In an instant, Hakumo's form flickered and appeared directly before Minato. So swift, Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself momentarily frozen in place, struggling to comprehend the speed displayed. Is that the Flying Thunder God technique? Hakumo can actually perform the Flying Thunder God technique, and it seems he wields it with remarkable skill. This marked the first occasion Hakumo had used the technique so openly in front of an audience. Save for Minato, the expressions of the onlookers were filled with astonishment. What was that? Such incredible speed. Is that also the Flying Thunder God technique? My goodness. Hakumo can perform the Flying Thunder God technique too? Does that mean Minato's only advantage lies in his Sage mode? One wonders whose mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique is superior. The audience engaged in fervent discussions about the two combatants. Hakumo cast a brief glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi before shifting his focus back to Minato. This left Hiruzen feeling quite displeased, yet he could not voice his frustration. He endured the discomfort and approached the two, inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to engage in a match?" Without hesitation, Minato nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Receiving this response, Hakumo also affirmed, "Yes. This is a promise between him and me." In the spectator's stance, Yuzuki Yuki sat at the back row, watching the scene unfold with an anxious gaze directed at Hakumo. She couldn't help but wonder about the condition of his eyes. She recalled their first meeting when his eyes seemed to possess an otherworldly power. Yet, after their encounter yesterday, they no longer seemed as sharp as they once were. Was it truly a depletion of strength? Moreover, Yuzuki Saigen produced a certificate from her pocket, emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's fan insignia. To her astonishment, the shop she had rented on the commercial street belonged to the Uchiha family. From this point onward, she found herself working under the auspices of the Uchiha. One could only lament the capriciousness of fate, just as Yuzuki Saigen marveled at her destiny. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a slight step back and addressed the two. In that case, the contest between Uchiha Hakumai and Namikaze Minato shall now commence. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's declaration. In an instant, a crimson tempest and a golden gale surged toward the heavens. A ferocious wind erupted, lifting debris from the ground and stirring the remnants of clouds in the sky. Only the red and yellow remained, heralding the onset of battle. Obito gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, is this truly a clash of deities?" Chapter 71. The Gate of Death. Open. The battle between Baemo and Namikaze Minato unfolds across the vast sky. Occasionally, one can catch a glimpse of the flying thunder god Kanai streaking through the air in a straight line, while at other times, Baemo vanishes and reappears before Namikaze Minato. The clash of Rasengan and fan-like techniques creates a cacophony. A fierce wind surges from above, compelling the audience to squint their eyes, rendering them unable to gaze upon the sky and the fierce confrontation between Baemo and Namikaze Minato. The Hyuga clan, however, activates their Byakugan, observing the aerial battle from nearly every angle. Yet, it seems as if Namikaze Minato subtly suppresses Baemo. In the air, Baemo suddenly retreats to a distance, only to find Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god Kanai swiftly following him, accompanied by a burst of yellow light. A brilliant blue Rasengan appears before Baemo Rasengan. The symbol of the Byakugan, sealed on by Mo's hand, instantaneously unravels. A massive surge of chakra transforms into crimson patterns, spreading across Baemo's arm. He extends his palm, directly receiving Namikaze Minato's assault. The chaotic chakra wreaks havoc on Baemo's palm, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Indeed, the blurriness of his vision has rendered the use of Flying Thunder God somewhat awkward, prompting Baemo to mentally inquire, "System, could you not offer a hint on how to advance the progress bar?" The system remains silent. Frustrated, Baemo internally scoffs. "It can't be that I must be pushed to the brink of death to rise anew." Putting aside such vexing thoughts, he resolves to conclude this match through sheer physical prowess. With this in mind, Baemo exerts tremendous force, shattering the Rasengan in his palm. The wound on his hand is instantly healed by the Byakugan technique, and his aura begins to multiply exponentially. In the audience, Might Guy and Might Due stare in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. They sense a remarkably familiar power emanating from Baemo. Might Due exclaims, "This feeling. It's akin to youth. Could it be the Eight Gates formation?" The father and son utter in unison. As their words hang in the air, a subtle smile graces Baemo's lips as he softly murmurs, "Eighth gate of the Eight Gates formation, the gate of death, open." A powerful chakra erupts from within him, radiating a fierce crimson glow, accompanied by the intricate patterns and enhancements of the Byakugan technique, propelling Baemo's physical capabilities to unprecedented heights. His strength now far surpasses that of Might Guy during his battle with Uchiha Madara. The overwhelming pressure leaves Namikaze Minato momentarily stunned in midair, devoid of the support from the Flying Thunder God technique. The body of Namikaze Minato plummeted swiftly toward the ground. Was this overwhelming pressure indicative of Hakumai's true strength? It was not only Minato who felt astonished. The entire assembly was left in sheer disbelief at Hakumai's unprecedented display. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood agape, unable to fathom the sight before him. As a master of ninjutsu, Hiruzen possessed a considerable understanding of most techniques in the world, and he was acutely aware of what the eighth gate of the Eight Gates of Byakugan represented, a certain death upon its opening. Was Hakumai truly intent on slaying Minato over a mere contest? The more Hiruzen pondered, the more convinced he became of this alarming possibility. Why else would Hakumai unlock the Death Gate? As he gazed at Minato descending from the heavens, Hakumai chuckled lightly. "Minato, do not dawdle, otherwise defeat shall be yours." Minato gritted his teeth, a fierce battle spirit igniting within him. He hurled a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming himself into a streak of light in midair. However, to Minato's astonishment, Hakumai did not employ the same technique. Instead, he relied on his physical prowess, instantaneously appearing beside Minato with a speed that rendered the sky beneath him as familiar as solid ground and unfathomable terror. Hiruzen's countenance darkened further. While others might not grasp the might of this forbidden technique, he certainly did. Was Hakumai's activation of the Death Gate an attempt to drag Minato down with him? Or was it a declaration of war against Konoha? A torrent of thoughts surged through Hiruzen's mind, spurred by the injustices faced by the Uchiha clan during this tumultuous period. No, he had to intervene and prevent Hakomai from unleashing further havoc. Otherwise, Konoha might face utter annihilation. Hiruzen observed as Hakomai's figure suddenly materialized before Minato. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched slightly and propelled himself skyward like a bullet. Hakomai, I will not allow you to run rampant in Konoha. Unbeknownst to Hakomai, he remained oblivious to Hiruzen's actions. He merely extended a finger, gently flicking it forward. With a resounding crack, a shadow was sent careening into the distance, tracing an arc through the air. I shall return, echoed a familiar voice, prompting Hakomai to scratch his head in confusion. Had he just struck something? At that moment, the audience glanced between the sky and the arena, utterly bewildered, for Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure had vanished completely. In other words, had Hakomai merely flicked his finger to send Hiruzen flying? Was this the terrifying might of Uchiha Hakomai? Before the crowd could process the events, they witnessed Hakomai reappearing before Minato, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. He realized it was futile. He could not possibly contend with such power. With his current strength, it seems unlikely he could even touch the fabric of Hakomai's garments, let alone inflict any harm upon him. At that moment, Namake's Minato relinquished his sage mode, reverting to his ordinary form, and simply descended from the sky. No more fighting? Have you come to realize the disparity? Minato remarked with a wry smile. This gap is as vast as the heavens and the earth, an abyss that cannot be bridged merely by effort. Yet this only deepened my curiosity. With such formidable power at your disposal, why do you not participate in the contest for the position of the fourth Hokage? Under the astonished gazes of Might Guy and Might Dai, Hakomai also retracted the 8 gates formation, appearing nonchalant as he landed gracefully before Minato. It's simply too much trouble. I would rather devote that time to diligent training. Chapter 72, Regretless Youth. Woofing Shuemin fell silent. In Baimo's heart, was cultivation even more significant than the position of the fourth Hokage? It is no wonder that Baimo possesses such strength. As if sensing Woofing Shuemin's dispiritedness, Baimo gently patted his shoulder and chuckled lightly. Come now, Shuemin, have a bit more confidence in yourself. When it comes to governing the village, you far surpass me. I firmly believe that under your leadership, Konoha will undoubtedly bask in even greater brilliance. Only when the village flourishes can it draw nourishment from the sun, rather than feed on decaying roots. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists, glaring resentfully at Baimo below. Was Baimo implying that he himself was the decaying root? It was his very existence that made Konoha more splendid. He should be the one destined to become the fourth Hokage. Yet, contemplating Baimo's terrifying power, Shimura Danzo suddenly felt that perhaps things were just fine as they were. At that moment, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Nearly all spectators began clapping, their applause resounding endlessly. They felt an unprecedented excitement for the emergence of Baimo and Woofing Shuemin, 2 formidable forces. With these 2 warriors, who among the ninja world could rival Konoha? It seemed that it would not be long before Konoha could truly stand at the pinnacle, just as Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had in their time. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also arrived once again at the arena from a distance. He gazed at Baimo in astonishment and asked, "Are you all right?" Baimo looked back with a playful smile, teasing, "What's the matter? Does the Hokage believe I would perish?" The 8 gates of Duinjia is an incredibly powerful forbidden technique, possessing terrifying side effects. Once the 8th gate, the Death Gate, is opened, it signifies the end of one's lifespan. Yet Baimo appeared completely unscathed, even engaging in light-hearted banter with Woofing Shuemin. This scenario was unheard of by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Could it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen shivered slightly, gazing incredulously at Baimo. Could it be that you have improved the 8 gates of Duinjia and completely eliminated its side effects? Baimo shrugged and laughed, who knows, seeing Baimo's disregard for him. A flicker of resentment crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. However, considering Baimo's displayed strength, there was no way to compete, no matter how cunning his strategies. They would pale in comparison to the divine power of Baimo. Even thrown into the water, he would create not a single splash. Thus, he decided to retreat and embrace a peaceful life of retirement. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a deep glance at Baimo, then turned to Woofing Shuemin beside him and said, "Shuemin, regardless of the circumstances, you are the ultimate victor. In a week's time, we shall prepare a ceremony to celebrate your triumph." with the entire village in attendance to crown you. This is what you truly deserve. I believe in you. Seeing Minato Namikaze hesitating, Bai-Mo offered his encouragement, which gradually eased Minato's inner turmoil. Instead, he felt a sense of being trusted by Bai-Mo. Bai-Mo's prowess was undeniable. Yet he continued to support Minato in becoming the fourth Hokage, which was undoubtedly a tremendous vote of confidence. Once he ascended to the position, he resolved to refrain from suppressing the Uchiha clan. After all, Minato believed that the villagers were akin to family and should coexist peacefully. As Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to hand over matters to Minato, Bai-Mo quietly exited from the side. However, he did not anticipate that just as he reached the aisle of the audience, he would encounter Might Guy and Might Dai, who were eagerly awaiting his arrival. "Father, Lord Bai-Mo has arrived," Dai exclaimed, rushing forward to greet Bai-Mo with palpable excitement. Unabashedly, he grasped Bai-Mo's hand and eagerly inquired, "Lord Bai-Mo, may I ask if you utilized the 8 gates of the body technique during the match?" Bai-Mo was taken aback by their enthusiasm, but considering their youthful exuberance, he found their excitement quite understandable. "Yes, is there a problem?" Dai's eyes sparkled with fervor as he continued, "How did you manage to open the 8th gate? The death gate, without suffering any consequences?" He added, "You may not know, but I have been immersed in the refinement of my physical prowess, and I have delved into the forbidden technique of the 8 gates up to the 7th gate. Yet, the side effects of the 7th gate left me in considerable discomfort. Based on my deductions, opening the 8th gate would result in irreparable injuries. Therefore, I am increasingly curious. How did you achieve this? Can you teach us?" Bai-Mo held great admiration for both Dai and Guy. They were individuals who could disregard the gaze of others and truly be themselves, a mindset that far surpassed that of the average person. Looking at the two before him, Bai-Mo replied, "In truth, it was merely a serendipitous occurrence that led me to comprehend it. However, I can assure you that as long as you never regret your youth and diligently hone your physical capabilities in the future, while I cannot guarantee you will remain unscathed, I can promise you that you will certainly face no significant side effects." His simple words ignited a spark of enthusiasm in Dai. "Really? So it is possible if we put in the effort?" "Absolutely. In my eyes, you are both talented individuals who possess an extraordinary resilience that others can scarcely attain." Receiving Bai-Mo's praise filled Dai with exhilaration. They had begun to regard Bai-Mo as their idol. To be commended by a hero of Konoha ignited a fervor deep within them. "Guy, I am here. It is time for us to train diligently. After all, we must not regret our youth. All right, let us first run 100 laps around the village in an inverted position. Charge forth." The excitement radiating from this father and son duo brings an uncontainable smile to Bai-Mo's lips. It is precisely because of this group of sun-seeking individuals that Konoha can truly be called Konoha. "What is the matter?" Uzumaki Kushina, noticing Bai-Mo's prolonged absence, has come searching for him. "Oh, nothing. I simply encountered 2 rather intriguing individuals. So, what are your plans moving forward? First, let us return and rest adequately. Then we shall engage in training. May I join you?" Uzumaki Kushina blinks her sparkling, doe-like eyes, gazing softly at Bai-Mo, her eyes brimming with profound affection, rendering him utterly unable to refuse. "Of course, after we finish our meal, let us train together." Chapter 73, 2 Uchiha Prodigies. Time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a week has elapsed. During this period, Bai-Mo engaged in training alongside Kushina Uzumaki, imparting to her the art of combat. In moments of leisure, he would often visit Tsunade, indulging in her hospitality and seeking her guidance in advanced medical ninjutsu. Simultaneously, he devoted some effort to the meticulous training of his perceptive abilities, pondering how to effectively accelerate the progress of his tasks. He was confident that once he discovered the right method to initiate the progress bar's ascent, he could swiftly fill it to completion. Unfortunately, after a week of diligent research, Bai-Mo found himself no closer to understanding the intricacies, leaving him rather disheartened. Perhaps, he mused, the opportunity would eventually present itself, prompting the progress bar to rise. With a yawn, Bai-Mo awoke, his gaze drifting toward Kushina, who lay beside him. Their bond had grown increasingly passionate. What began as a clear boundary had swiftly dissolved. A transformation accomplished in a remarkably brief span. This unconventional approach of marrying first and nurturing love thereafter evoked a peculiar sentiment within Bai-Mo. one that he could not quite articulate, yet it filled him with delight. He reached out, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind Kushina's ear. Just then, an urgent knock resounded at the door, causing Imo to furrow his brow in annoyance. Without a doubt, it was that rascal Obito. With a click, Imo opened the door to reveal Obito, grinning widely, his front teeth gleaming in the morning sun. "I'll give you 3 seconds to tell me why you're here," he declared. "All right, 3 seconds have passed. Now, what is the matter?" As Imo prepared to shut the door, Obito quickly wedged his arm in the way. However, Imo was not to be underestimated. A cry of pain erupted from Obito, echoing through the skies, audible to the entire Uchiha clan. In the room of Uchiha Fugaku, his wife Makoto, with her burgeoning belly, gazed curiously out the window, chuckling. "That sounds like Obito. I wonder if he has completed the task we entrusted him with?" Fugaku laughed heartily. "It should be fine. Those two brothers engage in such antics almost daily. Surely, you've grown accustomed to it by now?" He leaned forward, placing his ear against Makoto's belly, smiling. "I wonder if our child can hear us." "How could it? It's only been a short while," Makoto replied. "Have you thought of a name yet?" "Not yet." "Do you have any suggestions?" Fugaku pondered. "Let us name him Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. I just hope he arrives safely and soon." Makoto caressed her belly, her face radiating maternal tenderness as she gently spoke to the life within her. "Sasuke, can you hear? This will be your name. I hope you grow up healthy and safe, and live a life filled with happiness and joy." Uchiha Fugaku smiled and said, "Rest assured, Makoto, with Hakumo around, no one dares to bully or suppress our Uchiha clan. Moreover, Itachi will also take care of him." Yes. However, I must trouble Hakumo to attend the ceremony for the 4th Hokage's ascension." Outside the room, Hakumo stroked his chin and remarked, "Are you saying that the clan leader wants to accompany his wife and wishes for me to attend the ceremony on his behalf?" Obito nodded vigorously and replied, "Indeed. That's why I'm here to inform you." Hakumo sighed in resignation. He had originally intended to continue his training. Yet, since Fugaku had said so, he conceded, "All right. I will attend this ceremony. You may return now, Obito." Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed to himself. "So, you're not taking me with you? Focus on your training for now. With this time, you could certainly become stronger. But this is the Hokage's ascension ceremony. I've never attended one before. Is it truly that significant?" "Of course. Besides, he is our teacher. I must go and witness it." Hakumo yawned and added, "Forget it, Obito. When you become Hokage, you can attend however you wish." "Ah, brother. Calling me brother won't help." With that, Hakumo decisively closed the door. He returned to the bedroom, where Kushina had already risen from the bed. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she adorably inquired, "Hakumo, is there something going on?" "Nothing much. Just attending Minato's ceremony on behalf of the clan leader," Hakumo replied. "You stay at home and rest. I can handle this on my own." After pondering for a moment, Kushina nodded and lay back down, saying, "All right, I will prepare dinner for you when you return." During this time, Kushina had been training alongside Hakumo and was utterly exhausted. However, her efforts had borne fruit. She now felt at least 10 times stronger than before. Hakumo watched as Kushina gradually drifted off to sleep. He quickly changed into a black outfit and set off towards the Hokage building. Noticing this, Obito stealthily crept on tiptoe, following closely behind Hakumo. The more Hakumo tried to deter him, the more determined he became to accompany him. He was convinced that once they arrived at the venue, Hakumo would not truly send him away. Above, an eagle soared through the sky. Hakumo cast a casual glance over his shoulder but chose to ignore Obito, continuing on his path. Along the way, more and more people joined the procession toward the Hokage building. Hakumo even encountered several familiar faces. Hyuga clan leader. "It has been a while." "Indeed. It has been quite some time since our last match. I hope you have been well?" "Fairly well. Though it would have been better had I not been assigned to attend this ceremony." Hinata and Hakumo exchanged glances, bursting into laughter simultaneously. As they walked side by side, one of them remarked, "I hear that your Uchiha clan has produced 2 prodigies, preparing to enter the ninja academy soon. Is that true?" Hakumo scratched his head, uncertain. "I'm not quite sure about that. I've been preoccupied with training lately and haven't paid much attention to such matters. However, if we're speaking of geniuses from the Uchiha clan, it seems there are indeed some during this period. Are you referring to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui? Yes. I've heard that the Ninja Academy is enrolling students, and it appears that 2 members of the Uchiha clan passed with full marks. They've garnered quite a reputation in the village. At that moment, Hakumo intentionally raised his voice, saying, "Indeed, those 2 are significantly more capable than my underachieving little brother." Ah, you wretched elder brother. Are you speaking ill of me again? Chapter 74, The Succession Ceremony. Following closely behind by M.O. Obito's frustration was palpable as he overheard his elder brother's remarks. He fidgeted, itching to confront by M.O., eager to engage in a spirited debate. Despite his diminished strength, he had activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, certainly surpassing both Itachi and Shisui. Obito seethed with indignation. Hyuga Hizashi chuckled softly. He was intimately familiar with the dynamic between Bai-Emo and Obito. In that moment, he was reminded of the youthful camaraderie he once shared with his brother, Hyuga Hayashi. Bai-Emo, it was unexpected that you would be the one to come forward this time. It appears that Uchiha Fugaku is genuinely intent on nurturing you as the next clan leader. At that moment, Tsunade and Shizen approached from the side. As one of the last remaining members of the Senju clan, Tsunade had also been invited to this ceremony. Despite her disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen, she felt obliged to attend, considering that Minato was Jiraiya's disciple. Thus, she graced the event with her presence. The relationship between Bai-Emo and Tsunade had improved considerably, especially since he had been studying advanced medical ninjutsu with Kushina at her side. As the group proceeded, Obito, preparing to join them, suddenly noticed a serpentine creature slithering before him, its brown body gliding gracefully as it flicked its tongue. What began as a solitary serpent quickly revealed itself to be a multitude, moving in pairs and groups, evoking an uncanny sense of intelligence. Captivated, Obito found himself trailing the serpents deeper into a secluded area. In the underground laboratory belonging to Orochimaru, he orchestrated the serpents, guiding Obito towards his haven. Today marked the day of his departure from Konoha. Remaining here held no further advantages. Rather, it would hinder his research into forbidden techniques and the art of the impure world reincarnation. Thus, before his departure, he resolved to grant himself one final gift, Obito's eyes. Although he could not obtain Bai-Mo's eyes, acquiring Obito's 3-tomo Sharingan would suffice. With this thought, a gluttonous smile crept across Orochimaru's face. Meanwhile, the Hokage building had become a gathering place for representatives from various clans, including envoys from the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Mist, and Hidden Stone villages, all present to celebrate. Yet, upon witnessing Bai-Mo's arrival, they instinctively recoiled, a testament to the formidable reputation he had garnered since the war. Standing atop the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the assembly before him, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions. The impending transfer of power to Minato weighed heavily on his heart, evoking a bittersweet sense of reluctance. Sighing, he resigned himself to the inevitability of change, reflecting on the impact of Bai-Mo's presence that had prompted such a shift. Rather than engage in a battle of wits with Hakumai here, it would be far more prudent to retire to a life of leisure. As long as a member of the Uchiha clan does not ascend to the position of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have no objections. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned a cough, and the previously bustling environment fell into an immediate silence. All eyes turned to him, awaiting his forthcoming words. Esteemed guests, today marks the handover ceremony of the Hokage. I sincerely appreciate your presence amidst your busy schedules. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to speak at length. Meanwhile, Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Hakumai. Perhaps it was merely her intuition, but as a woman, she sensed something was amiss with the figure beside her. Lowering her voice as much as possible, she poked Hakumai's arm and whispered in his ear. Hakumai, tell me, is this merely a shadow clone of yours? Hakumai, who had been feigning sleep with his eyes closed, instantly opened them, his face beaming with mirth as he gazed at Tsunade, then placed a finger to his lips. Observing Hakumai's gesture, Tsunade realized her suspicions were correct. The true Hakumai, it seemed, had wandered off to indulge in idleness. She had suspected as much. How could he possibly attend such a ceremony? His true self was likely off training somewhere. He was indeed a master of social evasion. Such trivial matters were of no interest to him whatsoever. Then where is your true self? If your real body is absent, then my participation lacks any significance. Hakumai subtly gestured in a direction with his eyes, then resumed his pretense of listening attentively. In response, Tsunade discreetly made her way to the side. Standing at the pinnacle, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the unfolding scene with a twitching eyelid. Yet, upon recalling that this individual was Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, he ultimately restrained his reaction. Let those who desire the Hokage position take it. He was done with such responsibilities. None of these young individuals were willing to follow authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered a few casual remarks before summoning Minato Namikaze to his side. This was Minato's first experience of such a scene. To claim he was not nervous would be a falsehood. However, seeing the one he cherished gazing at him with admiration below filled him with joy. Regardless of the circumstances, he was about to become the fourth Hokage, a position of immense esteem within the shinobi world. At this moment, he felt capable of promising a shared future. Minato and his girlfriend, Kurenai, had serendipitously crossed paths during a mission. After defeating and sealing the rampaging Three Tails within her body, thereby temporarily alleviating her life-threatening crisis, their bond deepened during their daily interactions. After exchanging a glance with Kurenai, Minato continued the ceremony, discussing future plans and how to lead the Hidden Leaf Village, among other tedious matters. Hakumai paid no heed to any of it. At this moment, he sat cross-legged atop a house, observing Tsunade as she located him. Pray tell, when did you employ the shadow clone technique? I invoked it the moment I stepped outside my home, originally intending to startle Obito. Little did I know, I stumbled upon something far more intriguing. Tsunade, with her characteristic boldness, mimicked Hakumai's demeanor and settled directly in front of him. Oh, what captivating discovery have you made? Do share. Hisses. The serpents emitted a faint sound. Under Obito's watchful gaze, they slithered through a narrow gap in a window. The door to this window remained ajar, revealing a slender crack, much like Pandora's box, perpetually enticing the curious Obito. Unable to resist, he reached out his hand, compelled to investigate. Yet, he pondered, should his elder brother catch him in the act, he would surely face a rather unpleasant reprimand. Chapter 75. Save me from this dire predicament. As Obito contemplated this, he found himself yearning to turn and flee. Yet, just as he took a step backward, he froze in place. Reluctantly, he cast a glance into the inky blackness of the room. Obito had never set foot in this space before, and thus, it bore no familiarity to him. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what could possibly draw so many serpents towards this room. What lay within that captivated them so? Despite his musings, this was Konoha Village, a place he hoped harbored no peril. He murmured softly to himself before cautiously pushing open the door, peering inside. Utilizing the meager light that filtered through, he surveyed the chamber. It was small and utterly devoid of contents. One might say it was barren. The only item present was a carpet laid on the floor, now covered in dust, with tattered holes fringing its edges. Faint sounds emanated from within these ragged openings, causing Obito's eyes to widen in astonishment. Could there be another space below? As this thought took root in his mind, Obito's adventurous spirit surged uncontrollably. He carefully leaned in, stealthily shutting the door behind him. Crouching down, he tugged at a corner of the carpet, revealing an underground entrance. His eyes gleamed with excitement, akin to a child who had stumbled upon a treasure map, as he began to fidget restlessly. Without a thought for danger, he plunged headlong into the abyss. As he ventured deeper, an oppressive, damp atmosphere enveloped him, sending a chill coursing through his body. Doubt flickered in his mind, urging him to retreat. But just then, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept through, and Orochimaru's figure appeared before him like a specter. Terrified, Obito stumbled back and tumbled down the steps. It was only then that he beheld the entirety of the basement. Transparent jars filled with a green, unidentifiable liquid lined the space, each containing a figure suspended within, adorned with dark runes that radiated an ominous aura, making Obito feel as though he had plunged into an icy tomb. I was merely passing through. Do you believe me? Obito stammered. Orochimaru, standing before him with a tongue that flicked across his lips, replied with a sardonic smile. Do you truly think I would believe you? After a pause, he added, however, if you wish to leave, it is not impossible. Really? Orochimaru, you are a good person. I thank you. Obito exclaimed, though for reasons unknown, Orochimaru felt as if Obito were subtly mocking him. Yet, it mattered little, after all. This day next year would mark the anniversary of Obito's demise. If you wish to leave, you may, but your eyes have beheld that which should not have been seen. If you desire to depart, then leave your eyes behind. Orochimaru spoke plainly, his face etched with an intensified greed. Now that Obito was within his grasp, he would certainly not let him go. The intensity of his gaze caused a shift in Obito's expression. Upon witnessing the true nature of the basement, Obito realized that Orochimaru was not as he had imagined. This man harbored a significant secret, a monumental secret. Obito inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure, and addressed Orochimaru, asking if he was not afraid of his brother discovering the truth. Orochimaru seemed to have fully assessed Obito. With an air of intrigue, he observed him and replied, "Your dear brother is currently engaged in the succession ceremony of Minato Namikaze and will be completely oblivious to your disappearance." After a pause, he continued, "By the time he does realize, it will be too late. He will never again see his mischievous little brother." Orochimaru's tone was chilling as he leaned closer, whispering in Obito's ear. The raspy voice caused Obito to stiffen involuntarily. Do you intend to become a rogue ninja? Rogue ninja? Haha. Such a label is inconsequential to me. My ambition is to attain immortality, to master all techniques of the ninja world, to command every bloodline limit, and to ascend as a true deity. You have lost your mind. You are utterly mad. Obito summoned all his strength and forcefully pushed Orochimaru away, turning to flee. However, the merciless Orochimaru offered no opportunity for escape. His neck elongated like that of a serpent, ensnaring Obito. They locked eyes, and Orochimaru could no longer restrain himself, yearning to pluck out those enchanting three-tomo Sharingan from Obito's eye sockets. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. This was the illusion technique used upon awakening the Sharingan, penetrating Orochimaru's psyche. Seizing the moment, Obito swiftly withdrew a kunai and thrust it into Orochimaru's neck. Instantly, Orochimaru's body weakened, releasing Obito from his bindings and allowing him to escape. Haha, so this is Orochimaru. His strength is rather lackluster. He is no match for my Sharingan. I have always claimed that aside from Hakumai, I am the most talented of the Uchiha clan. With effort, even my brother will not stand against me. In due time, in an instant, Obito's complexion turned ashen, and his previously swift strides came to an abrupt halt. Uchiha Obito, we meet again. The sinister, raspy voice resonated once more as Orochimaru descended the staircase, leaving Obito momentarily stunned. He instinctively turned to look behind him. To his astonishment, the body that had previously lain on the ground suddenly transformed into smoke. Shadow clone. Had it all along been a mere shadow clone before him? But what of it? Since your resistance to illusion is so feeble, I shall unleash it once more. Boom. Just as Obito contemplated this, he saw Orochimaru directly releasing his hidden shadow snake hands, pinning Obito firmly to the ground. His Sharingan was thoroughly covered, rendering any possibility of meeting Orochimaru's gaze futile, let alone casting an illusion. As he felt his body ensnared as if by serpents, an overwhelming sense of suffocation filled him with despair. Curiosity, they say, killed the cat. It had also led to his own demise. Had he known events would unfold this way, he would never have sneaked in. He would have followed his elder brother openly, ensuring at the very least that his brother knew his whereabouts. Hearing Obito begin to whimper, Orochimaru furrowed his brow and said, "Cease your cries. No matter how much you scream, no one will come to your rescue. Brother, please come save me." Chapter 76, A Lifetime of Servitude. Brother, save me. In the dimly lit basement, Obito wailed in agony. Orochimaru observed the scene with delight, his serpentine arms slithering toward Obito's neck, venomous fangs glinting ominously. Drip! A droplet fell from the damp ceiling. An abrupt shift in the air made Orochimaru's pupils constrict sharply. Then, a voice, unmistakably Hakumai's, echoed through the chamber. "I thought you'd scream yourself hoarse." At the sound of his brother's voice, Obito's tension dissolved instantly. He knew, as long as Hakumai was here, he was safe. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru, you're finished. My brother's here. You won't escape now. Forget stealing my eyes. You won't even get the chance to be a rogue ninja. Watching Obito's brazen taunts, Hakumai pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. He stepped past the frozen Orochimaru and delivered a swift kick to Obito's backside. Ow! blinded by the serpent's grip. Obito couldn't see the source of the blow. Clutching his stinging rear, he yelped, "Orochimaru, how dare you hit me? Just wait till my brother. How about I hit you first?" Hakumai's voice cut him off. Obito's bravado vanished. In a small, pitiful voice, he mumbled, "If it's you, brother, just go easy on me. Get lost." Thud. Hakumai sent Obito sprawling with another kick, a lesson well earned. If only the fool had stayed put instead of sneaking out and trespassing. Had he behaved, none of this would have happened. What a waste of time. He could have been training. As Hakumai's gaze settled on him, Orochimaru's smug expression faltered. His lips twitched faster than an electric motor. "Hakumai, what brings you here?" Hakumai smirked, amused. "You target my idiot little brother, and you ask why I came?" His eyes swept the room, cluttered with intricate lab equipment, a testament to Orochimaru's obsession with science. In a world of ninjutsu, the man had dedicated himself to technology. Impressive in its own twisted way. Orochimaru studied him warily. "How did you detect me?" "My snakes never sensed you." "Because snakes remain snakes. They cannot fathom the vastness of the sky." Hakumai tilted his head. "Orochimaru, you want the Sharingan, don't you?" Orochimaru nodded. He didn't deny it. Everything that transpired moments ago has been witnessed by Baemo. He no longer wishes to elaborate further, for the truth lies before him. It is a pity, as he once had a promising future, now obstructed by a few misguided paths. Baemo sighed deeply and shook his head, which only served to deepen Orochimaru's confusion. He could not fathom why Baemo displayed such an expression, as if genuinely lamenting for him. In the presence of this formidable figure, Orochimaru felt a profound admiration. Unlike those born with innate strength, he had cultivated his power through relentless practice, resulting in his formidable prowess. He believed every word spoken by Baemo. "Can you enlighten me on what you perceive as my so-called future?" Baemo opened his arms and gestured. "It is, of course, the relentless pursuit of advancement in the realm of technology, navigating through obstacles. I firmly believe that in the future, you will reap even greater rewards." Technology. This was the first time Orochimaru had encountered such a term. Throughout, he had regarded his endeavors as mere experiments rather than any form of technology. His insatiable thirst for knowledge overshadowed his fear, and he implored Baemo, "Can you explain what you mean by technology?" "Technology is the confluence of science and skill," Baemo replied. "When technology reaches its zenith, it can create iron birds that soar through the skies and colossal steel beasts that traverse the depths of the ocean. It can enrich society and provide those with disabilities an experience akin to real limbs. It can allow humanity to explore the cosmos, to venture beyond this planet and delve into the vast, infinite universe. Everything achievable through bloodline limits can also be realized through technology. That is true technology. Flesh and pain, mechanical ascension. Perhaps for you, it is another avenue to immortality." Baemo was broadening Orochimaru's horizons, painting a picture of a much larger world. His succinct words illuminated Orochimaru's eyes, as if he were already glimpsing the future. Yet, he inquired, "But what do you wish for me to do with this information?" "Well, who knows? Perhaps I merely desired to witness a different future." Baemo cast a glance at Obito, who had just risen from the ground, and beckoned him over. Obito approached with a smile. "Bro, are you planning to give Orochimaru a proper lesson?" "Of course. After all, he has wronged you. As my little brother, though foolish, you are not someone who can be bullied by others." Upon hearing this, Obito couldn't help but roll his eyes at his brother. "Fine, I'll endure what you say. After all, I truly made a mistake this time. If I had been obedient and not followed secretly, if I had resisted Orochimaru's temptation and refrained from entering that room, none of this would have happened. So, brother, how do you intend to handle this situation?" "It is quite simple. Let Orochimaru work for us for a lifetime." A distinct smile, characteristic of a capitalist, graced Baemo's visage. He envisioned methods to exploit Orochimaru in his mind. A mischievous grin spread across Baemo's face, sending a shiver down Orochimaru's spine. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling intuition that Baemo was concocting something rather nefarious. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Baemo address Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, I grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself." Orochimaru gazed at Baemo, anticipating his next words. "Construct a Gundam for me. If you succeed in creating one, I shall absolve you of your past transgressions. However, should you fail to produce the Gundam, you will be bound to labor for me for eternity. Chapter 77. A Show of Authority. Orochimaru was utterly bewildered. What on earth was a Gundam? He had never heard of it before. Observing the perplexed expression on Orochimaru's face, Baimei felt a twisted sense of amusement welling up within him. He patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and chuckled. You should leave Konoha for now and join the Akatsuki in the Rain Village. They will provide you with a plethora of resources. I firmly believe that under your research, the technology of this ninja world will experience explosive growth. After a brief pause, Baimei added, once your technological prowess reaches the level of creating a Gundam, I shall certainly allow you to craft it. Turning to Obito, who stood behind him, Baimei said, All right, Obito, let us return. We need to have a serious discussion about your matters. Fine. Obito felt utterly drained, following Baimei with a lethargic gait as they exited the eerie, damp underground laboratory. Brother, why don't you teach Orochimaru a proper lesson? Look at how badly I was bullied. Aren't you even a little angry? Angry? How could I not be angry? But I am more frustrated with you for not using your brain. Baimei replied, exasperated. You must understand that curiosity killed the cat. Had you not entered, you would have deprived Orochimaru of the chance, and he would have left in disgrace. Moreover, as the younger brother of the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard, if you were caught sneaking into someone else's room, it would tarnish my reputation. Lastly, even if you had entered and encountered danger, underestimating your own capabilities and placing yourself in peril is the most foolish act. I hope you can reflect on this matter thoroughly. Obito opened his mouth to retort but realized he had indeed erred. With a dejected expression, he lowered his head and silently followed Baimei. Suddenly, the cawing of crows echoed around them. Obito's eyes lit up. Brother, if I look at it from the perspective of having helped you catch a worker, didn't I do rather well? I ventured alone into danger, enticing Orochimaru to reveal his greedy intentions, thereby providing you with the perfect opportunity to exploit his value. Doesn't this mean I share in the credit for this affair? Baimei halted, blinking in astonishment as he gazed at Obito. Obito, you truly are quite clever. Thank you for the compliment, brother. Do you really think I am praising you here? Today, you shall train earnestly. Do not even think about sleeping until you have completed your training. The mischievous Obito would never truly obey. Seeing that Baimei was ignoring his antics, he swiftly turned and bolted away, leaving Baimei feeling quite exasperated. At that moment, Tsunade, who had been stationed at the entrance by Baimei, approached. Have you finished dealing with the situation? Yes, it has been resolved. Why are you preventing me from entering? I thought it would be courteous to leave you some dignity. Baimei remarked, after all, regardless of the circumstances, you were once comrades. And it is you who find yourselves in this awkward predicament. As the vice captain of the Uchiha Guard, I must consider the neighborhood relations within the village. What if you go in and Orochimaru feels embarrassed in front of former companions, thereby disregarding my attempts to persuade him? Tsunade cast a glance at Baimei and said, I initially believed you to be a gentle soul, yet who would have thought you have so many ulterior motives? Ha 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 ha, merely average, the third in the ninja world. Naturally, Baimei would keep a shadow clone monitoring Orochimaru. After all, a little extra caution is undoubtedly wise. After a morning's passage, the succession ceremony for the fourth Hokage finally concluded. Minato Namikaze gazed at the imposing stack of various documents on his desk, feeling utterly overwhelmed. It was at this moment he truly comprehended why Baimei was reluctant to assume the role of the fourth Hokage. Merely dealing with paperwork was already a headache. Meanwhile, on another side, the envoys from the Mist Village, Cloud Village, and Rock Village departed from the Hokage building, redirecting their path towards the Uchiha clan. They arrived at a corner of Konoha, gazing at the expansive yet somewhat dilapidated gate before them, a sense of confusion rising within. Is this truly the territory of the Uchiha clan? What are you three doing, lurking before the Uchiha gate? Just returned from a stealthy mission. Obito observed the trio engaging in hushed conversation, sensing an air of mischief about them. He confronted the three directly. However, upon realizing this was indeed the Uchiha gate, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Clearly, Baimei had the power to obliterate the three major allied forces. His strength is unparalleled. Their family ought to be extraordinarily opulent. Yet now, They were confronted with such a modest appearance. Perhaps this is a return to simplicity. It is no wonder Baemo has reached his current level of cultivation. I can only imagine that his family is far from ordinary. With this thought in mind, the three quickly introduced themselves. I am Samui, envoy from the Cloud Village, here to pay my respects to Lord Baemo. I am Dongshirin, envoy from the Rock Village, here to pay my respects to Lord Baemo. I am Chjur, envoy from the Mist Village, here to pay my respects to Lord Baemo. Hearing their words, Obito immediately realized that these were likely the individuals his brother mentioned, here to deliver reparations. The mere thought caused his heart to race with anticipation. He stood tall and strode forward, akin to a proud peacock, approaching the three with confidence. Are you here to see my brother? Samui raised an eyebrow. You are Lord Baemo's younger brother? Uchiha Obito? I have heard of you. I did not realize you had already gained such renown in the ninja world. To think that even the envoy from Yunin Village is aware of my existence. Haha. Listening to Obito's boisterous laughter, Samui couldn't help but internally scoff. Of course they know. In stark contrast to the prodigious talent of Hakamai, he is merely a perennial underachiever. However, as the one who brought the compensation, Samui ultimately chose not to say much. One can only remark that Hakumai has indeed protected Obito exceedingly well. Might I inquire if you could guide us to Lord Hakumai? As soon as the words left Samui's lips, Obito began to cough. Ahem. My brother has tea returned yet. Perhaps you could wait in my room for a while? Samui. Tea sure. Chjur. How could you be so arrogant when he hasn't returned yet? It led them to believe that Hakumai had intentionally sent Obito out to intimidate them. Chapter 78. A grand gift for Hakumo in the room. Obito sat awkwardly in his seat, the initial pride he felt now replaced by profound embarrassment as time passed. His toes clung tightly to the ground, as if attempting to excavate a villa from beneath. Upon his return, he found that Fugaku and Makoto had mysteriously vanished, and even Kushina had stepped out. In this vast household, there was not a single person to take charge. Even Itachi and Shursui had finished their training, yet his elder brother had yet to return. Thus, he found himself exchanging glances with the three individuals before him, engulfed in an inexpressible awkwardness. Samui, hailing from the hidden Cloud Village, exhibited a certain impatience. She had been waiting all afternoon, parched and nearly at her wit's end. May I refer to you as Obito, dear brother? She inquired. Of course, he replied. Instinctively wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze fixed downward, as if seeking a fissure in the ground to vanish into. Could you pour us a glass of water? She implored, feeling that without a drink soon, she might succumb to thirst. Her throat was so dry that speaking was becoming a challenge. As Samui's words faded, Chjur and Teeson eagerly nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiment. However, as the ones who had come to offer an apology, they were at a loss for words. Fortunately, Samui played the role of spokesperson. Otherwise, they might very well have perished of thirst, only to be ridiculed for centuries. Upon hearing this request, Obito's face flushed crimson. No wonder the three had been staring at him intently. They were merely longing for a drink. I apologize. Let me fetch some water for you. He stammered, his cheeks burning as he dashed toward the door. However, upon opening it, he collided directly with Hakumo. With a thud, Obito fell to the ground. My head, he exclaimed, groaning. Hakumo, with a playful smirk, teased, Oh, isn't this Obito? I thought you had scampered off elsewhere. What brings you home? The jest only deepened Obito's embarrassment. Elder brother, where have you been? Why return so late? Children should not concern themselves with adult matters. Should I disclose that I am meeting Kushina in the forest for training? Hakumo retorted, glancing towards the three in the room with a smile. Kushina entered, carrying a wooden tray laden with tea, placing it before the trio. You must be quite thirsty after waiting so long. Please hydrate yourselves, she offered warmly. I have instructed the family chef to prepare a meal, and we can discuss matters as we dine. Hakumo exuded an aura of gentleness, creating a stark contrast with the palpable tension in the room. On the battlefield, he is as terrifying as the king of hell. Yet, upon closer acquaintance, Baemo reveals himself to be a man of gentle demeanor. Samui casts an envious glance at Kushina, then lowers her head, lost in thought. By the way, Obito, we encountered Kakashi on our way back. He asked me to inform you that the training with Minato continues tomorrow, and you must not be late. Oh, Hasn't teacher Minato become Hokage? How does he still have time to mentor us? Why can't we just graduate? What are you thinking? As long as you cannot pass Minato's test, you will never become a true ninja. Bayemo playfully flicks Obito's forehead and adds, even if you awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, it remains the same. Ah, brother, can you not be so rough? Obito shields his forehead and retorts to Bayemo, then, pouting, declares, I will definitely strive to pass teacher Minato's trial and become a true ninja. Observing Obito's confidence, Bayemo nods in satisfaction, before joining Kushina to head to Obito's room. Soon, a delectable meal is served, the enticing aromas captivating the attention of the three ninjas. Their noses twitch as their bodies lean forward involuntarily. Seeing this, Bayemo chuckles and exclaims, Ha! You must be starving after all this time. Hurry and eat. Once we've dined sufficiently, we shall continue our conversation. Then we shall not hold back. The first to succumb to temptation is the East Ninja, who dives into the feast with unrestrained enthusiasm. Long Shichiro, beside him, cannot help but swallow hard and joins in the meal. Samui glances at Bayemo, perceiving a stark contrast between his humility and his fearsome presence in battle, which makes her feel increasingly at ease. She clasps her hands together and whispers, I shall begin. The scene of the three indulging in their meal brings a smile to Bayemo's lips. He picks up a piece of sauce-covered char siu and places it in Kushina's bowl, saying, You must be hungry too. Please, have a bite. For reasons unknown, Obito feels as if he has been force-fed a bowl of dog food while watching Bayemo. I'm full. I'm off to train. Obito casually pushes a few bites into his mouth before turning and running outside. It is evident that today's events have stimulated him, making him acutely aware of the importance of strength. The meal progresses swiftly. After a brief respite, the East Ninja from Awagakure speaks first, Lord Bayemo. This time Lord Inoki has sent me here. Apart from attending the 4th Hokage's succession ceremony, the most pressing matter is regarding compensation. The resources are simply too vast, and presenting them all at once would be too great a burden for the village. Thus, I earnestly request your consent to allow us to fulfill our obligations within a year. Bayemo's previously relaxed expression gradually becomes more serious. The atmosphere became tense, causing everyone present to break into a sweat. They anxiously watched Bayemo, fearing that any misstep might provoke his ire, an outcome that would surely be disastrous. At that moment, Kushina gently placed her delicate hand upon Bayemo's palm, eliciting a smile from his face. Completion within a year? Certainly, though interest will be required. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to revisit your village, he remarked. The Eastern man shuddered at the implication and quickly responded, Of course. We will ensure that the amount is not only met but exceeded. The interest will be more than satisfactory. He patted his chest in assurance. Humph. The resolve of Awagakure is rather unimpressive, Samui interjected with a hint of sarcasm, before turning to Bayemo and stating, Lord Bayemo, as per our agreement, the compensation from our Yunin village is to be directed to Tsunade. Additionally, we have prepared a special gift for you, Lord Bayemo. Chapter 79, The Village of Blood Mist. A gift? Bayemo looked at Samui before him with great interest. He had not anticipated that the Hidden Cloud village would be so generous, preparing an additional gift for him. Under Bayemo's curious gaze, Samui placed a scroll, which he had been carrying behind his back, onto the table and respectfully presented it to Bayemo. My Lord Bayemo, this scroll contains the training methods for the most powerful lightning release armor, as well as insights from the Third Raikage. The Third Raikage also asked me to convey a message. One does not truly know another until they have fought. From now on, the Hidden Cloud Village will always be your home. Whenever you wish to visit, the Hidden Cloud Village will forever welcome you. At the moment these words were spoken, the pupils of the East Dead Man and Nagato shrank sharply. They looked at Samui in disbelief, finding it difficult to comprehend the Third Raikage's thoughts. Surely, Bayemo had the power to overturn their existence. Was it not prudent to exercise caution? Instead, they had opened their doors wide, even offering the training methods for the most formidable lightning release armor and a scroll to Bayemo. Did they truly not fear that Bayemo would grow stronger and lay waste to the Hidden Cloud Village? In truth, it was not just the individuals from the Rock and Mist villages who were astonished. Bayemo himself felt a profound shock, deeply impressed by the Third Raikage's magnanimity. Was it any wonder he was held in such high regard? To make friends through martial prowess, to not fight, yet be acquainted. Ha ha ha. He had not expected the third Raikage to possess such a humorous spirit. When the time permits, I shall certainly pay a visit. Please convey to him that I have accepted his goodwill. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, Kushina, with great understanding, carefully set aside the scroll. At that moment, Samui bit his finger and swiftly formed hand seals, invoking a summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, a white cat appeared before everyone, clutching a scroll in its mouth. Samui continued, "This is my summoning beast, the ninja cat, which can be used to convey messages. My lord Bai Mo, if you do not mind. You may also sign a contract with it. Should you require assistance, you can contact me, and I will do my utmost to help within my capabilities." In other words, it was akin to a remote secretary. Bai Mo raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that the hidden cloud village, which seemed to consist of rough individuals, could operate with such finesse. Yet, it was regrettable that the contract he most desired to sign was with the great white rabbit resting upon the moon. "This won't be necessary. If I truly need your assistance, I have my own methods to reach you." His eagle's gaze technique offered remarkable freedom. While it lacked monitoring capabilities over great distances, it could certainly function as a standard eagle for messaging. "Understood, my lord Bai Mo. Please feel free to summon me at your leisure." Bai Mo's lips twitched slightly. Sammy emanates an aura of icy detachment. Yet, what could possibly motivate her to utter such easily misinterpreted words? Bai Mo chose not to engage her further, instead redirecting his gaze towards the side, where Nagajiro stood with his head bowed in apparent shame. Lord Bai Mo, our Kirigakure village is indeed eager to fulfill the reparations owed to you. However, recent events have transpired that remain unresolved. Once we have addressed these matters, we shall deliver what we promised to the Uchiha clan, bit by bit. Bai Mo furrowed his brow slightly, exchanging a glance with Kushina beside him. "What has transpired?" he inquired, a note of bewilderment in his voice. "Well," Nagajiro instinctively glanced towards the figures of Doshi and Samyi, who promptly understood his implication. They both rose simultaneously and made their way outside, leaving only Bai Mo, Kushina, and Nagajiro in the room. "Now that we are alone, please enlighten me about the happenings in Kirigakure," Bai Mo urged. Nagajiro nodded and began to recount. "Lord Bai Mo, since the day after Lady Yagura returned to our village, her demeanor has undergone a drastic transformation. She has commenced a fervent purge against those possessing Kekkei Jinkai, plunging Kirigakure into chaos. It has even earned the moniker of the Blood Mist Village." Blood Mist Village. Bai Mo narrowed his eyes, contemplating the unfolding narrative. If memory serves him correctly, the primary reason for Yagura's temperament shift was her manipulation by Uchiha Obito. Yet currently, Obito is merely a child. How could he be the source of such turmoil? In other words, did Uchiha Madara find another pawn before his demise? Bai Mo found himself intrigued, pondering who might have taken up Madara's mantle. Addressing Nagajiro, he expressed, "I shall accompany you upon your return." Nagajiro was momentarily taken aback, staring at Bai Mo in stunned silence, unable to respond. "Is that unacceptable?" "And no, not at all." Nagajiro hastily waved his hands, adding, "It's just that Kirigakure is particularly tumultuous at the moment, and I fear it may pose risks to you. Are you concerned that someone might offend me? And in a fit of rage, I would obliterate Kirigakure? And no, not at all. Ha 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 ha. You need not worry on that front. I assure you, I would never resort to such extremes. My purpose in going is merely to assist you in uncovering the true culprits behind this chaos." At that moment, Kushina leaned against Bai Mo, saying, "Bai Mo, do you require my assistance?" "Not at all. You have been training diligently of late. This is an opportune moment for you to rest and allow your body to recuperate." Kushina nodded obediently, exhibiting none of the fiery spirit one would expect from the Crimson Pepper. "During this period, I shall heed your advice, taking the opportunity to rest and simultaneously refine my culinary skills, ensuring that upon your return, you shall be greeted with even more delectable dishes." "Ha! Very well. I shall prepare some dishes as well, and we shall dine together." As Uzumaki Kushina rolled her eyes, she nearly swooned. With a playful huff, she exclaimed, "Bai Mo, henceforth, you are forbidden from entering the kitchen. I fear you might cause an explosion." Observing the playful banter between Baimo and Uzumaki Kushina, Jur felt he had encountered a new facet of Baimo. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly addressed Baimo. Then I entrust the hidden mist village to you, my lord Baimo. Baimo extended an invitation to Jur, the East Dead Man, and Samui to reside in the guest quarters of the Uchiha clan. Before long, the next day arrived. Chapter 80. The Extravagant Kato. In the early morning, a delicate mist enveloped the leaves. Samui and the East Dead departed towards the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village, respectively. The promised compensation would soon arrive. Hakumai instructed Kushina to remain within the Uchiha clan to assist in collecting the recompense, and also invited Tsunade to stay, ensuring that Kushina would not feel too lonely. Standing before Hakumai, Uzumaki Kushina adjusted his attire. Today, Hakumai donned a white robe, the most suitable garb for combat, allowing for unrestricted movement. This time, be particularly cautious. You must not use your eyes, understand? He said softly. Generally speaking, those fellows will certainly not pose a challenge to me. I shouldn't need to resort to the Sharingan. He added. With gentle hands, Hakumai tucked a few strands of Kushina's hair behind her ear. You should rest well at home, he advised. Following his words, he placed a light kiss on her forehead, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, vibrant and alluring. Be careful on the road, Kushina cautioned, her voice delicate to the point where Hakumai could barely discern it. All right, let us prepare to depart, Chojuro. Hakumai greeted Chojuro beside him, and together they strode towards the Hidden Mist Village. Along the way, Hakumai and Chojuro engaged in numerous discussions, gaining a clearer understanding of the circumstances surrounding the Hidden Mist Village. Nestled within the Land of Water, it lies to the east of the Land of Fire. Surrounded by the sea, it is perpetually shrouded in thick fog. This very environment contributed to the village's role as a peripheral entity during the First and Second Shinobi World Wars. It neither participated nor was compelled to join, instead focusing on the relentless development of its strength. It wasn't until Yagura deemed the Hidden Mist Village capable of asserting itself in the shinobi world that Hakumai decisively curtailed those ambitions. The Third Shinobi World War had, in essence, concluded before it even commenced. If memory serves, we must take a boat from the Land of Waves to reach the Land of Water, correct? Hakumai inquired. Indeed. Departing from the port of the Land of Waves is the quickest route to the Land of Water, Chojuro confirmed, glancing at Hakumai with curiosity. Is something the matter? Lord Hakumai? Nothing much, just recalling certain matters, he replied. If Hakumai's recollection was accurate, there was a wealthy magnate in the Land of Waves named Kato. He was notorious for exploiting the local populace and engaging in nefarious activities. His Kato group tightly controlled the port, effectively forming a monopoly. Aside from ninjas like Chojuro, who had the backing of the Hidden Mist Village, the common people of the Land of Waves were severely oppressed. Why not resolve him in advance and use his wealth to support my aspirations? Hakumai contemplated, for he genuinely desired to acquire a towering structure of his own. The prerequisite for achieving this objective lies in investing resources into Orochimaru, thereby rapidly elevating his technological prowess. With this thought in mind, Baimo turned to Changjiu Lang, saying, Changjiu Lang, proceed at your own pace. I shall make a swift visit to the Land of Waves. Before Changjiu Lang could respond, Baimo clasped his hands together with fervor. The 8 gates of Duanjia opened the Death Gate. In an instant, Baimo propelled himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards the Land of Waves with astonishing speed, disappearing from Changjiu Lang's sight in the blink of an eye, leaving him in awe. As a participant in the grueling wars, Changjiu Lang had witnessed Baimo unleash the 8 gates before, yet every time he did, it struck Changjiu Lang as utterly remarkable. If Baimo were to master the most formidable lightning release armor, coupled with the 100 strength technique and the 8 gates, could he potentially vanquish the 5 great hidden villages in an instant? It seems implausible, does it not? Changjiu Lang instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, quickening his pace towards the Land of Waves. At that moment, Baimo soared across the land as if in flight. Any trees obstructing his path were obliterated by his velocity, their shattered remnants unable to approach him in the slightest. However, during this time, his ocular strength had begun to wane, causing his vision to blur. Otherwise, He could have utilized the flying thunder god technique to traverse the distance effortlessly rather than running on foot. Perhaps he ought to test the theory of braking to establish an ill, just as Bai-Mo contemplated how to enhance his ocular training regimen. The border of the land of waves gradually came into view. Had he finally arrived? With this thought, Bai-Mo quickened his pace even more, transforming into a fleeting shadow, reaching the most bustling street of the land of waves. Although deemed the most prosperous, it paled in comparison to even the least impressive streets of Konoha. For the disparity in national strength between the land of waves and the land of fire was insurmountable. "Excuse me, could you tell me where I might find Kato?" The initially cheerful townsfolk's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Bai-Mo inquire about Kato. They waved their hands, hastening their steps. I don't know. I have no idea." With that, they quickly departed from Bai-Mo's presence, leaving him utterly speechless. What misdeeds had Kato committed to instill such fear in the hearts of ordinary citizens? Since the populace was unwilling to divulge information, he would have to seek it out himself. Bai-Mo retrieved a scroll from his robe, unfurling it before biting his fingertip and swiftly forming hand seals. Eagle's eye technique. With a puff of smoke, a multitude of flying eagles burst forth from the scroll, swiftly spiraling above the land of waves. It took but a moment for Bai-Mo to spot an individual resembling Cardo, accompanied by a multitude of followers, as they made their way to an opulent tavern at the opposite end of the street. The stark contrast between the lavish establishment and the surrounding thoroughfare was striking. Such a grand tavern would be a rare sight even in Konoha. Without hesitation, Bai-Mo deftly maneuvered to stand before the imposing faade of the tavern. "This must be the place," he murmured softly, and then began his approach. However, just as he took a few steps forward, he was intercepted by a guard. "We are not open to the public today. Please turn back." "Fear not, for after today, I shall no longer be a stranger," Bai-Mo replied, his voice resolute. With that, he raised his hand and struck the guard's neck with precision, rendering him unconscious. Amidst the astonished gazes of passers-by, he strode confidently into the luxurious tavern. Chapter 81. The Rogue Ninja from Konoha, Green Shinkoe. The tavern stood as an immense structure, its grandeur far surpassing that of the Hokage building. It epitomized opulence, starkly contrasting with the simplicity of the land of waves. As Bai-Mo stepped inside, his gaze was immediately drawn to clusters of dancers adorned in flowing silks, their serpentine waists swaying gracefully, exuding an air of lavish allure. The heavy makeup gave off an unmistakable aura of indulgence, rendering this place a veritable feast for the senses. "Hey, what brings you here, kid?" A young man clad in black approached Bai-Mo briskly, adding, "I haven't seen you within the organization before." The cacophony of voices in the tavern instantly captured the attention of others. Newly arrived patrons gathered in small groups, encircling Bai-Mo with a palpable buzz of intrigue. Casting a cursory glance around, Bai-Mo raised an eyebrow, a polite smile gracing his lips as he addressed the crowd. "I am here to seek Mr. Kato. May I inquire as to his whereabouts? I can offer him a chance to surrender all his possessions to me in exchange for his life." His words rendered the assembly momentarily speechless. They exchanged glances, barely concealing their amusement. "Ha! Did you hear what this little brat just said? He dares to demand Mr. Kato's fortune. Is he dreaming? Has no one informed him of Kato's fearsome reputation? He certainly doesn't appear to be from the land of waves. Perhaps he is merely another fool from outside, foolishly seeking to challenge Mr. Kato. We've encountered too many of his kind already." The crowd erupted in a chorus of mockery directed at Bai-Mo, yet he remained undeterred, reiterating, "I shall ask once more. Kindly respond with sincerity. Where can I find Mr. Kato? Do you truly believe you are worthy of an audience with Mr. Kato?" The initial black-clad individual took a menacing step toward Bai-Mo, intent on delivering a harsh lesson. However, as he raised his fist, Bai-Mo swiftly drew a fan from his back, striking the assailant with a resounding thud. The man was sent hurtling aside, colliding with the wall along with several others who were caught in the fray. This spectacle left many in the tavern momentarily frozen in disbelief. This fellow is no ordinary opponent. "Everyone, attack together," a voice called out from the crowd, igniting a surge of black-clad figures rushing toward Bai-Mo. Ultimately, they were but mere flotsam. Bai-Mo unsheathed another fan from his back, wielding both with formidable grace. As he raised his arms, a tempestuous wind erupted within the hall, preventing the throng of attackers even the chance to close in on him. A tempest no less ferocious than the wind release technique tore through the bodies of his adversaries. For these local tyrants who oppressed the innocent, Imo showed no mercy. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of underlings lay vanquished, leaving only pools of crimson spreading across the floor like delicate streams, soaking into the luxurious woolen carpets. Now, at last, there was peace. Imo crossed the twin war fans behind his back and strode toward the top floor. He had already sensed the presence of his final target. Detecting such traces was second nature to a shinobi. Meanwhile, atop the building, Kato had barely settled into his chair when a terrified subordinate stumbled in, his face a mess of tears and snot. The pitiful sight made Kato grimace in disgust. "What is this disgraceful display?" Kato snapped. "Can't you see I'm about to dine?" Before him, an extravagant feast was laid out, delicacies fit for royalty, dishes even a daimyo might never taste. "Boss, someone's attacking. They've already banged." Kato slammed his palm on the table, only to wince as the impact sent a sharp jolt of pain through his hand. Damn it. He rubbed his palm furiously before glaring at the trembling underling. "If someone's attacking, send the others to deal with it. Or do I feed them for nothing?" But just then, a black kunai pierced through the wall, embedding itself deep into Kato's palm with sickening ease. Blood gushed forth, and he howled in agony. It was only then that the petrified underling managed to finish his sentence. That guy. He's already killed everyone." Kato's screams died in his throat. The pain of his impaled hand no longer mattered. A chilling dread, colder than the deepest winter, seized him. His head turned stiffly toward the doorway, where Imo stood, his silhouette framed against the light. Who are you?" Kato stammered, forcing composure as he leaned back in his chair. His pallid face betrayed his terror. "Who sent you?" I'll pay double. No, triple." Imo tilted his head slightly, an elegant smirk playing on his lips. "Sent? No one. I simply won your wealth." He took a seat opposite Kato, eyeing the lavish spread before him. With a casual gesture, he beckoned a stunned waiter for chopsticks. "After all," he mused, picking up a delicacy, "the sooner a parasite like you dies, the happier the people will be." The demeanor of the individual appeared to exude an air of certainty, igniting a profound fury within Cardo. "You have compelled my hand. Green Chin Kue. Eliminate him." Swiftly, a shadow materialized before Imo, revealing a figure with shoulder-length green hair and a face marked by an air of melancholy. A distinct scar marred the forehead protector, signifying his status. Green Chin Kue, the teacher of Sanaibi's younger brother, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf. While Imo scrutinized this rogue with curiosity, he was taken aback as Green Chin Kue unhesitatingly knelt before him, offering 3 resounding bows. "Lord Imo, I have long heard of your unparalleled strength. I beseech you to spare me. Let it be as though I have never existed. I implore you." To Imo's astonishment, Green Chin Kue was aware of his identity. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. As a rogue ninja, he would undoubtedly gather intelligence to evade capture, thus possessing far superior knowledge than Cardo. "Cardo, it seems your trump card has lost its efficacy." Yet, what Imo did not anticipate was that in the very moment his words fell, a sudden sound echoed. Thud. Chapter 82. I kneel before you too. Thud. Gato immediately dropped to his knees. I was too loud just now. Thud. 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 He cowed out several times, his forehead striking the ground with audible force. "Please spare me. I can give you everything I have, money, women, status. All of it. Just let me live." Meanwhile, Hakumo remained utterly composed, savoring the delicacies before him, indifferent to Gato and Midori Saigai's trembling prostration. "Tell me," Hakumo said calmly, "how much wealth do you currently possess?" Gato's greatest fear was that Hakumo would dismiss his offerings. But upon hearing the question, relief washed over him, dulling even the pain in his wounded palm. Following Midori Saigai's earlier address, he stammered, "Lord Hakumo, I built my fortune in maritime trade. Beyond that, I deal in contraband, pleasure districts, all within my domain. Money is the least of my concerns. If you allow me to leave, I will surrender it all to you." Hakumo ignored Gato, turning instead to Midori Saigai. "You've been at his side for quite some time. Surely, you know the extent of his assets. Tell me, what has he forgotten to mention? For every omission, he will taste the blade. Let him savor the bitterness of deceit." Before Midori Saigai could speak, Gato hastily interjected. Wait, I remember now. Beyond those, I also have real estate ventures, fisheries, and maritime shipping. Hakumo had expected Gato's dishonesty, but not the sheer scale of his hidden enterprises. Still scheming for a comeback. Are we? A pity. He would never see another sunrise. With a flick of Hakumo's finger, a kunai flashed, slicing Gato's throat. A vivid crimson stream spilled down his neck before he collapsed heavily onto the floor. Midori Saigai, Hakumo said, resuming his meal, clean this up. I'd rather not lose my appetite. Trembling, the Chunin obeyed, swiftly restoring order to the rooftop. He was painfully aware of his mediocrity before Hakumo, his reflexes no match for the man's effortless precision. Within 10 minutes, the floor was spotless. Midori Saigai knelt once more, awaiting further instruction. Stay in the land of waves, Hakumo commanded, pausing to fix him with a gaze that now shimmered with the crimson spiral of the Sharingan. Consolidate the assets. Once everything is in order, you will be free. His voice lowered. Do not think of fleeing. I will be watching. A shudder ran through Midori Saigai. He nodded frantically before hastening away to fulfill his task, gathering the remnants of Gato's empire under Hakumo's unblinking scrutiny. Above, the sky stretched on, indifferent. A soaring eagle emitted a series of sharp cries, its gaze fixed intently upon the verdant green sunflower. Meanwhile, on the topmost floor of the tavern, Baimo's shadow clone promptly followed suit, leaving no trace of its presence. The question of whether Baimo could control the shadow clone upon reaching the land of water lingered in the air. Baimo mused that the eagle posed a slight challenge, yet the shadow clone managed effortlessly. It is worth noting that Naruto had previously absorbed natural energy at Mayaboka Mountain using shadow clones. The Sage Realm and the Ninja World are separated by vast distances, to the extent that one might rightly consider them two disparate worlds. The ability to manipulate shadow clones was a trivial feat for Baimo. After a brief while, Nagato entered, breathless from his exertions. Upon noticing Baimo calmly enjoying his meal, he offered a thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming, Lord Baimo, I have just arrived in the land of waves and observed a great many people gathering here. After inquiring, I discovered they were quite exhilarated to learn of the Kato group's downfall. Perhaps you might consider addressing them after your meal? Baimo set down his chopsticks and delicately wiped the corner of his mouth with a silk cloth. He then turned to Nagato with a smile, saying, To the land of waves, I am but a transient visitor. This reputation shall be entrusted to others to uphold. During this period, he had maintained correspondence with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan from the Hidden Rain village. Otherwise, he would not have recommended Orochimaru for employment there. This time, Baimo intended to summon Konan, allowing her angelic name to begin its dissemination from this nation. For no matter how one viewed it, Akatsuki had evolved beyond the extremist ideals it once embodied in the original narrative. With a clear direction of their own, the organization now harbored a profound love for peace, aspiring to utilize their strength to improve the world, rather than transform it into a ruthless haven for the wretched, as depicted in the original tale. Observing Baimo meticulously arrange matters, Nagato gained a clearer understanding of his character and learned much from him. Now, cease standing idly, and take a seat to rest, and partake of a meal. We shall soon board a vessel bound for the land of water. Understanding Baimo's disposition, Nagato did not hesitate but readily complied. Understood, Lord Baimo. With that, Nagato promptly took a seat, indulging in his meal with fervor. By the time they finished, the sun had ascended to hover above the horizon, casting a radiant glow upon the sea surface. The shimmering golden rays danced upon the water, reflecting upon Baimo and Nagato's faces. Standing at the port, they gazed at the vessels unique to Kato, marveling, Kato truly exemplifies luxury. One might deem this a treasure ship. Nagato, cease your musings and let us embark swiftly. I hope we can reach the Hidden Mist village before midnight. Yes, Lord Baimo, Nagato exclaimed, promptly boarding the ship and steering it towards the land of water. As they gradually departed from the harbor of the Kingdom of Waves, a faint mist began to envelop them. The fog upon the sea grew denser, and without the adept navigation skills of Nagajuro, the solitary presence of Hakubo would surely have led them astray in the vast ocean, for he was no seaman and possessed little knowledge of sailing. The rays of the setting sun, casting a diminishing glow upon the mist, became increasingly sparse. A pale moon, gentle and soft, embraced the fog in its tender light. After nearly 3 hours of navigation, the two arrived at the harbor of the Kingdom of Water, swiftly making their way towards the direction of the hidden mist village. By the time they reached their destination, midnight was fast approaching. Before their eyes, the inky black mist seemed to be interwoven with wisps of crimson fog. Chapter 83, by Kisame and Zabuza. The moment Baemo set foot on the outskirts of the hidden mist village, he was met with a faint yet palpable scent of blood wafting into his nostrils. The stench was overwhelming. Had a massacre recently unfolded here? On Chang Shilong's face, tension and anxiety were clearly etched. Utilizing the moonlight and the fleeting glow of lanterns, he hastily surged ahead. Before him, the earth of the street had transformed into a deep crimson hue. Blood refused to congeal, and the mist above lingered ominously. Baemo trailed behind, occasionally catching sight of severed limbs dangling from trees. Despite the eerie silence surrounding them, Baemo felt as if he could still hear the agonizing screams and snarls that had echoed not long before. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Chang Shilang trembled as he knelt upon the ground, disregarding the blood soaking into his garments. With a voice laden with resentment, he cried out, "Why? Why did this happen? This street was perfectly fine before I left." His anguished roar reverberated through the empty street, yet not a single soul responded to his lament. Standing beside Chang Shilang, Baemo narrowed his eyes slightly. His sensitivity to chakra was keen. Faint ripples of energy reached him from a nearby building. However, the area outside that room was already heaped with corpses, the most terrifying sight on the entire street. Surely, there were still survivors within. Baemo strode directly toward the room. The moment the Uchiha fan was drawn from his back, a fierce wind effortlessly swept aside the mountain of bodies blocking the door, allowing him passage into the chamber. Creak, creak, the entire floor was soaked in blood, producing a chilling sound. Baemo sensed the lingering presence and ventured deeper into the room. In the farthest corner, he discovered a blood-soaked boy, curled up in a ball. The boy had long black hair and a delicate visage, exuding an aura of fragility. Yet, as a traveler from another world, Baemo was acutely aware of the identity of the individual before him. A wielder of the ice-release bloodline limit, possessing formidable strength. No wonder he could slay those ninjas and survive until now. Baemo crouched down, addressing the boy, "Are you called Bai?" Upon hearing his name spoken, the boy's once dull eyes suddenly sparked with a flicker of recognition. He lifted his gaze to Baemo, his cracked lips quivering as he rasped, Do you know me?" "Yes, I know you. Can you tell me what transpired here?" As Bai's eyes gradually regained their luster, he leaned forward, his gaze drifting to the space behind Baemo, seemingly lost in the memories of recent events. It was a scene of bloodshed and chaos. A fierce battle had erupted between the Water Shadow and the elders of the hidden mist village right here. They murdered my parents, mistaking me for a girl, and intended to perpetrate unspeakable acts against me. Overwhelmed by emotion, I awakened the ice release and slaughtered them all. Haku fell silent. He gazed at the figure before him, exhaling deeply. The people of Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist, lived in nothing short of a living hell. Haku reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking softly, "You did the right thing." For those who used orders from above as an excuse to unleash their savagery, death was the simplest mercy. Had it been me, I would have made them suffer beyond imagination. Rising to his feet, Haku extended his palm toward the boy. The young one stared, uncertain of the gesture's meaning. "What? Do you intend to sit here for the rest of your life?" "I don't know." "Then take the first step forward boldly. As for the scenery along the way, you can admire it when you're ready. Life is long, but I have no family left." "I am your family now. Am I not?" A glimmer of hope ignited in the boy's eyes as he looked up at Haku. He watched as the man, heedless of the blood staining his pristine robes, stepped forward without hesitation. The icy numbness in his body seemed to thaw, warmth seeping back into his veins. "I understand," the boy murmured. Clasping Haku's hand, he pulled himself up from the ground. Blood, long stagnant, surged through his limbs, flushing his pale cheeks with renewed vitality. "Haku-sama." "Something's wrong," a voice interrupted urgently. "While scouting the village, I noticed two large forces converging on this street." The boy's pupils constricted. "It's the Mizukage and the Elder's men." The Elder of Kirigakure, known as the Marshal, wielded power and influence rivaling even the current Mizukage, Yugura. with Yagura descending further into madness. The elder had begun rallying his own faction in opposition. Listening to the explanation, Haku sensed something amiss, but it mattered little. His strength was more than enough to dominate this place. No matter how many came, they would be nothing but prey, and if he wished to understand their conflict, this confrontation might prove enlightening. Haku, CHJ, or let's go see for ourselves. Yes. Without hesitation, the boy followed closely behind Haku. He had no family left. No lingering attachments to Kirigakure. If given the choice, he would never set foot in this wretched place again. After a brief pause, CHJR, too, fell into step beside them. They stood in the center of the street, waiting. Within moments, the forces of Mizuki Jigura and the elder marshal surrounded them. Their gazes sharp with curiosity. The two leaders in unison inquired, "Are you the one who has slaughtered our entire battalion?" Upon hearing this, Mo instantly grasped their implication. It was likely that he had eliminated the members of these two squads, causing their prolonged absence and prompting the continual dispatch of reinforcements. What amused Mo was that the leaders of these two ninja teams were old acquaintances of his. The leader of the Shuei Nitsang's ninja team was none other than the formidable Kisame Hashigaki, wielding the massive sword Samahata upon his back, his towering stature exuding an oppressive aura. Meanwhile, the leader of the Elder Marshal's ninja team was the infamous Zabuza Momochi, the second wielder of the Executioner's blade. Little did he expect to encounter both of them in this place. As they observed Mo's prolonged silence, their irritation intensified. "I am asking you a question. Who are you? You must be the one who killed our men," Zabuza shouted from a distance. Kisame then scrutinized Mo, as well as Zabuza in the distance, before drawing his massive sword Samahata and charging forward with his ninja squad. "I care not for your past actions. All that matters is that I eliminate you all." Chapter 84. Assassination of Hakumo. The enigmatic Kisame unsheathed his formidable sword, Samahata, and charged directly towards Hakumo. In agreement with this intent, the formidable Zabuza Momochi also grasped his executioner's blade and surged forward alongside Kisame. "You are absolutely correct. Once I eliminate all of you, the mission will be entirely fulfilled." Sensing the overwhelming aura of hostility emanating from both sides, Hakumo's body trembled involuntarily. Yet, he resolutely positioned himself in front of Hakumo, an act even the formidable CHJ could not achieve. In response, Hakumo chuckled softly. "Do not worry. As long as I am here, nothing will happen." The patterns of the Sharingan flickered in Hakumo's eyes. Susanoo. This was one of Hakumo's few abilities that could both attack and defend. The massive chakra skeleton enveloped the three of them, providing a formidable shield. This is... As a youth who had never ventured into the world beyond, Hakumo was utterly unfamiliar with the ninja realm, let alone the Uchiha clan to which Hakumo belonged. The sight of that towering figure left him speechless, overwhelmed by awe. Not only Hakumo, but even Zabuza and Kisame were momentarily dumbfounded. As the second generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they had not participated in the coalition wars and had therefore never witnessed Hakumo's rampage firsthand. However, being powerful figures residing in the hidden mist village, they possessed a certain understanding of the world beyond. Susanoo. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Could it be that you are the Hakumo who defeated the Mizuki? Before Zabuza and Kisame could close in, Hakumo manipulated Susanoo, wielding 2 Uchiha fan-shaped weapons crafted from chakra, and struck the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, the earth fractured violently, shaking the very ground beneath them. The surrounding structures collapsed, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust mingled with a crimson mist, creating an increasingly eerie atmosphere. Gulping involuntarily, Kisame felt a surge of alarm within him. Abandoning his offensive stance, he instinctively retreated to the side. Those ninja who were slower, however, were crushed mercilessly beneath the onslaught. It was evident that if Hakumo so desired, he could truly embody the persona of a reaper. "Flee. We must escape." Such thoughts were rare for Kisame, but the scene before him compelled him to act. He had no desire to be turned into fish paste. Not only Kisame, but even Zabuza's expression grew considerably grave. The disparity in strength between him and Hakumo was far too great. Engaging in a futile struggle would be tantamount to courting death. It would be wiser to report this matter to the elder and the commander. With this thought, Zabuza formed a hand seal. Ninjutsu. Hidden mist technique. A denser fog enveloped the surroundings, shrouding everyone within its embrace. Seizing this opportunity, Zabuza swiftly departed from the sight of the others. Master Hakumo, shall we not pursue them? No. The most pressing matter at present is to gain a thorough understanding of the situation in the hidden mist village. Bayamo retracted his Susanoo. He felt as though his vision had deteriorated even further, yet he had grown accustomed to this blurred existence and did not find it particularly distressing. I understand. Lord Bayamo, please follow me. I will take you to Lord Terumi-me. Elder, it appears that your forces have suffered considerable losses. A man, clad in a black robe and a spiral mask, spoke in a raspy voice to an elderly figure who appeared quite hunched. Such mocking words deepened the elder's discomfort, causing the wrinkles on his face to contort together, akin to a game of Jenga, attempting to crush the occasional mosquito that landed upon him. Why do you say that? One must recognize that the strength of Momochi Zabuza is not to be underestimated. Indeed, it is formidable. Yet in my perception, he is the only one who has returned. As if to validate the black-robed man's assertion, Zabuza stumbled back in a disheveled state. Elder, that scoundrel Bayamo has arrived. Furthermore, he has slain the other members of our squad. The elder's expression grew grave, his age-spotted hand gripping his cane tightly. With a forceful jab, he struck the ground, creating a small crater. Bayamo is the root of our troubles. It is his influence that has driven our Mizukage to become increasingly tyrannical. Perhaps he has ensnared us in his illusions. If we can vanquish Bayamo, our hidden mist village can return to normalcy. The black-robed man chimed in, exactly. Only by defeating Bayamo can we restore order to the hidden mist village, rather than remaining in this blood-soaked nightmare. Zabuza furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting between the black-robed figure and the elder. He had initially joined the elder's faction to put an end to Yagura's tyranny. At first, everything seemed normal. Even Terumi-me was part of the elder's faction. However, the elder's demeanor had shifted since the arrival of this black-robed man, becoming increasingly cruel and distrustful. Even Terumi-me, whom he had intended to nurture, had been driven away, forming the third faction within the hidden mist village, thus plunging it into greater chaos. Contemplating this, Zabuza's curiosity regarding the identity of the black-robed man intensified. What loathsome visage lay hidden beneath that mask, so shameful that it must remain concealed? Just as these thoughts crossed Zabuza's mind, the black-robed man approached him, caressing the sharp blade of his executioner's sword, and remarked, Zabuza, compared to your combat skills, assassination techniques are your true forte, are they not? If I were to instruct you to eliminate Bayamo, what are your chances of success? Zabuza glanced at the elder, only to find him silent, seemingly acquiescing to the black-robed man's impertinent interference. This made Momochi Zabuza feel increasingly peculiar. I am uncertain. In that case, I shall entrust you with the assassination of Hakaboku. With your capabilities, I trust you will not disappoint me, correct? A chilling aura emanated from Momochi Zabuza, causing his pupils to contract sharply. It was evident the cloaked figure sought to manipulate him into eliminating another, using him as a mere blade in the shadows. Did they intend to send him to his death? This wretched schemer. Rage roared within Momochi Zabuza's heart. Yet, under the watchful gaze of the Mist Village elder, the marshal, he had no choice but to suppress his fury and comply. I understand. The night grew ever deeper. The damp air clung to his clothes, seeping into his skin. With a shadowed expression, Momochi Zabuza stepped out of the chamber. The crimson moon cast its eerie glow upon the mist, as if intensifying the blood-soaked aura of the village hidden in the bloody mist. That bastard. Just you wait. I'll slaughter you myself. Chapter 85. The nobility of Hidden Mist Village. Upon emerging from his chamber, Zabuza Momochi concealed his form, blending seamlessly into the foliage nearby. His keen eyes fixed intently on the entrance before him. After approximately half an hour, the figure clad in black robes finally made his appearance. With a determined stride, he swiftly departed into the distance. A smirk crept onto Zabuza's lips. The direction he had chosen led to an uninhabited area. The perfect setting for an ambush, this was a peril of his own making. Silently, Zabuza trailed behind. Silent killing technique of the hidden mist. He concentrated his chakra, enveloping himself in a spectral purple aura, reminiscent of a ghostly apparition. Amidst the crimson fog, this transformation remained largely undetected. Yet, This ability amplified Zabuza's martial prowess exponentially. Gripping his decapitating blade, he charged towards the cloaked figure, eager to unveil the visage concealed behind the mask. With a swift arc, the blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at the black-robed man's neck. However, just as the blade was poised to strike, it abruptly veered aside, crashing into a nearby tree. Zabuza was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Before he could regain his composure, a chilling voice resonated beside him. "Zabuza, you possess great audacity. Do you truly fear not for your life?" As the figure turned, his hand clasped Zabuza's cheek with an iron grip. In that instant, a Sharingan appeared, his own unique D-jutsu, endowed with the power of remote manipulation. Any object that came into contact with him could be controlled, which explained the sudden deviation of the blade. Zabuza's presence had been perceived from the onset. "You have delivered yourself to me. Now, go and assassinate Akumai. Let me ascertain whether that individual is worthy of being my opponent." Jinjutsu, Sharingan. The illusion unleashed by the Manjiki Sharingan was formidable, capable of effortlessly hypnotizing an adversary. Zabuza, who moments ago was filled with murderous intent towards the black-robed man, now found himself wielding his decapitating blade, rushing towards the very spot where they had first encountered. Meanwhile, on another front, Hakumai followed Jur into a dilapidated room within the hidden mist village. Despite its dismal state, the space was remarkably expansive. Upon their entrance, Hakumai recognized several familiar faces, among them Terumi Mei. "Jur, is this Hakumai-sama?" Terumi Mei exclaimed, her surprise evident as she gazed at Hakumai. She had not participated in the war and was unaware of his appearance. She had envisioned him as an older man, only to be astonished by his youthful demeanor upon their first meeting. At the tender age of 20, one must acknowledge the present moment. "Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Terumi Mei." Terumi Mei extends her delicate hand. In response, Bayemo merely offers a faint smile. Refraining from reciprocating the gesture, and gently replies, "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Standing quietly beside them, Jur remarks, "Lord Bayemo is already married." "Married? How many?" Bayemo remains silent, his expression one of bemusement. Observing Bayemo's speechlessness, Terumi Mei stifles a laugh, her alluring charm radiating forth. "I merely wish to alleviate the tension in the atmosphere," she explains earnestly. With a serious demeanor, Terumi Mei continues, "You did not encounter any troubles on your journey back, did you?" "Indeed, we encountered both Hoshigaki Kasame and Zabuza Momochi." Terumi Mei sighs, "Alas, the conflict between the Mizukage and the elders has intensified, and our village is on the verge of becoming their battlefield. Who could have anticipated that the downfall of Kirigakure would come not from external foes, but from within?" As her words resonate, many present sigh in unison. In any case, it seems we can no longer remain in Kirigakure. Indeed, we convened to resist their tyranny. Did we not? Yet, in comparison to them, our strength is woefully inadequate. The only ones among us who can stand against them are Lord Leader, Lady Terumi Mei, and Lord Jur. Listening to the discourse, Bayemo cannot contain his curiosity and inquires, "Leader? Is not Terumi Mei your leader?" Taken aback, Terumi Mei responds, "How could I possibly be the leader? Our leader is Kagaya Manch. The Kagaya clan is of noble lineage in Kirigakure. The previous second Mizukage was none other than Kagaya Kagya, a distinguished member of the Kagaya clan. Kagaya Manch's prowess is equally formidable, possessing the ability to summon 7 legendary ninja blades, and his mastery of water release is unparalleled. No wonder he has ascended to leadership." At that moment, as Bayemo and Terumi Mei engage in conversation, Kagaya Manch emerges from the innermost chamber. Upon catching sight of Bayemo, he instinctively pauses for a moment but quickly regains his composure. "Lord Bayemo, I did not expect you to come in person this time. Jur has briefed me on your circumstances, and to ensure my obligations are met, I have come to pay my respects." Kagaya Manch gazes earnestly at Bayemo. "I am aware of your benevolence, and even if the Mizukage and the elders do not acknowledge it, I shall repay what is rightfully yours, bit by bit, through my own efforts." Bayemo's eyes narrow slightly, comprehending Kagaya Manch's intentions. This individual before him is astute. While he speaks of compensation, it is clear that the underlying implication is more about protection. He likely seeks to stabilize the current situation in this blood-mist village through his own strength. An astute strategist indeed. Thus, Imo decides to observe the unfolding drama. Observing the enigmatic Hzuki man Gitsu before him, Imo pondered what actions this man might undertake next. With this thought lingering, Imo casually pulled over a chair and settled into it with effortless grace. This simple gesture caused Hzuki man Gitsu's lips to twitch imperceptibly. This was not the reaction he had anticipated. By all logic, after such a declaration on his part, shouldn't he Imo have extended his support, if only for the sake of compensation? Yet here he was, seated as though merely a spectator to the unfolding drama. However, under Imo's unwavering gaze, Hzuki man Gitsu could only suppress his inner turmoil, feigning a light cough before addressing the assembled crowd once more. Esteemed colleagues, he began, his voice measured. The ongoing strife between the Mizukage and the Elder Marshal has begun to disrupt the daily lives of our people. To restore the tranquility that once graced Kirigakure, I have resolved to formally declare war upon them. At that moment, a chilling aura began to permeate the air. Chapter 86. The Madman of Uchiha. In the room, an oppressive chill and dampness gradually enveloped those present. Wisps of mist seemed to seep through the cracks in the windows, slowly filling the space. Even as the words of the talkative Kokugemonju flowed, he sensed that something was amiss. His expression shifted abruptly. This is not good. It is the mist concealment technique. Buzz as his words faded, the mist in the room descended upon everyone's line of sight. A barely audible sound resonated. It appears someone intends to take action against me. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him. With keen interest, Hakumo surveyed his surroundings, his hand resting on the Uchiha fan at his back. Now is the moment. Hakumo murmured softly, and with a swift motion, he thrust the fan forward. A fierce gale transformed into sharp wind blades, stirring the mist and hurtling towards the diagonal front. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a figure collided violently with the wall, creating a human-shaped dent. At that instant, the mist in the room was dispersed by Hakumo's tempest, revealing everything with clarity. As they turned to follow the sound, their pupils constricted sharply. Hiss! Is that Momochi Zabuza? If memory serves me right, Zabuza had allied himself with the elders. Has he now come here under their orders? Whispers erupted among the crowd. In response, Hakumo rose from his seat and, under the watchful gaze of all, approached Momochi Zabuza. His assassination target must be me. Moreover, if my senses are accurate, he appears to be ensnared in an illusion. An illusion. The moment those words left his lips, shock rippled through the crowd. It is known that Zabuza's strength is formidable. The thought of someone being able to completely control him with an illusion is almost unfathomable. Hakumo reached Zabuza, placing a hand on his shoulder. Chakra within him converged into a singular force, surging directly into Zabuza's being. Break. An ethereal chain of illusion shattered under Hakumo's command, allowing Zabuza's consciousness to gradually return to his body. However, as Zabuza regained awareness, he shouted in alarm, "Run!" In the distance, upon a sinister tree, a cloaked figure faintly heard Zabuza's cry, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Escape? It is too late. Remote control. The eyes of the cloaked figure glimmered with the pattern of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Under his influence, the colossal beheading sword that had fallen to the ground levitated, slicing towards Hakumo with deadly intent. Swish. The razor-sharp blade effortlessly cleaved Hakumo's body in two. Those present felt a chilling dread wash over them. Thud, his body fell to the ground, producing a dull thud. Terumi raised her delicate hand to cover her lips in astonishment. She couldn't believe. The man who single-handedly ended the alliance of the three hidden villages had been assassinated just like that? How was this possible? Poof! At that moment, Hakabaku's body dissolved into smoke. A shadow clone. Since when? The black-robed figure, who had been tracking Hakabaku's chakra signature, stiffened in shock, though his expression remained concealed beneath that spiraling mask. Yet his surprise was undeniable. Then, a shiver ran down the cloaked man's spine. Hakabaku was charging toward him at an impossible speed. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. But where was the kunai? The technique required specially marked kunai to facilitate instantaneous movement. So how was this happening? The masked man's mind reeled. Hakabaku's abilities were far more unpredictable than he had anticipated. But, good. Only someone like this could barely qualify as his opponent. This isn't the time for our battle, Hakabaku. Until next we meet. With those words, the black-robed man raised his arm. The surrounding trees erupted from the earth, surging toward Hakabaku like a tidal wave of wood. Hakabaku had no choice but to unsheath his war fan, unleashing a tempest that shredded the oncoming forest into splinters. By the time the storm settled, the cloaked figure was gone. He fled quickly. Hakabaku narrowed his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, that was long-range manipulation. And in this world, the only one capable of such a feat with the Manjiki Sharingan is that non-Uchiha, Uchiha Shin. A faint smirk curled Hakabaku's lips as he gazed in the direction of Shin's disappearance. If it's Uchiha Shin, then the future might just become more interesting. But he'd better not interfere with my training. Otherwise, he'll regret it. With a flick of his wrist, Hakabaku returned to the room. Only then did the others truly see his real form. Terumi-Mei couldn't help but ask, "Are you unharmed?" "I'm fine, but you all seem shaken." Hakabaku resumed his seat, then turned to Zabuza. "Zabuza, you were under his control earlier. If I'm right, your fourth Mizukage, Yagura, and the elders, they're all his puppets." Zabuza gripped his executioner's blade, his gaze fixed on Hakabaku. "So our true enemy is that masked man. I refuse to be a tool any longer. I will carve my own destiny." Haku, standing beside Hakabaku, nodded in silent agreement. Yes. No more would they be at the mercy of others. He yearned to choose his own destiny, willing to stand by Mo's side, even if it meant becoming merely an instrument for him. At that moment, Tao Dizaibu Zhan and Bai made their resolution. Tao Dizaibu Zhan turned to H. Zuki Mangetsu and proclaimed, "Lord H. Zuki, allow me to join your ranks." H. Zuki Mangetsu glanced at Bai Mo, noting his silence, and nodded slightly, as if to convey his approval to Zaibu Zhan. Meanwhile, H. Zuki Mangetsu, filled with curiosity, posed a question. What benefit does that fellow derive from manipulating Yagura and the elders, inciting their conflict? Perhaps that madman simply relished the sensation of wielding such power? The thrill of exercising control over others' lives with his eyes. Bai Mo quietly interjected, "Undoubtedly, Uchiha Shin is a complete lunatic. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan brings him unparalleled glory. Yet, one wonders what the future holds in the absence of the Akatsuki organization." Chapter 87. The battle commences. The Six-Tailed Source. Simultaneously, on the other side, Uchiha Shin hastily returned to the elders, reflecting upon his disheveled state, having been directly forced back by Hakumai. His eyes brimmed with exhilaration. His hands trembled uncontrollably with anticipation. Indeed, this was the sensation he had yearned for. Could one truly call him the prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan? The pressure was overwhelmingly potent. If he were to vanquish Hakumai, would that not signify his ascendance as the mightiest of the Uchiha? A genius second only to the illustrious Uchiha Madara. Ah ha 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 ha. Uchiha Shin's maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the chamber. He extended a finger towards Hakumai's direction, murmuring to himself, "Come forth. Let our battle etch a resplendent mark upon this village of blood and mist." The brilliance of the Sharingan flickered in his gaze. Under his command, the forces of Yagura and the elders began to coalesce, surging towards Hakumai. Even the Six-Tails Jinchuriki was summoned to the battlefield under Yagura's direction. This was evidently the purpose of his arrival in the hidden mist village, to capture this tailed beast. Yet now, a more formidable target had emerged. "Hakumai, allow me to witness your true strength. I sincerely hope this battle does not render your eyes blind." Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. As the moonlit Hozuki spoke of declaring war against their two factions, his informant rushed into the room in a state of alarm. The first words out of his mouth were, "This is bad." Instantly, this statement captured the attention of all present. Hozuki looked at the intruder and urged, "Speak quickly. What has transpired?" "It appears that Lord Mizukage and the elders have joined forces. They are gathering their might and advancing towards us." A wave of tension washed over Hozuki's face. He had not anticipated the battle would arrive so swiftly. "Hakumai." Before Hozuki could finish his thought, Hakumai's silhouette had mysteriously appeared at the window. He gazed out at the scenery, exclaiming, "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight." Hozuki instinctively glanced outside. Indeed, it was all mist. Where was the moon? Conversely, Terumi-Mei's charming visage flushed with a deep crimson, her beauty becoming ever more alluring. for she understood the hidden meaning behind those words. In the literature, it was unmistakably a declaration of affection. Could it be that Hakumai harbored feelings for her? There were no such regulations in the ninja world dictating one could only have a single spouse. Was it conceivable that she might forge a connection with Hakumai? Oh, dear. Terumi-me, what on earth are you contemplating? She internally raged, yet her composed facade betrayed none of her turmoil. This premise holds true only if we disregard the rosy blush upon her cheeks. Beside them, Zuki Mangetsu, witnessing Byakuren's indifferent demeanor, gritted his teeth. A thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that Byakuren has already discerned my hidden intentions? Does he know that I seek to leverage his power to stabilize Kirigakure and ascend as the fifth Mizukage? I never imagined Byakuren would not only possess formidable strength but also such keen insight into these matters. Zuki Mangetsu parted his lips, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his plea for aid. If it truly comes to that, I'll speak then. Perhaps I might even defeat them all, proving myself worthy of becoming the fifth Mizukage through my own strength. With this resolve, he drew a deep breath, his aura surging rapidly. Retrieving a scroll, one capable of summoning the legendary swords, he unfurled it. In the past, he had no need for such measures, secure in his high position. But now, with chaos descending upon the world, only by reclaiming his blade could he seize what he desired. Summoning, twin blades, Hiramakerii. Poof. A mist dispersed, revealing the twin blades before him. Gripping them firmly, he addressed the gathered shinobi. Prepare yourselves. We move to engage. Yes, at his command. The assembled forces surged forth like a torrent, flooding out of the chamber. Messengers dispersed, rallying more to their cause. The air thickened with anticipation of battle. In stark contrast, Byakuren remained at ease, his demeanor unshaken. Whoever emerges victorious matters little, so long as it is not Uchiha Shin. With this thought, he closed his eyes, retreating into his own cultivation. Mayterum watched, stunned. Incredible. At a time like this, he still finds the focus to train? Truly. A man consumed by the pursuit of power. Roughly 20 minutes later, just as Zuki Mangetsu completed his mobilization, a dark tide loomed on the horizon, advancing steadily toward them. Clutching Hiramakerii, his chakra surging, Mangetsu raised his voice. Comrades, the battle begins. With those words, the clash erupted. Mangetsu charged ahead, his heart heavy as he faced former allies, now adversaries. Yet, divided by allegiance, he steeled himself. Forgive me. Swish, swish, swish. The twin blades danced in his hands, their lethal gleam flashing as they siphoned chakra from fallen foes, replenishing his own strength. CHJR and Mayterum fought with equal ferocity, unleashing their signature techniques upon the encroaching forces. Zabuza and Haku, reunited, moved in seamless tandem, a sight that stirred in Byakuren a fleeting sense of nostalgia, as though glimpsing fragments of a tale long told. As the moment draws near, one can only hope that this time, the journey will extend further. As a time traveler, my most deepest desire is to rectify the regrets that linger within his heart. Uchiha Shin, concealed beneath his mask, could scarcely conceal his disdain for those who flaunt their superiority. His eyes glimmered with the Sharingan, and under his command, Yagura and the elders swiftly joined the fray. Meanwhile, the six-tailed Jinchuriki, Yugao, was compelled by Uchiha Shin's intimidation to engage in battle. He unleashed a multitude of bubbles through his blowing apparatus, which swiftly spread through the air. Explode. With Yugao's command, he executed the water release, bubble technique, igniting hundreds of bubbles in a chain reaction. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, echoing incessantly in the ears of all present. The scene erupted into chaos, utterly dissipating the momentum that had once favored the side of Kagaya. Uchiha Shin remarked, I wonder how you shall respond now that I have revealed the six-tailed Jinchuriki? Chapter 88. Taking down opponents one by one. The battlefield descended into utter chaos as more formidable warriors joined the fray. Zuki Mangetsu could feel their advantage rapidly diminishing before his very eyes. With a swift command, his forces retreated, creating distance between themselves and the enemy. As the current leader of the Zuki clan, Mangetsu held considerable prestige within Kirigakure. Unlike those under Uchiha Shin's control, his mind remained untainted, reason enough for Mayterum and others to rally behind him. With the distance secured, a steely resolve hardened Mangetsu's expression. Hiramakerii, release. A surge of energy erupted from the twin holes of his blade, enveloping it in a radiant glow as chakra coalesced into a devastating sphere. In an instant, the destructive projectile was unleashed. Utakata sighed wearily at the sight. Battle was the last thing he desired, yet fate had bound him to this conflict. Perhaps this was the inevitable burden of being a Jinchuriki. Partial-tailed beast transformation. His form twisted grotesquely. Though he retained a humanoid shape, now shrouded in the ominous crimson chakra of the Six Tails. Tail Beast Bomb. The collision of their attacks sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Kisame Hashigaki clashed fiercely with Zabuza and Haku. Alone, Zabuza might have struggled, but with Haku's ice release Kekii Genkai supporting him, their duel raged on fiercely. Amidst the fiery explosions, Elder SH guns swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. The dense mist of Kirigakure provided the perfect environment, amplifying the technique's power. A colossal tidal wave surged forth, threatening to engulf Mangitsu's forces. Meiterum reacted instantly, channeling her unique Kekii Genkai. Lava release, dissolving mist technique. Even in her youth, this corrosive ability held the potential to melt even the Susanoo. The moment the two forces met, a violent hissing erupted. SSSSSSS. This was precisely why distance was crucial. With space between them, their Kekii Genkai could effectively bridge the gap in strength. Yet Uchiha Shin saw through their strategy, spreading his arms wide. He roared maniacally from the rear. More. Let the madness escalate. At his command, Yagura and the elders intensified their assault, forcing Utakata to unleash even greater power. His chakra teetered on the brink of rampage. Chaos. Let it consume everything. Shin cackled with glee. Only then can I reap the spoils. Only the exuberant laughter was overshadowed by the cacophony of battle. In mere moments, numerous individuals lay defeated on the ground, their bodies marred with injuries, embodying a scene of utter disarray. The air was filled with incessant wails of anguish. Kirigakure's moonlight gazed upon the ravaged terrain. Despite the fact that the demon blade could continuously absorb chakra, it was utterly incapable of balancing its usage. At present, his chakra reserves were alarmingly scant, rendering him incapable of further combat. Both Kagayame and Jur were also struggling to endure. The anguish was etched upon every face. Lord Akumai, please assist me. If you are willing to help, I shall offer the Demon Blade Scroll. The Demon Blade Scroll could summon the Demon Blade, enabling its wielder to conjure it regardless of ownership. Upon hearing these words from Kirigakure's moonlight, Hakumai, who had been lingering in the background, finally opened his eyes once more. Then, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he shifted his focus and resumed his training. Kirigakure's moonlight. Kagayame. Jur. Observing Hakumai's apparent indifference, Kirigakure's moonlight felt compelled to intensify his efforts. Moreover, with the ancestral secret arts of the Kirigakure clan, as a noble clan of the mist, they possessed unique inherited techniques. One was the water iron cannon technique, capable of shooting liquid projectiles from the fingertips with astonishing velocity. The other was the water transformation technique, akin to consuming a natural fruit, allowing one to transform their body into water, rendering them immune to physical attacks. Both were invaluable inherited techniques. This finally piqued Hakumai's interest. Under yet another wave of anticipation, he slowly rose from his seat. After a simple stretch, Hakumai flickered and instantly appeared before the crowd. Was he finally ready to make his move? Kagayame observed Hakumai's silhouette with keen curiosity. She had heard much about his combat prowess, but had never witnessed it firsthand. With a fist gently clenched, the diamond-shaped seal on the back of his hand seemed to dissolve its binding. Instantly, it spread across his arm. In sealing technique. Release. 100 heal technique. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted forth. Hakumai, relying solely on his physical speed, transformed into a blur, swiftly arriving before the formidable Kisame Hashigaki. With a single punch, he dealt a devastating blow, causing Kisame's abdomen to cave in. The sheer force propelled Kisame into the air. I will return. He then vanished like a shooting star, completely disappearing from sight. Before the crowd could fully register their astonishment, Hakumai's figure, like a specter, reappeared before the elder. The elder, being advanced in age, would not have been a challenge had he chosen to be their opponent. However, regrettably, he was merely under hypnosis. To this, Baemo merely extended a single finger and gently tapped the elder's forehead. In an instant, the elder was propelled into the air, crashing into dozens of individuals before finally coming to a halt. Next came Izong, who was deeply affected by hypnosis. Despite Baemo unleashing his full aura, it failed to evoke the fear of him in Izong. Instead, it ignited Izong's fury, prompting him to launch an attack against Baemo Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Without hesitation, Baemo formed a hand seal and countered with Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. The two techniques clashed, neutralizing each other. A scorching wave of heat surged forth. However, as Izong searched for Baemo's figure, he was startled to find Baemo had suddenly appeared behind him, at such a close range. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique was remarkably effortless. Baemo raised his hand high and struck down upon Izong's neck. With a swift chop, Izong was rendered completely unconscious. This series of actions left the onlookers utterly astonished. And at that moment, Chapter 89, Spectating Can Be Fatal. At this moment, the roar of Yuga reverberated throughout the hidden mist village. The howling winds drew countless spectators to his imposing presence. However, they were unprepared for what transpired next. In a flash, Baemo appeared before Yuga, his hand raised high, delivering a resounding slap to the half-tailed beast transformed Yuga. With a thunderous crash, Yuga was sent crashing to the ground. Bang! Enraged, Yuga attempted to roar once more, but Baemo struck him again with a powerful punch, leaving him dazed and bewildered. As Yuga opened his mouth to utter a word, he was met with another devastating blow from Baemo. Like a kite severed from its string, Yuga soared through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. How formidable! Truly astonishing. Is this the extent of Baemo's power? It seems almost exaggerated. With just a few strikes, he decisively defeated the Six Tails Jinchuriki Yuga. It is important to remember. This is the Six Tails. As Baemo showcased his strength, the ninjas aligned with Yagura, and the elders gradually ceased their movements. There was no need for further confrontation. Who could have anticipated the presence of such a ruthless individual as Baemo in the hidden mist village? In the distance, Uchiha Shin watched as the ninjas he commanded began to surrender, intensifying his inner ire. His face, resembling a layer of frost, radiated fury, and his eyes seemed to blaze with fire. The intensity of his aura surged, and the power of his Manjiki Sharingan was brought to its zenith. He approached Yuga, who had reverted to his original form. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Yuga, continue your rampage. Manifest your strongest form. The Genjutsu flowed like an unstoppable tide, effortlessly infiltrating Yuga's mind. His expression contorted in struggle as he felt the Six Tails Shikaku, long hidden within, ravenously consuming his remaining consciousness. No. Please, no, Yuga murmured. Yet, the instant his words fell, a torrent of chakra enveloped Yuga. In that moment, everyone instinctively held their breath, afraid to make a sound. The overwhelming pressure weighed heavily upon them, causing many to tremble uncontrollably. Clad in a black robe, Uchiha Shin leaped onto the back of the Six Tails Shikaku. His arm raised high as an immense chakra surged around him. The weapons in the hands of others, shuriken and kunai, were drawn together under Uchiha Shin's command, flanking the Six Tails Shikaku like two additional armed limbs, significantly enhancing its combat capabilities. Baemo observed this scene with narrowed eyes. One must admit, this ability for remote manipulation appears quite impressive. Baemo sighed, then turned to the dazed Kaido Manu beside him, saying, Kaido Manu, quickly lead these individuals to retreat. The ensuing battle is beyond their reach. Kaido Manu responded repeatedly, understood. Everyone, follow me back. At this moment, Komein approached Baemo and inquired, Are you sure you're all right? Baemo reassured her, Worry not. It is merely a tailed beast, easily vanquished. He exuded an elegance akin to that of a nobleman on the battlefield, displaying no trace of fear. The upward curve of his lips stirred something within Komein, compelling her to feel an involuntary attraction. Yet, seeing that Baemo required no assistance, she hesitated before ultimately retreating. Leaving the battlefield to Baemo and the man in the black robe, Uchiha Shin stood atop the Six Tails rhinoceros dog, looking down upon Baemo with an air of condescension, saying, Uchiha Baemo, let me witness whether your strength lives up to the illustrious title of the Uchiha clan's most formidable prodigy. Under his command, The weaponized arm of the six-tails rhinoceros dog surged toward Baemo. As it attacked, a flurry of shurikens and kunai were unleashed, relentlessly obstructing Baemo's movements, rendering him unable to evade. However, Baemo perceived that Uchiha Shin greatly underestimated him. Such a simplistic assault assumed he could merely dodge was, in fact, a delusion. The Eight Gates formation. Death Gate. Open. Instantly, a vast amount of chakra erupted from Baemo, its ascent almost splitting the sky itself. The heavens seemed to divide, a spectacle standing in stark contrast to Uchiha Shin and the six-tails rhinoceros dog. A terrifying power manifested before the onlookers. Baemo raised his fist, extending a single finger, and forcefully struck the approaching arm. At the moment of impact, the earth fissured dramatically, like a web of cracks spreading mercilessly, causing even the relatively intact buildings along the way to crumble within moments. The sheer force of the blow shattered the arm of the six-tails rhinoceros dog, scattering weapons across the ground. At this juncture, the howling wind began to subside, and the spectators beheld the scene before them, awestruck by Baemo's overwhelming prowess. "Do not underestimate me," Uchiha Shin bellowed, continuing to wield the power of his Manjiki Sharingan. The scattered weapons began to levitate once more, akin to a multitude of swords returning to their master, propelled by chakra toward Baemo simultaneously. The six-tails rhinoceros dog gathered its energy, coalescing the power of the tailed beast ball, forming a colossal sphere shimmering with starlight. It skimmed across the ground, stirring up dust as it charged directly at Baemo, casting a shadow that darkened the very world around them. Countless ninjas, overwhelmed by this aura, found their knees weakening, and those with lesser willpower and endurance sank to the ground in submission, a testament to the formidable nature of the presence that enveloped them. Such was the nature of the assault. Baemo remained utterly unfazed. Although his vision was quite blurred, he was closely attuned to the six-tailed rhinoceros in the tailed beast bomb. The distance was more than sufficient. Flying Thunder God technique. As Baemo's gaze descended, the intricate formula of the Flying Thunder God had already been inscribed. Move. Whoosh. The tailed beast bomb, which had been unleashed, vanished into thin air. When it reappeared, it was astonishingly right before Uchiha Shin. What? Boom. Uchiha Shin had not even registered the occurrence. A tremendous roar enveloped both him and the six-tailed rhinoceros. Ah! The wretched cries echoed resoundingly. The ensuing gust of wind and shockwaves swept through the surroundings. Hurry! 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 Do not hesitate. Run desperately towards the distance. Those caught in the aftermath will surely perish. Kahaku Man Gitsa shouted urgently. Thus, it is evident that merely spectating can indeed lead to death. Chapter 90. Night of Kind. Numerous ninjas hurriedly sprinted towards the distance, fearful of being caught in the chaos. At that moment, they lamented their parents for not bestowing upon them an extra pair of legs, enabling them to run faster. Meanwhile, towards the peacock, Baemo unleashed a rapid fist, igniting fierce flames through the friction with the air, illuminating the increasingly profound night. After shattering numerous weapons, Baemo drew forth two Uchiha fan blades from his back, summoning a tempestuous wind around him. With the enhancement of the Uchiha fan, the power of wind release surged dramatically, akin to a genuine typhoon roaring through, cleansing the mist enveloping the hidden mist village. The chilling, blood-like moonlight cascaded from the heavens, casting its glow upon the devastated landscape, reminiscent of a climactic scene from a heroic dragon-slaying tale. The sound of clothing falling echoed in the silence. Uchiha Shin, curled upon the six-tails back, finally stood upright, shedding the tattered remnants of his black cloak to reveal his transformed, terrifying physique. The trunk-like patterns adorning his body were a testament to the consequences of having Hashirama's cells implanted within him. Clad in a whirlpool mask, he presented a monstrous figure before the onlookers. Under the moonlight, Uchiha Shin slowly extended his arms. I can sense the breath of the moonlight. I feel one step closer to my dream. A world that exists solely for the Uchiha clan. Hearing Shin's melodramatic declaration, Baemo couldn't help but roll his eyes. At that moment, Uchiha Shin turned to Baemo, inquiring, "Do you know who I am?" Indifferent, Baemo replied, "No." Uchiha Shin pressed on, "Aren't you curious? Why do I possess the Sharingan?" Unfazed, Baemo reiterated, "Not curious." Uchiha Shin, feeling a surge of frustration at Baemo's apparent apathy, resolved to speak up himself. "Fine. Since you're so earnestly asking, I shall graciously enlighten you." I am the inheritor of the Uchiha will, the embodiment of power, Uchiha Madara. A crimson future awaits you. That is the truth. Meow by Emo remarked, distracted by a passing cat, casting another eye roll at Uchiha Shin. Such declarations might deceive children or the uninformed. But for someone well-versed in the narrative, it was evident that this so-called Uchiha Madara was merely an impostor. The true identity of this boy named Shin was likely that of an experiment of Orochimaru, who, in his fervent admiration for the Uchiha clan, had taken on the name Uchiha Shin for himself. Now chosen as the successor by the infamous Uchiha Obito, his confidence has undoubtedly soared to unprecedented heights. However, Baemo is aware of a truth that eludes others. When they hear the individual before them proclaim himself as Uchiha Obito, astonishment sweeps across their faces without exception. How could this be? Uchiha Obito? Has he truly been alive all this time? How old could he possibly be now? Never did I imagine I would encounter a legend from the shinobi world. If it is indeed Uchiha Obito, can Baemo truly defeat him? As the crowd engages in fervent discussion, Baemo does not grant Uchiha Shin the luxury of idle chatter. In a flash, he appears before Uchiha Shin with blinding speed. Day Tiger. Baemo delivers a concentrated, ultra-fast punch to Uchiha Shin's abdomen, compressing the air before releasing it in a powerful burst. The shape of the air cannon resembles a tiger, igniting an explosive reaction. Cough. A crimson arrow of blood erupts from Uchiha Shin's mouth, yet unfortunately, it is thwarted by the swirling mask, splattering across his face and trickling down from the edges of the mask. The sight renders the onlookers momentarily speechless. Yet, to their astonishment, Uchiha Shin not only refrains from crying out in pain, but instead erupts into wild laughter. Haha, this truly hurts. But isn't that what makes it even more exhilarating? In an instant, Uchiha Shin unleashes a torrent of chakra. Izanagi, Susanoo. The armor of Susanoo envelopes the six-tailed rhinoceros, dramatically enhancing both its offensive and defensive capabilities in a matter of moments. The complexion of Baemo darkens. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Obito would impart such knowledge to Uchiha Shin, just as Baemo prepares to muster his strength to shatter the looming Susanoo. Uchiha Shin forms hand seals. Would release. Hell's turmoil. Uchiha Shin conjures several thorn-laden trees that spiral upward around Baemo, their branches seeming to possess a will of their own as they converge upon him from all directions. What a troublesome ability! Baemo mutters under his breath. Then, he suddenly unleashes even greater power. Chakra rapidly depleting, he exclaims, Evening Elephant. His fist strikes forth, creating a vacuum that obliterates the surrounding trees into splinters. However, before Baemo can continue his assault, a fresh wave of wood release is unleashed. This time, it is wood release, wood dragon technique, a technique capable of absorbing chakra. Should Baemo draw near, his eight gates technique would be undone. Although the eight gates does not consume life force, it does deplete chakra and stamina. Even with his remarkable recovery speed, prolonged combat is unsustainable. A swift resolution is imperative. However, it appears that Uchiha Shin has sensed Baemo's intentions. Once again, he unleashes his wood release. This time, it is the wood release, birth of the world tree. Uchiha Shin's physique is capable of adapting to any bloodline limit and can wield it with remarkable prowess. His physical attributes far surpass those of Uchiha Obito, making him a formidable adversary. Confronted with the wood dragon and the birth of the world tree, Baemo steels himself, his chakra surging to unprecedented levels. Night Guy. Allow me to resolve this once and for all. This is the ultimate technique of the eight gates formation. The chakra emanating from his body transforms into a dragon-like form, distorting the very fabric of space around him. Indeed, this is it. Come forth. Use your full strength to vanquish me. Let me witness the extent of your power. Baemo murmurs, as you wish. In an instant, his figure bursts forth, a colossal crimson dragon materializing before the astonished onlookers. Chapter 91. Blinded Eyes. Progress advances. Is this truly a dragon? This overwhelming chakra, vast enough to blot out the sky, has taken the form of a dragon? Unbelievable. The sheer force of the storm it conjures makes it impossible for me to approach. Terumi May gazed at Byakuran's silhouette, her eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. At this moment, the heavens themselves seemed to shift. A torrential surge of chakra roared and raged, coalescing into a colossal dragon hundreds of feet in length, adorned with 7 claws and 6 horns, a sight of unparalleled majesty. Night Guy. The instant Byakuren unleashed his kick, a blinding radiance erupted from his body, illuminating the battlefield in all directions. "Come at me," Uchiha bellowed in response. A tailed beast bomb surged forth, followed by countless massive tree roots erupting from the earth, entwining with the wood dragon as they lashed toward Byakuren. Boom! A brilliant explosion of light shattered the air. The wood dragon's serpentine body was effortlessly obliterated by Byakuren's unstoppable kick. Even the towering wooden shields, coiled into an impenetrable barrier, stood no chance against the sheer force of his assault. Night Guy's power had reached its zenith. Boom! The deafening echoes reverberated endlessly, as though the very sky trembled beneath the weight of Byakuren's attack. An aura of unbridled arrogance, dominance, and near lawlessness radiated from him, unmistakably his own. The gathered shinobi, gazing upward from the ground, could only feel an oppressive, rolling wave of terror bearing down upon them, so immense that the brooding clouds above twisted into a swirling vortex. Just as Byakuren was about to reach Uchiha, a glint of cunning and malice flashed in the latter's eyes. "Byakuren, keep going. Let us see if these two can withstand your attack." As Uchiha-shin's words faded, two tree roots emerged, suspending the unconscious Yagura and the elder before him. Damn it! When did he? Lord Mizukichi and the elder, who was guarding them just now? Suki man gets accursed furiously, his gaze darting to the side, only to find the shinobi who had been stationed there already lifeless, strangled by the roots. Not even Mangetsu and the others had noticed Uchiha-shin's underhanded maneuver. Had the intensity of the battle drowned out all traces of his scheme? Terumi May clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with concern as she watched Byakuren. Just as expected, the moment Byakuren saw Yagura and the elder in Uchiha-shin's grasp, his expression darkened, and in that split second of hesitation, another wood dragon erupted from the ground, coiling around Byakuren's leg, voraciously draining his chakra. His breathing grew ragged, his eight gates formation faltering under the strain. The toll of Night Guy was simply too immense. Even a single second of its exertion consumed more chakra than most shinobi would expend in an entire week of jutsu. Uchiha smirked as Byakuren's assault came to a halt. Beneath the swirling mask, a face emerged, revealing an expression of sheer ecstasy. As if the features were all jumbled together. Were a child to witness this, it might very well evoke cries of distress. Thud. Byakuren was ensnared by the wooden dragon and crashed to the ground. In the face of such a spectacle, Byakuren hastily formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang. Two shadow clones materialized, yet this ability further depleted Byakuren's already dwindling chakra. Even with a rapid recovery rate, it was insufficient to counter such expenditure. Flying Thunder God technique. The two shadow clones immediately employed the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly closing in on Uchiha-shin. Do you think I would easily hand them over to you? Dream on. At this moment, the patterns of the Sharingan manifested in Byakuren's eyes. Direct death. Boom. Byakuren unleashed his most formidable killing technique. As a shuriken pierced the red mark on the wooden dragon, it disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, Byakuren formed hand seals. Fire release. Fire dragon technique. A fire dragon surged toward Uchiha-shin, compelling him to take precautionary measures. Seizing this moment, the two shadow clones once again executed the Flying Thunder God technique, rescuing Yagura and the elder. A subdued voice from Byakuren echoed, "This should free us from restraint." Bang bang. After entrusting Yagura and the elder to Kirigakure's Manatsu, the two shadow clones dissipated. However, Uchiha-shin, having withstood the fire dragon technique, granted Byakuren no respite. As the saying goes, one must strike while the iron is hot. Should Byakuren perish, he would ascend as the mightiest of the Uchiha clan. A prodigious genius unrivaled in the heavens and on earth. Allow me to bring your existence to a definitive end. Die. Uchiha-shin commanded his Susanoo, wielding the last remnant of his weapon arm to launch an unparalleled assault on Byakuren. Observing this, Byakuren brought his hands together. Susanoo. A gargantuan Susanoo materialized. And at that moment, the ability of direct death was invoked by Byakuren. All the terrifying tailed beast bombs surging toward him were shattered, dispersing into energy particles carried away by the wind. Yet, the more he utilized the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, the more blurred his vision became. In that crimson world, the red lines and dots merged, rendering Byakuren unable to discern reality. As Byakuren's eyes grew dimmer, Uchiha-shin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Byakuren, your eyes increasingly resemble dull, gray stones. I wonder how much longer they can endure? As Uchiha Shin's words echoed, an even larger-tailed beast bomb held forth, crashing down upon by Mo's Susanoo. The relentless barrage caused by Mo's Susanoo to fragment further. Originally by Mo, who had ruthlessly defeated Uchiha Shin, now appeared utterly devoid of power, exuding an overwhelming sense of weakness. By Mo, Kagaya Otsutsuki gazed at him with deep concern. At that moment, a series of crackling sounds erupted. Crack, 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 crack. The shattered patterns of by Mo's Susanoo coalesced into a singularity. The Susanoo shattered completely, dissipating before the eyes of the onlookers. Simultaneously, by Mo's vision faded into oblivion. An endless darkness engulfed him entirely. In this moment, By Mo perceived the once tranquil world around him transforming into a cacophony of chaos. With the loss of sight, his other senses became acutely heightened. Yet, despite this newfound awareness, he found it nearly impossible to escape the suffocating embrace of the abyss. This was the curse of the Uchiha bloodline. To wield immense power necessitated enduring an equal measure of backlash. Perhaps, the limits of his vision had truly been reached. However, just as despair threatened to consume By Mo, a familiar electronic voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Fine-tuning ocular training, current progress. 1. Chapter 92. Rebirth from the brink of death. A simple electronic tone. Yet, it sent By Mo's heart surging with excitement. How long had it been? Over 2 weeks had passed since he received the self-discipline mission. No matter how intensely By Mo trained his ocular powers, even to the point of exhaustion, the progress bar remained stagnant. He had begun to suspect a system malfunction. But now, this development filled him with renewed hope. Heavens! The progress bar had finally advanced. Yet, his Manjiki Sharingan was already blind. How could he possibly continue to increase the progress now? The oppressive aura around By Mo grew heavier. The sight of his helplessness made many instinctively cover their mouths in shock. They never imagined that By Mo, the man who had single-handedly ended the war and stood against the 3 great hidden villages, could be reduced to such a state. It was utterly inconceivable. But for Uchiha Shin, this scene was nothing short of exhilarating. Staring at By Mo's dull, sightless Sharingan, his face twisted with manic glee. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought? The so-called prodigy of the Uchiha clan, the monstrous genius, his Sharingan has burned out and gone blind. What kind of genius is this? Nothing but a pathetic stray dog. Uchiha Shin's deranged laughter echoed mercilessly, igniting fury in the hearts of Hzuki Mangitsu, CHJR, and Mei Taram. Now they understood. Without this man, Uchiha Shin, their Kirigakure would never have become the village of the bloody mist it was today. You bastard! Shut your filthy mouth. Mei was the first to move. Wool release, skilled mist technique. Combining water and fire-natured chakra within her body, she exhaled a dense, scalding mist of highly corrosive vapor. Its acidity adjustable at will. The mist, concentrated to its limits, hissed violently upon contact with the armored Susanoo, eating away at its surface. Uchiha Shin's laughter died abruptly. His gaze locked onto Mei, a vicious snarl twisting his features. I'll crush you. Mounting the 6 tails, Saiken, he commanded the colossal beast forward. Its massive form barreling toward Mei like an unstoppable force. With every step, the ground fractured, buildings collapsing in its wake. A suffocating shadow loomed over Mei, sealing off all avenues of escape. Mei, CHJR roared, charging recklessly at the 6 tails, hoping to halt its advance with his own assault. But it was a futile effort, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As CHJR reached the beast, Saiken's tail flicked lazily, yet with enough force to rupture the very air. The furious blow landed squarely on CHJR, sending his entire body hurtling through the air like a severed kite string before crashing heavily into the distance. The overwhelming force left him feeling as though his internal organs had been violently rearranged. Cough. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth, staining his garments crimson. Only then did the staggering realization dawn upon him, just how formidable Byakuya's strength truly was. To effortlessly suppress 2 adversaries with sheer power alone. This spectacle left the surrounding onlookers utterly astounded, their perception of Byakuya's capabilities crystallizing into newfound clarity. Yet, witnessing his current state plunged them into deeper silence. Had his eyes remained unharmed, would Uchiha Madara dare strut with such arrogance? Noticing CHJR's inability to withstand the assault, Suki Mangetsu instantly positioned himself before Mei Taram, attempting to shield her. However, thud. Even Mangetsu proved no match for the Six Tails. A single whip of its massive tail sent him vanishing from sight. Now, that gargantuan appendage loomed before Mei herself. Paralyzing terror forced her eyes shut as the crushing impact seemed inevitable. Boom. Lady Mei. Those observing from safer distances felt their hearts shatter as they witnessed their elegant, alluring leader about to be flattened into pulp. The unthinkable horror of such beauty reduced to mangled flesh was unbearable. Yet, the anticipated agony never came. Slowly, Mei parted her trembling eyelids. Before her stood Byakuya, arms raised defiantly. The 100 healings technique pushed to its absolute limit as he drained every ounce of stamina and chakra from his being. The 8 Gates formation, activated at desperate cost, barely withstood the Six Tails' full force assault. Watching his trembling silhouette, Mei's lips parted soundlessly. Crystal tears welled in her eyes as emotion overwhelmed her. Byakuya. Fall back. He gasped between ragged breaths, veins bulging grotesquely. Leave the rest to me. With a final Herculean heave, he hurled the monstrous beast away, only for his remaining strength to evaporate instantly. Uchiha Shin's lips twisted into a sneer. Byakuya, this pathetic state is your resistance? Or is this mere posturing to play the gallant savior? His rasping laughter scraped against their ears. How disgustingly trite. Each mocking syllable deepened Mei's anguish. Her gaze softened with heartbreaking tenderness as she clenched her jaw, some irrevocable resolution hardening within her. With her impossibly long legs, she strode directly towards Byakuya. Listening to the sounds around her, Byakuya turned towards the voice. Yet, his ashen eyes could not focus on Zhao Meiming at all, which caused her immense heartache. She extended her delicate hand, placing it directly on Byakuya's, her eyes filled with determination. Byakuya, rest assured, I will never abandon you. I will stand with you through thick and thin. Even in death, I shall face it unafraid. Byakuya, however, felt a sense of confusion. He couldn't quite grasp why she seemed to have misunderstood something. All he wished for was to validate his thoughts. It appeared he had discovered a method to enhance his progress. The phrase "to be reborn from dire straits" aptly described his current situation. Yet, before Byakuya could articulate his explanation, Uchiha Shin, seizing the opportunity of Byakuya's vulnerability, charged directly towards him. Chapter 93, The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. At this critical juncture, Byakuya's palm struck the ground with great force. A resounding clap echoed as Crimson Chakra surged forth once more. Yet, this time it was not the 8 Gates release. Instead, it was the complete form of Susanoo. A colossal giant stood resolutely between heaven and earth, wielding 2 Uchiha fan blades, facing Uchiha Shin's formidable Susanoo. At this moment, the atmosphere felt utterly stagnant. Uchiha Shin gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. How could this be possible? Your Manjiki Sharingan. Was it not supposed to be completely blind? How could you still possess the ocular power to perform such a feat? This was an incomprehensible reality for Uchiha Shin. Gazing at Byakuya and Kei standing at the chest of the complete Susanoo, Uchiha Shin's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Blood oozing forth in bright crimson droplets. Drip, drip. The blood fell onto the Six Tails rhinoceros, further agitating the tailed beast under Uchiha Shin's control. It erupted with even greater chakra, a copious amount gathering before the Six Tails. An immense tailed beast ball. This tailed beast ball was colossal, with a radius of 100 meters, emanating a sinister aura. This aura compelled Byakuya to seize the opportunity. He commanded Susanoo to take a heavy step forward, charging ahead with relentless momentum. In Byakuya's mind, the system's electronic voice resonated. Ding, refinement of ocular power training, current progress 2. 3. The progress surged rapidly, igniting within Byakuya newfound, formidable potential. His rapidly regenerating chakra began to ascend, akin to parched earth suddenly nourished by a lake. Revitalizing Byakuya's weary strength and unleashing an even more vigorous flow of chakra. With Susanoo wielding the fan blades, it struck fiercely upon the Six Tails. The tailed beast ball detonated, transforming into a torrent of chakra that surged against Byakuya's Susanoo. Byakuya shouted in fury, rather than showing any signs of collapse. Susanoo grew even more resolute. It was known that Uchiha Madara, even after losing his eyes, could still summon Susanoo. Remembering this, Byakuya sought to validate his hypothesis. Now, The reality was unfolding as he had envisioned, filling him with exhilaration. Feeling the warmth in his palms intensify, Kei-Mei gazed at Bai Mo's profile, her heart racing wildly. Bai Mo. Unbeknownst to him, he did not hear Kei-Mei's whispered thoughts. At this moment, he was entirely focused on confronting the formidable Susanoo before him, amplifying his own strength. Beep. Current progress 20. 25. 30. Almost there. Just a bit more. Once the progress bar is full, I believe a bountiful reward will be bestowed. So, Susanoo, grant me even greater power. Bai Mo roared. The already exaggerated complete form of Susanoo began to visibly expand at an astonishing rate. Its figure was even more colossal than that of the six-tailed rhinoceros dog, easily more than double its size. Even the flung Kaido Mangetsu, struggling to rise from the ground, could see it clearly from thousands of meters away. His mouth slowly gaped open, leaving him in a daze. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Finally, he murmured in disbelief, "My goodness. Is this Bai Mo Susanoo?" This scene utterly shattered Kaido Mangetsu's perception of Bai Mo. He had assumed it was merely the realm of the lantern withering. Yet he never anticipated that in such a seemingly simple circumstance, Bai Mo could unleash such formidable power. A chill ran down his spine at the thought of having initially considered using Bai Mo. Such an existence was beyond his reach. Gulping, Kaido wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, with his severely injured body, he once more ventured toward the battlefield. Regardless of the outcome, the Hidden Mist Village was his homeland. Even if it cost him his life, he wished to witness the final result of the village. Why? Why is this happening? You blind fool. How can you still manifest Susanoo? Uchiha Shin felt his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. The Uchiha clan's greatest strength undeniably lay in those cursed eyes. The more one hated, the stronger one became. But what was Bai Mo in this context? He sensed not even a trace of hatred emanating from him. Yet, astonishingly, those already blind eyes of Bai Mo could still unleash Susanoo. He could not accept it. Absolutely could not. Die! Uchiha Shin screamed in madness. He activated his Mangeki Sharingan, manipulating vast swathes of earth, enhancing his form to a greater size. Charging toward Bai Mo. In response, Bai Mo slowly closed his eyes, meticulously engraving his Susanoo, refining the lines upon it. Flesh, veins, armor, weapons. 40, 50, 60, 70. Everything that could influence Susanoo was fully absorbed by Bai Mo. The Hidden Mist Village was teetering on the brink. Bai Mo murmured. He was exerting every ounce of effort to grasp that fleeting sensation. It was time to bring this to an end. The moment Bai Mo's words fell, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. 80, 90, 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the self-discipline task. Meticulous ocular training. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Advanced application of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Advanced application of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. A pair of eyes that will never lose their light, harboring an immensely powerful force. Allowing the host to wield the abilities of both eyes simultaneously, thus giving birth to even greater power. Greater power indeed. He felt it. Bai Mo's once gray eyes suddenly sparkled with a radiant brilliance at this moment. This brilliance was strikingly crimson. It pulled Bai Mo's vision back into this resplendent world. Snap! Bai Mo's hands came together. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan activate. Swish! In the sky, a rift slowly opened, revealing Bai Mo's unique Kaleidoscope Sharingan within. Under his gaze, the boundaries of Bai Mo's abilities intertwined with the world itself. Within the realm of DEA Chapter 94, the fifth Mizukage. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Shin felt as though time itself had frozen. He stood transfixed, his body seemingly beyond his own control, bathed in the ethereal glow of a crimson moon. How breathtaking! Truly magnificent! This lunar radiance must surely be the light of the infinite Tsukuyami. Only such brilliance could forge the world of his dreams. Ah! He longed to ascend as the god of the Uchiha. With this fervent desire burning within him, Uchiha Shin slowly extended his fingers, reaching tenderly toward the moon's embrace. SSSSH8K. A scarlet streak flashed before his eyes. His arm, severed cleanly from his body, dropped lifelessly to the ground. Uchiha Shin stared down, his gaze locked onto the fallen limb. His lips parted, his mind, sluggish until now, finally jolted into frantic motion. Ah! 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 The pain! Unbearable! My arm! My arm! clutching the bleeding stump. He desperately tried to stem the crimson tide escaping his flesh. When he lifted his eyes once more to the blood-stained heavens, he beheld the truth of that scarlet sky. An eye, a colossal, all-seeing Mangeki Sharingan. Crack. A sound, perhaps imagined, echoed in his ears. Every shred of his arrogance shattered beneath the weight of Hakumo's dominance. What kind of power is this? Why does such a Mangeki Sharingan exist in this world? Meanwhile, the Six Tails, Saiken, had succumbed to the hypnotic allure of the Crimson World, its consciousness fading as its chakra receded. Utakata's form emerged before Hakumo's gaze, in the span of a mere blink. Without so much as lifting a finger, Hakumo had utterly crushed Uchiha Shin. Thud. His spirit broken, Uchiha Shin collapsed to his knees. His body bent at a sharp angle as he craned his neck toward the sky. His mouth hung agape, howling in denial, unable to accept the reality before him. Ichikumo. Your eyes, have they healed? Maitaram stood beside him, her voice soft with concern. Hakumo turned to face her. In that instant, Mei saw herself clad in bridal white, an image of purity etched indelibly into her heart. Before her stood Uchiha Hakumo, her protector, time and again. Just as she leaned in for a kiss, apologies, Hakumo's voice murmured near her ear. I've only just awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. My control over its power remains imperfect. You should wake now. Best not lose yourself in illusions. His words snapped Mei from the genjutsu. Blushing furiously, she averted her gaze, bowing her head in deep embarrassment. Like an ostrich burying itself in its own feathers, she nestled within her own allure. Her enchanting and bashful demeanor was irresistible, evoking a desire for indulgence. Yet, Bai Mo's gaze was not fixed upon her. Instead, it wandered to the ground. Should one commend this fellow for his cunning? He had indeed held back. Zhou Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Bai Mo. He held back. Could it be that Uchiha Obito was truly that formidable? To achieve such a feat while withholding his full strength was astonishing. The more Zhou Ming pondered, the more incredulous she became. She quickly turned her gaze to the ground, where beside the unconscious Yu Gao lay an arm, bleeding profusely. Truly, he had held back. So, Bai Mo, when you spoke of holding back, did you mean he genuinely left behind an arm? Indeed, he was merely rescued moments ago. Kurizetsu, that individual who dreams incessantly of unleashing the infinite Tsukuyomi. Only he would choose to save Uchiha Shin in such a dire moment. For it was only through this action that he could continue his plans. To collect tailed beasts? He indeed sought to gather them. For unleashing the infinite Tsukuyomi was also Bai Mo's ambition. It was the only way to summon Kagaya Otsutsuki, defeat her, and bind her as a contract summoning beast. Thus, he orchestrated Kurizetsu's rescue of Uchiha Shin. As for the nine tails within Uzumaki Kushina, Bai Mo remained unperturbed. He possessed alternative methods to harness the power of the nine tails. With a deep sigh, Bai Mo released Susanoo, gently descending while cradling Zhou Ming. At that moment, Kirigakure's Manatsu rushed over from a distance. He surveyed the surroundings and instinctively inquired of Bai Mo, Lord Bai Mo, where is Uchiha Obito? That fellow has already fled. Fled? Just as I thought. He is well aware that he is no match for you, Lord. Manatsu lavished praise upon Bai Mo, leaving the nearby ninjas astonished. Was this truly their noble Kirigakure? How had he become so adept at fawning? They had never witnessed such behavior before. May I be set down now? Zhou Ming, cradled in Bai Mo's arms, softly murmured. Bai Mo nodded and gently placed her on the ground. This act only heightened Zhou Ming's bashfulness. Manatsu's gaze darted between Bai Mo and Zhou Ming, and after a moment of inner conflict, he made a resolute decision. Lord Bai Mo, the village of Kirigakure cannot be without a Mizukichi for even a day. Although Lord Yagura was manipulated by Uchiha Obito, he made many erroneous decisions that transformed Kirigakure into the current bloody mist village. Therefore, I hope for a new Mizukichi to govern Kirigakure. Only in this manner can the village hidden in the mist become increasingly splendid. Numerous ninjas cast their gazes upon Kahaku Manyuki. They have already surmised what is to come. Undoubtedly, Kahaku Manyuki will soon advocate for himself. After all, ever since Yagura became more ruthless, the intentions of Kahaku Manyuki have been etched upon his countenance. However, what they did not anticipate was that at this very moment, Kahaku Manyuki turned to the figure before him, Hakumai, and proclaimed, I propose Lord Terumi to become the fifth Mizukage of the village hidden in the mist. I trust that everyone has witnessed how, in the most perilous of moments, Lord Terumi, disregarding her own safety, stood steadfastly by Lord Hakomai's side. Such sincere and resolute sentiment is, regrettably, a rarity in the current ninja world. Upon hearing Kahaku Manyuki's declaration, Terumi was utterly taken aback. What was happening? Why was Kahaku Manyuki recommending her for the position of Mizukage? This matter had never been discussed with her.